Meet our protagonist, an 8th level Archmage with enough power to casually overthrow a kingdom whenever he felt like it. However, the king he served got a tad paranoid about this little fact and decided to poison him. Typical. Unwilling to accept such a lame ending, Jan gambled it all on a forbidden time spell, hoping to hit the cosmic undo button. In that instant, his entire life began to rewind before his eyes like some epic Manhwa highlight reel. Jan witnessed all the major milestones of his journey, and honestly, the whole thing felt like one long, terrible nightmare. Once the trip down memory lane was over, he woke up in a much younger body with significantly shorter hair. Jan was so freaked out, he started shaking uncontrollably, frantically patting down his own body. But he couldn't find a single trace of the poison, nor did he feel an ounce of pain. This could only mean one thing. His spell had gone spectacularly wrong. Jan, darling, what's the matter? Seeing his face as pale as a ghost, a worried voice chimed in from behind. This beautiful golden-haired woman was none other than his mother, but here's the catch. His mom had died years ago. Seeing her here made Jan question everything. Did he actually succeed? Or was this just a very wholesome family reunion in the afterlife? He reached out to take her hand. The warmth felt shockingly real. Jan then whipped around to check out the scenery. He spotted a long line of kids waiting to be tested. All around, regional knights were keeping the peace, and a white flag was fluttering atop the Ivory Tower. Yep, no doubt about it. This wasn't hell. His spell had been a roaring success. He had actually traveled back 30 years into the past. The test he was looking at was the magical aptitude exam, created to discover prodigious mages, who would become the very foundation of the Green River Kingdom's might. Every child was required to take this magical aptitude test in the year they turned 12. The first part was a brain magic assessment which determined their potential to manifest spells. The second part tested their mana core, where magical energy is born, circulated, and stored. The kids who passed both of these tests were immediately sent off to the Magic Academy and could even land a comfy position of national power after graduating. Jan was a little overwhelmed. Traveling back a full 30 years was a bit further than he'd planned, than he could have possibly imagined. Luckily, the time rewind spell, the very one he'd spent ages researching to atone for his sins, actually had worked its magic right before he kicked the bucket. Initially, Jan's plan was simply to pop back in time and avoid his laundry list of mistakes. But in a cruel twist of fate, it was Zhang Na himself who ultimately forced his hand. So many people had to give up everything for him, and so many more died because of their frankly idiotic blind loyalty. He was a man who worshipped the very idea of loyalty, and his lifelong friendship with Jiang Na only to be used, abused, and then unceremoniously betrayed and murdered by the snake. Just the thought of it was enough to make Jan's blood boil. And this time, armed with a do-over, he decided things would absolutely not play out the same way. This life was going to be different. This wasn't just some dramatic plot twist in a manhwa. This was his reality. And to make that happen, he needed to find something first. After getting his bearings from the temporal whiplash, Jan snapped back to his usual cool and collected self. He then said a quick goodbye to his mom since his name was already being called. "I'll be right back." The relieved smile on Jan's face seemed to soothe his mother's worries. She had no idea that tucked away inside her little boy's body was the mind of a man over 40 years old. Jan knew that this time around he couldn't just stop at being a mere 8th circle mage. He had to become exponentially stronger to protect himself and his loved ones. With new resolve, he walked up to the regional knights to register. Yan Fa from Mowgli Village. As soon as the knight heard the name Mowgli, he immediately recognized the kid. "Oh, you're Vanessa's son, aren't you? Get in there and don't ask a bunch of questions, you'll bother the great mage." The young mage in charge of testing the kids was currently slouched in a tent, sighing as if the world was ending. "Sir Aaron, how many more kids are there? I think you'll be stuck here for at least another half a day, pal." The knight, a fellow named Anne, replied, making the poor mage let out an even more exhausted huff. However, the second Jan stepped in and greeted him, he shot up straight, flashing a perfect retail-grade smile to welcome the boy. "Hello there, little man, come on in. Now just lower your head for me. I'm going to use a bit of magic to, stimulate your brain. You might get a little dizzy, but it's only temporary, so no need to worry, okay? Yan knew exactly what was about to go down, and so he calmly obliged. Playing along like a model citizen, the examiner dude quickly picked up on the magical energy buzzing around in Yan's brain and moved on to the second test mind magic. But hold on, for our boy Yan just getting into the Magic Academy wasn't nearly enough drama, so he took the initiative. Hey, Mr. Mage, he chirped, I've got a little something I want to show you. Yan could practically see the comic book question marks popping up over the guy's head, and he wasn't about to wait for an invitation. Instead, he jumped right into show and tell. Yan took a dramatic deep breath, raised his left hand, and poof, a fireball materialized right in his palm. Before the examiner's jaw could even hit the floor, a water orb decided to join the party, popping up in Yan's other hand. We're talking dual casting, folks, the kind of stuff so rare it's practically a legend in this Manhwa world. Yan, the little show-off, was obviously doing this on purpose, but then he put on his best who-me-it face. Gosh, I don't even know how it happens. These things just sort of pop up on their own. This little performance didn't just stun the young mage. Even the stone-faced knights behind him looked like they'd seen a ghost. To double-check he wasn't hallucinating, the examiner asked Yan, did anyone teach you how to do this? Nope, not a soul, sir. Yan shook his head immediately. Of course, this was all thanks to the power he brought back from his past life. But it's not like he could just tell the guy he's a reincarnated 8th circle archmage, right? To get to the bottom of this, the examiner decided to use a detection spell on Yan, a nifty little magic skill used to spot lies by monitoring every twitch and heartbeat of the target. Now think very carefully before you answer me. If you lie, you'll be branded a criminal. You, your family, and hey, let's throw in your favorite neighbor, you'll all be getting a complimentary haircut at the neck, the young mage warned, but his spell was about as effective as a wet noodle against Yan. We're talking about a man with a lifetime of trauma stuffed into the body of a 12-year-old. Under the pressure of the detection spell, he was as cool as a cucumber and replied, how would I ever dare to lie in a place like this? And just like that, the examiner had to concede defeat to a literal child. His high and mighty detection spell couldn't sniff out a single fib, which could only mean one thing: the kid standing before him was a 1 in a billion prodigy, a diamond in the rough that needed to be protected. But before anyone could break the silence, Yan was jolted by a terrified scream, and the owner of that lovely voice was none other than his own mother. Outside, some scummy knight had his mom in a vice grip by the wrist, even as she was clearly trying to yank her hand back. Play along, the creep snarled. Don't you know who's in there? Some very important people. You've been a widow for 7 long years now. You must be terribly lonely, right? You're past your prime, so it's not like you're hot merchandise. Stop playing hard to get. You should be grateful anyone's even looking your way, so show some damn appreciation. Well, what do you know? This knight was the exact same goon Yan had just seen outside the tent, the one who instantly recognized him as Vanessa's son. Back then, Yan thought he'd just imagined the guy's predatory smirk, but nope. This dude was genuinely hitting on his mom with the worst pickup lines ever. The ruckus brought Aaron and the others pouring out of the tent. What's going on here? The second he saw Aaron, the trash knight immediately let go of Vanessa and stammered, "Oh, it's nothing. Sir, this lowly kitchen wench just doesn't know her place, so I was teaching her a little lesson, that's all." He had barely finished his sentence before Yan launched himself forward like a cannonball. Lowly. Oh, he was about to give this guy a lesson in pain. But the young mage stopped him. He calmly informed the scumbag knight that just a few minutes prior, Yan had been officially recognized as a mage, having fulfilled both requirements. And thanks to that little plot twist straight out of a manhwa, his parents now held power, on par with the nobility. And anyone who dares to disrespect a noble or a mage is essentially giving the emperor the middle finger, a crime that's more than enough to earn you a one-way trip to the chopping block. As the mage finished his speech, Aaron and the knights behind him all drew their swords in perfect unison. Seeing this, the pervy bottom-tier knight nearly wet himself in fear. He scrambled to his knees kowtowing to Yan and begging him to have mercy just this once. Why are you apologizing to me? There's someone else who's far more deserving of your apology, Yan replied, his voice dripping with ice. This tone and expression were absolutely not what you'd expect from a 12-year-old. Feeling the immense threat in that voice, the guy immediately scurried over to Vanessa and fell to his knees again. Ma'am, my crimes are worthy of death, but please, I'm begging you, give me one more chance. Vanessa was probably still in shock. Struggling to process this ridiculously fast-paced development, she shot a helpless, pleading glance at her son. Yan sighed. He lets out a long, dramatic sigh, then saunters over to the knight and crouches down to his level. Listen up, he whispers, keeping his voice low just for the two of them. I know all about disgusting trash like you who run their mouths about my mother, so you'd better scurry back and tell all your little friends the lesson you learned today, you useless waste of space. Yes, sir. I understand. Thank you, mage. The knight could only grit his teeth and choke out the words. With that handled, Yan turned to the younger mage and thanked him for the backup. Hey, it's the Ivory Tower's job to protect fellow mages, the man replied with a friendly grin. He then turned to Aaron and told him to watch over and protect Yan and his mother from now on. He'd send the rest of the details to Aaron via crystal ball, and just like that, Aaron escorted Yan back to the inn where the knights were staying. Yan didn't mind simply taking his mother's hand and waving goodbye to the young mage. The mage watched him go, unable to shake the thought. That kid is so young, yet he's already a genius with some serious talent. Looks like things at the Royal Palace and the Ivory Tower are about to get a whole lot more interesting. Later that night, when everyone else was sound asleep, the beastly knight was packing his bags and stumbling out of the inn completely wasted and muttering an endless stream of curses. Naturally, he was beyond furious about the public shaming he'd suffered at Yan's hands that morning. He fantasized about the day he'd defile Vanessa right in front of the boy, making Yan kneel and beg him for mercy. What a lovely script for a villain, but sadly for him, it was never going to happen. He'd messed with someone who believes in payback big time. Yan couldn't make a big scene this morning with all the adults around, but now he'd track the knight down personally. Moving like a shadow in some dark revenge, Manhwa Yan silently approached his target from behind. First, he cast a paralysis spell, freezing the oaf in his tracks. Only then did Yan speak. What was that you were saying? About my mother, I did tell you I'd be keeping an eye on you, didn't I? His tone was deceptively casual, but his sudden appearance combined with the paralysis spell had the knight scared absolutely witless all over again. The man was too terrified to even squeak as Yan continued. Today you were utterly humiliated by the son of a lowly kitchen maid. His face. Utterly humiliated, he drowned, his sorrows wandered the lonely streets, and then whoopsie-daisy, he slipped on this very bridge. He tumbled into the raging current below, and well, that was the end of him. As Yan narrated this tragic tale, he orchestrated the scene to match his every word. With a satisfying splash, the knight's body plunged into the river, while our boy stood on the bridge above, wearing a poker face so cold it could give a penguin frostbite. Yan genuinely wondered if this whole revenge thing was, okay. He had come so far, even rewound time itself, just to learn how to atone for his past life screw-ups and get a fresh start. The plan was to make the right choices this time and wash all that pesky blood off his hands. But running into a scumbag like this guy made him realize you can't just Cuttrell Plazid your past sins away. At the end of the day, Yan just wanted to protect the people he cared about. And he was willing to do absolutely anything for that ideal. Even though he'd pinky promised himself he wouldn't get his hands dirty again. Some people are just begging for a karmic smackdown. Take for instance that lecherous knight. Or say the person who poisoned him in his previous life, Jiang Na. Just thinking about Jiang Na made Yan's heart do a sad little trombone sound. What on earth made him say those things? It seemed Yan was on the verge of a breakthrough. Anyway, after dishing out some righteous payback on the loser who insulted his mom, Yan dragged himself back to the inn feeling completely wiped. His head felt like it was about to split open. He never dreamed that a single paralysis spell would leave his mana reserves drier than a desert. It was a classic rookie mistake you'd read about in a manhwa, But in his defense, this 12-year-old body was ridiculously fragile. Yan could only hope he'd hit a growth spurt soon. His mother Vanessa was still fast asleep, totally oblivious to the fact that her son had just popped out for a spot of vigilante justice. Gazing at her beautiful face, Yan was hit with a wave of painful memories from his past life. Back then, after just 1 year at the Magic Academy, he was already acing the first-class mage course, but his mother left behind. In the backwater land of Mowgli, passed away from a sudden illness. She never even got to see her son become a proper mage, and live the rich, fabulous life he'd promised her. But this time around, things were going to be completely different. Yan was sure of it. He swore on his ridiculously powerful magic that he would protect his mother and make sure she lived a happy life. In his past life, he couldn't even protect his friends, and he totally neglected his family. He had been powerless to save anyone or anything, and that epic failure was now the very fuel for his comeback story. This time around, Yan was determined to throw everything he had into changing his destiny. The very next morning in Green River Dayam, the capital of the Green River Kingdom, Emperor Terry Green River was locked in a serious conversation with the master of the Ivory Tower, a fifth circle magician, named Herb Leon. "Tower Master, what are your thoughts?" Terry asked nonchalantly. "At this point, I can't rule anything out. However, magical energy is essentially a part of the soul that flows through the bloodstream. The moment you can move that part of your soul on your own. Congratulations, you're a magician. Stimulating the brain's mana pathways through certain techniques is the simplest way to manifest magic. Normally, the Academy teaches these methods, just like how I and other magicians learned. But then you have these prodigies who claim to have awakened their powers all on their own, and those people, they can freely use first-class magic just like the great Archmage." Herb rattled off in one go. The Archmage he just mentioned was a legendary figure from ages past. It was thanks to his very existence that humanity even discovered the potential of magic. He single-handedly figured out how to manifest spells without a single lesson from anyone. You could say he's a total myth in the magician community. His presence is like that of a dragon from legends or folklore. The only difference is dragons are pure fantasy, but the Archmage, oh, he was the real deal. Now, the reason they were suddenly bringing up this legendary self-taught Archmage wasn't for a history lesson. It was all because of Yan and the insane dual-casting magic he pulled off yesterday. It was a feat so ridiculous that even Herb's logic couldn't process it, which is why he needed to see it with his own eyes. After all, the magician sent to Mowgli Village wasn't exactly known for telling tall tales. Your Majesty, if this isn't some exaggeration or a simple misunderstanding, then that boy's talent is off the charts dangerous. This is the kind of plot twist you only see in a manhwa. That's everything I can tell you for now. Terry pondered for a few seconds, then his gaze suddenly shifted towards the door. "Prince, are you lurking out there?" "Yes, father," a rather young voice called back. "It's me. Come on in," Terry commanded. The door swung open, revealing a dashingly handsome face. It was none other than the current crown prince of the kingdom, Haydn Green River. Terry had personally summoned Haydn here for a matter of great importance. The last time he'd set foot outside the palace was a whole year ago on a dreary patrol dealing with a failed harvest. Now His Majesty the King wanted his son to take another field trip. This time he'd be packing an entourage, royal knights, 3 elite soldiers, and a trio of third-tier mages. The mission objective for Prince Xuan was to march to the land of Mowgli and escort a boy named Yan Fa back to the palace. "Wait, Dad, you said Yan Fa?" Xuan asked, bewildered. "You're sending me with this massive posse just to pick up some random boy. Isn't that a tad dramatic? You mean to tell me you haven't heard a single thing about this kid?" Ty Lee asked, his voice dripping with disappointment. He let out a heavy sigh. "Never mind, I told you to pay attention to all the kingdom's happenings. You know what, I'll just assign another prince to handle this." As soon as the king said that, Xuan went into full-blown panic mode. He quickly begged his father to give him the mission, promising he would pull it off flawlessly without a single screw-up. After a moment of thought, Ty Lee decided to entrust the responsibility to his crown prince after all. He ordered him to get ready immediately as it was going to be a long journey. After Zhuan took his leave, Hebu also asked to be excused, claiming he needed to return to the Ivory Tower to prepare. Prepare for what? Tai Li asked instantly. Your Majesty knows full well how much we mages despise going outside, Hebu explained. If I don't go back and persuade them now, I might not even be able to scrape together 3 mages to accompany the Crown Prince tomorrow. Tai Li figured what Hebu said made a lot of sense, so he urged him to hurry back. But the moment Hebu stepped out of the Emperor's study, his expression became incredibly grim. His personal mage assistant assumed they were heading straight back to the Ivory Tower, but nope. Hebu declared there were a few things he needed to nip in the bud first. Meanwhile, back in Mowgli Village, Yan was still patiently waiting at the Knight's Inn. He knew perfectly well that sooner or later, both the Ivory Tower and the royal family would make their move. He recalled the young mage who had tested him the day before. The way that guy instantly acknowledged him as a true mage right after the test ended, well, Yan had a hunch he would immediately snitch to his superiors. But that was exactly what Yan wanted him to do. The current king, after all, was practically desperate to find a talented individual to buddy up with Crown Prince Xuan. As for the master of the tower in this Manhwa, well, that's another story. Of the Ivory Tower, Hebai is actually siding with the 5th Prince Zhang Na. This is just begging to stir up some juicy conflict between the royal family and the mages. Whether Yan sides with the king the Ivory Tower or carves out his own path with his ridiculous talent, his potential is absolutely off the charts. The only difference is in this life, Yan is no longer some naive kid people can manipulate for fun. While Yan was busy plotting his next 5D chess move, a massive crowd had already gathered around the inn. And the booming voice of that young mage from yesterday was more than enough to snap him out of his deep thoughts. Mage Yan Pa of the kingdom, hear ye the king's decree. Yan nearly jumped out of his skin. A royal decree? Seriously? Looks like Terry moves faster than a weekly Manhwa release schedule. The moment Yan peeked his head out the door, he was met by the blindingly commercial smile of that young man. Hey, the sleepyhead is awake. The king has just issued a decree for you, kiddo. I will be your instructor on royal etiquette, so just follow my lead, all right? Yan obediently nodded, but let's be real, he'd already mastered these formalities in his past life. And just like that, Yan gracefully knelt on his right knee and placed his left hand over his chest. His series of moves were so flawless and fluid it made the other guy gawk in astonishment, wondering if this was really Yan's first rodeo. Shaking off the surprise, the preparations were finally ready. Holding a magic crystal ball, the announcer declared with utmost seriousness, Mage Yan Pa, please listen to the decree of the king. We highly value the talent of Yan Pa and recognize him as a mage of this kingdom. We grant permission for his name to be inscribed upon the Ivory Tower, and we also invite him to visit the royals' palace. My eldest son has been dispatched to accompany you on your way to the palace. May your journey be a smooth one. Once the whole royal proclamation was done, Yan slowly stood up. Just in time, too, as another squad of knights had already arrived on the scene. Their leader was Anong, captain of the Mowgli Knights, responsible for taking Yan to the Lord's palace. For him and the rest of the knights escorting the crown prince and Yan was an absolute honor. Therefore, his attitude towards our boy was incredibly respectful, and it wasn't just Anong, even the Lord of Mowgli himself, Malus, was waiting at his palace. Before Yan even set foot inside, the guy was already giving the riot act to his 2 kids, Rui and Ma Li, reminding them to watch their mouths and treat the soon-to-arrive mage with the utmost respect. The carriage halted and Yan stepped out with his mom rocking a completely different status than yesterday. Sure, Yan was just a kid, but that didn't change the fact that he was the mage. Officially recognized by the king, a talent so off the charts it had the monarch sweating bullets. For that very reason, Ma Kesi knew he had to roll out the red carpet for this prodigy. Once inside the Lord's castle, Yan instantly became the hottest topic of gossip for everyone, especially the maids. They were all buzzing about how Yan could conjure fire from thin air during his test, a truly mind-blowing kid. And after arriving, Yan wasn't about to get lazy and just chill in this new Manhwa-like setting. Nope, he'd been hitting the training grounds for 15 straight days. Jan was dead serious about his practice, and the stuff he was pulling off was already light years beyond what any other kid his age could dream of. Even so, our boy Jan was far from satisfied. This just wasn't cutting it for him. In his past life, a single Frost Nova spell could have turned the entire Mogili Palace into a giant popsicle. But now stuck in a 12-year-old's body, he could barely give this dinky little training ground a case of the chills. This tiny body had way too many limitations, meaning Jan needed something to compensate for his nerfed magic. Mage Sir Mage. A panicked voice snapped Jan right out of his angsty internal monologue. A servant from the Lord's palace came sprinting over, practically begging for his help, because the master of the castle, Makesi, Mogen, had vanished into thin air. According to this guy's tale, Makesi still hadn't returned from his goblin hunting trip from the day before. Young Master Rui and the knights who went with him were also MIA. Right now, all available personnel from the palace had been scrambled for the search, but they'd come up with nothing. All they found were some leftover traces of a battle. After hearing the butler's report, Jan went quiet for a few seconds. He didn't think. This was when Ma Kesi was supposed to bite the dust, even though in his past life, Lord Ma Kesi Mo Gen was indeed fated to be taken out by an assassin of the enemy, but the timing is just bonkers right before the first unification war is set to break out. And as for his son Ravi, that guy is fated to tuck his tail between his legs and flee the moment the war starts. It's precisely because of that cowardly act that he ends up with a one-way ticket to the execution block. So you really think asking for help from the mage Ma Ke would be more useful than me? Jan retorted. If Ma Casey had gone hunting like usual, the chances of this happening because of his regression would be practically zero. In any case, Jan had to think this through, and he definitely didn't want to get tangled up in this mess. But the butler looked incredibly awkward, admitting that the mage Ma Ki wasn't even in town. He was supposedly away on another mission. This immediately set off Jan's internal alarms. Ma Ke is the official mage of this territory, yet he's off on a mission somewhere else. The whole story sounded utterly ridiculous. Could it be that his trip back in time had actually created a massive butterfly effect, knocking the entire timeline off the rails from his previous life, a mage operating outside their designated territory? On a mission is the kind of thing you only read about in a crazy manhwa. Jan didn't know the specifics, but he had a hunch. This was somehow connected to him. For example, if some snitch reported this to the master of the Ivory Tower, things could get very dangerous for him. The most powerful weapon in Jan's arsenal right now was knowing the future, and if the death of Lord Ma Casey altered that future, he would lose his ultimate cheat code. No matter what, Jan absolutely could not let that happen. Noticing Jan was lost in thought for a bit too long, the castle's butler grew impatient. He pressed on, "We've exhausted all our options, which is why I had to come and ask for your help. Where is he? I'll join the search party." He had made his decision. After settling the matter, Jan returned to his room to get prepared. Waynisha looked like a nervous wreck. She had heard about what happened and was not at all comfortable with the idea of her little boy heading up a mountain with a search party, even though Jan was now a certified card-carrying mage. In a mother's eyes, he was still far too young for this kind of business. "It's fine, Mom. I'm a real mage now." Jan tried to reassure her with a serious tone. Despite his efforts, Waynisha didn't look one bit less worried. Jan gently took her hands and promised he'd be back. Vanessa was about to say something else, but just then, in a scene straight out of a dramatic manhwa, a girl burst into the room, her face a total mess of tears. It was none other than the daughter of Maris Marguerite. This young lady, usually as cold as ice, had completely abandoned her pride, begging Jan to find her missing father and brother. "If you can find them," she pleaded, "I'll do absolutely anything to repay you. I'll have my father shower you with riches, land, and even servants, so please just say yes." Jan was getting dizzy just listening to her frantic promises. All he wanted was to get the heck out of there. But as his eyes glazed over, something shiny caught his attention, a brilliant gold ring on Marguerite's finger. Now, regular old money clearly didn't faze Jan, which could only mean one thing: that ring was special. "I promise I'll find them," Jan declared, a hint of mischief in his voice. Hearing that, Marguerite instantly felt a wave of relief wash over her. A smile finally broke through on her beautiful face. Seizing the moment, Jan asked if he could, just borrow the ring she was wearing. He cooked up a slick excuse, claiming he could feel magical energy radiating from it and that it might just help him locate the Viscount. That was all Marguerite needed to hear. She had zero reason to refuse. She immediately slipped the ring off and placed it right into his palm. The moment Jan slipped the ring on, a strange yet familiar sensation coursed through his entire body. It felt exactly like it did in his past life. This wasn't just some ordinary trinket. It was a Mowgli ring, a low-grade artifact, rumored to amplify the wearer's magical energy. It seemed that instead of passing it down to the heir, Maris had given it to his favorite daughter. You absolutely have to find them, she urged. I'm only lending it to you. It's a family heirloom from my father. Marguerite added, noticing Jan staring at the ring with a little too much fascination. Her voice was tinged with worry. Yeah, I get it. Jan shot back just to put her at ease. He wasn't planning on pocketing her precious artifact. It's just that the ring could temporarily make up for the magical deficit caused by his current body's limitations. With this little power-up in hand, Jan felt a whole lot more confident. Soon after, he and the castle's night squad set off towards the forest where Maris had vanished during a goblin hunt. At the spot where the man went missing, a few bloodstains still marked the ground. Jan turned to the squad and asked. The knights were asked if they'd had the grim task of burying the fallen, but their answer was even grimmer. They hadn't found a single body, leading everyone to the same horrifying conclusion. Those poor souls had become a monster buffet. Jan stepped forward, his eyes scanning the gruesome scene with the intensity of a detective. Beyond the bloodstains and gore, the only leftovers were a few dozen goblin corpses. This grim math suggested that Marcus must have been ambushed by hundreds of these nasty little critters. If that was the case, the clock was ticking and Jan needed to find him like yesterday. With that thought, Jan snapped his fingers with a dramatic flair, activating a summoning spell to call forth the wolf soul. Just hearing the name Wolf Soul sent a ripple of tension through the knights behind him. They were all bracing themselves, expecting some colossal, terrifying beast straight out of a dark fantasy manhwa. But what actually materialized from the magic circle was a small, fluffy wolf pup. And would you look at that, it's wagging its tail non-stop. It looked less like a fearsome spirit beast and more like a puppy you'd find at the local shelter. Even Jan couldn't hide his slight disappointment at the adorable little fluff ball before him. Back in his past life, he could have summoned a wolf the size of a tank, but this wolf soul looked more like a chihuahua soul. Alas, with his current, rather pathetic mana pool, this was the best he could muster. Jan had no choice but to accept his new pint-sized partner. So he gave the adorable creature its mission track down the scent of Marcus and his entourage. After a few professional-grade sniffs, the wolf's soul let out a happy little yip and shot off like a furry rocket. Jan immediately took off after it, but the night squad was looking at the little pup with some serious side-eye. We just need to follow the wolf's soul, Jan declared with unshakable confidence. Compared to the yapping puppy, Jan's words carried a heck of a lot more weight. The group of knights quickly swallowed their skepticism and followed him onward. And lucky for them, Marcus was indeed still alive. The bad news, he was hopelessly lost in the deep woods and facing an absolute horde of goblins. He was surrounded on all sides, and even though the Lord was fighting like a cornered beast, he couldn't fight off the creeping tendrils of despair. He was swinging his sword on pure instinct with no real strategy left. His next move was anyone's guess. If this kept up, it was only a matter of time before exhaustion claimed him. But then a thought of his little daughter back home ignited a spark. Marcus absolutely refused to die here. Ravi, he suddenly roared, we'll handle these wretched goblins here, so you must find a way back to the palace, you hear me. Tell them Mount M is being overrun by goblins. Threateningly, hurry up. The so-called heir of Marcus was just a lily-livered coward, proven by the fact that he was currently shaking like a leaf in a hurricane. Even when he saw a goblin about to sneak attack his own father, Ravi was too paralyzed by fear to even squeak out a warning. It wasn't until the monster was mid-air, poised to strike Marcus, that the old man finally realized his predicament. In that split second, the chances of Marcus dodging or fighting back were practically zero, but his life subscription was extended thanks to Jan's timely appearance. After all, he couldn't let the plot train of this manhwa go off the rails. A single ice nova from Jan was all it took to permanently chill the monster out. And it wasn't just the one goblin playing assassin. Every single goblin in the vicinity was flash frozen on the spot. That spectacular scene was truly something to behold, especially coming from a kid who was only 12 years old. By now, Marcus was completely out of gas. He only managed to catch a faint glimpse of the boy's face before passing out from sheer exhaustion. But thankfully, Marcus Moglian was saved. He heard his daughter's soft sobs ringing in his ear. "Father! Oh, father!" Marcus groggily fluttered his eyes open. He glanced around the room, and sure enough, his daughter was keeping vigil by his bedside. She gasped in surprise upon seeing her father awake and immediately called out, "Father!" Marcus, not expecting to ever see his daughter again, hastily asked, "Is that you, Marguerite?" He slowly sat up in bed, rubbing his temples before asking his daughter, What on earth happened?" Marguerite recounted everything, reminding him, "Sir Jan saved you." At this, she couldn't hold back her emotions, and tears began to stream down her face. "Father, you and brother were unconscious for 2 whole days. You have no idea how worried I was." Just as news of the Lord's awakening spread, the butler came rushing in. "My lord, it's a relief to see you're awake." Upon seeing him, Marcus immediately asked about the current situation. "Hoga, is everyone else all right?" But the butler just stammered, unable to get the words out. "Well, about that." Hoga hesitated for a moment before delivering the grim news. 12 soldiers and Sir Roten, they didn't make it back. Hearing this, Marcus fell into a somber silence. He then asked the butler again, "Where is the young mage? I must see him in person." Meanwhile, Jan was training by himself in the training yard when he suddenly heard someone call his name. "Sir Mage." It was Hoga acting on the Lord's orders. "Ah, you've arrived, sir," he said. Yan Fei cut straight to the point. "I heard the Lord has awakened." Hoga replied with a beaming smile, "Yes, and it's all thanks to you, great mage." After the pleasantries were out of the way, he reverently got down to business. "I was instructed by the Lord to escort you to the reception hall. I believe he has something of great urgency to discuss with you." Hoga had finished, but Yan Fei was still trying to figure out what on earth the Lord could possibly want with him. This felt like the lead-up to a major plot point in a manhwa. A short while later, a sharply dressed Marcus strode into the reception hall. Spotting his benefactor, his face lit up with a wide grin as he boomed, "Welcome. Coming along with him was his son Ravi." Yan Fei immediately asked the Lord, "How are you feeling?" In that vast room, the steady voice of Marcus echoed, "Thanks to everyone's concern, I feel immensely better. I must express my sincere gratitude for your aid. You have secured the present and the future of House Morgan and the very foundation of our homeland." While listening to his father, Ravi, standing just behind, offered Yan Fei a warm smile. Marcus placed a hand over his heart to show his profound gratitude and continued, "Furthermore, you single-handedly wiped out the goblin infestation on Mowgli Mountain and protected our domain. I couldn't call myself a Grand Lord of the Empire if I let such a monumental feat go without a proper reward. Therefore, after much careful consideration, I have chosen this for you," he said, gesturing toward a gift box. Marcus then softly requested, "Please open it." Yan Fei did as he was told and lifted the lid. The moment he saw the item inside, his eyes went wide with classic manhwa-style shock. It was none other than the Mogul ring. Yan Fei looked up as the Lord began his explanation. "I heard from Marguerite that you wished to borrow this ring, claiming you could sense mana flowing from it." Marcus asked Yan Fei with genuine curiosity, "I always thought it was just some dusty old family heirloom. What sort of power does it actually hold? Was it of any use to you?" Mage Yan Fei was happy to explain. "This little ring amplifies its wearer's mana. It proved to be extraordinarily useful when I was tidying up the goblins in the canyon." Hearing this, Marcus's face lit up with pure joy. "How fortunate. In that case, the ring is yours." Mage, please accept it, as a token of our bond. Yan Fei's attention snapped back to the Lord at those words. He looked up and questioned, a token? At that very moment, Marcus declared with absolute certainty, from this day forward, Mage Yan Fei will forever be considered an esteemed guest of the Morgan family. This little trinket will be the token of our unbreakable promise. So will you accept it? Yan reached out his fingers, brushing against the ring. He didn't rush to answer the Lord, though, as his inner monologue was already firing up. Forever an honored guest? Huh? That's a 1,000-year contract, which is a ridiculously huge deal among the Empire's nobility. Seeing our boy hesitate, Marcus quickly bowed and added, with all our sincerity, our family will always roll out the red carpet for Sir Yan Fa should you ever need our assistance. If you're ever in a pinch, we promise to always have your back. Throughout this whole sales pitch, Yan kept his poker face on. The father-son duo then got super dramatic, placing their hands over their hearts and declaring, we swear upon the northern currents of the Luhi River that we will honor this pact from one generation to the next. And scene change. We're now on a trail winding through the forest near the Lord's estate. It's the crack of dawn. The next day, and the captain of the Morgan Knights, along with a few soldiers, is escorting Yan on a little field trip. After a while of walking, Yan's patience started to wear thin. Captain, are we there yet? How much farther to Luo town? Anuo casually replied, we'll be there soon enough. It's just over that hill. Hearing that, Yan wisely shut his mouth and just stared in the direction the captain had pointed. And right on cue, it was time for a classic Manhwa flashback sequence. My lord, I have a question. Do you happen to know any alchemists in your territory who can brew some serious elixirs? Marcus had replied, as a matter of fact, in the town of Luo to the north, there's an alchemist named Radio. He stroked his chin thoughtfully and added, they came from the capital but moved north for a certain special herb. As the memory faded, Yan muttered the name Alchemist Radio. A flicker of worry crossed his face. That's a name I never heard in my past life. I really hope I can find an elixir to top off my depleted mana tank. His train of thought was abruptly derailed by a soldier's loud shout. Captain Sir Mage. Over there we can see the town of Luo. However, the sight that greeted them was pure, unadulterated chaos. The entire town of Luo was engulfed in a sea of flames. Yan's eyes went wide with shock at the horrific scene. Anuo and his soldiers immediately went on high alert, drawing their swords in unison. Down in the town, things were even worse. It wasn't just that the houses were burned to cinders, the people of Luo were being brutally massacred by bandits. Fresh bloodstains were still splattered on the trees. Their axes. Turns out that hefty one belonged to the head honcho himself. He slings it over his shoulder and casually orders his goons. Round up the small fry, it's time to regroup. A disgustingly satisfied smirk spreads across his face as he adds, let's finish this quickly so we can move on to the main event. The moment the leader gave the command, his minions snatched a nearby little boy. The kid thrashed around in despair, screaming, no! The boy's father, a man named Rui, immediately charged forward, shouting his son's name, Du Ge. But before Rui could get close, the bandits slammed him to the ground. One of them started stomping on him, repeatedly spewing insults. You're about to die, you useless piece of trash. He gets kicked so hard he's spitting up blood, but the thug doesn't let up. This is a classic, brutal Manhwa scene. Seeing his father being tortured, Doogie couldn't stand it and kept struggling. Let go, let me go, Dad. The leader, hearing the racket, turns and grumbles, this little moron is so annoying. Then he utters the most cold-hearted words imaginable. To a child, will you finally shut up if your dad dies? Doogie instantly freezes, desperately trying to choke back his tears. He's probably terrified that making one more sound will mean the end for his father. But of course, the bandit wasn't done. He raises a cold, sharp dagger towards the father and says with a chilling tone, I'm going to sell your son to a very good place. As he says his farewell, his eyes are completely devoid of humanity, filled with nothing but absolute madness. Doogie lets out a final heart-wrenching scream of despair, but right at that critical life-or-death moment, his father's life hangs by a thread. He's shocked to see the bandit suddenly skewered by a massive ice spike. A spray of red splatters across Dujay's face, stunning him into silence. The thug who was beating his dad dropped dead on the spot. A second later, his cronies finally manage to process what just happened. One of them stammers out, What was that?" Another one finally recognizes what just turned their leader into a human popsicle. Is that ice? The bearded goon is also panicking. Where did that come from? Just then whispers spread through the bandit crew. Over there, it's soldiers. At that moment, Yan doesn't even waste a single word on them, instead unleashing a relentless barrage of ice magic toward the crowd. A storm of sharp icicles rains down, like a deadly downpour rocketing towards them with deadly precision. The bandits scream and start running for their lives. Oh crap, run! But no matter how fast their little legs could carry them, there was no escaping Mage Yan's personal brand of icy acupuncture. The whole town was now filled with the delightful echoing shrieks of bandits getting turned into popsicles. A short while later, with the riff-raff neatly disposed of, Yan was having a dramatic solo moment on a cliffside, as all cool protagonists do. He was busy feeling out the awesome new upgrades to his magical mojo. Yan glanced at the Mowgli ring on his finger with a smug little thought. Well, that certainly did the trick. He stared at it a bit longer, figuring that thanks to this bling, his mana limit was probably on par with a third-class mage now. Back in the town of Loi, however, the party was over. Sure, the murderous bandits had been, well, murdered. But the mess they'd left behind was astronomical. Entire blocks of houses had been flambéed into nothing but charcoal. The townsfolk, mothers, children, even the toughest-looking dads were kneeling in the soot weeping for their lost loved ones. Our young hero Yan was brooding over the desolate scene when suddenly a voice cut through the gloom. "Master Mage." It was Nuo. Yan immediately snapped into business mode, asking about the captain's situation. "Any of the soldiers injured?" The man replied, "Not a scratch, sir, all thanks to you." Hearing that, Yan felt a wave of relief. "That's good," he said, though his mind was already jumping to the next problem, the pharmacist he'd been searching for. "Man, I hope they're still in one piece." Just then an urgent shout snapped him out of it. "Ridio." Hearing the familiar name, Yan whipped his head around. He saw a man named Batten struggling to hold up a barely conscious Ridio. "Hang in there, Doug." Glass, standing nearby, was frantic, crying out, "Father, father!" The moment Yan saw who it was, the very person he'd been looking for. He strode over, placed a hand on Doug Glass's shoulder, and said, "Let me take a look." The second he did, Yan's eyes flew open in shock. Ridio's condition was, to put it mildly, absolutely terrible. His skin was a ghostly white, completely drained of color, and his hair had turned snow white. A single, dreadful thought flashed through Yan's mind. Could this be mana poisoning? The kind of affliction you only read about in the darkest manhwa, a disease that left a person unable to live but also unable to die. It was considered a curse straight from the gods themselves, because if a certain amount of mana invades a body that has a mana-sensitive brain but lacks a mana heart to process it, the raw mana fragments will basically short-circuit the entire system, preventing brain stimulation and bringing on the most excruciating pain imaginable. For the rest of your life, you never get a single moment of peace. Yan stared down at Ridio's grim state, realizing the gravity of the situation. Putting on his detective hat, the guy couldn't have overdosed on mana himself, which meant one of the mages on staff must have deliberately sabotaged him. A classic whodunit. Yikes, those symptoms look nasty, he thought. But fear not, because our boy Yan already had a solution brewing in that big brain of his. He just said, "Hold on a sec," and slapped a hand on the guy's forehead. Turns out there's a quick fix for this level of agony. You flush out the corrupted mana by pumping in some pure-blooded, high-octane stuff. A few minutes later, the pained expression on Lei Ao's face finally relaxed. With the immediate crisis averted, Yan turned to Bin and said, "All right, you're on wound duty. For this guy." Bin stammered back, "Yes, thank you." But just as Yan was about to make a cool exit, a tiny hand suddenly grabbed onto his sleeve. The culprit was none other than little Duj Lassi. He hesitated for a moment before asking, "My father, is he going to be okay?" Jan looked down at the kid and decided to reply, bluntly and to the point. In his head, he was thinking, well, I can temporarily patch him up by pumping him full of mana, but there's no way to cure this curse for good. Hearing this, Doug Lacey's face fell as he asked again, his voice trembling, so later, is he just going to be in pain again? Jan didn't answer the kid, thinking to himself that the fresh mana he just injected would eventually become stagnant garbage too. It's a vicious cycle. The man would have to make a decision himself. Jan just stared silently at the distraught Doug Lacey. The harsh truth was right there on the tip of his tongue, but he kept it locked away. The options were grim. Either keep getting mana transfusions and endure, or, well, die. Even knowing the inevitable outcome, Jan just told Doug Lacey, probably. The boy instantly understood and his face turned pale. This wasn't some feel-good fantasy manhwa. Doug Lacey began to tremble as fat tears rolled down his cheeks. Suddenly, a fire of determination lit in his eyes. I have to find the flower of Lan Day and create the antidote. And with that, the kid turned on his heel and bolted. Bin saw this and yelled out in a panic, Doug, Lacey, where are you going? The name hit Jan like a ton of bricks. In that instant, he remembered the name of the greatest alchemist in all of history. A tall, stern-looking man, a complete 180 from the desperate little boy crying in front of him right now. Because this kid would one day become the legendary palace alchemist Doug Lacey Hamon. Jan vividly recalled his cold gaze from the future. A man who came from nothing, who clawed his way up to stand beside Emperor Zhang Na, all thanks to his genius-level talent. When Jan saw him in his past life, the man absolutely loathed mages. Thinking back, Jan suddenly pieced everything together. It all started to click. An alchemist poisoned by a mage's mana, a specific herb he was desperately searching for up north. Every single word Douglas had just sputtered replayed in his head. I have to find the Landier flower and create an antidote. It all pointed to one terrifying conclusion, an herb that could completely neutralize the mana in a person's body. If such a thing actually existed. A voice from a past life screamed inside Jan's head, serving as a grim reminder. It's a poison that nullifies mana in your very blood. And just like that, the memories came flooding back. Jan stood there completely thunderstruck for a moment before instantly casting a spell. It was an acceleration spell to chase down Douglas. In the blink of an eye, like a hero in a fantasy manhwa, Jan appeared right in front of the kid, who skidded to a shocked halt. Jan placed both hands firmly on Douglas's shoulders. Hold on, there are still bandits outside the village, and that forest is no playground. Tears immediately welled up in Douglas's desperate eyes. But I can't wait any longer if I don't find that flower and make the antidote soon. My father will. But while Douglas was in the middle of his sob story, Jan was already casting. Sleep. Douglas mumbled, his consciousness fading. I have to. A second later, he was swaying on his feet, his balance completely gone. As he finally collapsed onto Jan's shoulder, Douglas was still whispering weakly, the flower. Jan gently supported the sleeping boy. A short while later, sunlight dappled through the canopy, lighting up the forest. Douglas was sleeping soundly on a patch of lush green grass, his small face looking incredibly peaceful and innocent, a stark contrast to the man Jan remembered from his past life, which sent his mind racing with possibilities. He couldn't help but ponder. Looking at him now, Jan thought, if you just wiped that menacing glare off his face from the future, he'd look exactly the same. Jan sat quietly beside Douglas, his thoughts swirling like a tempest. If I hadn't come to Loi village, his father would be dead, and this kid would have been sold into slavery. The memory of the future Douglas's cold, emotionless face made Jan recall the poison he was forced to drink. He had to be the one who created it. He must have followed orders and brewed that poison, even knowing Zhang Na's entire plan. At this thought, Jan's train of thought screeched to a halt. A dark plan began to form. He glanced over at the pint-sized version of Douglas, and a chilling idea surfaced in his mind. Should I eliminate him? But he immediately shot down the idea himself. No acting so rashly could create some seriously unpredictable plot twists in my new life. This was a risky move because only Jan knew the secret to Douglas's ridiculously overpowered future. The kid had the talent to become an alchemist. The greatest in history, a true legend, straight out of a manhwa. I could totally mold him into my star player, Jan thought. Yet despite this brilliant idea, a knot of anxiety twisted in his gut. Even if the kid lived a completely different life this time around, who's to say he wouldn't turn around and backstab him later? His hand adorned with the magnificent Magulian ring froze midair. In that split second, our dramatic mage seemed to have reached a decision. But right on cue, someone called out, "Mage, sir." It was Captain Antu, and Jan asked, "What's up?" The captain, huffing and puffing, gasped, "You took off in such a hurry I had to chase you down." Once he finally caught his breath, Antu spotted Douglas passed out on the ground. "Who's the kid?" he asked, his curiosity piqued. Yan, not wanting to reveal the whole crazy story, just gave a simple answer. "I figured he was about to do something monumentally stupid, so I put him down for a nap." With that, he slowly stood up and added, "Since you're here, do me a favor and carry him back to the village." Yan then breezed right past Antu. The captain, confused, called after him, "Aren't you coming with us?" Jan glanced back, hesitating for a heartbeat before saying, "I've got somewhere else I need to be." And poof! Before the last word even left his lips, he was gone, leaving nothing but the whistling wind. Seriously, the dramatic exits in this real-life manhwa were getting out of hand. Later that night, at the small house of Li Day and his son, a light still flickered through the window even though it was late. Li Day sat beside his son's bed. He watched him for a moment before speaking. "Douglas, you awake?" Hearing his dad's voice, the boy stopped pretending to be asleep and replied, "Not yet." Li Day looked at his son and said, "B Tan told me everything about some powerful mage who came to the village and saved us all. And I also heard you tried to pull another reckless stunt. You little rascal," he chided gently. Douglas, feeling busted, tried to explain, I was just trying to find a flower, I swear." It was pretty clear that his dad knew exactly what he was up to, but for his son's safety, Li Day frowned and reminded him there could still be bandits lurking around. The village. The moment his father said that, Douglas shot bolt upright in bed. His next words were a fiery mix of frustration and deep worry for his old man. "Then what am I supposed to do? That mage said you're going to be in a world of pain?" At this point, Li Di could only try to soothe him with a simple, "I'm fine." He then added, "If I can just find the Landier flower." Hearing this, Douglas had finally hit his breaking point. "It's been a whole year, Dad," he sobbed, his voice cracking. "You haven't found a single one. Are you sure this flower even exists outside of some fantasy manhwa?" But just then, a confident voice cut through the gloom from the doorway. "Oh, it exists." The father and son duo nearly jumped out of their skins. They both whipped their heads toward the sound where a shadowy figure was lurking. Lei Ao, feeling a surge of paternal panic, yelled towards the door, "Who's there?" When only silence answered, he shouted again, "Who is it?" The person stood motionless just outside their home. Then the visitor got straight to the point. "I heard you're looking for the Hollandier." Well, that shut them up fast. After a moment of heavy hesitation, Lei Ao cautiously creaked the door open. When the figure lowered their hood, it was a shockingly familiar face, the young mage Yan. "Pardon the intrusion," Yan said, stepping politely into the house. Douglas's eyes widened in disbelief, a flicker of recognition dawning on him. It's that mage. Lei Ao was also stunned when his son confirmed this was the very person who had saved him that morning. "What?" And then Yan calmly introduced himself. "I am Yan." With that, he placed a small block of ice on the table, which immediately became the center of the universe for them. "What is that?" Lei Ao breathed out. But a second later, as his eyes focused on the object frozen within the ice, he gasped, unable to believe what he was seeing. The thing Yan had just casually plopped on their table was none other than the very prize Lei Ao had been searching for all this time. It was the Hollandier flower. Yan, knowing full well Lei Ao needed it for a cure, made his move. I will give you this flower. He offered, his tone suddenly serious. But first, let me ask you one question. How did you find out about this herb? Yan asked intently. When its effects are supposedly unknown to the world, Lei Ao didn't answer right away. He hesitated. It was because of a diary. He finally confessed to Yan, repeating himself. I saw it in a diary. Seeing no reason to be secretive anymore, he went and fetched the book. This book is an herbalist's journal. My father left it to me. As he spoke, Lei Ao's hands flipped through the worn pages, stopping at a specific entry. If you look at this page, right there in the middle of the journal was a detailed entry on the hollandier, a flower with the power to nullify mana, an item straight out of a high-stakes manhwa. It was said to be found only on the northern continent, a 12-petaled flower with poison in its stem and blue roots which withers the moment it's picked, making it impossible to cultivate or harvest. Yan took the journal, his eyes scanning the page. Then he asked with curiosity, so your father knew about this too? Alchemy, you say? To which Rio casually replied, you could call it the family business. The gears in Yan's head immediately started turning, figuring this must be the diary of Jia Bao, and Rio's cagey confirmation was all he needed. Yan lifted his gaze, locking eyes directly with the man. He stated coolly, in that case you must be aware that for a mage with a mana heart, the Lander's flower with its mana-nullifying properties is basically a death sentence in a pretty petal package. Hearing this, Rio froze for a beat, completely taken aback. He quickly scrambled to explain, now hold on, I get what you're implying, but the alchemists in my family would never brew a potion designed to hurt someone. Fearing Yan's skepticism, Rio doubled down, declaring, I'd stake my entire family's reputation on it. But Yan's razor-sharp gaze had already drifted away. His scrutinizing eyes eventually landed on young Do Jela Sis, who looked a bit startled to suddenly be the center of such intense inspection. After a few tense seconds, the intensity in Yan's blue eyes softened. I see, he said simply. He then picked up the block of ice encasing the Lander's flower. Thank you for your answers. This whole interrogation felt like a scene from a dramatic manhwa. But just as Rio thought it was over, Yan slowly added, however. And just like that, he cast a spell on the ice block and an emerald green flame erupted in his palm. With a deadpan expression, Yan offered a completely insincere, my apologies. A second later, the ice block vaporized and the delicate flower within instantly shriveled into dust. Yan watched the ashes drift down before speaking. See, even I can't actually find one. The best I could do was freeze it to preserve its form. The realization hit Rio like a ton of bricks. You tricked me, he sputtered. Yan shot back. I was just trying to prove a point that you seem to think these Lander's flowers are just lying around for the picking. Having made his dramatic point, Yan switched gears and offered a deal. Mr. Rio, let's make a trade. Still reeling from the little deception, Rio asked hesitantly, a trade? Rio fell silent, listening intently as Yan laid out his terms. First, I will continuously supply you with my mana, ensuring you don't keel over from mana poisoning. I also promise, he continued, to find a way for you to safely use the Lander's flower. Internally, however, he was thinking, I'm positive I can dig up the info I need on this thing. Specifically, the information that Jiang Na and Du Jelaisi had already discovered. Yan pressed on, therefore I need you to come with me to the capital. Rio balked at the suggestion. The capital, and why on earth would I do that? Now it was time for Yan to state his side of the bargain. In return, you will create mana potions to cover my deficiency, and more importantly, you will learn how to concoct an antidote for my mother's illness. This last part clearly puzzled Rio, who couldn't help but ask. An antidote? But why would I do that? Yan now revealed his side of the deal. I need you to create mana potions for my own mana deficiency, and then you'll learn to make the cure for my mother's illness. Hearing this, he wondered aloud. Can't you just hire some famous alchemist? My skills aren't that god tier, you know, Yan shot back. What I need is someone who'll be there, 24/7, constantly brewing potions just for me. His gaze then drifted over to Douglas, the very kid who had dashed into a forest crawling with bandits just to find a healing herb for him. So please make the right call. If not for yourself, then at least for this kid's sake. Douglas, hearing Jan mention him, looked utterly bewildered for a second. An electrifying thought suddenly struck Rui. This boy isn't just some random kid. Who in the world is he? After that internal monologue, he voiced a small request. Can you give me some time to think about it? Jan, who couldn't care less about the clock, replied coolly, Take all the time you need. He looked at the father and son again, his thoughts swirling. In this life, could Douglas actually avoid losing his father and becoming a slave? This kind of second chance was the stuff you only read about in a transmigration manhwa. He waited in silence for Rui's answer. He glanced at the boy Douglas, who was smiling innocently right at him, and thought that this time the kid's talent wouldn't fall into the hands of Jiang Na. The next morning, Jan was still patiently standing there gazing at the house and waiting for the father and son. The voice of Anuo suddenly echoed from behind. Lord Mage. Hearing him, Jan turned his head. He had come to report that they were ready to return to the Lord's castle. Jan remained silent for a long moment. It seemed he still wanted to wait for Rui. But the door remained stubbornly shut, not a single sign of life. Jan had no choice but to reply to Anuo. Fine, let's get going. Just when Jan was sinking into disappointment thinking, so he still hasn't decided, the door suddenly swung open. Rui and his son stepped out carrying some simple luggage. Douglas called out to him, Mage Jan. Jan glanced over at them, his face showing a hint of surprise, but he still turned and walked over to ask, Have you decided? Rui hesitated before answering, I've decided. Do I really have any other choice? He added, A man's got to live first and foremost. As he spoke, he and his son descended the stairs. Rui's face was now visibly relieved. He said, Please fulfill your promise. Having received the answer he wanted, Jan's expression brightened up considerably. But of course. His gaze suddenly landed on the young boy, as it seemed Douglas wanted to say something. The boy spoke up hesitantly, Can you really truly heal my father? Jan let out a soft breath and then smiled at Douglas. Yes, he said. I promise. The boy, still not entirely convinced, looked like he was about to ask for confirmation yet again. For real, summoning every last drop of his patience, Jan gently replied, Yes, for real. Hearing this, Douglas instantly lit up like a Christmas tree. In that case, can I call you my leader? Jan looked a tad uncomfortable but still managed to reply, Sure you can. Douglas dramatically placed a hand over his heart and declared with the utmost seriousness, Yes, my leader. Looking at this carefree kid made Jan can't help but recall how stone-cold and ruthless the Douglas from his past life was. Get the hell out of my sight, Jan couldn't help but wonder. Was he really this much of a cinnamon roll as a kid? Just then the thundering sound of hooves suddenly charged toward them. Jan whipped his head around to look while poor Glad just stood there utterly baffled and clueless as to what was going on. A soldier rode up dismounted and rushed over to Jan saying urgently, Sir Mage, we have to get back to the castle pronto. Jan asked him, Did something happen? The soldier immediately laid out the situation. I heard the prince has already crossed the Gamus River. A flicker of shock flashed in Jan's eyes. He's already crossed the Gamus River. The soldier stammered in reply, Yes, the news just arrived this morning. Jan didn't bother replying, instead thinking to himself, And you're only telling me now. It seemed he already knew what his next move had to be. Let me borrow your horse. The soldier shot back, Do you even know how to ride, sir? Jan strolled over to the horse and gently stroked its coat a few times. Not particularly well, but it can become my friend. Turns out Jan's trick to making friends with horses was to cast a taming spell on them. A few seconds later, the horse's entire demeanor changed. It obediently listened to Jan's command, I need to get to the castle. Can you take me there? In a move straight out of a fantasy manhwa, the horse actually took a few steps back and then it gently lowered itself to the ground, practically inviting Jan to climb aboard. While everyone else was still gawking in utter disbelief, Jan shouted out some instructions. Sir An Nung, please bring Mr. Le Duo with you. By this point, Jan had successfully mounted the horse, and hastily added, "I'm going on ahead." Cut to the next scene where Crown Prince Heng's procession is still marching. Steadily forward, sandwiched between columns of cavalry, was the grand royal carriage. Inside Hung was sitting, pensively gazing out the window as he recalled past events. "You summoned me, father." "Yes, your imperial majesty." "Emperor," Terry said in a grave tone, "there is something I must tell you before you leave. I've heard that Herb has been frequently meeting with the five prince." Yanfa nearly jumped out of his skin hearing his father, the emperor, say that. He immediately went quiet to listen intently. Because so many nobles follow the Ivory Tower's lead, you must understand how utterly crucial it is to know whose side its master is on. At this point, Terry finally connected the dots. He guessed that the Tower Master was probably planning to back the fifth prince. After all, nobody knew his own children better. The fifth prince, Jiang Na, is a sharp one. I am certain he'll use this HB kid and try to reel in some big names to his side. Terry paused, his gaze landing squarely on the brooding prince. It was then that he had declared, "Yanfa, you must do whatever it takes to make that boy your man before the Ivory Tower sinks its claws into him." Listening to this long-winded lecture from his dad, Yanfa remained silent, but the emperor's words echoed relentlessly in his mind. "I am telling you to get him on your side and build your power base." Recalling that stressful memory, Yanfa let out a world-weary sigh. He ran a hand through his hair in frustration. Even if he's a mage, what good is one kid? It's not like this is some power fantasy manhwa. The Ivory Tower was crawling with mages, and not a single one of them had bothered to back him. Suddenly, Yanfa's expression turned deadly serious. How dare he abandon me, the rightful heir, and choose the fifth prince? The thought stewed in his mind. The day I take the throne, I will eliminate those wretched fools. Just then, Oliver, captain of the second night squad, approached the carriage. "Your Highness," he began, getting straight to the point, "I believe it would be best to inform House Moglian." Yanfa didn't even bother to look at him, replying flatly, "I thought we already settled this." But Oliver, bless his persistent heart, pressed on. "We must give them some time at the very least to prepare for your arrival. I beg you to reconsider." Yanfa propped his chin on his hand, the boredom practically radiating off him. "Speaking of which, remind me, isn't your family part of that Northern Moglian clan?" Oliver confirmed, "Yes, your highness, that's correct." A voice echoed from within the carriage. "How much longer until we arrive?" Oliver did a quick mental calculation. "It looks to be about 2 days, sir." At this, Yanfa's expression finally shifted. A wicked grin spread across his face as he ordered, "Excellent. 2 days is more than enough. Send them the message." His voice was dripping with a mixture of eager anticipation and pure contempt. Let's see how the so-called protectors of the North and shield of the Empire managed to prepare for a royal visit on a measly 2-day notice. Hearing this, Oliver couldn't help but feel a chill. Dared to argue. He had no choice but to bow to the Crown Prince's whim. "As you wish, your highness." And with that, the scene shifts to a grand estate. This is the residence of Lord Marcus, who is currently in full-blown panic mode, bossing his servants around. This is where His Highness the Crown Prince will be staying. "I want this place so clean you could eat off the floors," Marcus commanded with a dramatic flourish. But inwardly, his brain was doing gymnastics. "I really thought they weren't coming since we got 0 advance notice." But as the esteemed lord of the Mowgli territory, he had to plaster on a smile and hide the sheer terror. He turned to his ever-reliable butler, Hoga. "Have the other families arrived yet?" Hoga bowed. "They have, my lord. All the noble houses are present and accounted for except for House Marfaden and House Ut. They've sent word they're running fashionably late." A flicker of exhaustion crossed Marcus's face. He pressed on, looking utterly drained. "And what about the mage? Any word?" Hoga shuffled his feet nervously. No, my lord, not a peep." Marcus was now officially stressed out. "This is a complete disaster," he muttered. "I just need some air." A moment later, a guard from the gate bellowed at the top of his lungs. "His Highness, the Crown Prince, has arrived." Right on cue, a magnificent procession of royal carriages rolled into the Lord's estate. Just then, the lead carriage carrying He Dian finally came to a graceful halt. He slowly descended, radiating an aura of cold authority that was straight out of a manhwa. It was an imposing presence that could freeze lava. By then, Marcus and the gaggle of other nobles had assembled in the main hall ready to welcome the crown prince. One nervous nobleman leaned over and whispered to Marcus, "My lord, where in the world is the mage?" Just as he was about to hem and haw his way through an answer, a loud panicked shout ripped through the air, cutting him off completely. "Whoa, stop!" From the direction of the voice. A lone horse trotted forward before skidding to a halt, and clinging to its back for dear life was none other than Yan. He was clutching the horse's mane like it was a life raft in a hurricane. After a few shaky seconds, Yan cautiously lifted his head. His hair looked like it had lost a fight with a flock of angry birds. Then Yan finally spoke up. "Sorry, I'm late." A flustered Marcus quickly replied, "You're here, that's what matters. Right this way, please." The surrounding nobles immediately started whispering among themselves at the absolute state of him. Is that the legendary mage? The kid who looks like he can't even ride a pony without a seatbelt. Marcus placed a reassuring hand on Yan's shoulder and announced, "The mage was summoned by royal decree. According to imperial law, he must stand in the most honored position." With the situation now crystal clear, the two of them walked forward to meet the crown prince. For a moment, they all just stood there staring at each other in the most awkward silence imaginable. Breaking the silence, Haydn speaks first. "So you're Yan Fa, but Yan Fa doesn't answer. He's too busy giving the crown prince a thorough once-over." A flood of memories rushes through his mind, a face he hasn't seen in ages. His gaze then drifts over to the mages in their fancy robes standing nearby. Yan Fa's attention is immediately drawn to a black-haired girl among them. As if sensing his stare, she turns and flashes Yan Fa a smile. Her name is Cecilia. A smirk plays on Yan Fa's lips because he knows exactly who she is. She's a spy from the rival empire, plain and simple. Time skips forward and we cut to a lavish party inside the mansion of Maris, where Oliver is patiently trying to keep the crown prince in check. "Your Highness, please don't overdo it with the drinks." But Haydn couldn't care less, retorting, "Besides this wine, what else is there to drink?" He then proceeds to air all his royal grievances. "I can't believe I had to travel this far just to mingle with these insufferable nobles. This party is a total snooze fest, and I really don't like that brat. I want to go back and get some sleep." Hearing the prince whine, Oliver can only listen in silence like a good little attendant. Elsewhere, Cecilia is holding a glass of wine, hiding out in a corner and separating herself from the noisy crowd. She's lost in thought. What a strange coincidence. The Cautis Empire is also interested in that kid. Cecilia recalls that not too long ago, the Cautis Empire issued 2 directives. First, to eliminate the rumors about Yan Fa by observing him personally. With that thought, a glint of determination flashes in her eyes. If the rumors are true, she must capture both the little mage and his mother and drag them back to the Empire. Cecilia scans the crowd of nobles, but Yan Fa is nowhere to be seen. What kind of person causes such a commotion anyway? I guess I'll have to find him myself. She heads off alone to the training grounds nearby. When she spots a familiar silhouette, she knows she's found him. There he is. Cecilia stands behind him, ready to unleash her power for a surprise attack on Yan Fa. Should I test out his rumored abilities? She wonders. Let's start with something gentle. This is straight out of a battle manhwa playbook. And by gentle, she means a full-powered blast. The thought has barely crossed her mind when a volley of magic arrows shoots towards him at lightning speed. The arrows slam into the spot where Yan Fa was standing, kicking up a massive cloud of dust and smoke. Cecilia's eyes remain intensely focused on the scene. Suddenly, her eyes bulge in utter shock as she witnesses her entire attack being completely neutralized by the very mage she was targeting. He casually blocked her entire attack, forcing her into a delayed uh-oh moment. "Is that a shield?" Yan shot her a questioning glare. "Who are you?" Cecilia, trying to play it cool, replied, "You see my magic and still don't know I'm your senior from the Ivory Tower, of course. I was just saying hello." He wasn't buying it for a second. Is that how you say hello to people? He asked again, his eyes dripping with disdain. Cecilia scoffed mockingly. Oh, listen to this little brat. Your senior was just having a bit of fun with her junior. No need to make me look bad. Before she could finish her villain monologue, Jan cut straight to the chase, calling her out by name, Cecilia. She froze on the spot, her mind racing to figure out how this nobody knew who she was. But the real gut punch came with Jan's next words, "See Walker." And just like that, her composure shattered into a million pieces, replaced by pure, unadulterated fear. Her grand plan was exposed. She stammered, "Who are you?" "How do you know that name?" Jan, however, remained infuriatingly calm. "Oh, I know you very, very well." The reason he was so well informed, classic past life memories. Turns out he'd already wiped out the entire Walker clan that had infiltrated the kingdom during his first playthrough. A smug smile spread across his face. "If you want, I can start naming the others." Cecilia, now in full panic mode, immediately cut him off. "Stop your nonsense." But Yan was on a roll. "Let's see," he continued, "the stable boy from the Motan family." His footsteps echoed ominously as he drew closer. The familiar names, each one a nail in her coffin, kept on coming. The royal secretary, Robin Ario from the 9th Squad of the National Guard, an aide to the palace's headmaid. "Ah, but I suppose the headmaid herself isn't here yet." Tilting his head, Jan looked her dead in the eye and asked, "Do you know what all these people have in common?" "Because I certainly do." Cecilia was about to lose it. She glared at Jan and snarled, "I don't know." "How you know those names?" As she spoke, fire magic began to swirl in her hands, a classic power-up you'd see in any action manhwa. But you'd be wise to pretend you don't. And with that, she immediately launched a gargantuan fireball straight for him. The blazing power illuminated the entire night sky. Cecilia clenched her fist, staring into the sea of flames she had just created. She was utterly convinced she'd just turned him into a well-done steak. However, in a shocking twist, just a moment later, from within the raging inferno, a figure shot out like a cannonball. Cecilia was left completely speechless as she watched Jan emerge from the blast, totally unscathed. Not even a scratch. Jan strolled forward, casually conjuring a magic orb. "Oh, I've known for a while that you're one of those Were family folks." She tried to play it cool, asking, "So if you knew, why on earth would you show up here all by your lonesome?" But on the inside, her mind was racing in utter disbelief. "He actually dodged my attack. What even is this guy?" Meanwhile, Jan, ever the showman, began to raise that glowing orb high into the air. "I knew you'd come looking for me at the training grounds." Cecilia's eyes were glued to the orb, following its every move, and in the next instant, for what felt like the 100th time since meeting this guy, her jaw hit the floor. Because what appeared before her was an absolute barrage of ice spears, all aimed directly at her face. Under the eerie glow of the moon, the ice stakes glittered with a deadly beauty, looking as radiant as something divine. This whole scene was straight out of a top-tier manhwa. It was then that he spoke again, his voice filled with utter certainty. "I saw this coming a mile away." Then Jan coldly pointed a hand straight at her. "Ice lance." At his command, the swarm of razor-sharp ice spears shot forward in unison. A panicked Cecilia scrambled backward, and by some miracle, she managed to throw up a mana barrier just before the icy storm could turn her into a human popsicle. But Cecilia's flimsy shield wasn't built to last. It only took a split second for cracks to spiderweb across its surface. "Damn it!" she shrieked in terror. As if on cue, Jan was already cooking up a massive fireball. To say it was powerful would be an understatement. It was easily 10 times stronger than the sad little fireball Cecilia had tossed earlier. Jan's ice-cold gaze pierced right through her as he chanted, "Fire burst." The very next second, Jan launched the colossal fireball directly at Cecilia. At this point, pure, unadulterated terror completely consumed her mind. "I can't move with the mana barrier up. I'm going to die in this life or death." Predicament. Cecilia was forced to make a split-second decision, drop the mana barrier so she could move. The moment it vanished, she instantly turned tail and bolted for her life. However, she wasn't fast enough to escape the ice lances, which relentlessly tore through her flesh. All over her body, she was getting sliced and diced, but hey, it sure beat being incinerated, thanks to that gutsy move. Cecilia just managed to escape the cataclysmic explosion from the fireball. Covered in wounds, she turned her head in absolute horror to witness the shockwave erupting right behind her. She was still reeling from the near-death experience. I'm still alive. Having just cheated death by a hair's breadth, Cecilia collapsed onto the ground. Elsewhere, Long mused to himself that the kid must have exhausted himself by using Fire Burst. Was completely out of mana. The gears in the spy's head started turning furiously. Any minute now, the others will show up. There's no proof I'm a spy, and they're not going to take some kid's word for it. The mages of the tower won't believe me either. Lying there, she decided she'd just deal with the brat after she recovered. Meanwhile, Jan was slowly strolling over to her. He stated coolly, "I have a plan to make a name for myself. By selling you out, Jan," finished the thought with terrifying calmness. But Cecilia, ever the optimist, scoffed, "You really think that's going to work, kid?" A mysterious smirk played on Jan's lips. "Of course. I have proof that even you guys have no clue about. What are you even talking about?" She snapped, a hint of panic in her voice. Right on cue, the royal knights and mages from the tower finally arrived. Oliver immediately demanded, "What happened here?" Seeing Cecilia on the ground, the other mages rushed to help her up. "What's wrong?" "These wounds." Jan cut them off bluntly, admitting, "I did it." At his bold confession, every head swiveled in his direction. Oliver addressed Jan sternly, "Please, explain yourself. What happened?" Jan immediately flipped his acting switch on, lying through his teeth. "I happened to see this woman talking to some shady character in a mask." Cecilia's eyes shot wide open in disbelief. What Jan's face scrunched up into a look of pure victimhood. "And then out of nowhere, she tried to kill me." Hearing this, Oliver started to get the picture. "So you're the one who put her in this state," he concluded. Jan shot back instantly, "I had to survive." Oliver asked cautiously, "Can you prove it?" Jan replied, "When I showed up, it looked like they were checking for something. A mark on their body." Oliver mulled this over for a split second, then without a hint of hesitation, he gave the order. "Check her body." The two mages with her immediately moved to shield her. A guy named Faye spoke up. "Hey Captain, isn't this going a bit too far? Have you forgotten we're mages of the Ivory Tower? In this kind of Manhwa, our status means something." As captain of the Royal Knights, Oliver couldn't care less about their status and instantly drew his sword. The tip of the blade was aimed squarely at the two of them. They scrambled back in fear. Oliver raised his sword with grave authority and declared, "The person who is the highest authority." And that's exactly why this all went down. Whether the tower's mages were involved or not, we have a duty to find the truth. Faye, who'd suddenly lost all his earlier bluster, whimpered, "Well, at least let me heal her first." Oliver shot back coldly, "You can do that after a full examination." He then gave a subtle wave, summoning two female knights to inspect Cecilia. A few moments later, the checkup was complete. Cecilia immediately asked the knights, "Anything suspicious?" The two women bowed and replied, "We found nothing at all." Faye started, screaming his head off again. "What did I tell you? How could you even suspect her? We must heal her immediately. It's an emergency." At this point, even Oliver couldn't help but throw a doubtful look at Jan. Was he lying? But Jan just shook his head. "Of course not." He then confidently strode toward Cecilia, who flinched as if terrified he was about to expose her deepest secret. Jan moved behind her and said, "Pardon me." Cecilia's eyes darted back as she asked, "What do you think you're doing, kid?" Jan didn't answer, simply placing a hand on the nape of her neck and working some magic. Suddenly, everyone's jaws collectively hit the floor at the sight, because right there on Cecilia's neck, a mana seal materialized clear as day. Even Cecilia herself was stunned by this reveal. "Kid, what did you do?" Jan just smirked triumphantly. "I was wondering what those two were." looking for? Seems they weren't checking for this. Memories from his past life replayed in his head like a dramatic manhwa. The C were sent to a training school with a mark. They never knew about it because only the managers did, even though I only found out. After interrogating a manager for a solid year, it took me just as long to realize it in my past life. Oliver, still clueless about the Seawalker's secret, turned to the other mages. Does anyone know what this symbol means? Faye stammered, this is the first time I've ever seen it. Oliver then questioned Jan, what about you? Kid, when asked, Jan played dumb, mumbling that it was his first time seeing it too. Smugly, Jan thought to himself, even if no one knows what it means, it's still rock-solid proof. After a moment of thought, Oliver commanded, heal her, and then we'll begin the interrogation. He then looked at the two mages from the Ivory Tower and requested, please prepare a cell. Mana. They begrudgingly agreed, yes sir. With the tasks delegated, Oliver turned his gaze back to Jan. You know, he said, if all this turns out to be true, the Emperor himself will have a handsome reward for you. Jan put on his best, me, face, acting completely stunned even though this was all going exactly according to his master plan. It was all part of the script. Later, Oliver zipped over to report the training ground showdown directly to the Crown Prince. Anne was floored, asking, you're telling me that kid actually took down a third-tier mage from the Ivory Tower? Oliver's reply was simple and crisp. That's the long and short of it. A grin spread across Anne's face. Well, he actually pulled it off. The Crown Prince then leaned in, eager for a first-hand opinion from the man right in front of him. So what's your take, Captain Oliver, about this kid? Oliver's tone turned serious. It seems the reports from the other mages were spot on. The way he carries himself, the way he speaks, it's nothing like a child's. Anne folded his arms, sinking into deep thought. I think, he declared, I ought to meet this little prodigy myself before jumping to any conclusions. Captain, bring him to me. A short while later, Jan was escorted into the room, bowing with perfect practiced respect. You summoned me, Your Highness? The Crown Prince wasted no time on pleasantries. I did. From what? I've been told one of the mages dispatched from the Ivory Tower was actually a spy from Kun, and the word on the street is she was a rather formidable mage. At this, Heian leveled a complimentary gaze at Jan. I believe your feat of taking her down and securing her capture is highly commendable. But Jan, playing the humble protagonist role to a T, simply replied, you flatter me, Your Highness. A satisfied smirk played on Heian's lips. And for that, he continued, I wish to reward you. Please tell me, what is it that you desire? Of course, Jan could read between the lines like a seasoned manhwa reader. He thought, he's trying to uncover my true desires by dangling a reward in front of me. Well, I've made it this far, might as well go for it, right? Jan said with a calculated hesitation. Well, if Your Highness permits, I would like to see the site of the old Ivory Tower on my way to the castle. He looked straight into Heian's eyes as he said it. The prince was taken aback. The old Ivory Tower site. Why on earth would you want to go there? There's nothing left to see. Jan put on a masterful performance of being flustered, wringing his hands together as he stammered, I've only ever heard about it in stories, and I've always dreamed of seeing it just once. Hearing such a wonderfully naive and innocent-sounding answer, Heian began to lower his guard. He figured a simple request to visit a historical site was exactly what a kid would want, a refreshing change from the usual demands for power or gold. What a classic manhwa plot twist. Maybe he's still just a child. That's it. Ha Den easily accepted Jan's request. Very good. So I'll take you to this place. Yan silently bowed her head and smiled smugly. I think I'll be able to get it faster than expected. He was secretly delighted when he thought of the upcoming preparations, the old ivory burning site, and the item hidden deep beneath it. Dragon Language Scroll. Dragon language plays an important role in demon research, and the book contains the essence of the language. Excitement gradually appeared on his face. In my previous life, I found it a few years before I died, so I only understand a very small part. How much more will I understand this time? A few days later, the royal escort took Yan and his close relatives to the capital. Inside the carriage waiting for Yan was now filled with a happy atmosphere. Yan's mother couldn't contain her excitement as she looked through the window. This is the first time my mother has gone this far. She turned and cheerfully spoke to her son. Right, Yan Yan immediately smiled happily at her mother. Yes, that's right. Also included is a radio. He sat next to me and said in a cheerful mood, once we reach the capital, I will be the tour guide. Dear fairy ladies, ignoring appearances, I've been working in the capital with that magician for a long time. Vanessa smiled brightly and replied, oh my gosh, thank you. Yan suddenly thought of taking a look at this guy. At this moment, the sound of horse hooves clacking next to the car caught Yan's attention and looked outside. The second emperor, Knight Vi, stepped forward and announced, Master Yan. We have arrived. This is the old ivory burning location that Yan requested to come here. Vi said our plan is to stay here for 2 days. He added with a smile, and as the emperor has ordered, you will be free to explore this place during that time. Vi warmly said to everyone, please follow me, I will guide everyone. Then he led everyone to a small nearby village to light old ivory to rest for the night. The village was truly peaceful in this quiet, dark night. When the village chief heard that royal people and magicians were visiting, he immediately came out to welcome them. I can't believe that people visit the village, it's truly a generational honor. Orden smiled happily and replied, it's nothing. Yan was a bit surprised to see the crown prince being so friendly with the people. He thought to himself, with the residents in a humane way. A flashback from his past life suddenly hit him. In that timeline, the prince always had this perpetually gloomy and vengeful look plastered on his face. A huge part of that was because Jiang Na was always by Yan's side. Seeing the brilliant smile on her face, Yan finally got it. The prince probably saves that constipated expression just for commoners and non-royals. It's a look straight out of a classic villain's playbook in a manhwa. Yan mused to himself, yeah, now I can totally see why the current emperor prefers his eldest son. Out of nowhere, Douglas popped up calling, Chief, when are you heading to the old Ivory Tower? Yan shot back a question of his own. Why do you ask? Douglas looked a bit flustered as he explained, I want to go too. Yan let out a sigh, knowing he had to visit the underground area at dawn anyway. He relented, telling Douglas, fine, tomorrow when we have some free time. The kid lit up like a puppy, his eyes sparkling as he asked, really together? Yan, totally not used to this level of cuteness, could only manage a half-hearted reply. Douglas grinned so wide his eyes vanished. Thank you. While the two boys were having their moment, Radio standing behind them remarked to Vanessa that Douglas seemed to have grown quite fond of Yan. Then he turned and whispered to Lady Fa, there's something I have to ask. Unable to contain his curiosity, Radio just blurted out, has Yan always been this mature, because I'm not seeing a 12-year-old here? Vanessa watched her son with a gentle gaze and replied, Yan, he had to grow up too fast. He's incredibly kind and always looking out for others just like his father was. She then opened up to Radio, I know. He would never say it, but he's definitely trying to fill the void his father left, and I feel so guilty about it. Radio thought, so he's just like his dad. He then asked, in that case, was your husband a mage as well? Vanessa shook her head, signaling that wasn't the case. No, Fen was an ordinary person. The image of her husband was still, sharply etched in her mind. Her voice dipped with sadness as she spoke of Fen. He went missing before Yan was even born, having left for work like any other day. Only his belongings were returned home 5 years later. Her eyes clouded over with sorrow, and now Yan was thinking about the husband who had been missing for 12 long years. Vanessa's words caught in her throat. She sighed and said to Radio, let's just drop it, it's nothing. After that, they followed the villagers' arrangements to their lodgings. The next morning, just as dawn broke, Yan materialized at the old Ivory Tower. He took a leisurely stroll, musing on how this exact scene in his past life felt like something straight out of a classic manhwa. A journey on the wind and the path of the stars, wasn't it? Then Yan's thoughts drifted to his previous self, a man on an endless quest. A journey that started after the Unification War, taking him far from the Ivory Tower and the Empire. The memories came flooding back. Was it really just a coincidence that I stumbled into the Ivory Tower back then? He wondered before immediately shooting his own theory down. Nah, no way. Something was definitely guiding me. He thought, getting lost in his own head. Before he knew it, Jan was standing right in front of the Ivory Tower. Whether in this life or the last, the place looked exactly the same, creepy. Stepping inside the tower, Jan couldn't help but recall its ridiculously dramatic history. 300 years ago, a massive war erupted between the mages of the Ivory Tower and the Dragonians, the so-called descendants of actual dragons. Back then, the Dragonians' army of gargoyles and their nasty dark magic were powerful enough to completely flatten the empire, but then the emperor and the archmage Lishan Luhe stepped up. Leading the other high-ranking mages, this absolute legend fought back, fiercely annihilated the Dragonians, and hunted the gargoyles to extinction. He single-handedly protected the peace of the empire. But here's the kicker: this incredible hero, Lishan Lu, the very man who led them to victory, flat out refused the emperor's throne. Instead, he became the master of this very tower and founded the capital Lu Hedium. And in the end, the place ended up ruined and abandoned. Naturally, Jan circled the tower a few times, clearly searching for something. It's gotta be around here. Jan's hand brushed against a hidden mechanism. A moment later, the ground beneath his feet shifted with a satisfying clunk. In a flash, a staircase, leading down into a hidden tunnel, appeared before him. Bingo! Without a hint of hesitation, Jan headed straight in. The space below was pitch black, so Jan casually whipped up a bit of magic to light the way. A sphere of light looking like a pocket-sized sun popped into existence. Its rays steadily pushed back the oppressive darkness until suddenly, the light landed on a statue of a monster. The statue was humanoid, but with long ears, razor-sharp fangs, and a pair of wings to complete the nightmare fuel look. It looked unnervingly lifelike. He stared at it, thinking to himself, I have to admit, I was seriously surprised the first time I saw this thing. Right on cue, the statue began to tremble violently. A second later, it jolted to life, becoming a living, breathing, flesh and blood monster that let out a deafening roar. The reason he'd been so shocked back then was because he never imagined it was a gargoyle. A creature thought to have gone extinct 3 years ago was just casually chilling here. In the blink of an eye, it leaped off its stone pedestal, vanishing from Jan's sight. But a second later, the gargoyle materialized right in front of him, charging forward with all the subtlety of a freight train. But Jan was cool as a cucumber, summoning another water orb in his hand. The orb rapidly expanded before shooting straight towards the monster, giving it zero time to dodge and forcing it to take a direct, gut-wrenching hit. The force of the water orb was so immense, it slammed the gargoyle against the corner of the wall before finally stopping. Jan silently observed the scene, feeling a bit on edge. In his past life, killing this thing was a cakewalk, but now it required a tad more effort. And sure enough, just as he feared, the gargoyle was completely unfazed. Its eyes were now locked onto Jan, as if it had finally decided he was the primary target that needed to be permanently deleted. The gargoyle kicked off the wall, using the momentum to lunge at Jan once more. Seeing this, Jan, quick on his feet, cast another spell, Ice Spears. At his command, sharp spears of ice erupted from the ground. The monster, caught completely off guard, was promptly impaled straight through the abdomen. Its agonized scream echoed throughout the chamber. But Jan wasn't done yet. Oh no, he immediately launched his next attack. Arcs of glowing electricity started to crackle around his body. With a determined gaze fixed on the gargoyle, a moment later, a massive lightning bolt crashed down on the creature. After a few sizzling moments, it finally stopped resisting, mostly because its entire body was now a smoking, charred mess. Jan glanced at it and thought, well, that settles the gargoyle problem. He calmly calculated his next move. It was only a matter of time now. Right on cue, just like a scene from a classic manhwa, a secret mechanism activated beside him. A stone door slowly rumbled downwards, revealing a new passageway inside. A satisfied smile spread across Jan's face. Just like last time, he thought. He then casually cast the feather spell to descend. From high above, Jan landed gracefully on the floor below without the slightest bit of trouble. His footsteps echoed as he began to take his first steps into this hidden chamber. Following the memories of his past life, Jan walked forward without hesitation, heading towards the spot where the book he sought was located. "We meet again sooner than I thought," he mused happily. The dragon language scroll was sitting all alone on a table. A sudden thought popped into Jan's head: who on earth would hide it here? He tilted his head curiously, wondering if it was a dragon or the very first mage. Jan's hands held the book with utter reverence. The dragon language, a mysterious tongue he couldn't even comprehend in his past life. If only he could this time around. Jan suddenly froze. Turns out the legendary scroll was completely and utterly blank, not a single character in sight. Jan carefully flipped through each page, but still nothing. Not a single word to be found. What in the world happened? Suddenly, a dreadful possibility popped into his head. What if he'd already used it in his previous life? As if the reason was now crystal clear, Jan slowly closed the scroll. He thought to himself, if only he could have read it just one more time in his past life. Jan opened his mouth to say something, but he just stood there stunned. It was only now that Jan realized a crucial detail: he couldn't make a sound. Yet Jan quickly calmed himself and reasoned, dragon language isn't just spoken words, it's a miraculous language that uses mana as its foundation. This could only mean one thing: the ability to use the now vanished dragon language was gone. And since you can't use time magic without dragon language, there would be no turning back the clock. A wave of regret washed over his face, thinking he could just keep hitting the reset button. But looking at it from another angle, finding this out sooner was actually a good thing for Jan, because things could have gotten way worse if he'd remained clueless. More than anyone, Jan knew that his second life, a plot straight out of a regression manhwa, had just become a whole lot heavier. The scene changes and a prosperous city slowly comes into view. A soldier announces Master Yan Wei will soon arrive at the capital Green Riverum. The convoy carrying Jan and his companions began to enter the city gates one by one. Jan sat inside, the carriage peering through the window. Finally, the capital. Looking back at the cage holding his prisoner, Jan thought he'd better be more cautious, because there was a very real possibility that if Cecilia escaped and contacted another K-Walker, the K-Walker Empire would start keeping tabs on him. For that very reason, Cecilia would definitely spill the beans about him. The one person who knows everything about the existence of the K-Walkers, and that would make things infinitely more complicated. In so many ways, Jan's train of thought was abruptly cut short by the commotion outside. Jan's convoy, led by Oliver, had been blocked. A group of people from the Ivory Tower ordered them to halt. Oliver paused for a moment to get a better look at the person before him, and it was only then that he realized he spotted none other than the big boss from the Ivory Tower. Hopping off his horse, he immediately got confrontational. "And just what gives you the right to block my way?" Oliver was taken aback by the man's calm demeanor. "I'm acting on official orders," He-Bai stated coolly, pulling out a scroll like it was no big deal. He unrolled it and declared, "This document states that all authority regarding the interrogation of Cecilia and related matters now falls to the Ivory Tower." "Perhaps," He-Bai added with a smug little smile, "you're being a tad hasty." Not one to be pushed around, Oliver shot back, "You received this authorization before the spy was even confirmed." But He-Bai was unyielding. Shouldn't matters of this gravity be handled with the utmost speed? He then gave him a condescending look. "Take a break, Captain. The Ivory Tower will handle everything from here on out. So don't you worry your pretty little head about it." Oh, the sheer audacity! That was a straight-up slap in the face to a proud knight captain. But Oliver could only grit his teeth. The man had an official order, a trump card in this political game. Begrudgingly, he had to command his men to hand over the culprit to the Ivory Tower's leader. Hearing that word, culprit, He-Bai's face soured. "Ahem, Captain," he corrected sharply, "she is allegedly a culprit. Until the truth is revealed, she remains a mage of the Ivory Tower. Do mind your language." Oliver's fist clenched so hard his knuckles turned white. He was practically steaming, but an order from the emperor was absolute. Even Oliver's men were starting to grumble. "Can you believe this?" one muttered. "We did all the work to catch her, and these pencil pushers just swoop in and steal the credit. This is so unfair to the captain, and imperial order is one thing, but this is just wrong." Meanwhile, sitting comfortably in his carriage, Jan had been watching the whole Manhwa-style drama unfold. He saw right through their little act. "I see exactly what they're up to," he mused. He knew one thing for sure: this wasn't about protecting her. It was about pride. They couldn't stand the thought of some common knight interrogating one of their precious Ivory Tower mages. Now they'd lock her up in the deepest, darkest dungeon of their tower and try to sweep this whole messy affair under the rug. Even if she really is a spy from the Southern Union, there's no way she'd escape from there. Vanessa, blissfully unaware next to Jan, was getting antsy. "What's all that commotion about?" she asked. Jan gave her a reassuring smile. "It's nothing, mother, don't worry." He then turned away and let out a quiet sigh. "Just one more thing to add to my to-do list." Just then a voice from outside snapped him out of his thoughts. "Young Master Yan the Prince wishes to make a stop before we return to the castle." The scene then shifts, revealing a lavish and sprawling mansion fit for a king. Stepping out of the carriage, Jan instantly recognized the massive villa. This was the exact same mansion he'd been gifted by Zhang Na in his past life after hitting level 5. Hei An strolled up from behind. "So you like it, kid?" he said with a grin. "This little palace is a gift all for you." Jan immediately bowed respectfully, laying on the gratitude. "Your grace is truly unparalleled, my lord." Hei An let out a satisfied laugh. "What on earth are you talking about?" Inside, Jan was doing some quick mental math comparing his two lives. In his first run, he was 26 years old when he got this mansion. But in this life, he was a solid 14 years ahead of schedule. "It's pretty sweet," he mused. Hei An, completely oblivious to Jan's internal trip down memory lane, just nodded happily. "All right, your family will stay here. You're coming with me to the castle. We've got an emperor to meet right—" Just as Hei An finished speaking, Jan hesitated, his lips trembling, like he wanted to say something but was too shy. Finally, he worked up the nerve. "If you'll permit me, sir," he began, "could I perhaps take a tour of the villa with my mother first?" Hei An agreed in a heartbeat. "You can of course go for it." For the first time, a look of pure, unadulterated excitement lit up Jan's face as he thanked the crown prince. The mansion was a spectacle ripped straight from a royal drama manhwa, from the grand exterior design to the ridiculously opulent decorations inside. Vanessa took one look around and was utterly floored. "Oh my heavens!" she gasped. Jan walked over to his mom. "Do you like it?" She stammered, "How could I possibly like this?" That's when Jan dropped the bomb. "Because from now on, this is our home." Vanessa stared back, her eyes wide. "This place—" Her young son simply gave a calm, confident nod. "Yes." Seeing his mother's joy filled Jan with a warmth he hadn't felt in a long, long time. He remembered the bitter past. The last time he got this mansion, his mother was already gone. Meanwhile, Vanessa was still trying to process it all. "I can't believe it. Is this really a place for people to live? It's even more impressive than the Lord's castle." Jan thought to himself that no matter how great a mage he had become, he could never bring his mother back. He explained to her that's because it was once used by the royal family. This, of course, sent her into another state of shock. The royal family? Seeing his mother alive and well right in front of him steeled Jan's determination. "But it's different now. All the things I wanted to do for her and with her are finally possible." He approached her, asking for her thoughts on their new home. "So what do you think, Mom?" Deep down, Jan was desperately hoping to see the one thing his previous life had cruelly denied him, a genuine expression of happiness on his mother's face. The thunderous thumping of his heart was perfectly matched by the rosy blush on the cheeks of a 12-year-old Jan who was eagerly awaiting his mother's answer. She replied in a flash, "Oh, it's so spacious and beautiful, absolutely massive, but it comes with the kind of worry that every mother has. How in the world am I supposed to clean all this?" Jan's entire body turned to stone, completely floored by his mother's unexpectedly practical response. He could barely manage a squeak. "Mom." she asked, full of concern. What is it, Yan? But Yan didn't say a word. He simply made a silent vow. From this day forward, he would ensure his mother never had to lift a finger for housework again, just so she wouldn't have these worries. Scene changed to the Green Riverum royal castle, where Yan was adjusting his sleeves deep in thought and feeling a tad anxious. I've never had a private meeting with the emperor, not even in my past life. By now, he was decked out in formal attire, looking sharp and ready for a royal audience. In his previous life, by the time he'd graduated from the academy and gotten a grip on how the world worked, the emperor was already on his deathbed. The leader of this nation in his memory and everyone else's was a celebrated emperor, praised for his wisdom and sharp mind. Yan trailed after his guide, his eyes darting around with immense curiosity, hoping he could maybe learn a thing or two from the big man himself. Peeking through a window, Yan spotted the neighboring castle and instantly recognized it as the prince's palace. A flood of memories came rushing back. I wonder what that guy is up to now. The fifth prince, born of a concubine, looked the most like the emperor. Yet he was starved of his father's affection. That man was Jiang Na, who also happened to be Yan's old friend, and in classic Manhwa style also his greatest enemy. Yan couldn't help but fret over how he should handle their inevitable reunion in this lifetime. The guide finally halted before a grand chamber. "Master Yan, this way please," he announced. "The emperor is waiting for you." As the doors slowly swung open, Yan straightened his posture, ready to march in and face the most powerful man in the land. Inside the chamber, both the emperor and the crown prince were waiting for him. Yan dropped to his knees in a respectful bow. "This humble servant is honored to be in your presence." The stern voice of Emperor Terry cut through the air, ordering Yan, "Raise your head." He looked the boy over and spoke. "Hero of the North Yan Fa, you've achieved quite a lot in such a short amount of time." Yan simply replied, "Thank you, Your Majesty." As the ruler of the entire country, Terry wasn't one to fuss over formalities. "No need to be so uptight," he said casually. "You probably haven't been taught proper etiquette. That's enough now, you may rise." Yan gracefully stood up at his command, but inside his head, he was already replaying that line. The thought was almost comical. I've never been taught etiquette, so no need to try so hard. Why did that phrase feel so darn familiar? And then it hit him. The first time he met Jiang Yi, the guy had said the exact same thing to him. Terry's voice cut through his thoughts. "You've traveled a long way to get here. Do you like the villa I gifted you, one of my own royal manors after all?" As the emperor was making small talk with Yan, Haiyan, who was standing off to the side, also locked his eyes on the boy. The second their gazes met, Haiyan flashed a cheerful wave. Yan, not daring to be disrespectful in front of the emperor, had to answer his majesty first. "It's a place so magnificent I couldn't have even imagined it," he said, laying it on thick. But his internal monologue was a different story. "Seriously, what is that guy even doing here in front of the emperor?" Terry seemed pleased and probed further. "So is that a yes or a no?" With all the manufactured sincerity he could summon, Yan replied, "I love it, Your Majesty. My mother is absolutely ecstatic." It seemed Terry was satisfied with that answer. He cracked a smile and said, "Is that so?" before immediately getting down to business. "So aren't you the least bit suspicious about why I sent my own heir to fetch you and gifted you a massive villa the moment you arrived?" Hearing such a blunt question, Yan hesitated. Should I just be direct too, he wondered. He studied the elegant man before him. He couldn't help but be reminded of the fifth prince. Jiang Yi always loved to speak his mind, no filter whatsoever. Since he's just like the emperor, his majesty must be the same way. No, not yet, Yan thought, clenching his fists. He had to control himself. Until he had everything he wanted, he was just a 12-year-old kid and he needed to play the part perfectly. Yan decided that acting like a clueless child was his best bet. So he put on his most innocent face and answered, "Isn't it because I'm more talented than everyone else? From what I've heard, my magic is just better, so..." Terry cut him off sharply. "More talented than others, you say?" he asked again, his tone dropping. "You really think that..." The atmosphere in the room suddenly became as tense as a final boss battle in a manhwa. Yan was totally frozen with no idea how to answer. Seeing the kid in a tight spot, Hien felt a pang of unease. He looked up and called out, "Father," trying his best to force a smile as he came to Yan's rescue. He's just a child. What could he possibly know? Terry looked slightly surprised that his son had dared to intervene. He couldn't help but crack a smile, thinking this was the first time he'd ever seen the lad stick his neck out for someone. It seemed this little mage was the perfect choice to grease the wheels for Heian's succession. With that thought settled, he finally spoke up. Indeed. Then Emperor Terry turned his full attention to Yan. Your talent, kiddo, that's why you're here. We have seasoned knights and mages who've seen your skills practically singing your praises. I heard you were instrumental in sniffing out that nasty little spy. What a hero. Only 3 people were present in the cavernous room. The Emperor's voice was calm and steady. When a citizen accomplishes such a feat, a reward is absolutely in order. Now tell me, what is it you want? He asked Yan point blank. Internally, Yan was doing a victory dance, having finally achieved his goal. This was his big chance, the Emperor's authority. He had fantasized about this moment. It felt like a scene straight out of a power fantasy manhwa. He quickly reminded himself to play it cool. He was, after all, just a kid. At that moment, Hui Yin spoke up for him. He once mentioned wanting to visit the old Ivory Tower. He's incredibly curious. You know how children are at this age. I think you should grant him permission, father. Hearing Hui Yin voice his exact desire, a sly smile crept onto Yan's face. Terry didn't hesitate for a second and agreed on the spot. Done. I'll give you a seal of passage. As long as you're here, you can use that to go wherever you please. On cue, a servant brought the seal to him. Yan wasn't expecting that the thing would be made of solid gold. It glittered incessantly in his hand. Terry added, you can also show it to someone and ask them to show you the way. The Emperor then asked, is that everything your little heart desires? Yan replied with practiced humility, could I possibly ask for more? This response pleased the Emperor. In that case, I'll reward you myself, now bring it in. Following his command, a group of maids entered one by one. They were carrying a massive chest overflowing with gold coins. Terry announced, this is your reward. Then he turned to the dozens of maids standing by and said, these servants will be in charge of tidying up the villa every day. I'm sending them to the villa so you can live in comfort. The sight of all these servants immediately made Yan think of his worried mother. Looks like Mom won't have to worry anymore, he thought. Thank you, Your Majesty, Yan said with genuine sincerity. A little while later, the whole affair was finally over. Standing alone outside the door, Yan pondered, he's definitely not like the others. Instead of feeling drawn to him, I just feel more suspicious. He figured the Emperor was probably like that with everyone. Just as Jiang Na would have preached, Yan clutched the seal he'd just received. Suspicion, after all, is the basic tool for ruling. And for managing, of course, Rang Na loved to say that. The thoughts raced through Yan's mind with every step. All right. Focus on the mission. First things first, I don't have much time. A little while later, Yan found himself strolling solo through a garden in the Imperial Palace right up to a guard. The guard naturally noticed him right away. Well now, little mage, what brings you to this neck of the woods? He asked. Yan, putting on his best innocent face, replied, I'm looking for the garden. Then with a cheerful flourish, he whipped out the seal. His Majesty the Emperor told me to show you this. The guard saw the shiny object, and his entire attitude did a complete 180. Ah yes, right this way please, I'll show you. In his head, Yan was thinking, all right, play it cool. Just act like a tourist visiting a famous landmark. And after a short walk, Yan finally pulled it off. He had officially entered the sacred grounds of the Empire. His expression soured, though, as a voice from the past echoed in his mind. I like it here, Yan. It was Rang Na from his past life. Rang Na had told him this place served only the Emperor and Empress. No one else, not even other royals, was allowed inside. I'm just a prince, so for now I can't, but one day I'll definitely be able to get in, right? That's what the guy had asked him back then with a smug little smile. Snapping back to the present, Yan was already deep inside the flickering flame of an oil lamp, casting long shadows all around him. Yan pressed himself against a corner in full-on stealth mode. He peeked around and spotted the guard fast asleep and snoring his head off. Turns out, while these guards are usually on high alert, this particular one was dozing off because Yan had sneakily cast a little sleep spell on him. After confirming that security was officially taking a nap, he ventured deeper inside hunting for his prize. It's near the Emperor's coffin, isn't it? Yan scanned his surroundings relentlessly. It has to be around here. Suddenly his attention locked onto one spot. Yan's eyes went wide with surprise. Found it, he cheered internally. There they were, the stoneheart mushrooms. He immediately used a delicate ice spear to skillfully pluck the mushrooms from their perch. He'd gotten what he came for. Awesome. Yan breathed a sigh of relief. This should be plenty, he thought, carefully stashing them in his pouch. But just then a sound echoed from the other side of the chamber. It's so late. Where could you possibly be going? Yan froze stiff when he heard that voice. A very, very bad feeling started creeping up his spine. Someone was here. Please don't be... Yan quickly extinguished the light orb in his hand, and the entire space was plunged into pitch-black darkness. Outside, people were whispering about something, and our boy Yan could only catch a few frustratingly vague words. Is that so? One voice murmured, but what they were even discussing was a total mystery. Whatever it was, someone finally replied, I understand. A shiver of anticipation ran down Yan's spine as he hugged the shadows in a dark corner of the waiting room. He was playing spy, trying to figure out what was happening outside. Just then, Kelvin walked in, breaking the silence. Your Royal Highness, even if that's the case. This place is a bit much, don't you think? From his hiding spot, Yan's mind raced. A princess, huh? There are only 3 royal descendants at the moment. And no matter who it is, there's no way in hell it could be Zhang Na. Princess Harry Green River replied in a soft voice. Not many people visit this place. In fact, people rarely even pass by. Don't worry, no sound will escape this room. She added, pulling the royalty card. Besides, as a princess, it's my job to manage this sacred sanctuary. And you're here to... check the magic imbued in it. We both have our roles to play. Hearing that voice, Yan immediately realized who it was. It was Harry Green River, the Crown Prince's own sister. Kelvin then asked, Your Highness, why don't you inform His Majesty? The moment he mentioned that, Harry's entire demeanor changed as she shouted, Absolutely not. Her delicate eyebrows furrowed in frustration. Don't you already know how dangerous this is? But then as she thought of her father, the Emperor, and her brother, Harry's expression softened into a joyful one. I'm sure the ancestors will understand. After all, I'm doing this for His Majesty and my dear brother. Seeing the princess's sheer determination, Kelvin knew he couldn't change her mind and had no choice but to go along with it. I understand, he conceded. In that case, I will do my best to assist you until the very end. He then turned to her and asked, Have you memorized the basic spells I taught you last time? She replied with a burst of excitement, Of course I have. Kelvin praised her with a very good, then gave her the first test. All right then, please show me the light. Harry's expression became dead serious. She focused, letting the mana flow just as she was taught. And sure enough, a second later, the princess managed to create a small ball of light. Watching from the shadows, Yan was completely shocked. A princess using magic. This felt like a twist straight out of a manhwa. Harry, however, was less than impressed. She looked at her glowing creation and whined, Why is mine so tiny? Kelvin patiently began to explain to her. It's because you've only just recently started practicing. This scene made Yan recall the Harry Green River from his past life. The one who lived her entire life. Talk about a tragic backstory, her life was basically a bird in a gilded cage. And when Zhang Na snatched the throne and her big brother got the axe, she just followed him into the great beyond, ending her own story. But now in this second playthrough of life, Yan's having a major light bulb moment. Who would have thought that tragic princess was actually a secret mage? What in the world was she hiding? The plot thickens. Yan's curiosity was officially piqued. After all, he knew that in the Green River Empire, hiding your magical talent is a one-way ticket to trouble. It's a major crime. And getting private magic lessons outside, the official Ivory Tower or the Academy. Yeah, that's a big no-no too. Jan was certain the princess knew the risks. So what was Harry's endgame? Meanwhile, she's over here asking her tutor, Sir Kevin, next time can you teach me an attack spell? Something flashy like a volcano. Kevin looked like he was about to have a heart attack. He replied helplessly to the princess, Your Highness, with all due respect, even I can't cast that spell. Hearing this, Harry quickly backpedaled. Oh haha, just kidding. But then her smile vanished. A classic Manhwa moment where she senses a presence behind her. She whipped her head around to look. Kevin, ever the loyal sidekick, asked, What's wrong, Your Highness? Harry whispered, I heard something. That news hit poor Kevin like a ton of bricks. He was instantly terrified they'd been found out. Do you think someone and saw us? He stammered, his face pale with worry. This would be really, really bad, let's just call it a day. But Harry, cool as a cucumber, calmed him down with a single sentence. Relax, Sir Kevin. Only royals are allowed in this neck of the woods. By now the sun was beginning to set. Unseen by them, Jan had already slipped away. He gazed up at the darkening sky, a smirk playing on his lips. Well, today was full of surprises, he thought. To think that Harry Green River is a mage. That's a plot twist I never saw coming, not even in my first life. He replayed the princess's fierce determination in his mind. It was starting to make sense why she would risk committing treason just to hide her powers from the Mage Tower. She must be wary of the tower's support for Zhang. Nah, Yan mused as he walked away. I might have wasted a good chunk of time in there, but damn, the intel was worth it. As he passed by the gate, a guard called out, Sir Mage, did you enjoy your tour? A brilliant, innocent-looking smile spread across Jan's face. He turned his wide, innocent eyes on the guard, thinking, oh, it was more than enough, before replying aloud, Yes, I'm quite satisfied. A short while later, back at his mansion, Jan had barely stepped through the door when Rid came rushing to greet him. My lord, Jan, you've returned, the man said, approaching him. Indeed, where are my mother and the others? He replied, Madame Fa is currently chatting with the servants sent from the royal palace while young Du Jie is exploring the mansion. According to Li Dao, the boy was acting like an excited puppy, absolutely thrilled with his new home. The kid just couldn't stop gushing about how huge everything was. Hearing this, Jan nodded. Excellent. In that case, Mr. Li Dao, could I have a word with you? With that, the two of them ducked into a private room to talk. Once they were alone, Yan got straight to the point. I need you to brew me a special potion. Li Dao raised an eyebrow. What kind of special are we talking about? In response, Yan produced a bag of mushrooms he'd just picked and began his explanation. These are stoneheart mushrooms. They're toxic, they paralyze the body and stop the heart. Hesitation was written all over Li Dao's face. You want me to brew a potion with something? This dangerous? This sounds less like a potion and more like straight-up poison. Just then, Yan cut in. Have you ever heard of an interrogation spell? The alchemist paused for a few seconds before nodding. Yes, I've heard of it. Yan laid his cards on the table. I need a potion that can resist that very spell. Can you do it? The moment Yan finished, Li Dao agreed, albeit cautiously. I'll have to run some experiments. Is this urgent? Extremely, the sooner the better. Yan insisted, his tone leaving no room for argument. While Li Dao was pondering the impossible request, a sharp knock on the door snapped Yan's attention away. A voice called out, Lord Yan, a letter has arrived from the Ivory Tower. A moment later, a maid respectfully entered and presented him with the letter. Yan slowly took the parchment and began to read the meticulously written script. To the esteemed mage Yan Fa, it seems that, much like the royal family, the Ivory Tower is also quite eager to meet you. Therefore, although we were supposed to wait until your official academy registration day to meet, well, teaching a mage of your incredible talent alongside a bunch of rookies just seems inefficient, wouldn't you agree? My life is getting more complicated than a political manhwa plot. Yan's eyes scanned every line intently. For this reason, I propose we meet 1 week from now, and I trust you will accept this request as a mage whose name is already on the Ivory Tower's prestigious roster. As soon as he finished reading, Yan turned to Li Dao and stated flatly, "You have 1 week." The alchemist looked absolutely flabbergasted. 1 week, but... For the first time, Yan's expression was dead serious. With radio putting it like that, was there even a choice? He knew negotiation was off the table, so he reluctantly agreed, "Of course. It's not a problem. A week is fine. It just means I'll have to completely forget what sleep is." Radio, looking thoroughly unimpressed, sighed, "Sounds about right. But Yan's decision is final, so my apologies for the trouble, but I'm counting on you." And just like that, Yan was off. He was riding solo in his swanky blue carriage, heading straight for the Ivory Tower. Alone in the carriage, he began rummaging through his pockets for something. There it was, a small dark vial of potion. This was Radio's special brew made from the stoneheart mushroom. One sip and it would keep his heart beating steadily for a solid 2 hours. A worried look crossed his face. Only 2 hours. Seriously peeking out the carriage window, Yan's eyes locked onto the view outside. The Ivory Tower standing tall and imposing right before him. The very place he'd abandoned everything to escape in his past life. And now, in a classic Manhwa plot twist, he was back. After a while, his attendant announced, "Sir Yan, we've arrived at the Ivory Tower." The moment Yan stepped out of the carriage, a soft voice caught his attention. "You've arrived." A young woman emerged from the tower. She introduced herself as Maris, flashing him a bright smile. "Welcome to the Ivory Tower." Maris said cheerfully, "Right this way, please. I will be your guide to the Tower Master's room." With that, she led Yan inside. They were on the first floor of the tower, the grand entrance hall. Maris explained as Yan took it all in, tilting his head back to absorb the view. The familiar scenery made him pause. He realized that between the past, present, and even the future, this place hadn't changed one bit. Maris pointed straight ahead. "Sir, do you see that golden disc over there?" Yan nodded. "I do." She began to explain its purpose. "It's for traveling between the various floors of the tower. It's a device called a mana elevator. The golden ones are reserved for high-ranking mages, giving them a direct, non-stop trip to the top floor. Would you please step onto the disc?" Yan slowly stepped onto the golden platform. Maris continued her instructions. "The senior mages are waiting for you in the Tower Master's room, on the highest floor. Well then, farewell for now." The second Yan was in position, the golden disc at his feet flared to life. It revealed a stunning magic circle patterned with clock faces, a design straight out of a fantasy manhwa. A moment later, a brilliant flash of light erupted. A blinding light flooded the entire hall, but our boy Yan stood inside calm as can be, like he'd seen this kind of dramatic manhwa entrance 1,000 times in his past life. He clutched the secret potion in his hand. Then without a moment's hesitation, he chugged the entire thing down. In the nick of time, the golden disc arrived and ground to a halt. Yan, now fully prepped, was ready to face whatever came next. He approached a massive black door, which slid open as if by magic. And just like that, Yan sauntered inside. The moment he appeared, the master of the Ivory Tower, Hebo, piped up to greet him. "Welcome, Yan Fan." He sat perched on his chair like a king, speaking in a ridiculously condescending tone. "Thank you for accepting our tower's invitation." When Yan gave him nothing but a blank stare, the man continued, "Don't just stand there, have a seat." Turns out the room was packed with other people besides Yan. Hebo chimed in, "You must be surprised, but there's no need to be afraid," he said, even as every single person in the room was glaring at Yan like he was their next meal. According to him, this was just a tiny little requirement that every mage joining the tower had to go through. Yan slowly settled into the prearranged chair. One look at their faces told him everything he needed to know. You could cut the tension with a knife. They clearly wanted to make sure he'd fall in line. Hebo, while speaking, pulled up some sort of information panel. "I've heard about your talents, but even setting those aside, you're quite the specimen. To be frank, I'm still a little skeptical." The guy had the nerve to say all this without even glancing at him. "But aren't we all brothers in mana with a bond stronger than blood? If we have the chance to clear up any doubts, we should do it right now. Shouldn't we?" Yan replied, with a voice dripping with mock innocence. "So you mean you're going to torture me?" Hebo crossed his arms, feigning shock. Oh heavens, no. Why would we do that? There's no place for such barbaric behavior in this tower. Then his eyes suddenly changed, turning utterly ice cold. We're just going to ask a few questions and you are simply going to answer them. In that suffocating silence, he announced, "All right, let's begin." Pulling up Jan's profile, Hebo began to read from the very first line. Jan Fan, born in the year 488, zodiac sign Aries. Your father, a man named Feng, was a wandering adventurer, and your mother, Vanessa. Fan was a former castle servant. Is any of that information incorrect? Jan replied truthfully, "No, it's all correct." Indeed. The bald man beside him pressed further. "I'd like to hear about your connection to Alchemist Radio." From this moment on, thanks to his little secret potion, Jan launched into his award-winning performance, answering with unnerving calm. My mother is very frail. I required an alchemist for a steady supply of medicine, and the Lord himself was kind enough to introduce us. Another inquisitor challenged Jan. And why exactly did you visit the old Ivory Tower? He replied, I've read about it in so many books. I simply had to see the place for myself. Next, a man in blue named Ronal spoke up. Do you remember a mage by the name of Cecilia? Jan answered nonchalantly, Of course I do. The man's voice was deadly serious. You claimed you saw her, talking with a masked individual, and that Cecilia was caught in the act of trying to murder you. Can you swear that this information is true because she has remained completely silent? Jan then put on a fantastic show of fear. I swear on my life, I really thought I was a goner. The white-haired woman then interjected, and you swear that no one taught you magic? Jan's answer was firm. Yes, not a single lesson. Still dripping with suspicion, she barraged him with questions. Then what about the fireball, the spirit summoning the ice magic? How do you know so many spells, I want? A logical explanation. You aren't going to tell me I just did it, are you? Jan replied, I just thought about them, and then he elaborated, acting like it was the most obvious thing in the world. For example, I would picture fire in the palm of my hand. He said it with a shrug. I just had to imagine it, and one day it became real. Hearing this answer, the room collectively lost its mind, shouting, No, way, that's absurd. For a long while after they kept chattering about Jan, only Hebo remained composed, lost in thought. His face grew stern. Even the Ivory Tower's most powerful truth spell was insisting the kid wasn't lying. His eyes were glued to Jan. A wild thought straight out of a legendary Manhwa flashed through his mind, the first Archmage. Could this boy be his reincarnation? And yet a flood of other possibilities rushed into his mind. One, the kid could be a mage of such a high caliber that even their advanced detection spells were completely useless. But it was preposterous for a child to possess that much mana. Hebo's brow furrowed tighter and tighter. What could it be? Just as the situation devolved into total chaos, a level 4 mage named Helen shot to her feet, absolutely fuming. That's enough, she roared, her patience having clearly left the building. Why are you all asking such pointless questions? She seethed. Stop wasting our time and get to something that actually matters. Jan was completely blindsided, having no idea how to handle this sudden outburst. The people around them immediately tried to play peacemaker, attempting to calm her down. Helen, take a chill pill. The Tower Master is right here. We all came to ask him questions, remember? But oh no, Helen was on a roll. She continued her tirade, arrogantly strutting right up to Jan's face. And just what are you supposed to be? She demanded in the nastiest tone imaginable. Use that mouth of yours and tell us, why are you spouting nothing but complete and utter nonsense? Hearing Helen's charming personality on full display, Jan thought to himself, ah, right, she's one of those types. He glanced at the fiery redhead, and the intel came flooding back. Helen, the youngest level 4 mage, until he arrived. Just like her fiery reputation, this leading lady was as aggressive as any rival in a top-tier manhwa. But Jan wasn't about to cower. Shouldn't you already know? He shot back coolly, leaving Helen completely stunned. What was all she could manage? Jan simply gestured towards his own information panel and said, It's written right there. His voice then rang out, reading the details aloud. Jan Fa, born in the year 488, sign of the Red Ram, Did you not read it? Well, that did it. Helen was absolutely triggered. She clenched her fists, her face twisting into a mask of pure rage. How dare you speak to me like that? Just as their little drama was heating up, He-Boo finally cut in, his voice booming. That is enough! His glare was intense. It felt like his eyes could pierce right through Yan's soul. He-Boo spoke gravely. Yan Fa, let me ask you one final question. You recall back when you took the mana reaction test, I heard there was a minor incident. A certain soldier was disrespectful to both you and your mother. You remember him? A soldier by the name of Jonathan, correct? Yan remained stone-faced, letting the man continue. He-Boo's voice was dripping with suspicion. The very next day, that same soldier was found dead, and when they discovered his body, they said it was covered in traces of mana. He then went straight for the jugular, his eyes locked on Yan. Were you involved in that soldier's death? Yan held his silence. Damn, he thought, this tower master really lives up to his reputation. He studied the man's stern expression and concluded that this wasn't a man who was overconfident in his magic. No, this was someone who always considered every single possibility. 3. Now, in a situation like this where you're being fingered for murder, any normal person would be a blubbering, terrified mess. But not our boy Yuan. Oh no, he's as cool as a cucumber with complex calculations zipping through his brain. If my heart rate stays this flat, he thinks they'll be even more suspicious. Yuan's in a pickle. The old man said this was the last question, so should he drop the act now? One look at Yuan's steely gaze says it all. He's made a decision. He's going to give these goons the exact answer they're dying to hear. In a flash, Yuan skillfully cancels the drug's effect. As he answers, his heart rate goes absolutely bonkers. I don't know a thing. The room gasps. Everyone whips their heads around to stare at him, a single thought echoing in their minds. Is this kid actually lying through his teeth? He-Boo's face finally relaxes a fraction. He probes, so you weren't involved in the incident. Yan casually replies, that's right, and wouldn't you know it? He-Boo looks utterly satisfied with that answer. Of course, the man says. There's no way you could have killed him. Thank you for your honest answer to such a difficult question. Then the Tower Master pulls a classic switcheroo. By the way, when I said we found traces of mana on his body, I was totally making that up. He just slipped off a bridge and died. He-Boo says this with the smug air of a man who thinks he's just aced a psychological test. Yuan stays silent. Only he knows his little performance was a blockbuster success, even better than expected. What a plot twist worthy of a manhwa, but the show isn't over yet. He-Boo adds, I'd love to wrap this up and go eat, but there's still something I need to do, so I hope you understand. His monotonous voice drones on. As you may already know, your talent is completely unprecedented. Even in this tower, a mysterious power with no known information is a big deal, so we have to be extra cautious. He finishes his explanation and then moves on. So let's find out your current limits, shall we? How far can you go? A crystal ball is suddenly placed in front of Yuan. According to He-Boo, the device is called a mana vessel. You can think of it as a crucial component that powers most of the tower, the master explains to Yuan. Right now it's this color because there's not much mana stored inside, but when it holds more mana, it'll start to change to a nice shade of blue. HB barked an order for him to try pouring his mana into it. Yan played it cool and asked if he should pour all of it in. The man replied, of course you should, because we're trying to see your limit here, genius. Yan strolled up to the mana vessel, mentally calculating that the container could handle the mana of a third-tier mage. Pouring in an amount equivalent to a second-tier mage would be the smartest move. With that, decided he placed his hand on it. Yan thought to himself, if I just show them the amount of mana they're expecting, I can minimize suspicion and get placed in a decent class. But suddenly he paused as his train of thought went completely off the rails. But why should I? I'm just an 8th-tier mage in this life, not some legendary sorcerer or a celebrated leader. From the history books, I've always had to read the room and live a calculated life. While he was lost in his epic internal monologue, the vessel had already turned a vibrant blue. He remembered his past life where he had walked away from everything power, authority, glory. He was capable of abandoning all that he had. An unstoppable flow of mana began pouring from Yan's body into the vessel, but he was still lost in his memories. But magic, there is nothing I understand better than magic. An incredibly powerful mana began to surge, growing stronger by the second. It was an undeniable fact that when it came to the art of magic, no one was on a higher level than Yan. What a classic Manhwa moment. The mana vessel, now being force-fed an insane amount of energy, glowed a deeper and deeper blue. Just a second later, it couldn't take it anymore and began to crack. Then in the next instant, the vessel completely detonated, causing the onlookers to let out a collective gasp of disbelief. Streams of raw mana escaped from the shattered container and flew wildly around the room. It seemed Yan had in fact dumped his entire tank into the thing. His breathing had now become a bit strained. He tried to regulate his rhythm, and even HB was struck completely speechless by the spectacle. The group of gawkers was still frozen in shock. Only Helen managed to speak. How is that even possible? She picked up a fragment of the vessel. This thing was designed to hold the mana of a third-tier mage. A terrifying thought flashed through her mind. Does that mean this kid is even stronger than a third-tier mage? By now Yan had completely regained his composure. A while after he left, when the sky had turned a golden yellow, back in that very same room, an angry hand slammed down on a table. Yanfa, a voice boomed, those rumors about that brat? That kid's power is the real deal. Rong Li, unable to keep his cool for another second, shot up from his seat. He's a fourth circle mage, people, that puts him on the same level as every single one of us minus the Tower Master. His blood started boiling all over again just thinking about it, specifically Yan Fa's reaction when he was grilled about Jonathan's death. It was the textbook definition of a liar squirming. Sensing he had the room's attention, he pressed on, "Come on, people. You see what this implies right before Yan Fa turns into some final boss from a dark fantasy manhwa and becomes a major threat. We need to put a leash on him." The room fell into a thoughtful silence, the gears turning in everyone's heads, but Rong Li wasn't done. Forget the usual path of attending the academy, graduating, and serving for 5 years. Don't you all think we need to scrap all that and just domesticate him? Right now, Hebo finally chimed in, his voice cutting through the tension. A bit tricky, but your point stands. He mused, having Yan Fa spend time at the academy would be a complete waste of potential. Worse, he'd be an absolute menace to the other students. If high-ranking mages like us are already getting the heebie-jeebies, can you imagine how the newbies and young apprentices would feel? As soon as the words left his mouth, the expressions on the other mages soured even more. Hebo then waved a dismissive hand, saying, "Look, whether Yan Fa offed a soldier or saved one from death is completely irrelevant. The real issue is this: even though the probe spell came up clean, we have no way of knowing if his special brand of deception can actually work on us. A power like that is straight out of a psychological manhwa." Hebo then gravely reminded everyone of the bottom line. "You all know this, but our #1 priority is the prestige of this very tower." In his mind, it was simple math. More powerful mages equaled more glory for the tower. Out of the blue, someone piped up with a question. "Well, why don't we just welcome Yan Fa as the 12th high-ranking mage and officially announce the arrival of a new 4th circle mage?" Hebo, of course, had already considered this. Ordinarily, yes, but given his insane talent and young age, I believe it's best if one of our own high-ranking mages takes him under their wing for some special instruction. Your thoughts? Every single mage present voiced their approval. "Sounds like a plan." "I agree. My thoughts exactly." Hearing the unanimous agreement, Hebo looked pleased. Excellent. He was just about to assign someone the glorious job of educating Yan Fa when out of nowhere a hand shot up. A voice cut through the room. "I'll do it." A few days later, Yan Fa returned to the Ivory Tower. This time, however, his return, a whole new league. Yan was still trying to process it all. He never imagined he'd be certified as a high-level mage this ridiculously fast. He just stood there dazed in front of the tower, lost in thought. "Well, I knew this was coming," he mused. "But geez, talk about 0 to 100. Right on cue, the familiar figure of Maris popped up. The second she spotted him, she called out, "Sir Yan," seeing her Yan, blinked in surprise. "We meet again." Maris replied hesitantly, "Well, I heard the news that you're a fourth circle mage now." Yan felt a tad awkward hearing her say it out loud. "Yeah, that's the gist of it." Maris's eyes were practically sparkling with pure admiration. "That's so amazing," she gushed. A high-level mage at just 12 years old, so that insane rumor was actually true. Yan gave a non-committal reply. "What kind of rumor?" "Is making the rounds now." She then beamed at him and said, "You've probably heard, but I've been assigned as the support mage for you for the next year." She maintained her friendly demeanor, adding, "But who's really helping whom here?" Yan shot back with a friendly grin. "You can drop the formalities, you're my senior after all." Senior. Those two words hit Maris like a lightning bolt. It looked like she'd just been supercharged with motivation, her enthusiasm practically exploding. "All right then. As your senior, allow me to give you the grand tour of the Ivory Tower." Yan answered politely, "Thank you." And so the two of them set off to explore the tower. Maris pointed to a building up ahead. "That's the Ivory Tower's Magic Academy," she explained. "Normally you'd be getting enrolled there today, but instead you'll be receiving special training from the high-level mages." Yan just followed along silently, not saying a word, because a sarcastic monologue was running wild in his head. Special training. Please, it's just a glorified plan to turn me into their loyal little lapdog. Typical Herb. Just then Jan's gaze froze for a moment because he had spotted the faces of his friends from the academy in his past life. He remembered standing right there with them once, but in his previous life they were all assassinated by his uncle's spies during the First Unification War, so he never thought he'd see them again. This is some top-tier Manhwa reincarnation plot armor. A flicker of hope ignited in Jan's chest. It might be tough to become close friends, but he decided he should at least go say hello soon. A little later, Maris beamed as she presented a door. "This is your very own private laboratory." She was also incredibly considerate, adding, "I heard you'd be using it, so I already tidied it up with a cleaning spell." The laboratory door then swung open. Jan's jaw just about hit the floor when he saw the room inside. His eyes went wide with disbelief because what are the odds? This was his exact room from his previous life. Seeing his gobsmacked expression, Maris quickly chimed in. "When this tower was built 300 years ago, there were 24 senior mages. But now we're down to less than half, so there are plenty of vacant rooms." She explained, "The tower master wishes for you to use this room for your personal affairs." And just like that, she left him all alone in the room. "So please wait here. I will go and call the mage in charge of you." The door clicked shut, plunging the room into a deafening silence with only Jan left standing there. He took a tentative step, his fingers brushing against each familiar object. It had been a while, a very long while, since he'd last stepped into this room. Jan felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him as old memories resurfaced. But unlike the last timeline, he got this room a full 7 years early, and he now held the authority of a high-ranking mage. An idea sparked in his mind, something he absolutely had to do. That was to forge a new power faction right here in the Ivory Tower. Jan mentally calculated his time frame 6 years from now. He figured that this was when Zhang Na would start making her moves under the tower's protection. "I have to create it before then. A force that can stand up to Zhang Na, that woman who is protected by HB. Yet Yan knew this was a ridiculously difficult mission, a real Manhwa-level challenge. After all, power here was based on loyalty to the Tower Master and a healthy dose of fear of his overwhelming, high-ranking strength. There was only one possibility that could allow Yan to pull it off. That was if he could reach the same power level, or perhaps even surpass the Tower Master. Only then could he seize total control of this entire tower. At this thought, Jan sighed, thinking it's probably best to act like a polite little kid for now. Until that day comes, I can't even get past level 5 in this tiny body. Suddenly, the door was thrown open so violently it made Jan jump out of his skin. From the doorway, someone's footsteps stomped in without so much as asking for permission. "Hello?" Jan turned around, a strained smile plastered on his face. It seemed like another headache was already on its way. Of all the people they could have sent, why her? It turned out the unwelcome guest was none other than Helen. She stood there brazenly and said, "Long time no see." Then she flashed a smirk as if to provoke Jan, the insolent little brat. Jan looked at her and thought Helen, of course they had to send her. At that moment, Jan's lips parted to say something, and he innocently stated that she was the one who cleaned. The gourd shatters into a million pieces, but instead of blowing a gasket, she just lets out a sigh. "Well, now it seems you're more than just a little insolent, aren't you?" Helen strolls over, completely unfazed. "All right, I'm sure you've heard the news." She then rattles off a list: proper etiquette, the history of the tower, magical theory. Those are all the snooze-fest subjects you'd be learning at the academy, but the Tower Master wants you taught right here in the tower. Jan recalls what HB said, something about how the other kids would lose all their confidence if a monster like him joined their class. A classic overpowered Manhwa protagonist problem. As Helen speaks, she casually mutters some spell, and a book from a high shelf zips down right into her hand. She holds it with an air of pure disdain and asks, "What's even the point of this stuff?" And just like that, a whole cascade of other books comes soaring out to join the first. A second later, the entire airborne library crashes to the floor. She carelessly tosses the book she's holding aside and scoffs. "This boring junk isn't my specialty," she declares. "Besides, those old crones are way better at teaching it than I am." Then abruptly, Helen leans in. Getting right in Jan's personal space, she purrs, "Cecilia, you're the one who defeated that little prodigy, aren't you?" She starts rambling on about her high hopes. "I had such high hopes for Cecilia, you know. The girl was a real natural when it came to combat magic. If you hadn't exposed her, she might have even followed in my footsteps. To think she was a spy all along." Her sharp gaze lands back on Jan. "And yet you managed to defeat her," she says. Jan just stands there, silently enduring the red-haired woman's monologue. "And since I'm your new teacher," Helen smirks, "I suppose I ought to teach you something actually useful." She begins listing off the different archetypes of mages. There are so many kinds. You've got your mages trained for combat. You've got mages trained to support others. And then there are the mages who spend their whole lives geeking out over alchemy. As for anyone else, Helen dismisses them with a look of utter contempt. "Completely useless," she scoffs. She turns back to him with a grin. "So which type do you think I am?" Jan lets out a long-suffering sigh. "The first one. Bingo," she beams, puffing out her chest with pride. "And I bet you 1,000,000 gold that no one, and I mean no one, can beat me in that field. I'm not like those other prim and proper mages obsessed with looking elegant. I'm going to teach you my way." With a dramatic pivot, she starts walking away, glancing over her shoulder at Jan. "Follow me." Seeing his hesitation, she insists. "You don't have the right to refuse, obviously." A short walk later, they arrive at the training grounds. Helen casts a contemptuous look around. "So now you've got... Do you even understand what you're supposed to do here?" Her voice dripped with challenge. "Attack me. Give me a reason to actually want to teach you." Jan stared at the ridiculously rude woman before him, thinking to himself that she was exactly the same as in his previous life. Even back then, she had a knack for getting on his nerves with her provocations, but this time he wasn't going to let her call the shots. A burning resolve could be seen deep in Jan's eyes. "I'm going to shatter that arrogant attitude," he thought. The surrounding mages were instantly captivated by the two of them. A buzz of whispers filled the air. "What's with this challenge? I mean, that's Jan, right? Pitting a kid against her. Isn't that a little dangerous?" Helen, however, maintained her sky-high confidence. "Well, it looks like we've gathered a big enough audience. Shall we begin?" While Jan was warming up, she chimed in again. "You can have the first move. I am the teacher, so I'll grant you that handicap." Jan slipped off his cloak and asked with a dead serious expression, "Are you sure about that?" That single question successfully provoked her. Helen snapped back, annoyed. "Who exactly is worried about whom here?" He immediately got into his stance and replied, "In that case, I won't be holding back." As Jan spoke, he extended a hand to cast a spell. His eyes closed gently as he muttered an incantation, and you could practically see the waves of raw energy radiating from him. Helen just stood there watching, not even bothering to put up a basic defense. So you've seen a thing or two, she thought with a smirk. Are you planning to put up a barrier first? Her gaze was filled with contempt. No matter what kind of barrier, I can shatter it in an instant. What? The moment that thought crossed her mind, massive fireballs materialized right behind Helen's back, looking as if they were ready to launch at any second. At that exact moment, Jan cast the ice block spell. A sheet of ice began, freezing upwards from his feet. In just a flash, the frigid tomb had reached his neck, and then Jan completely encased himself in ice. Helen's eyes went wide with absolute shock at his action. Is this kid messing with me? She wondered. She tapped on the ice block a few times and said, Is this the best you could come up with? An ice cube? Are you planning to sleep in there until you're out of mana? Hello? Can you hear me? The reason Helen reacted this way is because Ice Block is the strongest defensive spell in just about every magic manhwa. It perfectly protects the user, but upon activation the caster falls into a deep slumber, making them unable to use any other magic. She continued to grumble. Good grief, I have no idea what you're thinking. I was a fool for even hoping that. But just as Helen was about to deliver her victory speech, the words caught in her throat when she heard a strange noise from behind her. The crowd heard the bizarre sound too. What was that? What's that noise? But only Helen could pinpoint exactly where it was coming from. It was radiating from Yi An's icy prison. She whipped around, her fiery red eyes instantly freezing over in shock. An utterly impossible thought flashed through her mind. No way, that's just not possible. Helen desperately tried to deny it. She kept shaking her head, her gaze locked on Yi An. And in that very moment, the eyes that should have been locked in a deep slumber suddenly snapped open. Helen couldn't believe it, thinking, he can still move inside a block of solid ice. This is a twist worthy of a top-tier manhwa. The terrifying thought made her instinctively stumble back. All of a sudden, a swarm of massive roots erupted from the ground, completely encircling her. She gritted her teeth and cursed. You've got to be kidding me. Instantly, the roots began to lengthen and lash out at Helen. Each and every one moved with blinding speed. If she lost focus for even a second and failed to dodge, she'd be skewered. She had no choice but to push herself to the absolute limit, frantically dodging while blasting them with her fire magic. Watching the relentless roots chasing her, Helen growled in frustration. Damn it. Even when I burn them to a crisp, they just keep coming. If this keeps up, I'm the one who's going to be cornered. Her attention then snapped back to Yi An. Before that happens, I have to get to that brat inside the block of ice. She schemed internally, trying to figure out a way to drag him out. But right now, Helen was drawing a complete blank. But how in the world can he move and cast spells from inside a frozen tomb while she was lost in her frantic calculations? A massive root shot towards her from behind. Helen couldn't react in time. All she could do was stare in wide-eyed horror. And then her blood-curdling scream echoed through the space. Finally, the red-haired woman had been restrained by the roots. After the dust settled, he calmly melted his own icy prison and stepped out. It was only then that she was willing to admit defeat. I guess the rumors saying you have the same talent as the first mage were true. Helen said nonchalantly, all right. I lose, so can you get these filthy vines off of me now, kiddo? But Yi An simply replied, no. Not yet. Ending things this quickly would be a real disappointment. As if she couldn't believe her own ears, she shot back, what did you say? A flash of pure terror crossed Helen's face. What more could you possibly want? I already told you I lost. But he didn't stop, his arm slowly rising to prepare the next devastating blow. At that moment, sparks of raw electricity began to crackle around Jan's hand, and even the dark clouds in the sky started to gather ominously above. Seeing the absolutely terrifying spectacle before her, Helen screamed in panic, wait, kid Jan. The bolts of lightning in Jan's hand grew more concentrated, completely ignoring her desperate shrieks. This is just a practice match, Helen wailed in utter despair. Jan, stop right there, stop. But Jan showed absolutely zero signs of hitting the brakes. In the Very next second, he unleashed a full-blown lightning storm spell. The entire sky behind him erupted in a massive blinding flash as bolt after bolt of lightning rained down, much to Helen's stupefied disbelief. The crowd of gossiping onlookers was now dead silent, not daring to utter a single word. The surrounding vines and roots were instantly incinerated into nothing but ash before her very eyes. It was only then that Helen realized she hadn't been struck. Jan's cataclysmic attack had precisely targeted the roots that were binding her. I'm alive. Who would have thought that a woman as arrogant as Helen would ever have such a thought when facing a 12-year-old kid? That primal fear only grew as she saw Jan calmly walking toward her. Although Jan hadn't done anything else, she was already screaming at him to stay away. Only then did Jan speak, his voice soft. Lady Helen. Just the sound of her name was enough to make her freeze in sheer terror. Her entire body trembled uncontrollably as Jan spoke again. Are you still able? Jan asked, a mysterious smirk playing on his lips. To teach me anything else? This power move straight out of a classic manhwa left her utterly speechless, able only to shake her head frantically. Jan smiled, satisfied that he had achieved his goal. In that case, I'll be taking my leave. With that said, Jan turned and walked away. His footsteps were calm and steady. Looking at the crowd of gawkers, Jan spoke up. Sorry to ask, but would you please make way? I'm rather tired. After he said that, they all scrambled to the sides, parting like the Red Sea to let him pass. It seems that little display was enough to ensure they would never underestimate this young mage again. Later that afternoon at the Ivory Tower, hurried footsteps echoed through the halls. Tower Master Hiboki turned to his subordinate and asked about Helen's current condition. How is she? The man bowed his head and replied, She's quite haggard. She's been skipping her meals for days. The Tower Master's face darkened, never expecting that she to pick a fight with a 12-year-old and trash his own elegant reputation. Utterly moronic. He was dead wrong to think that I was just trying to crush Yan Fa's pride by having her mentor the boy. I never ever imagined Helen would get taken down by that little brat. It was only now that HB was having his belated epiphany. From the very beginning, this was never about whether he could control the boy or not. He wasn't some dog you could leash. He was a wild wolf. HB tried to justify his blunder, reassuring himself. I suppose we'll just need more time than planned to forge him into a useful tool. With that, he hurried off to a room, the door swinging open as he approached. It turned out the person waiting for HB was none other than the fifth Prince Jiang Na, who called out, So you've come. HB bowed respectfully. My apologies, it seems I have arrived late, Your Highness. Jiang Na snapped the book in his hands shut and replied, It's fine. Then he asked the Tower Master, Could you give me the details of what happened earlier? An expression of keen interest spread across Jiang Na's face. He laid out his request, wanting to know everything about the incident involving that young mage, Yan Fa. Meanwhile, on a beautiful morning at Yan's villa, Douglas came skipping out looking absolutely delighted. He was sporting a brand new uniform with exquisite tailoring, a world away from the simple clothes he used to wear. His face was beaming with excitement as he said, Father, I'm ready to go. Let's head out. Radio was looking just as dapper. Dressed in a new suit, he answered cheerfully, All right, let's get going. He turned to Yan, who was sitting inside reading a book. Yan, I'm taking Douglas to the academy. Douglas chirped like an excited little bird. I'll be back, Chief. With that, the father-son pair gently closed the door and departed. The moment they left, everything fell silent. Now that only Yan was there, he mused that today was Douglas's first day of school. The reason the two were so over the moon was that Douglas had been accepted into the Royal Alchemy Academy right at the top of his class the moment he applied. The kid's talent was clearly outstanding. Yan felt pretty relaxed, thinking he had a good handle on the Ivory Tower's one-on-one curriculum, so things should be relatively easy. This whole academy arc felt like it was straight out of a manhwa. At that moment, he closed the book in his hands and fell back against the sofa, thinking this meant he'd have some downtime. However, he had barely begun to relax when Yan stood up. Waking up our boy Yan immediately dove into his favorite pastime, overthinking. Ever since he hit the rewind button on his life, it's been a constant sprint. Ramna still hadn't made any big moves. But that didn't mean he could just kick back and relax with a bucket of popcorn. With that thought, Yan decided to take a dramatic stroll. To get all his power back, his body needed a serious glow-up. Yan stared pensively out the window, looking like the classic brooding protagonist in a dramatic manhwa. His small hand rested on the glass, trembling ever so slightly. The poor kid was clearly a bundle of nerves. But can I really afford to take a break? He wondered. Right on cue, a maid entered the scene. Sir Yan, she said, presenting him with an invitation that was practically dripping with royal importance. It was from the palace. Yan stared at it, asking, "An invitation for me?" Even with the fancy cardstock in his hand, he was baffled. I don't remember any major events on the social calendar. Yan squinted at the seal. And oh, that seal. It finally clicked. This fancy piece of paper was from none other than the Crown Prince himself. That evening, Yan dutifully trotted off to the party's location. And what a location! It was a castle so ridiculously glamorous, it looked like it was pulled straight from a romance manhwa. Even standing right in front of it, Yan couldn't quite wrap his head around the fact that he was actually invited to a place like this. There was a big, fat, unwritten rule in high society: you simply don't invite mages, who aren't born with a silver spoon in their mouths, to shindigs like this. He planted a hand on his hip, thinking, seriously, what is that guy's deal? Staring up at the colossal castle, another thought struck Yan. And I never in a million years thought the Crown Prince would host a party personally. Then again, the Crown Prince Yan remembered from his past life was a total recluse who barely interacted with other nobles, let alone throw a lavish party for them. His standoffish attitude basically cost him his big debut into the political scene. The end result: the entire aristocracy ghosted him. Clearly, the He Dian from the previous timeline was nothing like this Crown Prince. That guy had actively schmoozed his way into building a solid network with the other nobles. And in the end, the result was him snatching away almost all of the Crown Prince's political power. Yan let out a long sigh. It made sense, considering the Crown Prince had a habit of ignoring the Emperor's advice, thanks to his own charmingly impulsive and lazy personality. Still, Yan couldn't help but wonder, what on earth made the guy suddenly get so proactive? Well, whatever it is, this is probably good for me, he reasoned. Then again, in his past life, he wouldn't have been caught dead near a place like this. Looks like his game plan for the night was to become a professional wallflower in the corner. Finally, Yan scraped together every last ounce of courage and stepped inside. He handed the invitation to the doorman, who announced, "Welcome, Sir Yan," and just like that, the grand doors creak open. Who knows what fresh drama awaits our hero inside? Stepping into the castle, it's clear they spared no expense. Everything is dripping with opulence, yet somehow manages to look incredibly chic. The very definition of royal style. The second Yan walks in, all eyes are glued to him. Everyone starts whispering and giving him the side-eye. Yan forces a polite smile that feels about as genuine as a $3 bill. Yeah, comfortable isn't exactly the word for this. Just then a servant's voice booms through the hall, announcing the arrival of the first prince. The party grinds to a halt as everyone bows respectfully. With elegant, measured steps, the one and only Haitan makes his grand entrance. He's rocking perfectly styled hair and a dazzling blue suit that's impossible to ignore. Hayton's smooth voice rings out, "I wish to extend my sincerest thanks to all my precious guests for gracing my party with your presence tonight." Standing on a high balcony, his voice carries effortlessly across the room. "As you all know, I will be hosting this evening's festivities. On behalf of His Majesty the Emperor," Hayton continues, "normally we'd kick things off with a long speech, but tonight I want to introduce someone very special to you all." With a sly grin, Hayton turns his gaze directly to Yan, who immediately realizes what's about to happen. Is he seriously going to introduce me? That's when Hayton dramatically raises his voice, laying it on thick. "Our most special guest of the evening, the youngest 4th level mage in the history of the Ivory Tower, my esteemed guest from Mowgli. As he finishes, he points a regal finger right at Yan. Hearing his name, Yan bellowed out like that freezes him on the spot. This is some peak Manhwa drama. The entire room falls silent, but Heitan shatters the quiet with a radiant grin. Let's give a warm welcome to Yan. The prince just keeps on talking. I'm sure you figured it out. I threw this whole party just to introduce you. All Yan can do is mumble, my sincerest thanks. Heitan, completely misreading the room, replies cheerfully, don't mention it. It's only now that Yan realizes he's walked right into a trap. He thinks to himself, damn it. This is a political scheme to publicly brand me as one of the first prince's allies. Knowing Heitan's personality, Yan is dead certain this brilliant plan came from the emperor himself, not this pretty boy prince. Then Heitan adds, I've been hearing all about your little performance back at the tower. He puffs out his chest with pride. You were classified as a high-level mage. The moment you arrived, oh, I can just picture the sour looks on all those arrogant old geezers' faces right now. The first prince was absolutely beaming. Recounted, when I first saw you in Mogrion, I honestly wondered why I had to trek all the way out there for some scrawny little runt. Yan was visibly unamused. Scrawny, maybe. Haydn shot back, his face lighting up with pure delight. But I had no idea you'd turn out to be this incredible. Then from the very bottom of his heart, he spoke to Yan with genuine sincerity. Look, even though I threw this party for my father, I truly believe that meeting you there was one of the best things that ever happened. He capped it off with a cheeky wink. But the fun was just getting started because Haydn then said, I also want you to meet someone. He gestured across the room, saying, this way. Yan, still reeling from the first surprise, was now hit with another. Following Haydn's gaze, he saw a young woman with shimmering blonde hair wearing a formal gown that perfectly matched the crown prince's own. It was hardly a shock when Haydn introduced her. This is my sister Harry. She spoke softly. It's a pleasure to meet you, Yan. I am Harry Green River. Her voice was melodious. Your reputation has become quite famous, even within the palace walls, so I've heard a great deal about you. Yan was momentarily stunned by her radiant aura. The honor is all mine, Harry said with a hint of shyness. Unfortunately, I can only stop for a quick hello today, but please accept my invitation for lunch with me so you can tell me all about your achievements in Mogrion. It sounds like a real-life manhwa adventure. Yan replied, I can only tell you a few stories about magic and monsters, so I'm afraid you'll be bored. But she replied with genuine excitement. Not at all, I'm interested not only in magic, but in how this entire world works. Harry flashed a smile that could melt glaciers and said sincerely, which is why I'd really love to talk with you, Yan. She then added, I will be in touch with you by letter soon. I hope you enjoy the rest of the party today. Yan replied politely, thank you for your kindness, your highness. With that, Harry and Haydn departed, leaving Yan standing there alone. He quietly watched the princess's retreating figure as she chatted happily with the other noble ladies, which got him thinking. Princess Harry, she seems completely different from how I remember her at the palace. He then glanced over at Haydn. The crown prince looked a bit anxious, but he was handling his hosting duties like an absolute pro. With that thought, Yan made a decision. All right, then I suppose I should. Time to make my exit. Before things could get any more awkward, Yan quickly slipped out the door. His eyes immediately locked onto a certain young man standing there. Looking at the figure before him, Yan called out softly, Sir Oliver, is that you? The man turned and asked, just as uncertainly, Master Yan. Wasting no time, Yan strode over and laid on the charm. Sir Oliver, you look absolutely dashing in that formal attire of yours. The knight's cheeks instantly flushed a delightful shade of crimson. It was an order from His Highness, he stammered, the moment he finished. His sentence, an awkward silence descended. With nothing left to say, the atmosphere became as tense as a cliffhanger in a weekly manhwa. Yan cringed internally, thinking maybe he should have just stayed on the balcony. Just then, Oliver broke the silence. I've heard the rumors. Intrigued, Yan prodded, rumors. Oliver explained about Helen, the senior mage of the Ivory Tower. Word on the street is you defeated that woman. Jan felt a sense of déjà vu. The prince had said almost the exact same thing just moments ago. I heard all about your little performance at the Ivory Tower. Jan finished, then replied, so that's the gossip making the rounds. I was under the impression that most of what happens in the Ivory Tower is kept secret, you know. For Oliver, this seemed like just another Tuesday. He said casually, if we knights didn't have that much information, what good would we be in this day and age? Hearing those words, this day and age sent Jan into a spiral of thought. He mused that the Green River Empire currently had several mages at the absolute peak of the power spectrum, while the knights, being significantly weaker, were often seen as little more than glorified decorations or window dressing. As he was lost in thought, Oliver spoke again. I'm quite surprised. You're not only the youngest fourth-class mage, but you also defeated Helen, the one they call the Lady of Flames. Sometimes I wonder if you're really as young as you look. The mention of his age made Jan flinch. You overestimate me, he said smoothly. But then Oliver's tone turned dead, serious. Now no one can possibly doubt that you've earned the first prince's trust. The prince who usually avoids interacting with other nobles personally through this entire party just for you. But for that very reason, there's something I need to confirm. The captain of the Knight Order then dropped to one knee before him, all to verify one single thing. Whose side will you be on? Jan was stunned for a moment, taken aback by his sheer intensity. To me, it doesn't matter who you are, or that you're just a kid who already has. To reach that level are irrelevant. Because what truly worries me is the Ivory Tower's public support for the fifth prince. So I'm asking you now, will you stand with the Ivory Tower? Jan calmly replied, that was a loaded question if I've ever heard one. Who in their right mind could give a straight answer in a situation like this? But Oliver, ever the persistent knight, pressed on. As a knight serving the prince, I need to hear your answer. His sharp gaze locked onto him as he said grimly, are you a friend or are you an enemy? Jan knew full well that this was Oliver, the loyal knight who stuck by the first prince until the bitter end, but he still gave a deliciously vague answer. I'm not quite sure yet. An idea sparked in his mind. Perhaps he could give Sir Oliver a little hint. He then added, however I will never side with the fifth prince. Jan said it with absolute conviction. It was clear that Oliver was completely stunned by that answer. He glanced around nervously, terrified someone might have overheard. But Jan, ever the master planner, had it all figured out. He reassured Oliver. I've used a magic spell so that only you can hear me, so don't you worry. He then asked Oliver if that answer was satisfactory, smiled and replied that for the time being it was the perfect response. Feeling more at ease, Oliver finally spoke up, may I make a request? Jan wondered what kind of request he could possibly have. With all the seriousness he could muster, Oliver said, until you give a definitive answer to my question, please be my sparring partner. I need to get stronger. Hearing that request, Jan immediately put two and two together. A sparring partner, you say? You want me to teach you how to fight against a mage, and what happens if that very sword eventually gets pointed in my direction? But Oliver didn't confirm anything, instead choosing to mimic Jan's own non-committal style. Well, I can't completely rule out that possibility, Jan, half joking, half serious, retorted. Sir Oliver, you've certainly got some thick skin, don't you? He looked him straight in the eye and declared, I'm obviously going to refuse this request. There's absolutely nothing in it for me. Suddenly, Oliver took something off from around his neck, holding it carefully in his hand. This necklace was given to me by the Queen herself on the day I was appointed as the Grand Prince's personal guard, he said with utter sincerity. Oliver explained that it was a special necklace enchanted to purify the wearer's mind. Jan seemed intrigued, also had a light bulb moment. Oh yeah, that thing. It was one of the royal family's legendary treasures, the very one he couldn't dig up any dirt on in his past life. All he knew was that the last owner was the Queen herself. With a flair for the dramatic, Oliver presented the priceless necklace to Jan. I'll pay with this necklace. I'm positive it'll be far more useful to a mage like you than a mere knight like myself. Jan arched an eyebrow. Hold on, wasn't this a personal gift from Her Majesty the Queen? Oliver, cool as a cucumber, shot back, she gave it to me, so I could serve my master better. This proposal is just me. You know serving better, I'm sure she'll understand. Jan hesitated for a beat, but finally caved. Well, if you're going to go to such lengths, I accept. I will. Take this necklace. And just like that, he took it in his hand. You could practically see the mission accomplished banner unfurl across Oliver's face. He was completely satisfied. But right on cue, a massive explosion rocked the banquet hall from within. The two of them stared in shock, whipping their heads toward the commotion. The blast was so powerful, it blew the tightly shut doors into smithereens with fire and smoke billowing out. In an instant, Oliver's trademark stoicism vanished completely. It dawned on him that the crown prince and the princess were still inside, and he roared in desperation. Your Highness, Jan and Oliver immediately charged into the inferno. Oliver's urgent voice echoed through the chaos. Where are you? Your Highness? A moment later, Hayden's voice cut through the noise. Captain over here. Miraculously, both the crown prince and the princess were okay. Hayden scowled. How? Could something like this happen inside the palace? Oliver rushed to their side. Your Highness Princess, are you both all right? We're fine, Hayden replied. The knight squad was as sharp as ever as Vice Captain Paul and the other knights came rushing in. Your Highness, are you unharmed? Then he turned to Oliver, asking, Captain, are you injured? Oliver shot back instantly. I'm perfectly fine. What's the situation outside? Paul quickly rattled off the report. A series of unidentified explosions are going off inside the palace. We've activated the emergency communication orb, and we're mobilizing all forces to find the source of these explosions. Jan looked worried at the mention of the orb. The emergency communication orb, you ask? Well, that's because the Royal Palace's emergency communication orb is a network connected directly to the command headquarters. Knights, the army barracks, and even the Ivory Tower. It was designed to summon every last bit of available firepower to one location, and that means with the emergency contact sphere now glowing, every single knight and mage in the kingdom would be flocking to the palace. A truly nasty thought suddenly clicked in Jan's mind. What if this whole explosion was just a giant, flashy diversion? The horrifying possibility made his blood run cold. Could it be? Without a second's hesitation, Jan slammed a mana barrier into existence. The shimmering shield enveloped everyone in the banquet hall. Remembering that Princess Aya wasn't just a pretty face and actually knew some magic, Jan spun around to face her. Princess, do you know how to channel mana into a barrier? A bewildered Princess Aya blinked. Excuse me, a what now? Jan's tone was dead serious, like the final boss in a manhwa. This is an emergency, I need a yes or no answer. Princess Aya hesitated. Well, I've studied the theory. But before she could finish her sentence, Jan cut her off. Good enough. Can you maintain it? Then he abruptly turned and walked away. Jan strode over to a group of maids cowering nearby. I need to ask you something. Was a maid by the name of Isabel here earlier? The poor girls trembled under his intense questioning. One of them finally squeaked out, Yes, sir, she was assigned to a separate palace, but she mentioned wanting to come and see the party. Hearing this, all the pieces fell into place for Jan. Of course, the real target was Cecilia. By using the explosion to draw all the guards to the palace, they could simply waltz into the now defenseless Ivory Tower. Jan calmly analyzed the grim situation. He didn't personally care if Cecilia met a sticky end, but he absolutely had to make sure the information she had on him never reached the House of Wei. At that very moment, over at the Ivory Tower's prison, a shadowy figure was creeping through the halls. The footsteps stopped directly in front of Cecilia's cell, and a voice called out, Long time no see, Cecilia. I have to say I'm surprised you're still breathing. The person was so carefully cloaked that she couldn't immediately recognize them. He slowly pulled back his hood. It's me, Daniel. Then the first words out of his mouth to his captured colleague were a scolding. I'm so disappointed in you. I thought you were supposed to be a top-tier spy. Seeing him, Cecilia immediately became agitated and shouted, "Daniel, just get me out of here." He calmly replied, "All in good time, but first there's something I need to verify." She shot back instantly, "I haven't said a thing." That little punk Yan, he knew everything from the very start, from the existence of... Regarding the Gu Wei house and its occupants, Daniel asked skeptically, "Is that really true?" She nervously rubbed the back of her neck and added, "He even knows about the mana seal, something neither of us knew about." Hearing this, he shot back, "Cecilia, that's a little secret most walkers are kept in the dark about. The higher-ups only clued us in after you were captured." Daniel then pressed on, "So is that everything you have to say?" "That's it," Cecilia replied. "That's the whole story. We're not exactly swimming in time, right? Let's get out of here." But just as she said that, his entire demeanor shifted with hesitation. "Is that so?" A moment later, the cell door slowly creaked open. Cecilia's face absolutely lit up. She was beaming, thinking she was finally being rescued. That's when Daniel called her name, Cecilia, and in the split second she turned to ask what was up. He plunged a dagger straight into her neck. Her eyes went wide in pure shock, a classic expression of betrayal you'd see in any dramatic manhwa. She couldn't believe what was happening. Meanwhile, Daniel just stared coldly as she writhed in agony. Only then did he start his villain monologue. "While you were locked away in that ivory tower, we had a very, very long debate about what to do." Blood poured from Cecilia's wound, leaving her helpless. All she could do was wait for death as he continued. "You're a fairly rare third-class mage, so we did consider saving you, and this is the conclusion we reached." As he finished his speech, Cecilia slumped onto the cold, hard ground. And even though he'd just murdered someone, he cracked a twisted smile and said, "Well then, fare thee well, by which I mean goodbye." Suddenly, a voice from the shadows echoed his words. "You too." This sent Daniel spinning around instantly on alert as he hurled the bloody knife toward the sound. The blade flew straight and true, but Jan simply tilted his head effortlessly, dodging it, though the blade still managed to leave a faint scratch on his cheek. Seeing this new guy standing there so calmly, Daniel roared, "Who are you?" Jan didn't answer him. Instead, his eyes drifted down to the floor. Noticing Cecilia's lifeless body, he finally spoke, "So you took care of Cecilia for me. Good, that's one less problem I have to deal with. You have my thanks." Before Daniel even realized it, his feet were suddenly encased in solid ice by Jan. He then began to walk forward slowly. "Daniel, it's truly a pity we had to meet today." Jan's gaze was razor sharp. His voice was like ice as he said, "I swore an oath that I would kill you with my own 2 hands." Seeing no way out, Daniel started to plead. "Wait a minute, wouldn't it be much better for you if you let me live?" Naturally, Jan had zero intention of sparing him. "At long last, it can also repay the suffering of my friends." Daniel sputtered, trying to justify himself. "What are you talking about? I've never..." "One killed your friend," Jan shot back. "Obviously not, because only he knew about it, and there are still 10 years before that's supposed to happen." A chilling frost began to creep over Daniel's entire body. Only then did Jan continue, "I made a promise to myself that when I came back, I would put everything back in its proper place." His hand then gently tapped the block of ice. In the blink of an eye, it immediately shattered into 100 pieces. Jan glared at the murderer's remains with an ice-cold gaze before stepping closer to the body. And there it was, right on the back of his neck, a mana seal. "I've confirmed the mana seal on his neck," he thought. "That's all I needed." Just then, the sound of rushed footsteps echoed from outside. It turned out to be Ronald and the mages from the Ivory Tower arriving fashionably late. His eyes widened in absolute shock as he yelled, "Yanfa, what in the world happened here?" Ronald stammered as he saw the 2 bodies lying at Jan's feet. Elsewhere in the Emperor's palace, Terry angrily slammed his hand on his throne. He roared, "2 people have gone missing from inside the palace." He continued his tirade, first a maid and then a royal scribe. "What in blazes is the Ivory Tower doing while criminals are running rampant in my palace, Tower Master? Answer me, didn't you promise to uproot all the corruption in the kingdom? Wasn't that why you requested that full authority to hunt the serpent spies be given to the Ivory Tower?" Every word from Terry sent a shiver down the spines of the nobles present. Then he made his decision. I can no longer trust the Ivory Tower, so I am hereby revoking all of its related authority. From now on, Tower Master, you are to share any and all information gathered from your search thus far with the knights and soldiers. Is that clear? He bowed his head low and replied, I obey your command, your majesty. Terry rubbed his forehead wearily. You may go. From now on, there will be much to do. He followed the order and slipped out of the room quietly. At that moment, the emperor's attendant announced, Mage Yan Fa, please step forward and greet his majesty. Yan slowly walked in. Terry looked at him and said, so we meet again. For our special guest from the north Yan Fa, this was getting as dramatic as any manhwa. Yan also carefully paid his respects to the emperor. Terry cut straight to the chase. Thanks to your ingenuity this time you managed to save the entire empire. Yan stood there listening intently as the man continued his dramatic monologue. Without you, we would have been utterly helpless on the verge of losing a catastrophic amount of critical intelligence to who knows what shadowy figures. That little blunder would have made the empire and the royal family the butt of a worldwide joke. For all these glorious reasons, I shall never ever forget your monumental contribution during this little incident. And that, my boy, is why I wish to personally express my profound gratitude with a little something I want to give you. Just as he finished his speech, a servant dramatically presented the reward before Yan. Behold, Tianqi declared, gesturing to a seriously eye-catching blue cloak. This cloak, he announced, is the one and only artifact left behind by the legendary Mei Lu He, my esteemed ancestor and the sole mage of the entire royal lineage. He then added a little caveat. Now, according to her will, I'm technically not allowed to give this to any non-royals, so let's just say this is an extended loan, a lifetime loan to be precise. You can keep it until you kick the bucket, or whenever you get tired of looking so darn cool. Yan's jaw practically hit the floor. He thought to himself, no way. Misai, Lu He, the first and last mage of the Lu He imperial dynasty, the legendary hero who single-handedly saved the empire, and became the master of the magic tower through sheer magical badassery. His cloak is a mythical item you only read about in a crazy popular manhwa. Something I never even got a glimpse of in my past life. Just then Tianqi piped up with another suggestion. Well, since it's just a cloak, no need to get changed or anything, why don't you pop it on right now? Dutifully, Yan took the legendary artifact and awkwardly draped it over his shoulders. Seeing Yan looking like a kid in his dad's coat, Tianqi let out a hearty laugh. Whoa, it's swallowing you whole. I wonder when you'll grow into that thing. But the moment the fabric touched him, Yan knew this wasn't just any old piece of cloth, this was an enchanted cloak. He looked up at the emperor with a confident smirk. In that case, your majesty, I'll just have to make it fit me right now. And just like that, the cloak began to magically shrink, resizing itself until it was a perfect snug fit on Yan's small frame. Witnessing this absolute flex, the people around them gasped in amazement. How in the world did he do that? Tianqi stared completely impressed before breaking into a grin. It suits you perfectly. The blue even matches your eyes. It was clear from Yan's expression that he was absolutely thrilled with this gift. He immediately dropped to one knee before the emperor, offering his profound thanks. After all the pomp and circumstance, Yan was finally outside on the palace grounds when Healy spotted him and rushed over. Pardon me, Sir Yan, he said, bowing respectfully to the princess, but she just waved him off, saying, please, don't be so formal with me. Just then Harry's hands clenched together, trembling slightly. Sir Yan, she began hesitantly, I actually have something I need to tell you about, before. Yan quickly cut in, I was terribly busy and incredibly rude. To you back then, Your Highness, I hope you'll forgive me. Harry immediately protested, no, that's not it at all. As if he understood what the princess was truly worried about, Yan reassured her, and another thing, what you're worried about isn't going to happen, so please rest. Easy. Harry visibly relaxed upon hearing his answer. But of course, in a moment straight out of a dramatic manhwa, the sound of footsteps echoed from behind them. Yan recognized the voice instantly. You've certainly achieved something quite spectacular, Sir Yan, the man said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Thanks to you, the safety of both the Empire and the royal family has been preserved. Without waiting for a reply, he kept going. And just as His Majesty told you, your contribution during this incident was immense. Yan's eyes widened, in shock seeing the man before him, who then suddenly announced, "Forgive my late introduction, you probably already know who I am, but I'd like to introduce myself formally. My name is Zhang Na Green River, the fifth son of His Imperial Majesty." A few knights trailed behind him. A tidal wave of memories from his past life crashed into Yan's mind. It turned out that man was an old acquaintance of Yan's. In that life, Yan had knelt desperately at his feet begging, "Please." But when he looked up at the man, all he saw was an indifference so cold it could freeze your soul. He never thought he'd have to see that face again in this life. Yan was still reeling from the name Zhang Na when the man spoke again. "Though I am late, I wish to congratulate you on obtaining the position of High Mage in the Ivory Tower." Meanwhile, Yan stood frozen, lost in thought. It was far too soon to run into this guy. Zhang Na added, "I want to express my gratitude for protecting the Empire's security from spies within the Mowgli territory, and today I would also like to invite you to lunch to show my appreciation." Zhang Na completely ignored Yan's stunned expression and pressed on, "Are you free to accept my invitation?" Yan clenched his fist and was about to speak. Just as Yan was stuck in this awkward spot, Harry swooped in for the rescue. "I'm sorry, Zhang Na, but Sir Yan has plans today with me." He feigned ignorance and replied, "Is that so? Well then perhaps tomorrow." At that moment, Yan calmly cut in. "I am terribly sorry, but I'm afraid that won't be possible, Your Highness." A flash of annoyance flickered in Zhang Na's eyes. He shot a glance at Harry as if issuing a silent warning, but still managed to reply in a soft tone, "I see." Zhang Na then looked directly at Yan and said, "Though it's a pity, I shall look forward to our next meeting. It was a pleasure to meet you, Sir Yan." Yan answered him with a wall of silence. He added, "One last parting shot before turning to leave. Well then, farewell." With that, Zhang Na and his two knights departed, leaving only the two of them to watch the fifth prince's figure recede into the distance. After confirming that the coast was clear, Harry spoke up hesitantly. "Sir Yan," she said shyly, "I spoke without thinking. I'm so sorry." Yan simply replied, "It's fine." But even as he said it, Yan glanced back at the all-too-familiar silhouette of Zhang Na, a torrent of thoughts rushing through his mind. "I've met him 2 years earlier than expected, and right now he's just a prince forced to hide his true ambitions. The plot of this real-life manhwa is getting spicy." It was then that Yan made a firm resolution. "I will stop you at all costs, Zhang Na, before you even have a chance to expand your power. I will ensure you cannot advance a single step." Yan vowed not to stop until his rival was driven to despair and met a tragic end. "This time, I will be your opponent in this life." The scene then shifts to the magnificent royal palace. Right now in the first prince's study, Hayden was grumbling while flipping through a book. "I have no idea what any of this means." He complained, "Couldn't they write it so normal people can actually understand it?" "Seriously, who writes a book this convoluted?" Professor Laurent, standing nearby, promptly explained. "Your Highness, that book was penned by the very first king of Green River himself. It details how to become a great ruler, explaining the methods and measures of governance. As the first prince and heir to the throne, you ought to study these things." Hayden gazed at the thick tomes piled high on his desk and groaned internally. "I have to read all of this. That's more text than a 1,000-chapter manhwa," but in just a few minutes, the mountain of books on the desk grew even taller as Laurent brought in more. Furthermore, the professor announced, "You must also study history, philosophy, economics, politics, and etiquette." He finally stopped when the stack of books was nearly high enough to eclipse Hayden's face. "This," he declared, "is the complete required reading list." The more Hayden stared at it, the less he wanted to learn any of it. "I don't care anymore," he huffed. "Just find me a random, any excuse to bail." The feng shui just isn't right today, Professor. Lauren, on the other hand, was on the verge of tears. Your Highness, if you don't read this, your father is going to have my hide. But Heian, the master of changing subjects, smoothly pivoted. He turned to his vice captain. Hey Wei, today's the final day. For the captain's sparring match with Sir Yan, isn't it? Wei didn't hesitate for a second. Yes, sir. A dreamy look washed over Heian's face as he pictured the epic showdown. They must be fighting right now. He mused, completely forgetting about his reading duties. He sprang to his feet. Let's go. It's been too long since I watched them spar. At that very moment, at the main training grounds of the 2nd Royal Knights Division, Oliver was slowly steadying his breath, carefully lowering his center of gravity. As he did, Oliver steeled his resolve. I swear I'll see this through to the very end. His grip on his sword tightened, and a moment later his eyes snapped open as if he'd sensed the incoming danger. And just as he expected, a downpour of ice lances was raining down on him. With fierce determination, Oliver didn't back down for a second. Instead, he decisively burst forward. Using the body he'd honed through thousands of training sessions, Oliver effortlessly dodged the entire barrage of icy spears. His feet skidded across the ground, bringing him to an abrupt stop. Thanks to that quick thinking, Oliver dodged the next fatal blow. Immediately after, a series of sharp earthen pillars erupted from below in a relentless assault. Oliver hastily leaped high into the air to evade them. He used the towering pillars as stepping stones to launch himself upward. Oliver's movements were so incredibly swift that all you could see was a flash of light streaking past. Before anyone realized it, he had successfully escaped the attack. But Oliver didn't let his guard down. He immediately focused all his attention, awaiting the next move. This time, the attack was a colossal fireball. The inferno blazed closer and closer. Next to it, Oliver looked no bigger than a single pea. And yet there wasn't a hint of fear in his eyes. This was the kind of epic fight you only see in a manhwa. Oliver raised his sword high, ready to face it. Every swing of his blade ripped through the flames before him. Because right now, the captain firmly believed one thing. He could reach him. His eyes widened, peering through the crimson curtain of fire, and he thought to himself, the limits of a mage? Oliver could just make out Yan standing behind it, so he immediately took action. Oliver shot forward like a speeding arrow. Ahead, a split second later, his sword spectacularly plunged right through Yan's chest. That shining moment of victory felt like it was playing in glorious slow motion. But just as he was about to celebrate, Oliver realized something was terribly wrong. Yan's hand was somehow resting on his back, and he heard a voice whisper, "Nice try." Turns out the Yan Oliver had just skewered was nothing more than a cheap decoy. The real Yan was now standing right behind him. Oliver went dead silent, the disappointment palpable. He slowly turned around, muttering, "So I couldn't even manage to leave a scratch on you." Yan simply smirked at him, then replied coolly, "You talk about a scratch. When you were aiming straight for my heart, if I'd actually gotten hit, I'd be dead for sure." The two shared a laugh and shook hands. Oliver was the first to speak. "Thanks for all your help over the last few years." Yan replied graciously, "Just consider it payment for the necklace." But Oliver himself knew he'd gotten a deal that was way better than the necklace's price tag. And Yan had to acknowledge his efforts too. "You've seriously improved compared to 5 years ago. You just sliced a fire blast in half with one clean swing." Oliver said, "Yan, can I ask you something?" Yan agreed without missing a beat. "Of course. Just how strong are you right now?" Oliver asked, straight to the point. Yan, however, dodged the question like a pro. "Not as strong as you think." At the moment, Yan was a 5th circle mage. Now, even though in his past life he only hit this level at 26 or older, which was still pretty fast, he had been hoping to at least reach the 6th circle by now. Yan stared at his palm, sensing his power. "But I can't accelerate the growth of my body and mana heart, so the 5th circle is my current limit." He then clenched his fist with a newfound anticipation, hoping his body would finally stop its growth spurt soon. Right on cue, a familiar voice rang out. As expected from the greatest mage in the Empire, Jan turned to see it was His Highness. Hey Dion said cheerfully, I heard today was the final sparring match between you two. His every word dripped with genuine interest. All right, let's all go grab some breakfast. Shall we? To strengthen my right and left hands, that's you too, I shall treat you to the most magnificent feast with an offer. As tempting as a cheat code in a manhwa, Jan surprisingly turned it down. My apologies, Your Highness, but today marks the completion of my studies at the tower. And I have been given duties as a stronger mage, so I must go see the tower master immediately. Hey Dion looked a bit bummed, but understood. Haidung forced out a reply. I get it, I suppose it can't be helped. Despite his obvious disappointment, he still said, Go on then, we'll grab that meal next time. Jan replied, I will arrange it at the earliest opportunity, Your Highness. Then summoning a vortex of wind magic around his body, Jan gave the crown prince a respectful bow. In the blink of an eye, he was no longer on the ground, but was already soaring high into the heavens. With a final smile, Jan called out, I will return, before vanishing into thin air. The three men left behind could only stare. They watched the empty sky until Haidung finally broke the silence with a sigh of envy. That cloak my father gave him, it has a flight enchantment, doesn't it? I don't know about anything else, but I am seriously jealous right now. Suddenly Haidung turned to face the captain. Aolifu immediately snapped to attention. Your orders, Your Highness. Haidung got straight to the point. I saw you go toe-to-toe with Jan. What's your take on it? Do you think you can handle other mages now? Aolifu answered him coolly. My answer to that, sir, comes in two parts. First, Aolifu admitted without a hint of shame, I couldn't lay a single scratch on Jan. The power gap between us will only continue to grow. However, when it comes to other mages, hearing that Haidung could already guess the next part, a confident smirk was spreading across his captain's face. It was a look of pure confidence in his own abilities, the kind you see on a main character in a manhwa. He declared with absolute certainty, as long as my opponent isn't Jan, I can handle them. Meanwhile, that very morning at the Ivory Tower, the door to the Tower Master's chamber creaked open. The moment Jan stepped inside, he heard Hebo's voice. You've arrived. The old man struggled to his feet, looking strangely frail. It feels like only yesterday I heard news of a special boy from the north, and yet that boy has become a fine young man. His voice was raspy now, and his face seemed to have gathered more wrinkles than before. Hebo continued, I suppose that just means I've gotten old. Yan quickly replied, At the very least you'll be in good health for a few more decades, master. Hebo was holding a few documents. After giving them a final look, he said, Magnificent. I have nothing to say but praise. He told Jan that, You are truly a stroke of good fortune for the Empire and the Ivory Tower. Every noble lady wants to meet you, aren't you the very model? That every aspiring mage strives to be, hearing this, Jan immediately denied it, You're exaggerating, master. But Hebo held his ground. We'll soon find out if I'm exaggerating or not. He then shifted the topic. Now then, as you know today, well, today's the big finale. If you were just some run-of-the-mill academy student, we'd ship you off to a cozy little neighboring town. But you, my boy, are a special case, and on this final day it seems it's just you to keep this old man company. Ian replied with a smooth smile, Not at all, sir. Actually, it's an honor. Hey, thank you, even if you're just spouting polite nonsense. The old man chuckled, rummaging through the clutter on his desk. He slid a card across the table to Ian. Congratulations on becoming an official honest-to-goodness mage. Herbeck explained that this little piece of plastic was the ultimate symbol of his new status. Basically, it's your VIP pass to bossing around the Empire's soldiers and citizens. Trust me, you'll get plenty of chances to flash this bad boy around. Ian couldn't help but ask, Are high-level mages really in that much demand? Herbeck's voice took on a graver tone. Oh, it's not just about demand, son. His brow furrowed. We're scraping the bottom of the barrel here. We have precious few high-level mages left, especially since Helen decided to settle down. What else can you expect? Look, I don't want to dump a world of pressure on your shoulders, but your help is, well, it's critical. Ian nodded, the weight of the situation settling in. So, it looks like I've got a lot of work waiting for me. Herbeck confirmed with a heavy sigh. You're the strongest and most important asset the Ivory Tower has. Because of that, you're about to be buried under a mountain of responsibility, just like a typical Manhwa protagonist. A holographic panel materialized in front of him. But since this is your first rodeo, I'll let you pick your poison. The panel displayed 3 distinct locations. Ian leaned in his eyes, scanning the options. First up was Rodmia, home to the Empire's biggest and busiest seaport. Next was Benson, the industrial heartland that churned out more iron than anywhere else. Ian's gaze then drifted to the final option, and there it was, Ferric, the rugged northeastern territory, the exact same place he was assigned to in his past life. The only reason he got shipped out there before was because the last mage had an unfortunate accident, and Ian was the poor sap sent to fill his boots. Without a moment's hesitation, Ian pointed to the third option. I'm interested in Ferric. A look of satisfaction crossed Herbeck's face. An excellent choice. That's a place that's in desperate need of a hero. We've already sent 2 third circle mages and a squad of soldiers, but it's still not nearly enough. The monsters from the Great Plains are apparently having a field day over there. Herbeck then handed Ian a document. All the juicy details are written right here. Give it a read. Think you can give us an answer by the end of the day? If you turn it down, I'll have to start looking. Ian cut him off mid-sentence. No need, I'll go. He stated it with unshakable confidence. I'm going to Ferric. Later that afternoon, back at Ian's mansion, Douglas, with a meat skewer frozen halfway to his mouth, could only stammer out in disbelief, You're seriously heading to Ferric for your first trip. That place is practically a monster convention. But before Douglas could finish his very valid concern, he was choked off by a death stare from Yan that could curdle milk. Jan's mom, Vanessa, sitting right there, immediately dropped her fork. With a worried frown, she chimed in, Jan, sweetie, isn't that place incredibly dangerous? He quickly tried to soothe his mother's fears. Nah, it's not that bad. It's just a temporary thing, so I'll be back in a few months. Vanessa always respected her son's choices, but you could still see a flicker of please don't die sadness in her eyes. I understand, she sighed. You said you're leaving next week, right? This huge mansion is going to feel awfully empty. Seeing his mom's worried face, Jan immediately promised. I'll wrap things up as fast as I can and be right back, Mom. Seeing the atmosphere get a little heavy, Douglas jumped in enthusiastically. Chief, before you go, want to check out the potions I whipped up in the lab. I've brewed some seriously good stuff that could totally help you on your mission. Just then his dad Rio cut in. Douglas, you're a big boy now, shouldn't you change how you address Yan? Douglas's eyes filled with disappointment. What's wrong with calling him Chief? He then shot a glance at Jan, who had absolutely no clue what this kid was planning. Douglas, ever the innocent, then suggested, how about Big Brother? That single comment caused Jan, who had just taken a sip of water, to perform a spectacular spit take. The 2 words, Big Brother, sent a shockwave through Rio's entire system. At this point, Jan and his mom were completely speechless. Douglas, however, seemed absolutely thrilled with his own genius idea. A cheeky grin spread across his face as he tried it out again. Big Brother Jan. This time, Jan just froze for a solid 5 seconds. Are you really the same Douglas I knew in my past life, he wondered. In stark contrast to Jan's crisis, Vanessa was over the moon. Oh, that's wonderful, you have a cute new little brother, and I get another son. Jan could only manage a helpless mom. Beside them, Rio's heart suddenly started hammering. He stammered, looking at Vanessa. What exactly do you mean by that? Jan just thought to himself, why the heck is he blushing? Then the father-son duo, they all started to freak out. Rui had to remind his kid, you must address him as Sir Jan. But Douglas Glad just shrugged, saying, come on, we're all family now. Aren't we, sir? Sounds so distant. Rio shot back bluntly. You're living off his charity, you don't get to be picky. Douglas immediately retorted, what do you mean by that? This family benefits greatly from my genius brain, thank you very much. At that point, Rio just gave up. Genius. Huh, fine, whatever, you're a genius. Vanessa just chuckled softly, enjoying the chaotic but heartwarming sight of the father and son. This whole situation felt like it was straight out of a manhwa. Meanwhile, Jan quietly watched his mother, who was practically glowing with happiness. And seeing that, he couldn't help but feel a little happy himself. A thought popped into his head. You know, this whole thing isn't so bad. But he quickly changed his tune, declaring, "You are not to call. It's Big Brother." Upon hearing this, Douglas's eyes immediately turned into waterfalls. A week flew by in the blink of an eye, and Yan now stood in front of his villa. A voice from a video call echoed in his ear. "Are you all set?" the man asked. "Planning to head straight to Frederick?" Jan replied, "First I need to say my goodbyes to the Ivory Tower's master, and only then will I head out." But Jan, ever the worrier, had to ask Rui Duo about the mana trap he'd set in the mansion. The man chuckled. "You already explained it yesterday. Don't worry, I will use my very life to protect Keifa." Jan shot back coolly, "I hope you won't have to." Just then Douglas, completely oblivious to the mood, chirped, "Big bro." Both Jan and Rui Duo's faces soured instantly, forcing Douglas to quickly backtrack. "I mean, leader," he corrected himself, holding out a potion for Jan. "Please take this." It was a semi-divine potion. "I tried making it myself." Douglas subtly glanced at Rui Duo before leaning in to whisper conspiratorially into Jan's ear, "It's probably way better than my dad's, you know." Douglas flashed a ridiculously confident grin as he said it. Jan couldn't help but chuckle in return. "Thanks." He thought to himself that Douglas still had 3 years before graduating from the Royal Pharmacy Academy, yet he'd already been scouted for a position as a royal alchemist. This kid's got the talent of a manhwa protagonist. Unluckily for Douglas, his father's hearing was top-notch. Rui Duo delivered a solid bonk to his son's head. "In your dreams, kiddo." Looking at the potion in his hand, Yan had no doubt that it would be incredibly effective. After a moment, Douglas asked an innocent question. "Leader, are you going to fly to Frederick on your cloak?" Jan gave a blunt reply. "No, I'm taking a carriage to the outskirts of the capital. I don't want to attract a lot of attention." Just then, Vanessa hurried over, calling out, "Jan." She was carrying a rather large box. Seeing his mother, Jan greeted her, and she carefully handed the box over to him. "Eat this on the road, dear. I packed a lot." Vanessa, ever the thoughtful mom, had prepared everything. "The first box has the food you'll need for today. The other boxes have beef jerky and dried fruit for later." She looked at her son with the most affectionate gaze. "I even baked the red bean bread you love." Jan replied, "Thank you, Mom. I'll eat well." Suddenly, she stepped closer and wrapped him in a tight hug. For Jan, "Be careful not to get hurt, and don't you dare skip any meals, young man." Jan was a little taken aback by his mom's sudden hug, but then he quickly melted into it. His arms wrapped around her waist, returning the embrace with all his might. "You got it, Mom," he promised. Looking at his mother, he added, "I'll be back before you know it, so please don't worry too much." After saying his goodbyes to everyone, Jan finally announced, "Well, I'm off then." The carriage wheels began to turn, carrying Jan towards a brand new journey. His beloved family stood there, growing smaller and smaller until they vanished from his sight. For a young man who had already lived 2 lifetimes, you'd think nothing could faze him anymore. And yet, at this very moment of parting, he couldn't help but feel a little pang of emptiness in his chest. Jan had to give himself a little pep talk, just believe. Gazing at the mother he cherished, he told himself, "I have to believe that she'll be safe even when I'm not around." I mean, this is a mansion protected by the royal palace in a city where the crime rate is practically 0. And there's that little secret: only Mom Rito and Douglas can activate the ultimate mana trap. Jan clenched his fist, thinking with a failsafe like that they can handle almost any threat that comes their way. Just then Jan muttered a name, Ferrix. Territory. He recalled that it had already been 25 years. Meanwhile, in a completely different scene, a fierce battle was raging in a canyon near Ferric. A man named Kallian Pierrick bellowed an order to his soldiers: "Chop their heads off 100 times and bring them to me." and don't you dare die before you get it done. Hearing this, the entire army, fired up with newfound vigor, continued their relentless assault on the monsters. Just when things were hanging by a thread, a cavalryman galloped over in a panic. General Sen demanded, "What is it?" The soldier stammered. "The supply forces, in the rear." Then he finally screamed it out. "Our rear supply unit is being attacked by orcs that came over the mountain." Callian froze solid upon hearing the disastrous news. What? Seeing the monsters here still charging relentlessly, he fumed. He thought, damn it, how in the world did they break through to our rear guard? But as a general, he had to make a split-second decision. Team 2 and Team 3 hold your position with the mages. Team 1, you're with me, they all roared back. Sir, yes, sir. He vaulted onto his horse, pointed backward, and declared, we're going to deal with those orcs in the back, and just like the hero of a classic manhwa. Callian and Team 1 charged straight toward the new threat. On the way, he was already mentally calculating their individual intelligence is extremely low. But they moved with the chilling coordination of a miniature army. Sure, properly trained soldiers could deal with them, but they were more than enough to completely obliterate a supply team with zero combat experience. The anxiety was practically written all over Xiong's face. All he could do now was pray he wasn't too late. Suddenly, snowflakes began to drift down from the sky. Xiong paused, completely bewildered. Was this snow? His internal geography textbook stated emphatically that it never snowed in the north. And yet the blizzard of white before his eyes just kept on falling. Even the treetops were blanketed in a thick layer of snow, and some trees were frozen solid. As Jia Lian's group pushed deeper, they ran into a gigantic iceberg blocking the path. And frozen inside these chunks of ice were orcs. Every last one of them was flash frozen in place. Jia Lian still couldn't believe his eyes. What in the world was going on? In the distance, a figure stood atop a tree, but in the blink of an eye, the silhouette blurred and vanished as if it had never been there. The ground was littered with orc corpses, each one impaled by a spear of solid ice. Others were served up as frozen orc cycles. In a mountain range that had never seen snow, there was now a massive glacier with flurries falling everywhere. From the very peak of that ice structure, Yana Fa landed with feather-light grace. The moment he appeared, Jen called out, "Show yourself!" Only then did the newcomer reply, "I heard you." Folks were in need of a little assistance. Meanwhile, Jia Lian was still frozen in shock. The man introduced himself to them. "My name is Yan Fa, a high-ranking mage dispatched by the Ivory Tower." Jia Lian unconsciously repeated the name Yan Fa. It was then that it dawned on him, you mean the nobleman from northern Mowgli. That Yan Fa. Then with a sudden burst of joy, Jen exclaimed, "I never expected such a young man to come to our aid. I've heard tales of your achievements wiping out the goblin army in the Morin Mountains when you were just a boy." He strode forward, extending a hand for a handshake. "It is a true honor to meet you." Yan Fa returned the gesture. "The honor is all mine, General Jen Pierrick, the greatest warrior of the East." Suddenly, Jia Lian's grip tightened. "You must be exhausted from your long journey." His eyes became deadly serious as he continued. "But I hope you can spare a moment because we have a great many things to discuss." That afternoon, back at the military encampment, a weary Khan piped up, "I had no idea they'd show up in such numbers. So many of them." Then he corrected himself, "No scratch that I totally saw it coming." But not to this extent. They've been unusually aggressive lately. Yan stood off to the side, listening to the report. It was clear there was some major trouble brewing on the Great Plains. If not, the serious tone of Sen's droning voice certainly would have given it away. "You see, Sir Yan, we've already sent requests to both the palace and the Ivory Tower. These were extremely urgent requests. First, we desperately need supplies and reinforcements to keep up the fight. Second, we begged them to send a high-level mage, someone skilled enough to get us out of this current disaster." All this time, Yan remained perfectly silent. Recalling the unbelievable scene from that morning, Sen continued, "I was utterly astonished by your ability to annihilate that monster army in an instant. Not to mention how you threw up that ice wall. It was like a scene from a top-tier manhwa." The canyon is now blockaded, so that should buy us some more time. However, that's just a band-aid on a gaping wound. The main problem is that we're on the verge of an all-out war with the monsters on the Great Plains. Years of constant invasions from those beasts have completely worn our troops down, and our food supplies are practically gone. A flicker of anxiety crossed his face. If only the reinforcements and supplies had arrived, we could have kept fighting them off. At this, Sen frowned slightly, but seems the Empire has put our request on the back burner. And since you've apparently arrived in place of an army, I suppose we should start thinking about a more permanent solution. After hearing the bleak report, Jan simply replied, I understand, it's all going according to plan. He said slowly, that ice wall will hold for up to 10 days. If we keep an eye on the movements of the monsters coming from the mountain range, we should be relatively safe. Within those 10 days, we can head to the Great Plains. A surprised Sen asked, Sir Jan, you're going yourself? Jan's answer was firm. We have to find the root cause of this mess and probably a permanent solution while we're at it. It was obvious, however, that Sen was still not convinced. Well, I'm glad someone's confident, he continued, but I've sent countless troops to the Great Plains over the past few months, and every single one came back with nothing. The helplessness in his voice was palpable. The only breakthrough we've had is that the monsters have stopped their usual turf wars. It's as if they've formed some unholy alliance to exclusively hunt humans. The sheer horror of the situation seemed to have completely rattled Chang Ning. He jabbed a finger at a spot on the map and declared, these freaks aren't just swarming the Green River Empire. They're also hitting the northern border of the Great Plains and the Yun Empire. Even the duchy down in the southwest is getting hammered. They've invaded all those borders simultaneously. He added that a few nations with more defensible terrain got off a bit lighter. Then his finger landed on the Great Gorge, explaining why the monsters were funneling their main assault right onto the Pier estate. After a thorough analysis, one massive anomaly stood out. The bizarre thing is down on the southern border of the Great Plains. The native tribe hasn't been touched. Not a single monster has crossed their borders. He explained, tracing the area with his finger. Jan listened as he continued. It's like some invisible barrier is repelling them from that area. At this point, Chen jumped in with a conclusion. We suspect that something is connected to the trouble brewing in the southern Great Plains, but we can't possibly break through the monster offensive in the gorge to send an investigation team to the southern tribe. After hearing this, Jan fell into deep thought. Trouble in the Great Plains, he mused internally. This is a plot twist I don't remember from my past life. A whole new Manhwa arc is unfolding. He thought to himself, sure, there have been raids from the Great Plains before, but never a full-blown coordinated invasion on this scale. Then he finally spoke up. We need to head to the southern border and check out that native tribe. Kallian was immediately on board. Yes, if we're talking about the tribal chief, the King of Mages, I'm certain he'll know what's going on. But Chen looked a bit skeptical. You really think we can just waltz in and meet and have a chat with him? Jan shot back with a confident smirk. Of course we can. And just like that, the day faded into night. Amidst the vast, sprawling wilderness, the sky itself seemed to take on a mystical quality. Jan stood alone atop a high tower, lost in his thoughts. The Great Plains. He gazed up at the heavens, letting his mind race. Thinking back on it, perhaps that thing is still there. The thing Jan was recalling was a legendary artifact one passed down to the King of Mages, the chief of the native tribe. The scepter of the Great Plains. Remembering it, Jan nodded to himself with a grin. Man, I really liked that scepter. It was crafted from, besides white birch wood, is ridiculously rare. But just as he was getting lost in his fantasy, lumberjack dreams reality came crashing back in. 3 years from now, the Green River Empire, the Owl Empire, and the Roll Duchy would form a heroic alliance to fight the monsters on the Great Plains. Their grand mission was to completely annihilate the monsters. In the end, most of the creatures on the Great Plains would be wiped out, and the three nations would conveniently carve up the resource-rich land for themselves. Jan clenched his fists just thinking about it. Classic political maneuvering straight out of a complex manhwa. Because during that whole glorious war, the king of mages mysteriously vanished and the native tribes of the Great Plains were unceremoniously enslaved. As his mind wandered, he realized something that didn't happen in his original timeline had just occurred. Yan figured this change was probably his fault for coming back. A new kind of fear crept into his heart, the fear of a problem on the Great Plains that his past life cheat sheet didn't cover. He remembered his conversation with Ken that day. Ian had confidently told him that in 10 days the ice would melt and break. By then he said we'll definitely have a cause and a solution. In the off chance I don't return within 10 days. But before he could finish, Ken had cut him off. I believe you'll be back in 10 days, Sir Yan. Good luck. Snapping back to the present, Yan found himself in a desolate mountain range. The land was so dry and barren that even the trees looked like they had given up on life. As discussed with Sen beforehand, Yan had come to this charming vacation spot alone. Looking at the grim scenery, Yan thought to himself, this must be the area bordering the lands of the native tribes. The silence was deafening, making Yan deeply suspicious. It was just unnervingly quiet. Every path he took was completely devoid of any signs of life. Compared to the monster palooza up north, I haven't seen a single creature since heading south, he muttered. I wonder if this place is the change Sir Sen was talking about. Despite the ominous feeling, he calmly pushed deeper into the territory. His footsteps were inevitably heard by members of the tribe. They called out cautiously, "Who are you?" Yan answered coolly, "I'm not an enemy. I'm a mage from the Green River Empire." One of them yelled out, shocked, "How do you know our language?" Yan, having absolutely no time for 20 questions, ignored them and got straight to the point. "I don't have time to explain," he stated. "I'm here to see the Mage King." Hearing that, the tribesman froze for a moment. What did you just say? The Mage King was the master of the native tribe's tower. The natives themselves were a people born with both mana hearts and mana brains, giving them a unique way of controlling magic. Their mana is pretty basic, but they're raised to be ritualistic shamans rather than your run-of-the-mill mages. In this hierarchy, the Sorcerer King is, well, their king, sitting right at the top. At this point, Yan couldn't care less about their attitude and just kept rolling with his agenda. I've come to discuss the little monster problem brewing up north. The Sorcerer King must already be aware, so please. But before Yan could even finish his sentence, a razor-sharp spear was aimed directly at his throat. The wielder postured aggressively, yelling, "How dare someone from the Empire be so arrogant? You think the Sorcerer King would meet with the likes of you?" These guys had zero chill. None of them welcomed him, instead, loudly threatening him to get lost. "Keep spouting nonsense and we'll offer you as a sacrifice to the spirits of the Great Plains." Facing such blatant hostility, Yan just casually remarked, "Do I look like the kind of guy who just scrams because you told me to?" Yan's expression made it clear his patience was wearing thinner than a piece of paper. Unfazed, the guard charged forward with his spear, thinking, "Looks like you'll have to die before you grasp your situation." The tribesman recklessly attacked Yan, completely oblivious that he was the one walking into a world of hurt. From the void, Yan materialized an ice spear and with one clean motion sliced the man's weapon in two. The spearhead clattered to the ground while its owner was still processing what happened. Yan then issued a calm warning, "Your head is next on the chopping block." His words were as light as a feather, but carried the weight of a guillotine. "Stop messing around here and take me to the Sorcerer King." Just as the chaos peaked, an elderly voice echoed out, "What business does a member of the Empire have here?" Everyone, including Yan, turned to look. Seeing the familiar staff in the old man's hand, Yan had a hunch. He asked directly, "Are you the Sorcerer King?" The old man gave a slight nod. "Yes, that is what I am called," Yan said. "I'm surprised you'd come all the way out here." Not even waiting for a reply, he dived straight into the issue. The monsters of the Great Plains are invading the borders of the three nations. However, as I traveled south, I didn't spot a single one. It's a classic Manhwa mystery. I'm not sure if you know why the monsters are exclusively invading the north. The old man replied, "Monsters invading the border is a common occurrence. We have no idea why this is happening." However, Yan immediately knew that was a load of bull. That's a lie. The Sorcerer King froze completely blindsided that his little fib had been called out. It was this blatant dishonesty that ticked Yan off, who deadpanned, "Your little white lies have zero effect on me." His tone turned serious as he asked again, "Please tell me the truth. What is really going on here?" One of the tribesmen couldn't take it and roared, "How dare that in scum act so high and mighty in front of our king?" But the Sorcerer King quickly shut him down. The old man said calmly, "I heard the Empire's mages cooked up some kind of lie detection spell, but seeing it work in person is still quite a shocker." Looking Yan straight in the eye, the Sorcerer King finally caved. "Fine, lying to you is pointless. I will tell you the truth." He began his grim tale. "Many years ago, a prophecy was made. It foretold that our beautiful Great Plains would become a sea of flames and a golden light would stain the land red. Our people have lived here for thousands of years only to be scattered and enslaved." The news was a total bombshell for Yan. The old man slowly continued, explaining the whole tragic story. "We were powerless. We knew our tribe would be annihilated if war came to our lands. Even so, we couldn't just sit around twiddling our thumbs, praying the prophecy was a dud." The truth kept spilling out as the Sorcerer King spoke. "One day a certain lady found us. That lady cast several spells on this staff, shared her power with us, and then vanished into thin air." As the king spoke, Yan's eyes narrowed. "A lady," he wondered. The old man added, "She also told us that if another outsider ever came here." Just as he said that, the air behind Yan burst into a raging inferno. In front of him, the Sorcerer King had summoned an army of skeletons. As they clawed their way out of the earth, the king's voice dropped to a menacing growl. "If an outsider arrives, he must not be allowed to leave this place alive." A whole legion of the undead was rising, and their one and only target was naturally Yan. The Sorcerer King said with a hint of regret, "I'm sorry, but your story ends here." After speaking, his expression hardened as if he was ready to pounce at any second. Yan surveyed the classic Manhwa villain scene. "Ah, black magic, is it?" he thought to himself. "I figured this stuff was wiped out 3 years ago when it was outlawed. I guess the future went a little off script." Yet despite the chaos, Yan remained completely far from being intimidated. Yan was practically buzzing with excitement. He knew they were looking down on him, and he loved it. He smirked, "My apologies, gentlemen, but I've absolutely no intention of dying without a proper fight first." He stated it with cold certainty, "And let's be clear, even if I have to get my hands dirty, I will be taking that staff enchanted with dark magic." The old man stubbornly retorted, "If you think you have what it takes, then by all means, give it your best shot." In response, magical energy began to crackle in Yan's palm. "You know," he said, "there's no taking back what you just said." He delivered the line with a gaze so sharp it could cut diamonds. Meanwhile, the colossal ice wall Yan had erected 10 days ago began to melt, a spectacle worthy of a legendary manhwa. The wind started to howl fiercely through the mountain pass. At that moment, Kai thought to himself, "Is something wrong?" He couldn't help but stare at the ice wall with growing concern. It had been 10 long days since the mage set off for the Great Plains, and the barrier blocking the canyon was now rapidly melting away. The creeping anxiety forced Kai's mind to the darkest possible conclusions. He tried not to dwell on them, but his gut was already bracing for the worst. Steeling himself, he turned and called for his subordinate. "Adong?" "Yes, my lord," Adong replied instantly. Kai issued his command, "Prepare for battle at the canyon just as we planned. Move all troops and catapults into the territory and order the ambush units around the mountain to converge." Adong bowed respectfully and rushed off to obey. Now Kai could only rely on himself. "We can stop them," he told himself, a desperate attempt to shore up his own courage. "My soldiers will protect our land and our people." Kylie's expression hardened with resolve, as if he was ready to sacrifice everything for that single thought. "We must become the Empire's greatest shield." The shrieking wind grew louder, sounding more and more like the blood-curdling screams of monsters. Through the thick mist, rolling off the ice, Kai couldn't see what was on the other side, so he had to assume the worst. He defaulted to believing the sounds were from monsters and ordered his men to ready the catapults. A second later, he roared the command to fire, but the word died in his throat. His heart hammered against his ribs as the unmistakable silhouette of a human being emerged from the canyon. It was none other than Yan. He was staggering forward, panting heavily. Kai stood frozen for a beat before the shock finally registered. He yelled out, "Lord Yan!" The staff in Yan's hand was enveloped in a swirling dark aura. Yan raised his voice in warning. "This scepter, he rasped. "Never, and I mean never, touch it." And with that final dramatic warning, Yan's legs gave out. He crumpled to the ground in a heap as Sen's panicked shriek echoed through the air. Yan, after who knows how long he finally swam back to consciousness. He blinked groggily at the ceiling, did a slow-motion scan of the room, and then it all came rushing back. Yan was tucked into a medical bed, looking like a well-wrapped mummy with all his bandages. He mumbled, "Where is this?" Judging by the interior design, or lack thereof, Yan guessed, "Am I in Yongduang?" He then bolted upright and grabbed his head. Yep, definitely the right place. The aftermath of the battle was hitting him like a freight train, but his mind was already racing. First things first, I've got to deal with that scepter. Just then, Sen's voice sliced through his thoughts. "Lord Yan, you're finally awake." Spotting, Sen Yan called out General and asked softly, "How long was I out?" The general replied, "You've been out cold for 3 days, my lord." Sen then asked with deep concern, "How are you feeling?" He reminded Yan that the royal physician gave strict orders not to move, but Yan, like a classic Manhwa protagonist, was having none of it. He pushed himself up, insisting, "I'm fine." He then asked anxiously, "The scepter I brought back, where is it?" Sen pointed to a chest nearby. "The mages have sealed it in that chest. It's called a containment box, built on the same principles as the mana prison." Yan shuffled towards the chest and gave Sen a nod of approval. "You handled this well." His second-in-command didn't reply, merely fumbling with his words. Finally, Sen managed to stammer out, "Lord Yan, when you got back to the ravine, the doctor said your mana was completely drained. If you'd been a single second later, it would have been fatal." The worry in Sen's voice was thick enough to cut with a knife. He pressed on, "I know it's terribly impolite to grill a man who just woke up, but I'm out of options. I need to know what on earth pushed you to the brink like that." Sen was practically begging to know what happened out on those plains. Yan, never one to beat around the bush, started to explain. "This scepter is the root cause of all the freaky business on the plains." He gripped it tightly as if expecting it to spring to life and attack someone. Yan continued, "The scepter runs on black magic. The Sorcerer King uses it to control his army of monsters and the illusions it casts." Hearing this, Callian's jaw practically hit the floor. "Hold on, back up. What are you talking about? Isn't black magic supposed to be extinct like 300 years ago?" Yan, completely unfazed, just started casually casting some sort of spell on the staff as he replied. Apparently, some mysterious figure passed down the secret recipe for black magic to the Mage King. Who was it? Your guess is as good as mine. A stream of energy flowed from Yan's fingertips into the scepter. He continued his lecture. "Ever since the king kicked the bucket, black magic and illusion arts were basically lost arts. Naturally, that's when all the monsters decided to crawl out of the woodwork and attack the staff's new owner. It all points to one thing," Yan added with dramatic flair, "a curse designed to erase any evidence of its existence." After hearing the whole sordid tale, Chen finally understood. "So, let me get this straight," he said, rubbing his temples. "You've been dodging death traps all the way back here because of this stick. If this thing is so ridiculously dangerous, why haven't you snapped it over your knee and tossed it into a volcano?" But Yan just offered a breezy explanation. "Because I think it looks cool," he said with a shrug that Chen definitely did not see coming. "That's it? That's your only reason?" As if to prove his point, the staff, now cleansed by Yan's magic, began to shimmer beautifully, a far cry from its original spooky vibe. "Pretty much," Yan confirmed. "Besides, I've already wiped all the nasty black magic spells off it." He barely got the words out before his heart suddenly seized up. A crushing pain gripped his chest. his heart starting to hammer like a drum solo against his ribs. Huh. Jan's entire body began to shake uncontrollably. The newly sparkling staff clattered to the floor. The agony intensified in his chest and his vision started to blur. Through the haze, he could just make out Chen's panicked face yelling, "Jan, are you all right?" His heart just kept pounding a frantic rhythm with no end in sight. The worst possible thought popped into his head. Oh no, don't tell me my demon heart is acting up now of all times. And right on cue, a torrent of crimson blood spewed from his mouth, completely soaking the fresh bandages on his chest. He had no clue what was happening. A flash of pure confusion crossed his face. But the ordeal was far from over. He doubled over, coughing up even more blood. This dramatic scene felt like it was ripped straight out of a tragic manhwa. Soon, a gruesome pool of his own blood was forming on the floor. Chen, completely losing his cool, screamed, "Are you okay?" Seeing things were escalating fast, he whipped around. "Adol, get a doctor now!" Adol snapped to attention. "Yes, sir." Yan, looking like a walking Jackson Pollock painting, somehow managed to gasp out, "I'm fine, General, just getting rid of some impurities." He hesitantly asked again, "Impurities?" Yan, ever the patient teacher, explained that this sort of thing happens when an incomplete mana heart levels up. Totally normal, nothing to worry about. But Kalyan, bless his worried heart, needed to double check. "Are you sure?" "You're okay," Yan shot back with a simple, "Totally." He glanced down at his hands, a smirk playing on his lips as he thought, if my calculations are correct, I've not only mastered the 5th tier, but have just broken through to the 6th. His previously blood-soaked hands were now pristine. I can feel it. The mana is on a whole different plane now. Yan couldn't help but grin. Leveling up felt good, just like in a top-tier manhwa. But of course, Kalyan the Chronic Warrior wasn't convinced. He said, "That's a relief, but just to be absolutely safe, we should still have a doctor look you over." "I appreciate the hospitality," Yan replied smoothly. Kalyan then added, "We have so much to thank you for. But there's something I need to tell you first. 4 days after you left for the Great Plains, a message arrived from the Ivory Tower." He revealed a blue crystal orb, a guilty expression creeping onto his face. I promised to deliver this the moment you returned, but I couldn't, what with you being unconscious and all." Kalyan urged him, "Please take a look." Yan took the orb, thinking, a message from the Ivory Tower, huh? But just as he was about to activate it, Kalyan piped up again. "Wait a second." Kalyan fumbled around in his coat. "There's something else." He whipped out a sealed letter. "This just arrived today. It's from His Majesty the Emperor, delivered by a royal courier. My orders were to deliver it to you personally." "To you, Sir Yan." Yan's eyebrows shot up. Delivered by a rider on horseback." Kalyan nodded casually. "Seems that way." Hearing that, Answer Yan's mind started racing, so the king bypassed the Ivory Tower's instant messaging orb and opted for old-school snail mail via a rider. That method is slow, unreliable, and prone to interception. There's a high chance the message could be delayed or lost. Is this something he needs to keep hidden from the Ivory Tower? Interesting. In that case, let's see what the tower has to say first. And with that, he activated the crystal orb. A holographic screen looking like a status window from a classic manhwa materialized before him. The message read, "To High Mage. Yanfa, we requested a delay in this message's delivery, as its contents could have potentially interfered with the execution of your current mission. We hope you understand this was a necessary precaution. It has come to our attention that your family has run into a bit of trouble. Chaos. An unidentified intruder attempted to breach your residence. Thankfully, due to the diligence of the guards, your family and assets remain secure." Yan's eyes flew open in shock. An intruder. He struggled to keep his cool and read on. "At present, your family's safety is guaranteed under the absolute protection of the royal family and the Ivory Tower, so we are sending this message to assure you that you have no need to worry." Reading this, Yan's entire body began to tremble, his hands clenching into tight fists. His eyes blazed with fury. He knew this message was sent with the express purpose of making him worry. "What kind of sick game are you playing, Herbeck?" The Tower Master fumed, trying to regain his composure. He took a deep breath and decided to read the emperor's letter first and have a proper meltdown later. The letter opened with a surprisingly sincere greeting, "Dearest Mage Yan Fa." Every single word was penned with meticulous care. If you are receiving this letter, it means fortune still smiles upon me and my son. I offer my silent thanks to the goddess of luck and wish to make a request of you. Yan slowly absorbed every word. As a high-ranking mage currently on a mission, you are surely unaware of the latest news. However, a treaty between three nations concerning the subjugation of monsters on the Western Great Plains is soon to be signed in the free city of Demidra. Reading this, he was stunned. A monster subjugation treaty already. That wasn't supposed to happen for another 3 years. The plot of this manhwa is moving way too fast. In the letter, Terry stated that it had been decided that Crown Prince Xuan Green River, the 5th Prince Zhang, the Green River Tower Master Herbeck Leon, and Grand General Duncan Kanos of the Imperial Army would form the delegation for the treaty conference. By the time you read this letter, the conference will likely already be underway in Demidras. He then thought of Xuan and added, "At this moment, the Crown Prince has no one to act as his eyes and ears." After beating around the bush for a while, Terry finally presented his cautious request. "Therefore, I must ask a favor of you, his closest friend." He then urged Yan to go to Demidras and become the young man's strength. He ended the letter with a powerful promise, "I vow to bring your beloved family into the Imperial Palace and grant them the finest protection in the Empire." After finishing the letter, Yan fell into a contemplative silence. He closed his eyes, focusing his mind and recalling his past life. Back then, the Demidras conference was the moment Ragna began to make his moves in earnest, and it was the first venue where he openly joined the war for the throne, and that was also the critical moment. It was the final nail in the Crown Prince's coffin. Ragna, with his ridiculously slick diplomatic skills, used this treaty to negotiate a deal that overwhelmingly favored the Green River Empire. Consequently, the nobles and commoners alike began singing Zhang Na's praises while simultaneously noticing the Crown Prince's sheer incompetence, which was now on full public display. Yian, meanwhile, was lost in thought, comparing his past life's memories with the current mess. His brow furrowed as he wondered, could all of this possibly be the Tower Master's grand plan? A whole series of recent events started connecting in Yian's mind. I have no clue when this all started or where it's headed, but the chaos on the Western Great Plains, the Sorcerer King learning dark magic from some mysterious woman, and now this Three Kingdoms treaty happening way earlier than it did in my past life. All of it screamed suspicious to Yi An. He couldn't shake the feeling that every single one of these incidents was connected to the Tower Master. That shady character who broke into his mansion was probably trying to tie his hands. As he mulled it over, Yi An felt a bit rattled. Sure, it was just a theory, but it felt like the old geezer could see right through him. He quickly forced himself to calm down. Time for some clear-headed thinking. He's manipulated me into a position where I have to ignore the Emperor's summons and immediately rush back to the capital. His train of thought kept chugging along, but then, in a classic manhwa plot twist, the unexpected happened. A type of mage that not even the Tower Master could have predicted, a class unrecorded in any known history, a category you could only recognize if you saw it yourself. 6th class magic wielded only by a 6th class mage. With this sudden epiphany, everything clicked into place. He turned to the general, who immediately responded, "Speak your mind, Sir Yi An." A faint cunning smile played on Yi An's lips. He said, "Could you possibly do me a small favor?" At that very moment, in a city famous for its freedom, equality, trade, and a bustling harbor, a city known for, well, a lot of things. Its name was Demetera. The place was perpetually crowded, the air always buzzing with noise and excitement. And who should be here but Crown Prince He Dian? Looking rather annoyed, he grumbled, "Why in the world can't we get in touch with Yi An right now?" Oliver, ever the calm advisor, spoke up from the side, "Please have patience, Your Highness. You said yourself he's coming as your representative. Not even the Crown Prince can do anything to speed him up. This political waiting game is like something straight out of a manhwa." But Hadian was still a bundle of nerves. "I know, but I still have a bad feeling about this because The situation was looking pretty grim for He Dian. He continued, "You and I both know the score, but almost all the envoys are cozying up at the Leaning Tower. A place basically crawling with nobles backing that dimwit Jiang Na." His brows furrowed in frustration. "I've got a really bad feeling about this. Man, I wish Yan were here for this mess." Oliver opened his mouth to say something, but wisely decided to shut it. Elsewhere, Herb was plotting. "The moment has finally arrived," he mused. "We've prepared so much for this day. I'm willing to bet that young man will make a beeline straight for the palace." He then recalled something Jiang Na had said. "I found the whereabouts of Yan Fa, the fifth prince, had bragged absolutely certain that Yan would prioritize his family's safety above all. And if anything involves them, he'll burn the world down. Once the negotiations are over, the prince will—" Just then Hen and Oliver were distracted by a commotion. The surrounding crowd started pointing at the sky, a chorus of confused voices asking, "What is that? Is that something flying? Is it a bird? Is it a plane?" He whipped his head around and his eyes practically popped out of his skull in shock. Turns out the flying object was none other than Yan himself, making an entrance worthy of a main character in a manhwa. His cloak billowed majestically in the wind, and in the next moment, Yan landed as gracefully as a feather right beside He Dian and said respectfully, "My apologies, I'm a bit late." He then flashed a smile at the crown prince. Everyone in the vicinity, including Jiang Na, was stunned by the spectacle. Herb, on the other hand, looked like he'd seen a ghost. He thought to himself, "Don't tell me he actually abandoned his family." At that very moment, back at the Green River Empire's palace, Douglas was whining his heart out. "Captain, please hurry back," he wailed, his voice cracking. "I can't go to the academy and see my friends. All because I'm on house arrest in this stuffy palace, thanks to some stupid assassins. I am so bored." Rito, standing nearby, finally chimed in. "Ken is only staying here for a little while longer, so try to be grateful you're in the Imperial Palace at all." He then added, "I'll be quite happy if the guards catch that assassin, especially after Sir Yan set up that nifty mana trap all over the manor." Rito kept saying that if Yan were to activate the dangerous magic, the assassin wouldn't be able to move their body in the slightest. Seeing Vanessa's gloomy expression, Rito tried to comfort her. "Miss Vanessa, please don't worry so much." His voice softened. "This is the King's Imperial Palace, isn't it? It's safer than anywhere else in the world. And yet, even after—" Hearing that didn't cheer her up one bit. Seeing his words fall completely flat, Rui started to panic. He had no clue what to do next to make her feel better. Flustered, he added, "Didn't they report sending a letter from the Ivory Tower? The news will get to Master Yan in no time, and he'll be here before we can even say ta-da." Just then Yan's voice suddenly echoed, "Ta-da!" which made Rui freeze on the spot. He thought he was hearing things, but that was really Yan's voice. Overjoyed, he swung the door open as Yan said, "Sorry I'm late." Douglas, who had been moping on the bed a moment ago, shot upright the second he saw Yan. The two adults were completely stunned, whipping their heads toward the door to see their long-lost relative. They all rushed to call out his name. Yan walked over, took his mother's hand and said, "You must have been worried sick." And they were. Vanessa's face finally brightened up. She gazed at her son with loving eyes as he told them everyone can rest easy now. He smiled warmly at his beloved family and declared, "I will protect all of you." Now, as for how Yan managed such a dramatic entrance, we have to rewind to the night before at the P residence. At that time, he had told Xiang, "General, I have a favor to ask of you." The general enthusiastically replied, "You helped me save this entire capital. You can ask anything of me, please just say the word." And with that, Yan made his request. "For this period of time, I need you to protect me." As he spoke, he placed a hand over his left breast, showing that he was asking with all his heart. Qiang was a little surprised by the request. "Protect you," Yan began to explain. "The magic I'm about to use, I might lose myself completely while casting it. In the worst-case scenario, if that happens, call for the mage Baozhen and have him pump some mana into my mind. That should wake me up." The reason he had to be so careful was that he knew all too well official mages, who reach level 6 or higher are rarer than a humble Manhwa villain, so there are very few records of them on the continent. Even in my past life, the spells I used after reaching level 6 were either ones I discovered myself or learned from ancient books. Yan held his hand forward, preparing to cast that very spell. Let's begin. In the blink of an eye, a magic circle materialized right in front of him. Yan's body began to convulse violently, every cell practically screaming to get out. And just like that poof, he successfully pulled a mitosis and split himself into two separate beings. But this little magic trick was a massive mana drain, and the original Yan immediately went wobbly at the knees, staggering before gracefully fainting right into Kaion's arms. Tion stared at the unbelievable scene, thinking, how is this even possible? Yan's two clones were perfect carbon copies, so identical you couldn't tell them apart, leaving Tion completely floored by this insane magic. That's when the two Yans piped up to explain it's a puppet master spell, a tier 6 technique. The original body becomes the controller and basically takes a nap, entering a comatose state. Not only can we move freely, but these puppet bodies can also sling spells like a 5th level mage. The two of them gave Sion a look and continued, so we're counting on you, big guy. With that, they both turned and casually strolled towards the door. Meanwhile, over with Prince He, he was absolutely ecstatic to see Yan. You actually came for me. Hen rushed over, grabbing Yan's hand and getting all emotional. It must be our psychic connection. I missed you so much, Yan. Ah. Knowing the prince's flair for the dramatic all too well, Yan didn't say a word and just let out a quiet, long-suffering sigh. Just then, Hubo approached them. Well, now I was just wondering who decided to drop in. He squinted. Is that you? Yan. Hubo said smoothly, I heard from Lord Pierrick that you completed your mission. Word is it was so tough you actually passed out, and he couldn't stop singing your praises. You've achieved a great feat for the Empire. Yan, ever the modest protagonist from a top-tier manhwa, replied politely, I merely did what was expected of a high-level mage. That's all. After that bit of fluff, Hubo finally got to the point. But why are you here, I'm quite certain. I told you to go back to the Ivory Tower and rest. Haven't you heard what's happened with my family? Yan cut him off. I received a letter from the Ivory Tower. He placed a hand on his chest. But after finishing my mission, I received a direct order from the royal family. The letter in his hand was all the proof he needed. Yan continued, the moment I received the royal decree, I immediately joined the delegation to assist the crown prince. Seeing this, Hubo couldn't resist suggesting, may I see that letter for a moment? Yan promptly handed it over, and without a moment's hesitation, the old man eagerly opened it. He took a look. The letter bore the emperor's name and the royal seal, proving Yan's words were 100% legit. But that also left Hubo utterly flabbergasted. I thought they would try every trick in the book, but I never expected Yan Fa to actually ditch his family and run. All the way here, lost in thought, a smug smirk suddenly crawled onto his face. Hubo announced, I recognize this as a royal decree from the emperor, but you absolutely cannot join the delegation. Standing nearby, He Dian heard this and immediately blew a gasket, shouting, Cannot? Are you mocking the orders of Emperor Wu Cha? It was as if Hubo had been expecting this tantrum. He calmly began his justification. Your Highness, this is a matter of trust between our three nations. He argued that the number of people and guards in the delegation had already been set in stone and no changes could be made. That was the deal hammered out during the last negotiation session. According to him, since all the diplomats supposedly trusted each other, how could they possibly just add another person? And not just anyone, but a high-level mage to the party. At this point, our boy Yan was getting seriously ticked off, hearing Hubo say, I believe the Emperor will understand why we cannot allow him to join the delegation. Yan thought to himself, the Tower Master wasn't wrong. We might not be at war, but our countries have a rocky history. Plus, this is a treaty between three nations that have been giving each other the side eye for a very long time. Only when a certain level of security is guaranteed Can the heirs' delegations and guards of each nation even assemble? Yan also knew the score. There were a total of 3 high-level mages in the delegation, including the Tower Master. Adding another walking weapon of mass destruction like a high-level mage would throw the whole treaty into chaos. Realizing this, he finally spoke up. The foundation of diplomacy is trust, a very reasonable explanation straight out of a political manhwa. I understand what the Tower Master is worried about. Hearing the exact response he wanted, Hebo's whole demeanor changed. He turned to leave, saying, "If you understand, then go back. Your very presence in this city could cause diplomatic headaches." Hebo added, "Though I regret having to do this to you, you've gone through so much trouble to get here after completing your mission, but I hope you understand there's nothing we can do." Suddenly, in this seemingly losing situation, a confident smirk bloomed on Yan's lips. He said, "I'll explain what happened to the Emperor myself, but what if there was a mage? What if a high-ranking member gave up their spot in the delegation?" Yan suggested with a look of pure, unadulterated innocence. "Could I perhaps take their place?" he added, laying it on thick. "This is a direct order from the Emperor, so we should probably be a little flexible on this matter." Hebe, who hadn't even taken a single step, spun around and blurted out, "Of course that's possible, but who would—" Just as he said that, someone cut him off with a loud, "I'll do it." And with that bold declaration, the speaker took a dramatic step forward. It turned out to be none other than Runan. He raised his hand with a flourish. "I will yield my position in the delegation." The entire area went dead silent. You could hear a pin drop. Nobody dared to even breathe, fearing that one wrong word would land them in a world of hurt. Even Heng and Iolifo were stunned for a moment, completely blindsided that someone would actually roll out the red carpet for Yan. This whole situation felt like a plot twist from a political manhwa. It was so shocking that Haibei gasped, "What in the world are you talking about, Runan?" But the man was absolutely resolute in his decision. Then Ronan began his grand speech. "As I just said, are we not all citizens of the Empire, and no loyal citizen would ever disobey a royal command?" Hearing Dunan's noble words, a sly smile flashed across our protagonist's face. He continued, "Even if this causes some diplomatic headaches, the delegation's primary duty is to represent the Empire as its loyal citizens. It's a most honorable task, but while performing that duty, if I can also help execute a royal command and smooth over the diplomatic side by giving up my position, then I will gladly do so." His logic was so infuriatingly perfect that Haibeki was left completely speechless. Runan then turned respectfully to Haideng and declared, "I will now entrust the sacred duty of being part of this delegation to Yan Fa. I humbly ask your highness to permit this change." Hung didn't miss a beat. "I approve," he announced. "I am deeply impressed by your sincerity and unwavering loyalty demonstrated by your actions today. I hereby command you to prepare thoroughly and return safely to the capital." Runan replied, "Thank you for your grace, your highness." Then he turned to Yan as if he had one more thing to say. In a soft voice, Runan entrusted him with the mission. "I am confidently passing the torch to you. Please make sure you complete your duties without a single screw-up." Yan cheerfully shot back, "Thanks, senior, but the guy just said, 'Don't thank me.'" A stream of thoughts about. Suddenly, a certain someone popped into Yan's head, the high-ranking mage, Ronal. According to his past life's cheat sheet, he was one of the few genuinely decent mages out there. Sure, the guy was as stubborn as a mule on every issue, but his convictions weren't based on blind loyalty to the Tower Master or the Ivory Tower itself. And because Ronal was exactly that kind of guy, Yan knew he had him right where he wanted him. A smug grin spread across his face as he thought, "The old man only cares about leveling up his own magic. If I offer to teach him a few spells that even the Tower Master Hebo doesn't know, he'll switch sides faster than a reader binging a new manhwa." Right on cue, Ronal announced his departure. "Well, then I shall be taking my leave now," he declared, echoing the words Hebo had just used. A high-ranking mage who isn't part of the official delegation hanging around in this city might create diplomatic complications. At least that was the Tower Master's official story. Hebo was trembling with rage, but he was completely powerless to do anything. It was only then that a horrifying realization dawned on him. I thought he was just some clueless kid, but has he already sunk his roots deep into my ivory tower? Hebo's gaze shot straight towards Yan, his mind repeating that one name. Over and over. Yan. Hebo's brow furrowed as he hardened his resolve. I will not allow some snot-nosed brat to ruin the plan. I've spent ages crafting to turn this empire into the Ivory Tower's personal playground. He thought, staring daggers at Yan, as if he had just identified the final boss of his story. Meanwhile, lurking right behind Yan, another figure was quietly observing the situation. Rong Na remained perfectly silent, but the look in his eyes made it crystal clear that he was also starting to become wary of our protagonist. The signature smile on Zhang Na's face had also completely vanished. Elsewhere, magnificent castles with incredibly eye-catching architecture filled the landscape. This was Demi-Draz, a neutral city that belonged to no single nation. Because of this unique status, all three surrounding kingdoms acknowledged the importance of Demi-Draz, and it had served as a symbol of freedom and neutrality for hundreds of years. The moment they walked through the gates, the 19th mayor of Demi-Draz, Angolo Naval, gave them a hearty welcome. Right this way, please, he beckoned. Hai Yan immediately cut to the chase. Where are the others? The mayor replied softly, we have already guided them to their quarters. Angelo then pointed to a nearby building and said, the people from Green River may use this building. He had also made thoughtful arrangements for Hai Yan. I believe your highness can use that separate building over there. It's a residence reserved for our most important guests. Hai Deng scanned the swanky buildings and let out an impressed whistle. And not too shabby. He then pivoted to Hebo. So Tower Master got anything fun on the schedule? The old man replied, before the appointed day, my calendar is completely empty, sire. It was impossible to tell what Hai Deng was scheming, but you could see a sly little smirk forming on his face. He finally grinned and said, I get the picture. Turning to the high-ranking mages, he announced, all right, folks, you can all take a break. Yan, you're with me, let's roll. As expected, Yan gave a sharp, obedient bow. Once the minions were dismissed, he and Hai Deng made their grand exit, leaving Zhang Na standing there, practically burning holes in their backs with his glare. A short while later, in his private chambers, the door began to creak open. And who should walk in but Hebo himself? Before the old man could even utter a greeting, Zhang Na snapped, relax, I'm not going to hold you responsible. Your responsibility, that is, he added, his voice dripping with ice. But that mage Yan, the one always hovering around you, he's a real nuisance. His gaze turned deadly. I've got a very bad feeling about this. Hebo bowed low. I understand. He then tried to reassure him, but please, try not to worry too much. Hebo continued. It's true that Yan's magical talent is exceptional, but the real game here is diplomacy. And in this arena, magic has very little to do with it. Even I don't have a right to speak. No, even if I did speak, there's nothing I could say, Hebo added, scrambling for a good excuse. When nations engage in diplomacy, it's standard procedure to have a promising young mage present. Who else would it be? He was basically saying the high-level mage was just for show. Purely for decoration, really. Hebo then reminded Jiang, nah, your highness, as you've prepared, you must become the center of this entire treaty. He let out a long-suffering sigh. I know, but it's still an incredible pain in the neck. He was terrified of one thing. I have tried to recruit Yan countless times, offered him the world to become our ally, but he's turned me down flat every single time. If we just let this go, he's going to become a massive obstacle for us. Saying this, Zhang Na shot a pointed look at the Tower Master. I expect you to resolve this matter as soon as possible. The old man bowed respectfully. Please leave it to me. Hebo swore to him that everything would turn out exactly as His Highness wished. In stark contrast to the dramatic, tense atmosphere worthy of a tragic manhwa over on the Fifth Prince's side, the vibe in Prince Hai Deng's room was completely relaxed. He plopped down cheerfully on the sofa and declared, now that's what I call a wonderful welcome. Seemed absolutely thrilled with everything here. He chirped, oh, that reminds me, the Demi-Draz street performance at night is supposed to be amazing. There must be so much fun stuff to see. He Dian was practically vibrating with excitement, already planning his grand escape. We've got to sneak out. Or maybe buy some cool disguises, right? He mused without a care in the world. Captain, let's go hire some lackeys for our little adventure. At that moment, Jan cut in with the subtlety of a sledgehammer, Your Highness. Hearing his title, He Dian froze mid-fantasy. Uh-oh, he had a sinking feeling he'd just gotten a little too hyped and seriously ticked off Jan. He Dian stammered, What's up, Jan? And yep, one look at his face confirmed that Jan was absolutely fuming at this casual attitude. He didn't have to say a word. That thunderous expression was scarier than any final boss in a dungeon manhwa. But bound by his position, Jan could only start his lecture. Do you have any idea what your position entails? Your Highness? He explained, straining for every last ounce of patience. You are here as the official representative of the Green River Empire and as the heir to the throne. You are also the lead negotiator for a three-nation summit. My point is, you are not here on vacation. At this point, the dam of Jan's composure finally broke. He snapped directly at He Dian. Please get the thought of going out to play out of your head. Yet the prince, with the innocence of a newborn puppy, just blinked and asked, But why we still have plenty of time? That blissful ignorance was the final straw. Jan exploded, You need to start preparing now. Seeing Jan go full-on rage mode, He Dian immediately shot a desperate, help me I'm scared look over at Oliver. Oliver met his gaze, understood the plea perfectly, and promptly turned his head the other way. What a bro. Jan pressed on. You have the most authority in this discussion. If you say nothing, that opportunity will be handed right over to the fifth prince. He Dian stubbornly replied, I heard father mention something about that, but Jan cut him off, stating with absolute certainty, I guarantee you if that happens, the entire negotiation will revolve around the fifth prince. Are you okay with that? Even so, He Dian was still hesitant. I'd hate that, but he sighed, finally admitting defeat. Honestly, I don't know the first thing about the military, or trade goods, or land distribution, or anything related to slavery. I've never had anyone to debate politics with. And no one has ever helped me. Jan listened in silence as the prince finally revealed his insecurities. I just figured compared to the humiliation of saying something stupid, wouldn't it be better to just keep my mouth shut and do nothing? Hearing He Dian's inner thoughts, Jan finally understood, so it seemed His Highness was used to giving up and running away from reality. Well, that just wouldn't do. Jan knew it for a fact, because the only person with the potential to help Jan right now was Hayden the prince, who could deal Zhang Na, the ultimate soul-crushing disappointment, his one and only viable chess piece. So he tried to persuade the prince again, You need to be the star of this negotiation, Your Highness. The odd guy was still scrambling for excuses, but what could he do? Jan snapped his fingers and declared, I'm only giving you one shot. At this. Instantly, a swarm of quills began scribbling furiously on blank sheets of paper hovering in midair. He explained, His Majesty the Emperor has commanded me to become the Crown Prince's strength. This is your chance to take matters into your own hands. Jan recounted the Emperor's order, framing it so the prince wouldn't lose the upper hand to his brother. I will list every single issue that will be discussed at the negotiation, along with their corresponding solutions. He snapped his fingers one more time and said, Therefore, Your Highness? And just like that, the door to the room slammed shut and locked itself on Jan's command. From this moment until the appointed day, the prince stared in abject terror at the blizzard of documents flying around the room. Jan told him with a dead serious face, You must memorize everything. 1 week later, at a grand castle in Demidras, the day of the three-nation treaty negotiations had arrived. Zhang Na's footsteps echoed as he strode inside, chatting with his entourage. Oh, by the way, I heard that after my dear brother entered that mansion, he didn't come out for a whole week. A look of mock curiosity crossed Zhang Na's face. I wonder what's gotten into him. Herba Leon immediately replied, I was concerned as well, so I placed the mansion where the crown prince is staying under surveillance, but nothing happened at all. He continued, They say he only occasionally went out into the garden and looked utterly exhausted. The man replied coolly, I see. Just then Hayden Green River arrived looking surprisingly refreshed. Zhang Na's voice dripped with fake sweetness. Good morning. Did you sleep well last night, brother? Hayden replied with a friendly, wonderfully. His brother smiled. I'm so glad to hear that. Zhang Na continued. Well, then I'll head to the conference room with my delegation first. See you later, big brother. As he walked past Jiang Na, brushed by Yan, who turned to shoot him a look. At that moment, Hayden seemed incredibly anxious, clenching his fists tightly. Yan immediately picked up on Hayden's mood. He called out, Your Highness, startling the prince. Yan quickly moved to reassure and encourage. Sir Haidian, don't you worry, you've literally done everything possible over the past week to prepare for this. He stressed the one truly in charge of these three-nation treaty talks is you. After a brief dramatic pause, he cracked a confident smile and replied, Right, let the negotiations begin. Angelo dramatically stood up to introduce himself. I am the one entrusted with arbitrating these treaty negotiations. The 19th mayor of Demidras Angolo Nevo. At the negotiation table, all parties were present, looking like they'd stepped right out of a political manhwa. He announced, From this moment on, every single detail of this treaty negotiation will be recorded, and I shall be the one to oversee it. I do hope all of you will remember what I've just said. Now let us begin the treaty negotiations. Here was also listening intently as Angelo laid down the rules. Maxon and the others were buzzing with anticipation, while Rang Na looked as confident as a cat with 2 bowls of cream. Meanwhile, Hen was still wrestling with his nerves, despite Jan's heartfelt pep talk before the meeting. Maxon immediately shot his hand up. I am Maxon Banat. He said, As you all know, the route leading to our duchy is both narrow and incredibly dangerous. It's a logistical nightmare for us to gather soldiers and supplies. We hope to receive elite mages and knights instead of regular infantry and cold hard cash instead of goods. In fact, we've already reached an agreement on this with the Couts Empire. The magnificent mansion only added to the sheer gravity of the negotiations. Maxon continued, but please don't misunderstand. If the Green River Empire has a legitimate reason to object, we are more than willing to renegotiate from square one. He said this while shooting a pointed look at He Dian. Yan immediately looked at He Dian, his eyes filled with unwavering trust. The opening topic is the expeditionary force, he thought frantically. Do it, say it just like you practiced. Hen remained silent. Meanwhile, Zhang Na, who was watching him like a hawk, finally spoke up, I shall speak on behalf of the Crown Prince. But just then Hen also found his voice. Regarding the matter of the military, the person who will speak is our empire's great general and undefeated commander, Sir Dan Mistos. I will entrust this matter to him. He introduced, inviting Dan to speak. Maxon looked utterly baffled. Wait a minute, he thought. Isn't the 5th prince the one in charge here? Hen stated firmly, we already have a designated expert on this matter, so there's really no need for me to speak, is there? He turned and signaled to Dan. Sir Dan. The general immediately obeyed. Yes, I will speak. Dan began his address. As I see it regarding the duchy's request. All right, let's just keep this momentum going. Meanwhile, Yan was just chilling, listening with a subtle smile as he surveyed the scene. The negotiations were going shockingly smoothly. He An was confidently laying out his points, and the folks from Mosen's side were actually engaging in a civilized discussion. Rang Ne, on the other hand, looked like his brain just short-circuited, utterly bewildered by the progress. The talks dragged on into the late afternoon, and Yan thought to himself, all right, wrap it up, people. We're almost at the finish line. But just then, the Empire's youngest crown prince, Hector, folded his hands and cut in. Okay, let's be real with each other for a second. He argued that just slicing the territory into 3 parts without a solid plan was a recipe for disaster. This is precisely why we can't figure out a fair way to divide this thing. The quality of the resources and the land itself varies wildly across this huge region. If you get a good piece, it's like winning the lottery. But what if you get stuck with a useless plot with nothing underneath? Wouldn't that be a total waste? Outside, the sky was growing dark. Some nations are going to get the short end of the stick, and they'll have no choice but to be seriously annoyed. And annoyed is putting it mildly. That's the kind of resentment that starts wars, isn't it? Jan's expression finally turned serious as he thought. Here we go. The main event of this political manhwa negotiating the division of territory and natural resources. After the subjugation, Hector continued laying out a proposal. Our empire wants zero drama. If we can maintain peace for 1,000 or even 10,000 years, that would be ideal. So please, if anyone has a better idea, speak up now. Let's just enjoy the fruits of our labor without any squabbling. The delegation from Mo Sen immediately erupted into a lively debate amongst themselves. Rang Na glanced over at Hebo Liang and said, "Tower Master." The old man just smirked while his companion looked visibly anxious. Rang Na raised his hand to speak. "This is merely my humble opinion, but I'd like to share it." Suddenly, Bam Hei An slammed both his hands on the table and boomed, "I know a way to settle this without anyone getting screwed over." Everyone was stunned. Even the Mosen camp had to abruptly halt their discussion to gawk at Hei An. His face was a mask of pure confidence, like he'd been waiting for this exact moment. Meanwhile, Rang Na looked completely flabbergasted. Nguo Luo immediately prompted the prince, Crown Prince Hei An of the Green River Empire, to please do enlighten us with the solution you've devised. He began, "Of course, first our empire's Ivory Tower. No, that's not it. Our magic tower has developed a new type of spell. With it, we can detect and identify with perfect accuracy the relative concentration of minerals buried beneath any given area." Rangna was gobsmacked. The guy looked completely floored. Ed wondered to himself, how in the world does he know that? Meng immediately piped up, asking if it was for real. Han shot back confidently, "You bet it is. I'm sure by now you've all heard the rumors about this particular mage." He then gestured to Yan. "This gentleman is Yan, the youngest high-ranking mage in our entire empire. In fact, he's the genius who invented the spell." Meng's jaw practically hit the floor as he stammered, "I can't believe such a spell even exists." The Tower Master, meanwhile, was having a minor crisis. Is this kid thinking the same thing I am, that a mineral detection spell would be the key to these treaty negotiations? He shot a skeptical look at Yan, wondering, how could this little punk possibly see through the heart of this whole negotiation? Han then stood up, seizing the moment. "We were thinking we could use that very spell to create something we'll call a resource map. After all, we need to know exactly how valuable this land really is." He painted a picture for them, stirring their imaginations with the idea of a perfect map. "With a complete map," he continued, "we could divide the Great Plains into several different parcels of land among our nations based on specific criteria." Meng chimed in, "The borders might get a little messy, but hey, we're going to be farming and mining this land for decades to come anyway, right?" All this time, Zhang Na just sat there in silence, absolutely seething with rage. He shot a death glare at Yan, who simply met his gaze with an expression of pure, unadulterated confidence. Yan smirked, a classic winner's smirk straight out of a manhwa. Meanwhile, Han was still passionately making his case. "I'm telling you, there is absolutely no better way to do this. That's my final word on the matter." Outside, a picturesque sunset bathed the castle in a warm glow. Oliver was waiting anxiously for good news. He was startled to see Hai Dung come barreling out of the room. "Captain," Hai Dung called, running over with a look of pure glee. "Your Highness?" Oliver replied, seeing how overjoyed he was. Hai Dung started spilling the details as he ran, his voice buzzing with excitement. "Captain, you should have been there to see. I totally flipped that meeting on its head today." He crowed. The looks on Zhang Na's and the Tower Master's faces were priceless, sour enough to curdle milk. "It's a real shame you missed it." Hearing this, Oliver couldn't help but crack a smile. Hai Dung then invited everyone to celebrate. "I'll give you all the juicy details once we're out of this stuffy castle. For now, let's go grab a drink and take a stroll through the city." He then turned to Yan. "You're coming with us, aren't you? What better excuse to cut loose than a victory like today?" Yan immediately nodded. Hai Dung was ecstatic, grabbing Yan firmly by both shoulders. he said with an amused tone. That's more like it. Yan, you'll be an adult soon, so you should definitely have some of the wine I'm offering, right? Excellent. I'll even teach you how to drink properly. But just then someone cut in calling out, Your Highness, it's Jiang Na. The man approached clearly wanting a word with Hei An. Jiang Na was acting all friendly, but Hei An wasn't having it. What is it? He asked, his voice dripping with authority. The guy practically bowed, showering Hei An with praise. You were truly impressive today, brother. I've learned so much from you. Jiang Na placed a hand over his chest, putting on a show of politeness. Hei An forced a smile and replied, Of course, little brother. I'm thrilled you could learn a thing or two from me. I bet you'll also pick up a lot from these treaty negotiations. Just keep working hard and improving yourself, okay? The look on Jiang Na's face screamed, I'm smiling, but I'm plotting your demise. Meanwhile, Hei An was in full-on lecturing mode, schooling his dear brother. He told him that if he ever needed advice, he should feel free to ask any time. Jiang Na hesitated before muttering, Thank you, brother. With that award-winning performance over, Jiang Na turned to leave. Hei An's entire squad watched him go, their eyes narrowed. Once Jiang Na was a safe distance away, Hei An turned to Yan. Captain Yan! He was practically beaming with gratitude. Today was honestly the best day of my life. You could practically see the victory roses blooming in his chest. Yan and Oliver were also caught up in the celebratory mood. Hei An clapped them both on the shoulders and declared, let's go, we've been holding back all week, it's time to party. He then turned to Oliver, Captain, you need to relax and act normal for once today. All right, no overthinking. And turning back to Yan, Hei An said, You'll be a man soon, so you should definitely have some of the wine I'm offering, shouldn't you? Wait a second, didn't I just say that? Suddenly he noticed something was off. Hold on. Yan, what's happening? Your hands? At that moment, both of Yan's hands began to glow brightly. Even Jiang Na's group turned back to look as Hei An and Oliver stared in complete confusion. Yan then spoke, his voice calm. It seems this is my limit. A bewildered Hei An immediately asked, Your limit? What in the world are you talking about? Explain yourself. As Yan started to fade away like a poorly rendered Manhwa character, he said softly, My apologies, Your Highness, but I believe I'll have to take that drink you offered in the royal palace. A frantic Hei An demanded, What do you mean by that? Yan replied quietly, I will explain everything when I see you at the royal palace. And just like that, he vanished into thin air, leaving a very confused Hei An wondering what just happened. Everyone watched as Yan completely disappeared. Only Hebo seemed to have a clue, thinking to himself, a clone. So he's been using a replica this whole time. Wait, so that whole time it was a clone. How can a clone even exist like that? Ruan was completely floored. Yan had vanished into thin air. He was seething. He growled, he pulled all that off with a freaking clone, did we just get bamboozled? Meanwhile, back at the base, dusk was settling in. Ah Dong was bringing in a tray of food, saying softly, Sir, I've brought your meal. At the bedside, Chen was watching over Yan. He told him to just leave it. Over there, Ah Dong then asked, Has Sir Yan woken up yet? Chen with a worried look replied, No, not yet. It's already been several days. This stasis spell is supposed to minimize energy drain and biological functions, but you don't need to be a doctor to see that. His body is getting weaker. He glanced at the still figure on the bed, looking like a character straight out of a tragic manhwa. Chen remembered Yan's instructions before he collapsed. If anything goes wrong, wake me up by pouring mana directly into my head. Getting to his feet, he declared, I'm calling in a mage to force him awake. Out of nowhere, Yan's voice croaked, I'm up. Chen whipped his head around in shock. Yan continued, I don't think that'll be necessary. It would have turned out the same either way. Chen's face lit up. Oh Yan, you're finally awake. You don't say, Yan replied dryly. Chen immediately started fussing. Are you okay? Do you feel any pain anywhere? The guy looked utterly drained. He said slowly, Looks like I'm going to be in a bit of a pickle for a while. My head is throbbing and I can barely move, and what's more, my stomach. Your stomach? Chen repeated, his voice escalating into a full-blown panic. Does your stomach hurt? I'll call for a doctor right now. Yan just kept going. Right now? My stomach is empty. A comical silence fell over the room. They just stared at each other for a good 2 seconds. Yan emphasized, like really empty. The next morning, under a bright sunny sky, Yan was all set to depart. Chen insisted, come on, just stay one more night, no matter how swamped I am. I have to throw a proper feast for our savior, even if it's on short notice. Yan gave a classic humble response. Your help earlier was more than enough. Besides, isn't this just the duty of a high-ranking mage like me, savior, please? If it wasn't me, some other mage would have shown up. The sunrise here really is something else. But Chen wasn't having it. I highly doubt that. If it were any mage other than you, Sir Yan, I would have just held the line and then booked it out of there. His face was filled with pure gratitude. Chen confessed, honestly, the first time I saw you, I had my doubts. This young guy looking like some Manhwa protagonist, standing against that massive monster horde on the Great Plains. I seriously wondered what you could possibly do, but I was dead wrong. For years I couldn't do a thing, and yet Lord Yan solved the problem at its very root in just 10 days. Yan just smirked, listening to the praise. He then asked, it seems you possess a special power that no one else has, Lord Yan. Jian then made an enticing offer. In that case, Lord Yan, before you go, let's do that thing. Yan raised an eyebrow. And what thing would that be? The man replied with a wide-open grin. I mean, I heard that last year you formed the Pledge of the Honored Guest with the Morgan family of the North. What I'm saying is, you should make that same pledge with us. Yan looked genuinely surprised. Huh, you're telling me it's that simple? Jian just laughed and replied, don't get the wrong idea. It's only because it's you, Lord Yan, that I'm even suggesting this. Making a pledge with you is no problem at all. We of the Pierrick clan are more than willing to serve you. The lord of the clan showed great favor, saying, this isn't just simple courtesy for our savior, you know. I have my reasons. If the Empire's only Sixth Circle mage, a protagonist straight out of a manhwa, accepts the service of the East, then there is no greater honor than that. Yan listened intently, mulling it over. Jian emphasized, this is purely my own judgment, but I don't think anyone will regret this decision, not you, Lord Yan, and certainly not us. Yan hesitated for a moment. I'm not sure I can just casually accept what's known as the Empire's 1,000-year promise so easily. This is all a bit sudden, you know. Yan broke into a grin and said softly, but I'm not planning on refusing either. Hearing this, Jian immediately turned to take the sword that Adon brought over. He declared, I was waiting for you to say that. Yan then presented the sword and said, I suppose we should follow the proper procedures. This is the 1,000-year oath after all. It's a classic manhwa trope, isn't it? He explained with a bright smile. This might seem a little over the top, but please bear with me for a moment. It'll be over in a flash. Planting the tip of the sword into the ground, he began to speak slowly. This family will always welcome the great mage, Lord Yan, whenever he visits, should he ever need the power of the East. His voice boomed, probably rattling the heavens a little. We vow to stand by his side at any time. This promise shall be passed down from one generation to the next. In the name of the eastern flow of the Luhe River, I so swear. Yan smiled. Jian and Adon bowed their heads to him, and then they both chuckled and said, no matter how many times I say it, it still feels a bit cringy. If only I could just say this was my personal oath, you know. That would be so much better. Yan smiled back. Next time I visit, I'll be in your care. Jian immediately replied, please allow us. Just you wait, before you even get here, I'll show you what a real Eastern feast looks like. You'd better be excited, Yan declared, his voice dripping with false modesty. Oh, I will be. And with that, he was gone. A gentle breeze swept past as Adon and Si watched him go. Yan was starting a new journey. He stood for a moment gazing out at the Zhongshan territory, thinking to himself that in such a short time, so much had happened. And he'd even scored some unexpected loot. Yan couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. He raised his staff and mused, you were hailed as the king of mages and you carved this magic into the staff, the revival of black magic, something that vanished 300 years ago. This is getting as complicated as a high fantasy manhwa plot. He looked determined, realizing he'd have a mountain of things to investigate once he got back to the capital. Speaking of which, the moment Vanessa heard Yan was home, she practically flew down the stairs yelling, "Yan!" He turned to see his mom rushing towards him. "Mom!" Yan called back, his voice filled with affection. Vanessa's eyes welled up with tears as she closed the distance. "How could you just vanish into thin air like that? Do you have any idea how worried I was absolutely beside myself." She fretted, her expression a mask of concern. Covering her mouth with her hands, she gasped, "Oh my goodness, you're all skin and bones." Vanessa pinched Jan's cheek and lamented, "You must have had such a hard time. Your face is half its original size. Did that Lord Pyrrhic not even feed you while you were working?" She looked utterly scandalized. "How infuriating." He quickly tried to explain, some stuff happened over there. I just need to eat a bit more, that's all." Jan then fished something out of his pocket and said, "Oh right, Mom, here, take this." He opened his hand to reveal a transparent blue orb. "This is a mana communication orb, crafted from a mana crystal. I had a workshop make it for us on my way back to the capital. In the future, you can use this to talk to me whenever I'm in the city." Jan pointed to his staff and told her, "I've installed my half on this staff. I'm so sorry for making you worry." Vanessa hesitantly called his name and he promised, "From now on, I'll always be by your side." Just then Douglas Ham approached, calling out to Jan. The leader asked, "What in the world was that magic? I've read through countless spellbooks at the academy, practically devouring every scroll like it was the latest chapter of my favorite manhwa, but I've never seen a spell like that." Behind him, Radio was also smiling. Jan looked completely drained. Douglas pressed on, "How could you appear in Demi Dross and the royal palace at the same time? Was it a mirror of duplication or something?" Jan let out a sigh. "Dude, you're firing off way too many questions at once. Can we maybe go one at a time?" Jan laid it out for them. "Simply put, I can do it because I'm level 6 now." Upon hearing this, everyone's jaws collectively hit the floor. A stunned Da stammered, "Is that even possible? That means you're now the highest-ranking mage in the entire empire." Radio chimed in, "I knew you weren't some average Joe when we first met, but I never dreamed you were this much of a prodigy. Heck, your life story is more exciting than any manhwa I've read." Jan Ever, the humble one, just shrugged. "Nothing's changed, so please just treat me like you always have." "Well, in that case," Douglas said with a mischievous grin, "I was planning on testing a new potion in my lab this afternoon. Care to join?" Douglas extended the cheerful invitation, but Jan skillfully dodged the bullet. "Sorry, but I'll have to take a rain check on our joint experiment." Douglas pouted. "Why," Jan replied, his voice laced with exhaustion, "because I've been invited to another engagement." He then headed off to the aforementioned appointment. The place was hosting a surprisingly casual and simple wine party. "This is it," Jan wondered. Just then Hei Dian spotted him and gave him a roaring welcome. "Yan, my boy," he boomed. "You've probably guessed by now, but this whole shindig is to celebrate you." Yan was completely baffled. He thought to himself, "Why does this feel like deja vu?" Jan recalled, "He asked me to wear casual clothes, so I was wondering what kind of party this would be." "So this is it, huh?" Wei's voice cut in. "Ah, Sir Jan, welcome." Oliver was also there to greet him. The two of them practically dragged Jan to the party table. "All right, have a seat. Sir Jan, bring those snacks over here." Hei Dian then slammed a massive glass of wine on the table. He announced enthusiastically, "Drink up, Jan. A toast to you, hitting level 6. I had a few barrels of the finest wine brought to the palace just for this. You can't find a vintage this exquisite just anywhere you know." With that, everyone began to eagerly enjoy the fine wine. Hei Dian roared, "All right, bottoms up." Yan felt a moment of hesitation, thinking, "Come to think of it, I don't believe I drank much in my previous life." Zhang Na never touched alcohol. He said it makes people dull and lowers their guard. Yan cautiously lifted the brimming glass, gulped for courage, and then chugged the entire thing in one go. Hei Dian smiled. "So how is it, Yan?" he asked. Yan slammed the glass down, wiped his mouth with a look of pure satisfaction, and declared, "Actually, that's pretty darn good." He beamed, "Is that so? I'm glad you like it." The people around them turned and asked, "Your Highness, please tell us what happened at Demi-Drust." Hadian replied with gusto, "Oh, you want that story? All right, all right." And so he began to enthusiastically recount their adventure to the captivated audience. Leaving Jan to mope in a corner, Oliver decided to play bartender. "Master Jan, allow me to top you off." Jan glanced over at him and greeted him, "Sir Oliver." As he poured, Oliver continued, "You know, if this is your first time hitting the bottle, you probably shouldn't try to go too hard." Oliver warned, "If you get wasted and cause a scene, you might just launch a missile at the night squad for fun." Yan just chuckled, "Haha, sir. Oliver, you're such a worrywart." He glanced over at Hen and added, "Honestly, I'm a bit surprised to see His Highness so chummy with the night squad. Partying with them and all. Is that really wise?" Oliver explained smoothly, "Every single knight here has sworn absolute loyalty to him. They can be trusted." Jan mused, "Loyalty and trust, huh?" Oliver stared at Jan for a moment before dropping a bomb. "You know, I think I've figured out why you don't have any friends." Jan blinked, completely blindsided. Where did that suddenly come from? "Oh, I've known since the moment I met you," Oliver said casually. He launched into the story. "Remember our first chat 5 years ago on the Mogan estate, when Cecilia turned out to be a spy you captured alive?" Oliver pictured a much younger Jan continuing. "Even though you had just nabbed a third-class mage spy for you, it was just another Tuesday. You were so emotionless, a master of the poker face, like some protagonist from a dark manhwa. Most kids that age can't hide what they're feeling to save their lives." He set his glass down. Oliver analyzed, "But I couldn't read a single thing on your face back then. It was like staring at a soldier who'd been trained for years to be a stone wall." Jan thought to himself, "Right, I couldn't exactly fake being a kid." Oliver figured that was when I realized how walled off you were even back then. I guessed you probably didn't have a single friend to confide in. "I have a knack for noticing these things," Oliver stated confidently. Jan rested his chin on his hand. "All right, I admit it, but I'm not sure how I'm supposed to feel about you just laying it all out like that." He thought of Jiang Na and added, "Random, but I did have a friend once. It just didn't end well." Oliver smiled. "A friend of yours?" "Master Jan, I'm incredibly curious what kind of person they were." He suddenly added, "And after training with you this past year, I've noticed something else." Jan looked wary. "What is it now? I'm almost scared to hear what you're about to say." Oliver just said, I'm not sure why, but sometimes when I'm talking to young Jan, it feels like I'm chatting with some middle-aged dude. Someone who's just completely over life, you know?" "What's with that vibe?" Oliver startled, asking what he meant. Jan just laughed and said, "Ha, you've got a sharp eye for people, sir." "Seriously?" He deadpanned. "I'm actually about to turn 48. I just use a bit of magic to maintain this youthful look." Oliver's jaw just about hit the floor. He stared at Jan in utter shock. "Just yanking your chain?" Jan quickly clarified. "You see, I'm the kind of guy who doesn't really share his feelings and doesn't have any friends, so my jokes can sound a little too real sometimes. Please bear with me." Hearing that, Oliver finally chilled out. "Spoken with the grace of a true elder," Oliver said. "I'll let you off the hook this time." Jan grinned back. "Well, I'm certainly grateful." As night fell, the party was still in full swing. Jan, having had one too many, decided it was time to sneak out for some air. He rubbed his head, muttering, "Man, I drank way too much. I never drank this hard in my past life." Just then a voice called out to him. "Ah, Master Jan." He turned in surprise to see Wei sitting by the door. "Vice Captain." Jan greeted him, asking, "What are you doing out here?" Wei chuckled in response. "Haha, honestly, I'm a lightweight. 1 or 2 cups and I'm already seeing double." He then asked Jan, "I'm just hiding out here for a breather. What about you, Master Jan?" Our boy replied, "Same here, just getting some fresh air. I'm still not quite used to that person." Jan discreetly watched Wei, his mind racing. The vice captain of the 2nd Royal Knights, Wei Paul Lenz. In his previous life, this was the second best swordsman in the land, second only to Sir Oliver himself. Jan analyzed him like a character in a complex manhwa plot. He was a commoner, but his incredible swordsmanship and die-hard loyalty to the royal family had earned him the complete trust of both the Crown Prince and Sir Oliver, launching him to the position of vice captain. Wei's voice suddenly cut through his thoughts. That reminds me, Master Yan. This is your first time drinking, isn't it? What do you think your first taste of the good stuff? Yan smiled and replied, "It's not so bad, a little is fine." We laughed. That's a relief. We should go for drinks together sometime. The other guys are all dying to thank you, you know. Even our tight-lipped Captain Oliver has started opening up to you, hasn't he? And it's been so long since I've seen His Highness looking so bright. It's all thanks to you, Master Yan. Yan replied hesitantly, "Thanks for saying that, but I just gave him a little push in the right direction." Yan's thoughts drifted to the dark aura crowning the prince, but he continued, "But on the plus side," he said with a smirk, "I think I've actually grown quite attached to all this." Wei looked at him completely flabbergasted. Seeing his reaction, Yan asked, "What's wrong?" Wei replied hastily, "Oh, nothing, I'm just surprised, that's all. I never thought I'd see that kind of main character expression on your face." Yan was utterly confused about what Wei was even talking about. Just then, Fei stepped out and called for him, "Vice Captain, there you are. The Crown Prince is summoning you. He said if you don't come back for another round of drinks, they're going to strip you of your Vice Captain title." Wang asked, completely stunned, "Huh? Are you serious?" He stood up and bid Yan farewell. "Mr. Yan, I've gotta go." Yan just laughed and told him he should have paced himself from the start. "If only it were that easy," Wei retorted. That night the sky was filled with stars as Yan wandered alone, lost in thought. He gazed up at the night sky, reflecting on the memories of his past life. As the old images flashed through his mind, Yan realized he no longer needed to rely on them as his weapons. The changes brought about by his own choices would slowly stack up, creating situations completely different from his previous life. This was the kind of unpredictable plot you'd find in a top-tier manhwa. No one could possibly guess where this path would lead. Meanwhile, inside, Wei was getting absolutely wrecked by the drinking party. The guy was smiling from ear to ear. Over in another corner of the empire, Jiang Na was deep in thought, plotting his next move. What could he possibly be cooking up? And elsewhere, Terry Green River was calmly reading a book. A truly wise emperor, that one. Yan's thoughts drifted to his mother, his family, and Vanessa's radiant smile. The only way to protect the people I love, Yan thought, is to keep moving forward. He smiled, whispering a promise to his enemies. This is only the beginning. Over at Jiang Na's headquarters, he was grilling HB. "So what's your brilliant plan now?" Jiang Na's face was a mask of pure cunning malice. He growled, "What did I tell you, huh? I said to eliminate him before he became a thorn in our side. Didn't I remind you over and over again?" The old man replied meekly, "Yes, my lord, you did." Jiang Na pressed on. "And what did you say every single time I brought it up? That if I just waited a little longer, you would forge him into a useful weapon and present him to me. That's what you always said while letting the problem fester, wasn't it? Well, look at him now. He's blocking us at every single turn." HB looked down with an expression of self-reproach. "My judgment was flawed. I should have dealt with the issue swiftly," he admitted. "But I just kept procrastinating." HB then frowned, adding, "Although no one could have predicted a boy that young would be capable of such things." He then declared with conviction, "I will make no more excuses. However, I promise you this will be the very last time you have to wait." Lang Na's face hardened. "And this is the final time," He Bo emphasized his words with a flourish. "This, your highness, will be the absolute last time. I just beseech you to wait a little longer." The man was practically radiating confidence, declaring that every piece was now perfectly in place. With a snap of his fingers, He Bo summoned someone. "Helen, come greet his highness." Lang Na's eyes widened in disbelief. "Helen? You don't mean the Helen, the high-ranking mage who famously vanished years ago?" He looked utterly flabbergasted. Helen slowly pulled back her hood, her voice a low murmur. "It is a great honor to meet you, your highness." Her face was dangerously beautiful, highlighted by a pair of striking crimson eyes straight out of a dark fantasy manhwa. Lang Na stammered, clearly bewildered by this turn of events. He Bo quickly stepped in to smooth things over. "Please don't be alarmed, your highness. She is..." a simple human girl, but a fiercely loyal subordinate to a manager who answers to a god. Think of her as another long-term asset, one who will gladly offer her very life for your cause, your highness. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, he asked, Tower Master, does this mean she knows that art? Indeed. Hebo confirmed, his expression turning deadly serious. The forbidden kind. He continued, that pest Yan, the thorn in our side, is about to become a long-term pawn whose life is dedicated to serving you. So please do not worry. Lang Na, however, still looked on edge. Hebo pressed on, Your Highness, according to our grand design, you will soon ascend to the Emperor's throne. Meanwhile, back at Hebo's tower, he was having a complete meltdown just thinking about Yan. Level 6, he growled. He slammed both hands on the table with a mighty crash. Level 6. A murderous aura flared around Hebo, his entire body practically steaming with rage. In a fit of fury, he snatched a glass ornament and hurled it against the wall. The hatred Hebo felt for Yan was palpable. He muttered a string of curses under his breath about that little brat. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps broke the tension. Mackay stood in the doorway, his head bowed. Tower Master, he said, you called for me. He paused, taking in the scene. The man before him now looked serious and composed, a stark contrast to the terrifying figure from moments before. Hebo spoke gently, You're here, Mackay. Did something happen, sir? Mackay asked tentatively. Hebo's reply was hesitant. No, it's nothing. He then elaborated, a nostalgic look in his eyes. I was just suddenly remembering the first time I met you. It's already been 20 years. You were just a newborn then, so you wouldn't remember. But for me, that moment is still crystal clear. A warm smile touched Mackay's lips as he listened. You were just an abandoned child wrapped in a blanket. Hebo reminisced, and you smiled at me. He continued to recall Mackay's childhood. You learned to roll over then, to stand on your own 2 feet. I enjoyed watching you so much that I would sometimes completely forget about my work. Maro, when you rolled over and stood on your own 2 feet, I loved watching you so much I'd sometimes forget all about my duties. Hebo's expression was filled with pride. Proud, he said that one day that very child not only unlocked the abilities of a mage, but also grew up to become an official, full-fledged mage. Who could have possibly predicted that? I am so incredibly proud of you. Maki immediately offered his thanks. It's all because of the kindness you've shown me, sir, he continued. If I ever get the chance to repay your generosity, I, Mackay, will do absolutely anything. Bo raised a hand, his voice dripping with affection. You're like a son to me, so the idea of you repaying me is just silly. He continued. But the reason I summoned you today is that I have a rather important favor to ask. If you're free tonight, could you drop by my mansion? Mackay immediately bowed in compliance. Of course, you need only give the order. Hebo let out a soft chuckle, but it was a front for the cold, calculating gears turning in his mind. He said, Thank you, my boy. I'll see you later then. The scene then cuts to a marketplace shrouded in the quiet of the night. The door to a small tavern creaks open and the owner, Garrett, calls out a welcome. But his eyes suddenly went wide as saucers when he recognized the person walking in. Staring at the silhouette, Garrett shouted, Oh, for crying out loud, who is this? Isn't it the high-ranking mage? The youngest prodigy from the Yifa Ivory Tower himself. Yan coolly asked him, You know who I am? Garrett replied nonchalantly, Of course. There isn't a single soul in this district who hasn't heard of you. He bowed deeply to Yan and said, I never imagined someone as important as you would ever grace our humble little establishment. Garrett's expression suddenly turned serious, his curiosity piqued. But, if you don't mind my asking, what brings you here? Yan answered calmly. You can relax, no need to be on guard. He dropped a heavy pouch of coins on the table and said, I've only come here today as a client looking to purchase some information. The owner, now completely baffled, asked, I've heard that high-ranking mages from the Ivory Tower receive a massive research stipend. I guess the rumors are true after all. Garrett then asked, his voice hesitant, All right, what kind of information are you looking for? Yan stated grimly, I want to buy every single piece of information you have related to black magic. Garrett stroked his chin, contemplating. Oh, black magic, eh? Wouldn't you know more about that stuff than we do? Jan replied, theoretically, you might be right, but that's not the kind of information I'm looking for. His brow furrowed as he spoke softly. The intel might be trivial or even seem completely baseless. I want the whispers, the rumors, the stuff that isn't known to the general public. It's like something straight out of a manhwa. Garrett waved a dismissive hand, a bright smile plastered on his face. Say no more. I know exactly what you mean. He added, we just so happen to have been tracking something relevant. You've come at the perfect timing. Garrett leaned in, his expression dead serious. Mr. Jan ever heard of the Order of the Dragon? Jan paused to rack his brain. The Order of the Dragon. He began his tale explaining they were one of many cults, religions in the Empire, a group that basically worships dragons as deities. Although they're not exactly A-listers on the religious scene, the Order is supposedly the oldest of the bunch, having been around for hundreds of years. The scene drifts to a hazy flashback as he continues. Apparently, the Order started as a tiny little prayer group in the middle of nowhere. Then a mysterious figure materialized, a tomb raider of all people, claiming he'd met the last descendant of the dragons and was there to spread the gospel of the leader's supreme power. Or so the whispers say. He eventually made his way to the big cities, and though at first everyone thought he was a complete lunatic, the Order of the Dragon slowly started gaining followers and growing bigger by the day. A shadowy back appears. But who is this leader? How many followers do they have, and what's their ultimate goal? There's absolutely zero information on them, as if they're shrouded in a convenient plot device curtain. Speculation and rumors are flying everywhere. Some of them are completely bonkers, like the one claiming they can resurrect the dead and even brainwash people. Garrett crossed his arms. Look, I have no idea if this dragon descendant is real or just some classic manhwa protagonist backstory, but if you connect the dots between all these rumors and recent events, one very interesting possibility emerges. Hearing this, Jan's eyes widened, freezing in utter astonishment. Garrett declared with confidence, we're pretty damn sure the Order of the Dragon is linked to dark magic. He looked at Jan and pressed on. Recently, all the major powers in the Empire have started sniffing around for information on them. His voice dropped. Dark magic requires ingredients far more inhumane than simple mana. That means there are factions out there with the cash flow to buy that kind of stuff. He added with a friendly but knowing smile, they're notoriously secretive, so word is only the chosen can join, but trying to figure out who's actually on the membership list is a nightmare. And think about it, if they can brainwash and control people, what's to stop them from enchanting folks with high status and authority within the Empire? He finished with a chilling little laugh. Garrett then concluded, that's all we've got for now. We will continue investigating them, so if we dig up anything else, I'll send you a letter. Jan pulled up his hood ready to leave. He turned back and said, okay, please continue the investigation. Garrett watched his retreating back and waved. Thanks, Mr. Yan. I hope you'll continue to be our valued sponsor in the future. As the inky night sky finally blanketed the house, Jan propped his chin on his hand, deep in thought about the story he'd just been told, the Order of the Dragon. His mind drifted. He'd never heard a peep about them in his previous life. If they were a cult that had been around for over 100 years, shouldn't he have at least heard something? Jan glanced at the scepter by the window, recalling the sorcerer king he met on the Great Plains who used black magic. He was certain that magic was channeled through the dark crystal embedded in this very staff. The orb on the staff glowed faintly, and as he pictured that desolate landscape again, he deduced that besides the mana activator, the other necessary ingredient was probably Jan suddenly went silent. His thoughts were spinning uncontrollably. His mind drifted to Herbich. It was just a hunch, but he was convinced the Tower Master knew exactly how much the changes on the Great Plains were linked to black magic. Heck, the old man was probably directly involved with the Order of the Dragon. Jan leaned back, pressing a hand to his forehead. Man, this was stressful. Way too many things had changed in this life. He held his hand up in the air, murmuring to himself, it's highly likely the future story. His mind drifted to Herbich. It was just a hunch, but he was convinced the Tower Master knew exactly how much the changes on the Great Plains were linked to black magic. Heck, the old man was probably directly involved with the Order of the Dragon. Jan leaned back, pressing a hand to his forehead. Man, this was stressful. Way too many things had changed in this life. He held his hand up in the air, murmuring to himself, "It's highly likely the future started changing little by little even before I returned to the past." Jan stared at the ceiling. The gap between his past life and this one was widening by the day, and the plot of this manhwa was going completely off the rails. Was it because he used the dragon's tongue, or was this just a nasty side effect of rewinding time? Did he just open Pandora's box? Jan sat up straight, slowly taking off his glasses. He'd been getting way too cocky lately, just because he had memories of his past life. Reaching for a desk drawer, he told himself that from now on, he had no idea what was coming next. Jan fell silent, calculating his next move. Then he pulled out a small box. Opening it revealed a metal necklace that emitted a soft, ethereal light. He had to be prepared for any and all possibilities. Outside the house, a gentle voice called out, "Mo, my apologies for making you come all this way so late." He smiled and replied, "It's no problem at all, Tower Master." Mo then asked, "May I know what you needed my help with?" The old man snapped his fingers with a sharp crack. "Hey, about that." At his signal, the guards withdrew, leaving Mo utterly bewildered. Herbie spoke in a cautious tone. "This is something no one else can know." The old man stood up, scepter in hand. He looked at the young man and said, "Could you follow me for a moment?" Mo couldn't help but ask, "Where are we going, sir?" Herbie grabbed a book from the shelf and said, "This will lead the way for us." As he opened it, the pages began to emit a soft, guiding light. A gentle glow of light suddenly decided it was time for its dramatic entrance, swirling into a mystifying vortex. Right on cue, energy started leaking from the book, forming a teleportation gate. Staring at the spectacle, a bewildered Marco asked, "Tower Master, what in the fresh heck is this?" The old man turned to him with all the patience of a ticking time bomb. "Get in the portal, kid, now," he urged. Despite his brain screaming, "It's a trap," our boy decided to listen. Mo tentatively stepped into the gate, cautiously trailing behind Hebo into the great dark unknown. It was pitch black. Then a single dazzling speck of light appeared. Like a moth to a flame, Marco reached out to grab it. Naturally, the light exploded in size, forcing him to squeeze his eyes shut and shield his face. When he finally dared to peek, his eyes widened in sheer horror. In front of him was a full-blown prison block. Inside were shadowy figures who looked like they were debating whether being alive was worth the effort. Some were slumped against the wall, while others were just using the floor for a dirt nap. Staring at the nightmare fuel in front of him, he urgently asked, "Tower Master, who are these people?" Hebo replied with zero chill, "Oh, don't look so surprised, they're just ingredients." Mo's jaw hit the floor, his eyes practically popping out as he shrieked, "What do you mean, ingredients? Last time I checked, these are actual human beings." His gaze shifted to the next cell, and he just froze. Inside was a young man, who was, missing an entire arm. Mo recognized him instantly. It was Chris. You were supposed to," he stammered, but Hebo cut him right off. "He nearly checked out," Hebo said nonchalantly. "A little oopsie during magic practice." Then Marco noticed another guy with a face that screamed, "I've seen things," weakly propped up by the wall. It dawned on him that all the mages here had that same vibe. They'd all had near-death experiences from missions accidents, or really, really bad cold. Sometimes we even import mages from other countries. As for the non-mage ingredients, we just scoop them out of the back alleys. He said it so calmly, you'd think he was talking about grocery shopping. They're all just crawling around, on the ground anyway, living lives that are basically garbage. Noticing Mo's utterly horrified expression, the Tower Master just shrugged. What a classic villain from a dark fantasy manhwa. The mages in here are no different, really. They couldn't get past level 1, so everyone looked down on them, filling them with a sense of shame. I'm just doing them a favor, rescuing them from that pit of despair. Mo was flabbergasted, stammering, What are you even talking about?" Suddenly, Hebo's calm expression twisted into something downright terrifying. They are ingredients, he declared, offerings for the grand empire of the Ivory Tower. And with that villainous monologue finished, he dramatically raised his staff. Its magical energy instantly flooded the prison cells, bathing everything in an ominous glow. Seeing the horrified looks, unfazed by Marco's abject terror, he just said calmly, "Don't worry, I won't turn you into one of them, I promise." Herbeck's eyes narrowed his face, a mask of grim determination. He growled, "You're just like a son to me, aren't you?" And just like that, a sinister surge of dark magic erupted into the air. It instantly coiled around Marco, giving him zero time to react. The skin around Marco's eyes turned a ghastly black, his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Finally, Marco crumpled to the tiled floor, his head hanging lifelessly. Herbeck then commanded him, "Marco, get up." The moment the order was spoken, Marco rose to his feet without a hint of hesitation. The villain said, "Look at me," and he silently looked up. Herbeck asked, "Who am I?" Marco replied robotically, "The master of the Ivory Tower of the Green River Empire. You are Lord Herbeck." Leon. Herbeck pressed on. "And who are you?" He answered, "My name is Marco, a second-class mage of the Ivory Tower and currently the assistant mage to the Tower Master." With that, Herbeck casually tossed a small dagger at him. The knife clattered on the ground in front of Marco. Herbeck asked, "Can you cut off your little finger with that dagger?" Without a moment's hesitation, Marco bent down and picked up the knife. The poor guy mindlessly brought the sharp blade to his own pinky finger right in front of Herbeck. A stream of red began to pour down. Herbeck let out a sinister chuckle, saying, "Now you are truly my son." The next morning, back at the tower, things were in an uproar. Everyone was gossiping. The Tower Master requested an indefinite leave of absence. A nearby group was chatting away. "It seems like a lot has been happening to him lately. He's getting on in years after all." The guy added, "Plus there's the whole business, eh? With Jan right, not only is he the youngest high-ranking mage, but he also reached the 6th class. The pressure must be insane." A girl asked, "But what's going to happen now?" The other guy replied, "What do you mean?" The girl analyzed, "The Tower Master supports the 5th. Prince and Jan supports the Crown Prince. The two pillars of the Ivory Tower are serving two different masters. Which side should we be on? This Manhwa is getting seriously political." The guy replied, "How should I know? We just do what our superiors tell us." Meanwhile, Marco walked past them, a stack of documents in his hands. A moment later, Marco stood before a particular room. Hearing the knock, Jan turned and said, "Yes, please come in." Seeing his visitor, he greeted him cheerfully. "Marco, you're here," he replied. "Yes, Master Jan." Marco, with a stone-cold expression, added, "I've brought what you requested." Jan said, "Thank you, I've been looking for these for a while. Thanks to you, that'll save me the trouble of searching any further." A puzzled look crossed his face. Jan then asked, "By the way, is the Tower Master seriously ill or something?" Makia simply replied with a calm that was a little too calm, "You don't need to concern yourself with it." But Jan, ever the sharp one, immediately spotted his injured hand and couldn't help but ask, "What happened to your hand?" Maki answered with a deadpan expression, "A minor spellcasting accident, nothing for you to worry about." Jan offered a faint smile. "All right then, I hope you get well soon." But even as he said it, he could feel something was seriously off. This Make is acting so weird, Jan thought. There's this huge gap between us now, like he's a completely different person. The real Make was never this formal with him. He was always laid back and casual. He wasn't just acting stiff, he was acting like a side character in a bad manhwa. Same face, same voice, but the vibe totally cold and distant. After Maki excused himself, Jan's mind started racing and his expression hardened. He started to recall a few old memories. "Wait a minute, I remember now." His mind flashed back to when he was just a kid 6 years ago. "That was the first time I met you, when you were dispatched to Mogrian. The Lord was out on a goblin subjugation mission and got into a tight spot. If it wasn't for your help, something catastrophic would have happened." Make's face remained a complete blank. "Yes," he replied robotically. "That did happen. Jan's silence was deafening, his suspicion growing by the second. Make gave a slight bow. If there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave. At that, Jan shot to his feet. Makey, wait, he called out, rushing toward him. Hold on a second. Jan stated plainly, you weren't there for the goblin subjugation. Looking this impostor right in the eye, he continued, the time you helped me was during the test for the new mana reagent. That's when it was. Jan took another step forward, closing the distance. If my memory serves me right, then I'm terribly sorry about this. He brandished his magic staff. What are you talking about? Makey asked, finally showing a hint of alarm as Jan gripped his staff. Jan stared down the man before him, his grip tightening on his staff with sheer determination. The orb at its tip began to glow once more. This was getting intense, like a scene straight out of a battle manhwa. Jan began to chant each syllable slow and deliberate. Dispel. A magic circle materialized in the air right in front of him. Make was momentarily blinded by the brilliant light. And then the spell hit. His eyes flew wide open and his body involuntarily crumpled to the ground. Makey started choking violently as a sinister, dark magical aura poured out of his body. His eyes were still wide open when a flash of light erupted. The foul energy surrounding Make began to dissipate. Jan dropped to one knee, asking, Make, are you back with us? He opened his eyes wide and asked in panic, why am I here? He calmly looked at him and explained, I cast an anti-magic spell to remove all the spells on your body. You were controlled by black magic. Mac remembered what happened before and hesitantly said, Stop. She suddenly raised her voice in terror, repeatedly saying, we have to stop him. We must stop him. Mr. Yan, you said, we have to stop the Tower Master. Yan then frowned and said, please tell me everything that happened. Chia dropped, moving to another tower on HB's side. The manager announced, Tower Master Mr. Yan is here to visit you. He asked, did he come alone? The butler immediately replied, yes, at least we didn't see anyone around. HB gave the signal, let's bring him in. He was pleased and thought, have you taken the bait, Yan Fairy? He recalled old memories. The reason I used black magic on his hair was simply to give you an excuse to come find me. After all, a magician like you will be able to detect the black magic I used on my hair. Everything is going according to plan. Although some ingredients cannot be used, it is a worthwhile investment to tame a level 6 dog. I can always find the ingredients again. Hobet calmly took a sip of hot tea and waited for Yan to enter. The sound of expected footsteps gradually approached the door. He immediately asked, did you come here directly today? I didn't expect the great 6th level magician to visit because I was sick. It's an honor. Yan replied respectfully, bowing his head and replying, the oldest elder who lit the ivory was sick, so I had to visit. You said I hope you will recover as soon as possible. HB still calmly said, thank you for your kind words. Sit down, it's not delicious. The two just sat facing each other, no one said a word. Finally, Yan spoke. Her brother Marco was not feeling well. He appeared oblivious and replied, oh my god, I hope I don't infect him. You continued, I checked it out for him, but it doesn't seem like it. HB smiled and replied, haha, that's lucky. That Mao kid is always so hard-working, I'm always worried that he'll be overwhelmed. Yan put down his teacup and said, and I heard something unbelievable from Marco. He started to get serious, his expression darkened. He continued that in his mansion there was a gate leading to a secret laboratory, and you are conducting research on inhuman black magic there. Was standing right there. Hebo put on his best innocent grandpa act, chuckling as if to say, me, how could you possibly think that you must be seeing things, my boy? He's just not feeling well. Keeping his voice firm, Yan stated, he's being controlled by dark magic. He narrowed his eyes, the accusation clear as day. And the puppeteer pulling the strings with that forbidden spell is you. You're supposed to be like a father to him. Yan growled, his patience wearing thin. He asked me to stop you. Hebo, however, perfected the art of feigned ignorance, replying, I'm afraid I don't have the faintest idea what you're talking about. Hebo nonchalantly set down his teacup. A portal to my laboratory, you say? Well, that particular trinket does exist, I'll give you that. It's the power of a little artifact I happened upon. Quite convenient for this creaky old body of mine, you know. He let out a little scoff. He just smirked. But dark magic experiments. Now that's taken the joke a bit too far. The old man got to his feet and said, "Since we're on the subject, would you like a personal tour of my laboratory?" Hebo's gaze on Jan was pure, unadulterated scheming, dripping with sinister intent. He said, "Because rather than just suspecting me, it's far better for you to see things with your own two eyes." Jan listened with unnerving calmness. Then he smiled and replied, "Only if you're extending the invitation." Hebo started to walk away, but not before glancing back at the boy. "Follow me," Hebo said, adding, It will show you the lab right now. The Tower Master is supposed to be a role model, yet here I am being subjected to rumors about dabbling in the dark arts. Isn't that the ultimate insult to my name?" He walked towards a large curtain while Jan shadowed him quietly from behind. Hebo calmly swept the curtain aside. He then took out a book and announced, "This is the gate." Hebo looked up at the boy and with a disturbingly placid expression, he explained, "It's created using the power of this artifact. If one simply infuses mana into the book, anyone can use a magic gate equivalent to an eighth circle spell." Jan said nothing, his gaze fixed on Hebo, cautiously observing his every move. Hebo conjured the teleportation gate and urged him on. "All right, let's head inside." Just like Marco before him, Jan followed the old man through a passage that was completely pitch black. As they walked, Jan couldn't help but think that in his past life, the man known as Hebo Leon was recorded as one of the greatest Tower Masters ever. This whole situation felt like a wild twist in a manhwa. His memory flashed back to the image of Hebo the Great Mage who prepared the foundation for the entire continent's unification. He was known for his simplicity and integrity, a more righteous master of the Ivory Tower than anyone. This was the man who saw Jiang Na as his lord and helped him ascend to the throne, leading the Ivory Tower to the pinnacle of its power and status in all of human history. Jan contemplated this. His expression grew distant. As fellow servants to the same master, I respected the Tower Master too. Suddenly, Hebo's footsteps. I stopped. Hebo softly called out to him, "Jan." Then in a voice dripping with drama, he asked, "You know what?" Hebo glanced at the staff hovering in front of him. "Sometimes," he began his grand monologue, "I wanted to be a hero, a mage powerful enough to shield the empire and save all the poor suffering commoners." Hebo held out his trembling hands, staring at them as if they'd personally offended him. But, slowly I came to a realization. He suddenly clenched his fists with theatrical flair. "I can't change a single thing with my power alone." He tilted his head up, his voice sounding distant and oh so tragic as he reached out and took the staff. "There is a special power in this world," he said, shooting a sly look at Jan. "A power that can make me a hero." And right on cue, a sinister, dark, magical aura erupted around him, looking like something straight out of a horror manhwa. It immediately started coiling around Jan. The kid was too stunned to even react. Trapped in that nasty aura, he couldn't help but grit his teeth and cry out in pain. Hebo held out one hand, a tiny speck of light hovering above it. "A power that would let me command countless talented mages. With this power, I could truly protect the peace of the empire and its people." He declared his ambition practically glowing in the dark. "They call this power authority." With that, he began the ritual, and the room lit up with that creepy, ominous glow. "Please, my boy," Hebo said, staring at him calmly, "become a part of the tower." Over on the other side, Jan's body was still shaking uncontrollably, while old man Hebo dramatically called his name. His staff began to glow intensely. He watched with satisfaction as the boy finally crumpled to his knees. Hebo continued his sales pitch. "If you obey my commands, you'll be far better at protecting the empire. You could save so many civilians." He stared intensely, adding, "For a talented young man like you, and a wise old man like me, isn't becoming a hero what we've always wanted?" Jan was silent, completely motionless on the floor. Hebo just stood there watching him like a hawk. Then his voice boomed with absolute power. "Now, rise." Like a puppet on a string, Yan immediately got up. He stood perfectly still looking at the old man as if awaiting his next order. Seeing this instant obedience, Boo's body shook as he tried to hold back a triumphant laugh. A massive wicked grin spread across his face. "Too easy," he shouted with glee. "Piece of cake." He looked the boy up and down, eager to test out his new toy. "All right, let's see how to answer a question like, 'Who am I?'" Xiao Yan, cool as a cucumber, didn't miss a beat. "You are the master of the Empire's Ivory Tower, you, Herback Leon." The old man's face was a canvas of ambition, his eyes gleaming with expectation, as Xiao Yan deliberately paused, toying with the suspense. Then tilting his head with a devilish smirk, he delivered the punchline, "And a complete lunatic." Herback went rigid, his eyes bulging in disbelief. "What did you just say?" Before the last word even left his mouth, Xiao Yan sent a fist flying right into his face, launching him backward. His body slammed hard into the wall. The wall let out a pained groan, and so did he. Clutching his face, Herback glared at Xiao Yan, pure panic swirling in his eyes. He stammered, "How could—" You?" Xiao Yan stood over him utterly unfazed, letting out a relaxed sigh, while Herback was still trying to reboot his brain from the shock. "Impossible. This is impossible," he muttered. Xiao Yan just watched him, his calm expression somehow more terrifying than any overt threat. Then his voice dropped low. "Tower Master." The title alone made the old man flinch, his mind a chaotic mess. "Didn't you say you don't research black magic?" Xiao Yan explained, his tone like a professor lecturing a clueless student. "Perhaps you're unaware of this since you could never push past the limits of a 5th-level mage. Turns out that massive power gap plays a pretty important role." He took a slow, deliberate step closer. A 5th-level mage using black magic is still just a 5th-level mage. Xiao Yan crouched down to meet Herback's terrified gaze. "Besides," he added with a sly grin, twisting the knife, "did you really think I'd walk in here without preparing a few countermeasures? You're usually not this sloppy. It seems you were in a great hurry." Herback was practically steaming, wanting to scream his lungs out. But his face was just a sweaty canvas of fear. Without waiting for a retort, Xiao Yan's hand shot out, aiming right for the old man's head. He conjured a magic circle, a classic power move in any good manhwa, and declared, "Mana drain." Herback's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets in pure shock. Herback's body began to tremble violently, his strength being siphoned away. A moment later, Xiao Yan pulled his hand back, leaving a faint blue glow hovering over him. Slowly getting to his feet, Xiao Yan casually advised, "You should get some rest. Having that much mana sucked out of you, well, I imagine you'll find it extremely difficult to move." He turned to leave, but not without one last taunt. "And since you're getting on in years, it'll take a while to recover. That mana." Xiao Yan turned his back and walked away, while the utterly exhausted Herback could only weakly curse at him. "You bastard." Xiao Yan simply held out his hand to catch the small floating orb of light. The light. He would then use this light to guide his way. The path led deep inside to a chamber absolutely overflowing with treasure chests. Piles of gleaming gold competed to see which could shine the brightest, and countless precious pearls and gems were stashed away here. Yi An just burst out laughing at the sheer audacity of it all. "Ha! A simple and upright lord my foot. What a joke." He stood at the threshold, sizing up the ridiculous horde. "You have no relatives, so I'm dying to know what you plan to do with this mountain of cash you've been hoarding. I'm guessing you had no intention of returning a single coin to the Empire and were just going to keep it a secret from everyone in this mansion, weren't you?" Yi An added with a smirk. "Were you planning on taking it with you to the afterlife?" Meanwhile, Hebo was still a quivering mess in the corner, not having recovered his strength when his eyes darted towards the prison cells. Inside, the haggard-looking people were still huddled and trapped. Yi An approached them, his expression softening as he took in the scene. "Their condition is terrible, but a few are still breathing." These people all shared the same look, lifeless, battered, and utterly broken. His brow furrowed, his voice filled with determination as he told them, "Please just hang on a little longer. I will get you all out of here and make sure you receive treatment." Suddenly, Hebo piped up from behind. Marco, you think he was the only one? Yi An turned to look at the old fool. Hebo managed a wheezing laugh despite the pain racking his body. He looked up at Yi An gloating. I still have plenty of minions out there. Compared to a loser like Marco, they're far more useful. Faced with this classic villain reveal, Yi An didn't even blink, casually asking, so, hearing that Hebo got so triggered. He looked like he wanted to lunge, snarling menacingly. Don't play dumb with me, you brat. I guarantee they've already started moving. They won't stop unless I give them the signal. That's how I trained them from the very beginning. They just need to aim for two things. Yi An listened quietly before calmly cutting in. My family and the crown prince, right wow, talk about a predictable manhwa plot. The man struggled to maintain a threatening tone as he laid out his offer. So what do you say? How about we make a deal? Hebo proposed. My offer is simple. We'll both just forget everything that happened today. He gestured vaguely with his hand. If I don't reveal this gateway, then there's no evidence. You won't be able to expose me with just your word alone. Hebo kept on with his pathetic threats. I don't know what you're scheming, you punk, but tangling with me won't get you anywhere. In the end, you'll just begging and regretting he ever did it. But Yan couldn't have cared less about the threat. He just gave a lazy reply, nah, I'm good, thanks. The old man's eyes went wide with sheer disbelief. He shrieked desperately, trying to sound menacing, your mother and the crown prince will die for real. However, Yan was completely unfazed and even threw down the gauntlet. You say you can do it, then by all means go ahead. Not. Believing what he was hearing, the man stammered, What? Yan tilted his chin up, repeating his words with a mocking tone. I said go ahead and try. The scene shifts to that night at Yan's house, where the elegant Vanessa was sitting on the balcony when a gentle voice called out, Lady Fan. It was Rui. He approached her with a gentle warning. The wind is quite strong today. With a kind and composed look, he suggested she head back inside, but Vanessa's expression suddenly tightened with worry. She said, Yan still isn't back and I can't reach him through the crystal orb. Her gaze drifted into the distance, her anxiety impossible to conceal. Vanessa insisted he would absolutely let me know if he were going to be late. Rui offered a gentle, reassuring smile. My lady, Fan Young Master Yan is the only sixth circle mage in the entire empire. He's like the overpowered protagonist in a hit manhwa. Even a whole legion of bandits would kneel before him, so you really don't need to worry. Hearing that, Vanessa's voice rose with emotion. To me, he is still just my little boy, startled. By her outburst, he fell silent. Rui hesitated for a moment, a flicker of embarrassment crossing his face. I apologize for my crudeness, Lady Fan. He placed a hand over his chest and bowed his head slightly, showing his genuine sincerity. Rui gently added, I have a young son myself, yet I was thoughtless of your feelings. Please forgive me. Vanessa, seeing his sincerity, softened her expression and managed a small smile. It's all right. She gazed down at the empty road below and began to open up. I've always felt that Yan carries far too many burdens. Vanessa's memories drifted, back to the image of her son. He never relies on anyone and always tries to solve everything himself. It breaks my heart. Vanessa fretted her hands, fidgeting uncomfortably in her lap. She blamed herself as his family, I want to lighten that burden for him and become someone he can lean on. But I get so furious with myself, unable to do anything but sit here and wait like this. Rui immediately comforted her. Please don't blame yourself, Lady Fan. He offered a faint smile, theorizing that the reason young Master Yan was so ridiculously strong was because he had his family waiting for him. Rito's mind drifted to a memory of his younger self. You know, he confessed, there was a time I suffered from mana poisoning, but I had the strength to keep living because my son was always there for me. Isn't that what family's all about? Vanessa listened intently to his heartfelt story, falling silent for a moment. Rito continued, saying that even though they might feel useless, they hoped they could at least provide a sense of stability for the other family members. He pressed on, explaining that the simple act of waiting For young Master Yan's return was in itself a way of helping him. Seizing the opportunity, Rito made a request. So may I? Please stay by your side and wait with you until young Master Yan comes back. She just stared at him, then a small smile graced Vanessa's lips as she gave a slight nod. Beneath a sky painted inky black, their voices were the only sound, the night sky. Tonight is so clear and peaceful. You're right, she replied. Normally, the patrol team would be making their rounds. It's quite tranquil. But then Rito's eyes shot wide open as he sensed something was terribly wrong. He leaped from his chair, turning to Vanessa with a stark warning. Madame Fa, please get inside, something's not right. Rito's body suddenly froze as he heard a faint noise from below. On high alert, he boomed, Who's there? From the corner of their eyes, two figures silently stepped out of the shadows. Before them stood two strangers being controlled by a sinister force, a scene straight out of a horror manhwa. Rito recognized the danger instantly and tensed up, roaring, Stop right there immediately! He gritted his teeth, his brow furrowed with worry. Damn it, they can't hear me. Rito watched their zombie-like shuffle as they slowly neared the boundary line, thinking if they crossed that line, then... Suddenly his eyes bulged in sheer horror. Rito whipped around towards Vanessa, his arm instinctively reaching for her while he screamed, Madame Fa! He threw his entire body over her in a protective embrace, yelling, Get down, before Vanessa could even process what was happening. The boundary line activated. A ferocious bolt of fiery lightning crashed down with immense force. Not too far away, Haydn and Oliver were turning back to watch. Whoa! Haydn yelped, jumping out of his skin. With a bewildered look plastered on his face, he said, You scared the life out of me. Where in the world did that sudden thunder and lightning come from? Oliver quickly asked, Your Highness, are you all right? Stating with certainty, I have a bad feeling about this. We should return to the palace. Hei An immediately put on a thoroughly unimpressed face and flat out refused. Go back already. Come on, we haven't even done anything fun yet. He glanced toward the residential area, hugging himself against the cold. I had to muster all my courage to ask Dad for permission, and now I'm on a secret tour to see where our people live. I can't just go back like this. Oliver turned to look at him, politely cutting in, More importantly than that, Captain, I have a question. Oliver bowed his head slightly. Please ask anything. The prince awkwardly scratched his face, looking utterly baffled as he asked, well, I was wondering if maybe I could learn a little swordsmanship. Oliver's eyebrows shot up. Swordsmanship, sire. While Prince Hei An was busy turning away in embarrassment, he tried to play it cool, explaining, It's no big deal really, just for self-defense. Is that gonna be super hard? If not, just learning the cool poses is enough. Suddenly, Oliver sensed they were being watched, but Heian, completely oblivious, continued his rant. Like how to draw a sword in a really awesome way, like a hero in a manhwa. As if on cue, Oliver drew his own sword. Heian, completely misreading the situation, got all flustered. Whoa, hang on, I didn't mean you had to teach me right this second. Oliver wasn't joking. Your Highness, please stand behind me. Meanwhile, the prince still had no clue what was going on. Oliver gripped his blade tightly and barked an order. Second Knight, Division, protect His Highness. Instantly, a squad of soldiers swarmed the area, forming a tight circle to protect Crown Prince Heian Green River. Oliver roared into the open, Show yourself. A single shadow began to walk toward them. Oliver stood his ground, watching the dark-robed figure. His brow furrowed as recognition dawned. It's you, he muttered. Before them stood a high-ranking female mage from the Ivory Tower. Helen. Oliver said warily, I heard you disappeared a few years ago. What are you doing here? She didn't say a word, simply continuing her steady advance. Her creepy silence was getting on his nerves. Hold it. Tell me what your purpose is right now. Their eyes met and they stood frozen, facing each other down. Finally, Helen spoke slowly. Hey, on Green River. Oliver could feel the tension as sweat beaded on his forehead. Her eyes suddenly glared with malice as she declared, "I must eliminate anyone who stands in our way." Oliver's eyes flew open in shock. He lunged forward without a second's hesitation, swinging his sword at Helen, but she parried the blow with her staff. Helen's eyes suddenly changed hue as Oliver threw her off, pushing her back. She landed neatly, then quickly leaped back to create some distance. Forward. Her eyes lit up with a wicked glint as she whispered the magic word, "Fire blast flames," instantly swirled around Helen, gathering into a cluster of deadly scorching fireballs. They immediately rocketed towards him. Oliver got into a defensive stance, but a cryptic smirk was plastered on his face. In a flash, he swung his sword, slicing the incoming projectile clean in half. The attack split into two harmless trails of fire. Staring at the absolutely bonkers sight before her, Helen's eyes went wide with shock. This wasn't how things were supposed to go in this manhwa. Not giving her a moment to even process what happened, he lunged. Oliver charged sword poised to strike, and the two instantly clashed in a flurry of steel and magic. Helen, ever so graceful, effortlessly dodged his assault. Oliver then leaped into the air, raising his sword for a classic overhead smash, straight down on her head. But nope. Helen activated her mana shield, which easily tanked his critical hit. Oliver's sword slammed into the barrier and was promptly bounced right off, completely useless. He took a step back, watching her calmly dismiss the shield. A small smile touched Oliver's lips as he remarked, "An active mana shield. Looks like I can finally test something out." He straightened his posture, a cool glint in his eye. "I wanted to save this for Mr. Yan to see first." In a ridiculously cool move, Oliver bit the tip of his glove and pulled it off with his teeth, then gently caressed the blade of his sword with his bare hand. "But I guess a little preview won't hurt." Suddenly, he sliced his own palm, letting his blood drip onto the steel. "I can't directly release mana energy, you see. I was born with only half a mana heart. But the thing is, the mana dissolves directly into my bloodstream." Helen watched her senses on high alert. Oliver readied his blade, now glowing faintly, and added, "It can only be released for a very short period of time." He swung the mana-infused blade, a crimson aura now surrounding it. "And I'm about to show you what that looks like." Oliver raised his sword, his face a mask of pure determination. "This is the absolute best a guy with half a mana heart can do." And with that, he dashed forward with blinding speed. Oliver's blood-soaked sword smashed violently against her hastily remade shield. It shattered into a million tiny pieces right in her face, leaving Helen utterly gobsmacked. He didn't stop there, swinging his sword again in a merciless follow-up. The tip of his blade plunged straight into Helen's shoulder, making her body go rigid. Her hand shot up, grabbing the cold steel embedded in her flesh, her face contorted in pain. Oliver stared down at her, his eyes as cold as ice, and said, "I'm not going to kill you. Not yet. I need to know who ordered you to harm His Highness, so don't even think about dying peacefully." Meanwhile, over with Hebo, the drama was still incredibly intense as he stared wide-eyed in disbelief. "What did you say?" Jan stood confidently before Hebo, who was now just sputtering nonsense. "You mean, what are you on about? I wouldn't do that." Jan scoffed, his face a perfect picture of arrogance. "Unlike some people, I'm a man who has faith in the people I've worked with this past year. Hebo, even with all your scheming, you can't win this." Hearing this, Jan simply burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha ha, Tower Master," he said coolly. "Did you really think I've just been sitting on my hands this whole time? Surely you're not the one who sent a few suspicious goons to my house during the Demidra negotiations. That's a trick you only get to use once, pal." The second he finished speaking, the old man's face tightened, breaking out in a cold sweat. Jan continued, "As for those intruders, they're probably all tangled up in a mana trap right about now. Don't you think, heck, they might not even be in this world anymore?" He then tilted his head with a casual shrug. "Looks like negotiations have failed. I'm not getting anything useful out of this talk anymore." Jan declared, "You will have to stand trial, but a death sentence probably suits your rap sheet a little better." He smiled, but his words carried a terrifyingly real threat. "Because I'm going to make it happen. That ivory tower you spent decades of blood and tears building, I'll be taking excellent care of it. Yan stepped right in front of He Bao and said, the ivory tower which you poured decades of blood and tears into building. I'll take very good care of it. He stopped just short of the man, adding, and you know I wasn't really planning on doing this at all. With that, Yan leaned down and reached out his hand toward him. He placed his palm on Abao's head, much to the man's utter astonishment. A sudden surge of electricity shot out from his hand. Yan whispered, increasing the power of the ivory tower is exactly what a tower master is supposed to do. As He Bao trembled uncontrollably from the electric shock, Yan kept talking. I understand why you backed the fifth prince, and not the crown prince. There was a time when I also thought Zhang Na was the ideal candidate to become the ruler. Yan continued, completely unfazed by the old man's pained screams. Secretly hoarding wealth, that's not exactly shocking for a human. It's a classic Manhwa villain trope, he stressed as the electrical current intensified. But dragging my family into this was the single worst mistake you have ever made. However, Yan noted, the king's anger can fall upon anyone. Isn't that right? The scene then shifts to another part of the castle the following morning. Inside a lavish hall, an authoritative voice boomed through the air. The atrocious crimes of Tower Master Herb Leon have been brought to light, Emperor Terry Green River announced from his throne, addressing the entire court. All right, troops. That criminal completely forgot his job description as Tower Master and decided to go all in on the dark magic tower, recalling the grim sight of the shadowy figures. In the dungeons, he added, and that's not all, he used human souls as ritual sacrifices and heartlessly exploited the lives of innocent people and even his own mage buddies. Terry, reaching his boiling point, slammed a hand on the table in a fit of righteous fury. He boomed, this is a capital offense, death is too good a price for him to pay. He asserted, his face a perfect mask of pure rage. What he's done is unforgivable. I have zero intention of showing any mercy. Everyone in the room started sweating bullets under his wrath. You could feel the temperature drop. Therefore, from this moment on, all of He Leon's titles and authority are hereby revoked. I order his execution, and you bet it's going to be public. Terry declared that his name would be forever recorded in the Empire's history as the most despicable criminal of all time, especially if he's hiding any accomplices or relatives. Terry's eyes narrowed with steely resolve. He emphasized, I declare that we will hunt them all down and rip them out root and stem. Terry growled, we will also investigate anyone connected to this incident and find out if any other mages are dabbling in dark magic. Any other dark magic users out there, I will personally oversee this investigation and all related matters. He glared down at all the nobles gathered below. Then he announced, during this investigation there will be no exceptions regardless of your status. I command every single noble to cooperate with this investigation to the absolute fullest. Terry then offered a small olive branch, murmuring, I suspect some may have aided the Tower Master's conspiracy without knowing the full horrifying picture. We will allow them to be cleansed of the dark magic and return to their original state, he stated firmly. However, the punishment for the high-ranking mage, Helen, who aimed for the Crown Prince's life, will be a different story entirely from those other victims. Terry glanced towards Hen and added, although she may have just been following the Tower Master's orders, unable to control her own mind, attempting to assassinate the Crown Prince is a huge deal. A very serious crime that absolutely cannot be pardoned no matter the excuse. He made his decision and boomed his declaration to the entire assembly. Therefore, I sentence the high-ranking mage Helen to life imprisonment. Then Terry waved his hand, his tone shifting to one of praise, and finally, for the two heroes who helped stop this catastrophe. We simply cannot overlook such an outstanding, almost manhwa-like performance. Calmly pointed out that Yan Fa had thwarted Hesite Leon's little scheme, and the knight Oliver Wu Si had brilliantly shut down the high-level mage Hai Lun. Step forward. The sound of slow yet powerful footsteps drew near as he continued explaining that because Yan Fa was still investigating the whole dark magic incident, his award ceremony would be postponed until the case was completely wrapped up. A figure with a rock-solid build strode forward confidently. Tai Li introduced him, and now right here the knight who defended the crown prince from a fourth-level mage. He looked at the man before him, booming with pride, Sir Oliver Tai Li, then looked at him and said, "Come a little closer." Faced with Oliver's noble good looks, a man named Li Shi bowed his head. Tai Li continued, "The captain of the Second Royal Knights, Oliver Wu Di." He declared, "You are truly a blessing to the empire, and worthy of all praise, not just because you protected the crown prince, but because you surpassed the very limits of being human. I am certain you will become the ideal role model for the entire empire and for knights all over the world." Tai Li slowly rose to his feet. As he spoke, he declared, "I will not allow the efforts and achievements of a man like you to go unrecognized." He stood on the high platform and announced before everyone, "At this moment, the captain of the Second Royal Knights, Oliver Wu Si, will be granted control over all the knights in the empire and bestowed with the highest title, the Sword of the Empire." This is a title straight out of a legendary manhwa. Everyone who heard it was absolutely floored, and the crowd immediately erupted into a buzz of excited chatter. Tai Li noted that the title had been vacant for a very long time. He explained that the reason the title Sword of the Empire hadn't been given to anyone for hundreds of years was because the sword had been forced to live in the shadow of magic. Below we see a shot of our hero as Tai Li's speech continues. However, Oliver Wu Si has shattered that shadow and broken past the limits of the sword. He has also demonstrated his loyalty as a knight of the royal family, and he will continue to do so. Elsewhere, Hen stood watching Oliver, a secret smile playing on his lips, and he will continue to do so. Until the very last word of the introduction, Hen never took his gentle eyes off Oliver. Tai Li brought out the national treasure sword and proclaimed, "Therefore I have decided that bestowing upon him the title of Sword of the Empire is perfectly fitting." He then ordered the royal knight Oliver to kneel. He immediately dropped to one knee to receive the holy decree. Oliver bowed his head as Sir Tai Li held, gripping the sword with an air of absolute authority. With a decisive voice, Terry declared, "In the name of the main branch of the Lu He family." He then brought the blade down to hover over the young man's head and continued, "I bestow the title Sword of the Empire upon Knight Oliver Juice, with all due reverence." Terry stared him down, asking, "Are you willing to take up this position which has lain vacant for hundreds of years and serve as the Sword of the Empire?" Oliver immediately shot back, "In the name of the Sword of the Empire." He lifted his head confidently, proclaiming he would dedicate his very life to protecting this nation. Meanwhile, in another part of the castle, a frantic shout echoed through the halls, a scene straight out of a royal drama, Manhwa. Imperial Father! Before him stood Jiang Na, his face a mask of indignation, practically yelling his objection. "No matter how I think about it, this is completely unreasonable," Jiang Na demanded. "How can you possibly execute the Ivory Tower, Master of our nation? I beg you reconsider. Can't you see the catastrophic damage this will inflict upon our country?" He began to argue his case, laying out a flurry of points. The Tower Master is a great fifth circle mage. Executing him is tantamount to sentencing tens of thousands of mages. Jiang Na scrambled for any reason he could find. And that's not all. He then painted a grim picture of the Empire's future, explaining that once the Tower Master is executed, other nations will get wind of it, including the Kaut Empire, which has been eyeing our borders for ages. Even the Duchy of Vo will make a move after they finish dealing with the Great Plains. He was getting more and more agitated, spitting out, "Our strongest mage is about to die. The Empire's internal affairs will descend into chaos. If our enemies have even the slightest bit of ill will, this is the perfect opportunity for them. They'll see this as their golden hour." After a moment, Terry finally spoke. He turned to Jiang Na and said, "The strongest mage right now is no longer Herbert Leon." He emphasized the point with a chillingly indifferent tone. "The strongest mage in the tower is now humanity's first ever sixth circle mage, Yan Fa." Terry continued, "He will soon shoulder the responsibilities of the Tower Master, so there won't be any problems." In fact, I see this as an opportunity to elevate the Ivory Tower to a whole new level with a changing of the guard. Hearing this, Zhang Na's face soured. The emperor then mumbled, "Was I wrong? Answer me." Zhang Na scowled and replied, "You are correct. From now on, Yan Fa will undoubtedly usher in a new era for the tower." Still, Zhang Na desperately tried another angle, analyzing however the tower master is on equal footing with, and he's a magic-slinging veteran with decades of experience. If he and Yan Fa were to co-pilot the Ivory Tower for the Empire, we could basically conquer the entire continent in record time. Just picture the sheer stability he brings to the table. Besides, if you have a young talented mage and a seasoned old pro running the Ivory Tower together, they'd be able to keep each other in check. Zhang Na argued, that basically means the Ivory Tower would police itself, taking the burden right off the royal family's shoulders. Isn't that like the perfect win-win scenario? Terry mulled it over for a second before slowly conceding, "You're not wrong." Zhang Na's eyes widened, a flicker of hope in them. He thought he'd scored a point, but Terry wasn't finished, adding with a grim look, "But the Tower Master has been dabbling in forbidden black magic. And oh, it wasn't just dabbling. As the head honcho of the tower, he's been using countless mages and the very innocent civilians he was sworn to protect as literal ingredients for his dark arts. He sacrificed them without a second thought." Zhang Na choked, completely flabbergasted and at a loss for words. To Terry, the Tower Master's actions were way over the line. The man had clearly lost his marbles. He waved his hand dismissively, bluntly rejecting Zhang Na's entire proposal. The only thing that guy wants after sacrificing all those people is more power. Wasn't he just caught red-handed? Trying to use black magic to get rid of Yan Fa, the biggest threat to his throne, and he got exposed in the process. Zhang Na squeezed. His eyes shut, trembling as he tried to keep his cool. He clenched his fists and argued, "But the Tower Master is the second most powerful man. In our empire, isn't he? His methods might have been a tad unethical, but the black magic he's been cooking up could become an insanely powerful weapon. It could bring unimaginable benefits to our empire." Zhang Na pitched, putting on his most innocent-looking face. "And as for the ingredients for the black magic, we could just use dangerous criminals instead." Terry's voice boomed, cutting him off sternly. "And that right there, that willingness to sacrifice anyone for the greater good, is precisely your problem." Zhang Na froze. "What?" Terry explained, his brow furrowed in disappointment. "That is the very reason why I can never choose you as my heir. Black magic isn't some cool power-up you find in a manhwa. It's an absolute evil that corrupts the soul and shatters the very order of the world. Our founder, Missile Green River, worked her tail off to ban black magic and wipe it off the face of the continent. This land..." Terry's voice was low and serious as he asked, "You're well aware of that, aren't you?" He continued, "Zhang Na, I know your thoughts, your personality, and your ambitions. You are incredibly smart and quick-witted," Terry reminded him. "However, you're missing one very important thing, and I'm sure you know what that is." He warned, "Perhaps you've always hidden this flaw of yours, but you can't hide something when it's absolutely essential." Terry walked past Zhang Na, but not without looking back to say, "Just like what you're doing right now." He explained, "The ultimate goal of politics is to execute justice in this world. The quality of an emperor who can reign and carry out that justice is a heart that fights for the good of the common people." His Majesty declared, "Someone like you who sees others as mere tools doesn't have that quality." Zhang Na's expression darkened, but he remained silent. Then suddenly he let out a laugh straight from a villain's playbook in a manhwa. "Ha ha ha," Zhang Na finally spoke. "No, that's not it." Terry frowned at him and said, "What did you say?" Zhang Na slowly turned around, his tone dripping with confidence. "The real reason I can't become the heir. You think I don't know?" His mind flashed to an image of He Dian. "My dear older brother was born from your mistress, the woman you actually loved." Then the mental image switched to himself. He lamented, "And me. On the other hand, I'm the son who was born so you could manipulate the power of the nobles, wasn't I?" Zhang Na emphasized, "That is the fundamental difference between us." His father immediately scowled, shouting, "Jiang Na." Despite the yell, he continued, "To get your approval, do you have any idea how hard I've had to struggle?" His memory flashed back to his childhood. "Have you ever?" In contrast to his brother, who was playing with their father, Jiang Na was just standing silently in a corner. He asked, "What I mean is, have you ever once treated me the way you treat my older brother?" He then declared, "I'm certain that if he had been the one to request the Tower Master's release, you would have agreed in a heartbeat." In a fit of uncontrollable rage, Terry suddenly raised his hand. Jiang Na didn't resist, simply closing his eyes and bracing for the blow, but then Terry froze his arm, hovering in midair, his hand trembling uncontrollably. Finally, Terry let out a long sigh, and then he turned and stormed off, muttering under his breath, "Utterly foolish." Jiang Na just stood there, completely unfazed. As Terry reached the door, he turned to the man beside him and commanded, "I want you to personally keep an eye on Jiang Na's mansion." He laid out the instructions with deadly seriousness. "Ensure he cannot leave and no one is permitted to contact him. Are we crystal clear?" The guard immediately replied, "I obey your command." And with that, the sun began to dip toward the horizon. The next morning, as the first rays of light kissed the mansion's gate, the sound of slow footsteps approached. Jiang Na heard it and called out, "Who's there?" From outside, a guard announced, "Your Highness High Mage Yan Fa requests an audience." The moment Jiang Na heard that name, he whipped around in shock. The surprise quickly soured into a scowl of pure disgust. Turning his back, he snapped in an irritated tone, "I don't want to see him. Tell him to get lost." Despite his royal decree, the door creaked open anyway, making him spin around in a rage. "Didn't you hear?" Yan stepped inside, calmly cutting him off. "This is a matter of urgency, Your Highness." The two locked eyes in a classic Manhwa standoff for a tense moment. Jiang Na's brow furrowed, his expression dripping with disdain. "You call this urgent?" The mage replied smoothly, "By His Majesty's order, we must conduct a test to determine if you have been influenced by dark magic. As you are the closest person to the prisoner Herb Leon, I must request your cooperation." This immediately set Jiang Na off, who roared, "But today is the Tower Master's execution, and you're here to see if I've been manipulated by his dark magic? How much longer do you intend to humiliate me?" Yan replied without missing a beat, "All officials, including every member of the royal family, will undergo the same test, please rest assured." Jiang Na fell silent, clearly fuming. Finally, he squeezed his eyes shut and let out a long, heavy sigh. Jiang Na flopped into a chair, turning his head away and stating coldly with an annoyed voice, "Get it over with and leave immediately." The mage stood before Jiang Na and calmly said, "This won't take long at all." Yan tapped his staff gently against his palm as he explained, "You might feel a bit dizzy or nauseous, but that's simply proof that you haven't been affected by dark magic, so there's no need to worry." This whole setup feels straight out of a tense Manhwa chapter. With that, he conjured a magic circle and chanted, "Grand Dispel." Jiang Na's brow twitched in discomfort. Yan, noticing his slight trembling, asked with a hint of concern, "Are you all right, Your Highness?" Jiang Na looked down and replied, "I feel absolutely dreadful." After a moment, the mage reported that there were 0 traces of black magic. "Just get some rest. You'll feel a whole lot better, so stop worrying Your Royal Highness's pretty little head," Yan said. He bowed, placing a hand over his chest in a salute to Jiang Na. "Well, if you'll excuse me, I'll be taking my leave." He then spun on his heel, ready to bounce. After just a few steps, however, a voice called out to him. "Wait a second," Jiang Na said from behind, adding, "I have something I need to ask you." Yan froze mid-step as if he'd been turned to stone. Waiting for him to continue, the prince hesitated for a beat before asking, "Why on earth do you serve my brother?" Yan turned back to look at him. Jiang Na kept going. "You're smart enough to know what I'm getting at, aren't you?" He basically thought his own brother wasn't cut out for the job. The job being emperor, that is. "Are you aware that countless nobles and attendants have already turned their backs on him?" Yan remained perfectly calm, simply replying in a steady tone, Sir, I do not serve the crown prince, he stated bluntly. Zhang Na's face was a perfect picture of utter shock. He stammered, "Wait, what are you trying to say?" But Yi An didn't wait around to explain, simply saying, "I'm leaving now. Please get some rest, Your Highness." And just like that, he decisively walked out the door. But then Yi An abruptly stopped deep in thought, the hands gripping his cane suddenly began to tremble. He slowly lifted a hand to look at it, thinking to himself. Staring at his own unsteady fingers, he muttered, "There was a time I didn't serve Hayden Green River." Yi An recalled a moment from his past life kneeling before this very same Zhang Na. In front of him was that arrogant face, and in a scene straight out of a dramatic manhwa, he remembered pledging his undying loyalty. Yi An clenched his hand into a fist, raised his head, and told himself, "What I'm about to do is called revenge, but it's also called treason." A massive hallway stretched out before him, looking an awful lot like the difficult road that lay ahead. The scene shifts to after sunset. Inside the mansion, a knock suddenly echoed. The door slowly opened, revealing a figure. It was Demphin. He stepped inside. Noticing the prince sitting in deep thought, Demphin called out, "Your Highness." Zhang Na didn't reply immediately, instead, asking slowly, "The Tower Master? Has he been executed?" Demphin answered softly, "Yes." An image of that very afternoon flashed back. The terrified face of Old Man Herbeck. He continued, "At the execution site in Green Riverum Square, he was beheaded." Zhang Na replied slowly, "Is that so?" He added, his voice tinged with a deep sadness, "I understand, you can go now." Demphin, being the sharp guy he was, gently tried to comfort him. "Please don't be sad, Your Highness." Zhang Na just let out a faint, weak laugh. "Ha ha, sad you say?" He chuckled, then suddenly stepped forward, slapping a letter onto the table. He slid it coolly over to Fei Mu. Noticing the letter, Fei Mu asked quizzically, "What's this?" The old man replied, "This humble guard requests his leave." "Your Highness?" Rang Na stared intently at the letter before reaching out for it. Holding it in his hands, he silently scanned the contents. A slow grin spread across Rang Na's face as he finished reading. He whispered to himself, "So there's still a chance." Meanwhile, in another part of the palace, we find Emperor Terry Green River in his chambers. Ian sat across from him, reporting that the survivors from Herb Leon's spatial gate were all being treated in a secure location. Testimonies from those conscious within the Ivory Tower were also being collected for the ongoing investigation. Ian stated calmly, "As for the assets he was hiding, they are being seized for the royal treasury." Ian continued his report. The investigation into his close associates for any signs of black magic has also come up clean. No strange reactions were detected during the tests. Terry lifted his teacup, his voice laced with approval. "You've been incredibly busy, Ian." He set the cup down and mused, "I never expected HB to go so completely off the rails." Terry stroked his chin thoughtfully, a hint of self-reproach in his tone. "I bear a great deal of responsibility for not suspecting his actions sooner." Ian replied, "I didn't notice either, Your Majesty. After all, he was famous for being a man of thrift and integrity." Ian's expression turned serious as he assessed the situation. "This whole affair reads like a twisted political manhwa. I never imagined he had this side to him, hiding behind that mask of virtue and kindness." Ian looked at the Emperor and continued, "From now on, I will continue to report on the Ivory Tower investigation and the progress of the black magic screenings." Terry nodded. "Good." He then added, "Since things have come to this, there's one more question I'd like to ask you, if I may." Without a moment's hesitation, Ian replied, "Please, speak your mind, Your Majesty." Terry crossed his arms, his face deadly serious. "What do you intend to do about the Crown Prince?" Ian's eyes widened, in shock, leaving him utterly speechless. Finally, he stammered, I don't understand the question, Your Majesty." The Emperor immediately cut him off. "No." Terry's brow furrowed with conviction. "You understand perfectly." The two of them stared at each other in a heavy silence for a moment. At last Ian spoke, his voice wavering, but his words blunt. He began, then stated plainly, "I cannot swear my loyalty to the Crown Prince. Terry was taken aback by this bombshell. "You can't pledge loyalty?" he asked, astonished. But Ian wasn't finished. "However, I will cooperate so that the crown prince can to safely ascend the throne," he states with the utmost seriousness, "and to ensure he remains a wise king for years to come, I will do everything in my power to assist him." The old king thoughtfully strokes his chin, mulling this over before saying, "So you can't pledge absolute loyalty to the crown prince, but you will aid him." Terry gives it another moment of thought, then nods. "All right, that'll have to do." He lifts his teacup, takes a delicate sip, and then orders the guards, "Bring it in." The guards promptly haul in a peculiar long box. He looks at Jan and says, "Take this. It's the staff we recovered when we captured HB." The box creaks open, revealing the artifact within. Terry adds, "I'm sure you already know this, but the process of selecting a new master of the Ivory Tower isn't exactly a walk in the park. Even with a clear-cut heir, there's a mountain of bureaucratic nonsense to get through." Faced with this dose of reality, Jan remains completely silent, just listening. The king begins to elaborate that the proper procedure requires official royal approval. He continues, "But in a crisis like this, we can't afford to leave the master's seat empty for long, so I've decided it would be better to streamline the process. That is precisely why I am entrusting this staff to you." Terry sets down his teacup and says, "One more thing, Jan, I have a favor to ask of you." Jan immediately responds, "I await your command, your majesty." The king narrows his eyes and says, "I don't think Jiang Na will give up even though all of his little helpers have been dealt with." An image of his rogue son flashes in his mind, as he adds, "I know his ambition and his temper better than anyone. If Jiang Na actually manages to seize the throne, there will be unimaginable bloodshed and countless lives will be lost." Hearing these grim words, Jan falls into a contemplative silence. The king calmly stands up, saying, "However, as his father, I was the one who inflicted an incurable wound upon him." Terry silently berates himself, thinking, "He will surely despise me until the day I die." He turns away, making his request. In my stead, Terry turns back to face Jan Trust, gleaming in his eyes as he asks, "Can you stop him?" In a scene worthy of a top-tier political manhwa, Jan slowly reaches out for the staff, then kneels in a gesture of profound respect to the king and replies, "As you command, your majesty." The king declares, "Then I officially entrust this to you, Jan Fa, master of the Ivory Tower." The scene then shifts to the Ivory Tower later that afternoon. The massive doors swing open and our boy calmly strolls inside. The crowd of people within immediately erupts in cheers. "Welcome, Yan Fa." He stares at his new fancy chair as his mind suddenly flashes back. "You know, Yan." Hebo Chen began, his voice dripping with the weight of old memories. "I once wanted to be a hero." He gazed wistfully out the window, looking like a protagonist in a dramatic manhwa. He continued his dramatic monologue, "To single-handedly protect the empire, to be the great mage who saves the weeping masses." His mind drifted to a vision. "But then I realized something. With a single decision, I could gain the power to command countless people. The power to truly protect the prosperity of the empire and its people. They call that strength, authority." At that word, Jan's gaze drifted, his eyes clouding over. Authority. He thought the word triggering a flood of memories from his brutal past life. The very thing you want to protect, even if it means killing me. Jan stared out the same window and declared internally, "I have no desire to be a hero." His expression turned deadly serious. "What I want is much simpler." His features tightened into a mask of pure resolve. "To kill the man named Jiang Na." He wasn't done. A fate worse than death itself? A death drenched in humiliation. That is my purpose, and that is the gift I will give you. My revenge. Meanwhile, speaking of the devil, Jiang Na himself was sitting alone, deep in thought, plotting some nefarious scheme. He had that classic pensive look of a mastermind, about to make his next move. Just then, Crown Prince He Dian spotted Yan and beamed, "Greetings, Lord of the Tower." Yan just looked exhausted by the mere presence of this guy. "The appointment hasn't been officially announced," Yan said flatly. Please refrain from using that title. Hey Dion just waved a dismissive hand. Oh, who cares, it's just us. He chirped. I still can't believe it. The little kid who begged me to get him into the old Ivory Tower 5 years ago is now its esteemed master. Hey Dion was practically bursting with admiration. I'm so proud, he gushed. Just watching you grow up has been so fulfilling. Jan's inner monologue was less sentimental. When the hell did I ever beg you? Out loud, he said quietly, Your Highness, as you can see, I'm currently busy checking for dark magic. He gestured around vaguely. You were already examined the day before yesterday. Unless you're experiencing some new, unusual symptoms, I must ask you to leave. The prince looked crestfallen. Hey, come on, don't be such a buzzkill. You're so busy these days, I had to come all the way here just to see you. Then he perked up. By the way, are you sure I'm all right? I've been feeling dizzy and nauseous all day. Jan replied without missing a beat. Yes, everything is perfectly fine. You're in excellent health. Internally, however, a different story was playing out. It's not that I wasn't suspicious, I did consider the possibility that he was only acting this foolish because he was under the influence of dark magic. He mulled it over. For He Bo Chen, who wants to place Jiang Na on the throne, the crown prince is obviously a massive obstacle. The easiest way to remove him would be to make him embarrass himself and self-destruct. Would be the easy way out. But then Yi Yan glanced over at He Dian, who was just blissfully joking around with him. Yi Yan sighed in frustration, thinking to himself, His Highness is just a world-class, born and bred goofball. Just then, He Dian piped up, Oh, that reminds me, my little sister Harry is next on your list, isn't she? Yi Yan replied instantly, Yes, that's correct, Your Highness. He Dian then said, Before I head out, I gotta tell you something. Oh, yeah, my sister has been asking a ton of questions about you lately, and I'm pretty sure she's got a thing for you. Ye An was floored. The princess herself. He Dian nodded. Yup, she's been asking all sorts of stuff like what you do in your free time. What you've been into lately, your favorite foods. You know the whole 9 yards. Yi An was utterly bewildered. What possible use could she have for that kind of intel? He Dian continued oblivious. But here's the kicker. Even though we're tight, I had absolutely no answers for her. I realized I don't actually know any of that stuff about you. He started for the door, then glanced back. So when you see Harry, give her the scoop, will ya? It might seem like small stuff, but trust me, she'll be thrilled. And with that, He Dian was gone, closing the door behind him. Yi An stood there, lost in thought. For a long moment, he mused. Growing up, huh? The crown prince really has matured. His whole personality seems so much brighter now. He's actually trying to improve, and he's putting in the work. Yi An's gaze followed where He Dian had left, thinking if he just has the right people guiding him, he might just become a truly wise emperor. Just then a knock came from the door. He called out, Yes, please come in. A young woman entered. It was none other than Harry Green River. It's been a while, Sir Yi An, she said with a gentle smile. He quickly bowed. Your Highness, I trust you are well. Harry's voice was warm. Thanks to you, I've been very well. Yi An gestured to a chair. That's wonderful to hear. Please have a seat. But then, Harry just stood there hesitating awkwardly. A strange stillness fell over the room, like a scene straight out of a fantasy manhwa. He realized she was using magic. Yi An noted, This is a Tier 2 spell that isolates sound from the surroundings. You've reached the second tier already. She looked down a bit shy. Well, actually, Harry timidly held up 3 fingers. Yi An's eyes widened in shock. Tier 3. Harry nodded. Yes, that's what my instructor said. Yi An broke into a grin. Congratulations, I never expected you to reach Tier 3 so quickly. He smiled warmly. Yi An then asked carefully, So what did you want to discuss that required casting a silence spell? She hesitated for a moment. Sir Yi An. Harry looked at him with troubled eyes. From now on, what am I supposed to do? He tilted his head. You'll have to explain a bit more. She looked lost. I don't even know where to begin. Seeing her distress, Yi An's tone became serious. Alright, then let me ask you a question first. Why have you been hiding the fact that you're a mage? Harry fell silent. Silence. She stammered, well, about that. Harry looked about as comfortable as a cat in a bathtub, before finally admitting it was my father's idea. Harry began her tale. When I turned 12, the one assigned to test my mana sensitivity was none other than the mage Kevin. He discovered I had the talent of a mage, but instead of ratting me out to the Ivory Tower, he went straight to my father first. You see, to become an Imperial Mage is to throw away your title and chain yourself to the Ivory Tower. And that rule doesn't bend, not even for royalty. Dad wasn't about to let me become a tower lackey, he wanted me to stay a princess. So from that day forward, Kevin was sworn to secrecy about my magical aptitude, and I buckled down to play the part of the perfect princess. But then one day it hit me, this insane, unquenchable thirst for magic that I just couldn't ignore. Jan immediately jumped in. So you secretly studied magic and then spilled the tea to me. He thought to himself, wait a minute. Kevin was one of the few who actually backed the crown prince in my past life. Man, the princess really hit the jackpot. Harry continued, back then I just wanted to help my brother. He had absolutely no one in his corner. But, she argued, it's totally different now. He has you, he has my original goal, and he has the swordmaster, Oliver. And most importantly, he's finally on the right track. Jan, ever the pragmatist, cut right to the heart of the matter. So in short, you're aimless. Is that it? She practically whispered, more or less. I'm just an illegal magic user wondering if I'm just going to get in my brother's way now. A sly grin spread across Jan's face as he moved closer. Oh, this is an easy fix. Her eyes widened in surprise. It is, Jan told her with a calm, steady voice. Just live your life, that's it. He leaned in, emphasizing, not the life of a royal, but your own life. This isn't just some plot for a dramatic manhwa, Your Highness. She looked conflicted. I'm not sure I can, she stammered. Jan wasn't having it. Your station in life doesn't dictate your entire existence. If you only ever do what people tell you, you're not living. You're just handing the reins of your life over to someone else. Harry fell silent, the words sinking in. He continued, eventually, you'll forget who you even are. You'll just be a ghost wandering through a fog of regret and emptiness. As Jan spoke, he was basically narrating his own tragic backstory. So here's my proposal. Make your own choice, Your Highness. From this moment forward, I hope you'll be the one calling the shots and forging your own path. He said it with all the reverence of a loyal knight. I am certain everyone eventually finds their own way to live, Hua Rong asked softly, Master Yan. She then turned the question back on him, and you, have you found the life you've always dreamed of? Yan froze, scrambling for an answer that didn't sound completely lame. Finally, he mumbled, I don't know. He mentally face-palmed. Oops, that was probably a bit too blunt, my bad. Hua Rong quickly tried to soothe him. Not at all, she said, her voice earnest. Actually, Master Yan, you're the first person who's ever said something like that to me. I've always been shoved into the perfect princess box. I couldn't even imagine a different path. My entire life has felt like a political manhwa with no room to breathe. Hua Rong looked genuinely grateful. Thank you for the encouragement, Master Yan. He gave her a small smile. Getting up, Yan said, if Your Highness continues with magic, it will definitely open up more options for whatever path you choose. You've already progressed at an insane speed. Your potential for growth is off the charts. Hua Rong suddenly looked shy, her voice dropping to a whisper. That's actually why I wanted to ask you for a favor, Master Yan. Yan was taken aback as she hesitated. Master Yan, would you teach me magic? He blinked, completely stunned. Huh. But wasn't it already decided that Sir Kevin would be your tutor? Hua Rong sighed, sounding defeated. About that, Kevin said, he has nothing left to teach me. So Kevin had basically rage quit because his student was too good. My apologies, Your Highness, he is only a second-class mage. Suddenly, she clasped her hands together, pleading, Please, Master Yan, I'm begging you, be my master. Yan's mind started racing, trying to process this sudden turn of events. He thought, okay, the princess is undeniably gifted. Reaching third class is pure raw talent. That's not something you can achieve with just a bit of help. Her potential is on par with the legendary fifth class royal mage Miss in Green River. Jan analyzed the situation. Only a handful of people can see her true potential as a mage. If she becomes a high-ranking mage, she could be an incredibly useful ally down the road. Finally, he answered, I accept. Huarong's face lit up. Really? Jan added smoothly. But on one condition. Whenever I need help, your highness must assist me. She beamed. Of course, no matter how difficult the request, I will give it my all to help you, Master Jan. Jan raised an eyebrow. You're agreeing without even a moment's hesitation. Aren't you going to ask what my request might be? Huarong's trust was absolute. She replied simply, because I trust you, Master Jan. Hearing that, his heart did a little happy dance. Still, Jan felt a bit awkward and replied. In a cool and collected tone, he said, all right then, you mentioned we'd talk about magic lessons later, so for now, let's just run a quick check. She immediately agreed, of course. After a brief examination, he delivered his diagnosis. Well, it doesn't look like there are any traces of dark magic. You can get up now. Harry looked completely drained, struggling to even stand. Jan advised her that she might feel a bit dizzy, so please, take it easy. She replied in a weak voice. Okay, thank you, sir. But then Harry suddenly lost her balance and tumbled right into him. Jan quickly asked, are you all right? Should I call someone to help? Harry, blushing furiously, stammered, no, I'm fine. An awkward silence fell between them for a moment before he spoke up, Your Highness. Jan then began answering the questions that He Dian had prepped him for whenever he met Harry. Oh, usually after I'm done with work at the Ivory Tower, I mostly just read books and research new spells in my lab. Because of that, I'm also pretty interested in potion making. Jan continued his little monologue. I'm not a picky eater, but I don't really care for spicy food. She asked shyly, Sir Jan, why are you suddenly telling me all this? He answered bluntly, the Crown Prince happened to mention that you were curious about me. Harry, completely flustered, exclaimed, it was nothing really, but my brother told you that. He did, Jan, looking a bit bewildered himself, quietly replied, yes. She looked absolutely mortified. Harry then bolted, yelling, well, take care, Sir Jan. And just like that, she sprinted out of the room, slamming the door behind her. He stood there completely baffled, thinking, did He Ming do something wrong? Meanwhile, news about the incident involving Tower Master Herbie Leon, a fifth-class mage, spread like wildfire across the Empire, shocking the entire population. In response, Emperor Terry Green River of the Empire personally took command of a full-scale investigation into dark magic and raised the Empire's security level to high alert. This is a manhwa plot twist of epic proportions. Yan Alanfa, the young high-class mage selected to be the next master of the Ivory Tower, conducted a meticulous investigation into all things related to dark magic, successfully calming the public's outrage. The name of the now decapitated Herbak Leon was etched into the history books as the most wicked criminal in the Empire's history, and a number of nobles who had once supported Herbak Leon quickly abandoned the fifth prince Jiang Na and began paying very close attention to the new master's every move. Back at Jan's residence, our hero was enjoying a quiet morning cup of tea when he noticed something odd on his table. What in the world, Jan asked, is all this? The table was absolutely buried under a mountain of letters. Radio informed him they were all invitations to parties sent just for him. Jan let out an exhausted sigh and said, honestly, the whole dark magic incident isn't even resolved, and these people are already mailing it in. They have zero shame. He then asked Jan if he even planned on reading them. Jan shot back. It's not like I have any intention of going. Radio countered, yeah, but I really think you should take a look at these. Jan asked, and what are they? They're marriage proposals, he said, sent to you. Jan did a full-on spit take with his tea. Radio calmly continued, a certain person known as Count Jier, wishes for you to be engaged to his eldest daughter, who just turned 12, with the wedding to be held when she comes of age in 5 years. Yan thought helplessly, she just turned 12. What kind of certified lunatic is this? His companion just laughed. Ha ha. You're a grown man now. It's not that strange for people to be discussing marriage with you. Radio went on, pointing out Yan's status as the youngest high-ranking mage and the next master of the tower. I swear this whole situation feels like the plot of a hit manhwa. I'm certain there'll be plenty more marriage proposals coming your way. Yan scratched his head and grumbled, these nobles probably just want to use me to gain political power. He added with clear annoyance, I can't believe he'd exploit his own 12-year-old daughter for a political marriage. He must be completely out of his mind. Radio chuckled in reply, on that I completely agree. In any case, finding a wonderful life partner is a natural part of life. He gathered the letters and said, well then I'll help you take care of these rejection letters. Yan thanked him profusely. Yes, please. Help me with that. Thank you, uncle. Radio replied, it's nothing. I'm sure you're busy investigating the dark magic situation, so I have to help you with these little things to earn my keep around here. Yan was silent for a moment, then set his teacup down on the table and said, speaking of which, I don't think I've properly thanked you, Uncle Dang Huang. The man looked at Yan genuinely surprised. Yan continued with a sincere tone. Thank you for protecting my mother, Radio. The man sat still for a second before a slow smile spread across his face. He said, haha, don't mention it. To be honest, if you really think about it, the mana activator trap you set up in the mansion was what really dealt with those suspicious people. And besides, I did promise to protect Lady Pa with my life, didn't I? Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Yan finally felt a sense of relief. He then said, in that case, there's something I want to help you with. Yan leaned in, the mage who infused the mana activator into your body. The one who gave you mana poisoning. Please tell me their name or anything you remember about what they looked like. Radio looked bewildered. Yan pressed on, I will absolutely hunt that person down and give them the punishment they deserve. The older man hesitated about to speak. About that, Rio said awkwardly, scratching his face. I honestly don't remember. Yan stared completely baffled. Seriously? So Rio began to explain that it all went down one fateful night. It was dark, and let's just say I had a fan club of mages who absolutely despised me. Back then I was just a young alchemist trying to make a living in the capital, so I have no clue who the culprit was. Honestly, for a while there, I held a major grudge against all mages. The thought that I could just drop dead at any moment and leave Douglas all alone was terrifying. The ironic part, I almost got taken out by a bunch of common bandits before the mana poisoning even had a chance to finish the job. But then I met you. And now I'm not going to die from some magical overdose. My future with Douglas is what's important, so I've let all that old hatred go. Of course, he added with a sincere look, I will never ever forget that you saved my life. Hearing this raw confession, Yan fell silent for a moment. Then he suddenly spoke up. Rio, I've never actually met my father, Yan said as they walked. He went missing before I was even born. Nobody even knows if he's dead or alive. A small bittersweet smile touched Yan's lips. But after meeting you and spending time with you, he looked Rio straight in the eye. I think I finally get it. This is what it must feel like to have a father. I think I understand why Douglas is always so optimistic and happy. He continued, and why my own mother seems so much healthier. It's all thanks to the medicine you've been making for us. Jan's expression then turned serious. In the future, I know I'll have to be away from my mother more often. He looked at Rio intently. I'm counting on you to keep your promise and protect her for me. Rio didn't hesitate for a second. Of course, you can always count on me. Just then, Jan glanced at a clock. It's almost time, he murmured. Right on cue, the door burst open and in stormed Douglas shouting, Leader, he was holding up a small vial. I did it, he cheered. It's the cure for mana poisoning from the Landier flower. Douglas was practically vibrating with excitement. I have to give this to Dad right away. Oh. He finally spotted Rio sitting right there. Dad. What are you doing here? Man, I wanted this to be a huge surprise. Rio, completely stunned, could only ask. You created the cure for mana poisoning Yan. What is going on here? Yan calmly explained, I was doing some research in the library. The one only the Tower Master is supposed to enter. I was testing a specific method for harvesting the Landier flower. It requires a pretty high-level spell. It's a spell that basically freezes an object in time. Lucky for us, it works on plants. Rio slowly walked over to Douglas, staring at his son with wide eyes. The stoic man just broke down sobbing. Thank you, my son, and thank you, Yan. In a scene straight out of a heartwarming manhwa, the father and son embraced, looking absolutely overjoyed. Douglas then turned to Yan, his eyes full of determination, and declared, Leader, I'm going to become an alchemist who can create a cure for anything, a cure for terminal illnesses so no one has to suffer like my father did. Yan cracked a smile. Da, looking genuinely moved, replied, Thank you for that, man. Just then someone burst in, addressing a silent stoic figure. Chief, you're the last one left. The figure dragonkin Avantis didn't so much as flinch. Michael Green River laid it all out for him. The barrier separating our world from the dragon tribe is about to snap shut. The big guy upstairs says the dragons brought nothing but chaos and annihilation to this realm, and payback is going to be a real monster. Mattel chimed in, adding that until the day you die, you're on the hook for every single sin your people committed. With that, he used his own blood to slap a seal on Dragonkin Avantis, basically telling him, you're grounded, forever. The seal flared to life, its purpose fulfilled. Mattel watched it all unfold before snapping back to the present. Meanwhile, over at Jiang Na's place, our hero was gawking, sputtering, It's really identical, because standing right in front of Jiang Na was his spitting image. Rangna explained, the note said I was supposed to wait for someone here, but I definitely wasn't expecting to meet my long-lost twin. Jiang Na turned to his doppelganger. So any bright ideas on how we get out of this mess? Rangna sighed. Infa has this whole place wrapped in the tower's surveillance magic to keep an eye on me, so I really don't think we can fool them with a simple disguise that just happens to be my own face. His clone just smirked. Oh, you don't need to worry about that. The head priest holds more power than the current Tower Master. Jiang Na looked stunned. The head priest, my double here, says you'll get the full scoop when you have a private audience with the man himself. The clone then whipped out a grimoire straight out of a classic manhwa and a shimmering portal sprang into existence. Jiang Na, understandably bewildered, asked, What in the world is that? His double gestured grandly. Your exit from the capital, my lord. Please step inside. A portal? He questioned, just as a hand reached out from within the shimmering void. It's Delphin, the clone whispered. He's calling for you. Your Highness, please take my hand. Jiang Na's eyes widened in shock. Sir Delphine? Breaking into a nervous sweat, he grabbed the offered hand and stepped through. They emerged on the other side. Jiang Na was baffled. How did you cast that spell? Not even the great Herbeck Leon is capable of that. Delphine just gave a calm shrug. It's hardly surprising, Your Highness, he said with a knowing look. Did you honestly believe that Herbeck Leon climbed to the top of that tower using only his own power? Delphine continued, despite possessing immense power, his only ambition is clawing his way up the ladder. He's the kind of guy who would sell his own mother for a promotion. He was going to get offed sooner or later anyway. His little self-destruct sequence just made our lives a whole lot easier. Rana pondered for a moment. He figured the world was an incredibly vast place. You might think this world is just a playground ruled by a select few, Demon continued, and that you're one of them. But let me tell you, even the Emperor isn't among the truly chosen. Rana asked vaguely, the chosen? Demon's eyes lit up. Precisely, the head priest believes you are the perfect candidate to rule. He says the ideal ruler is one who will eradicate the ignorant masses and bring about a new progressive era for the world. Demin asserted that Rana had also inherited the bloodline destined to forge the path for this new world. The head priest had apparently been waiting for this day for a very, very long time. Rana was completely bewildered, thinking, what in the seven hells is this about? He wondered, is there really someone out there with magic even more powerful than both Herbeck and Yan Fa? How is someone like that even possible? I've heard whispers of a cult that doesn't follow the state religion, but I never in a million years imagined the captain of the Imperial Knights and the master of the Ivory Tower were also mixed up in it. Were they plotting to completely upend the nation's faith? It seemed they intended to use a royal like me as their poster boy to make it happen. It was a classic Manhwa villain scheme, but Rana realized this was a golden opportunity. In his current predicament, he had to grab any chance to consolidate his power, even if it meant making a deal with the devil. Aikta thought of the throne. To get there, I have to use every tool at my disposal to reclaim what is rightfully mine. The two of them came to a halt. We've arrived, Your Highness, Demon announced. Ahead lies the sealed ancient castle. Please, he said, follow me. The place was shrouded in an eerie mist, and the dead silence was broken only by the howling wind. Rana immediately asked, where are we? Demon replied, this is the castle where the Dragon clan once resided. 300 years ago, this entire place was wiped off the map, sealed away by the Ivory Tower's powerful barrier magic. It wasn't until the barrier started to weaken that mortals stumbled upon this place. Rana felt a knot of unease in his stomach. He demanded, why did you bring me here? Demon just continued walking in silence. Suddenly, another group of people appeared greeting him. You have arrived. They bowed in perfect unison, their respect palpable. We offer our deepest reverence to Your Highness. Rana sized them up, his expression unreadable. After a tense moment of silence, he asked, are you all nobles? I see a lot of familiar faces here. The guide explained, that's because this is a pivotal moment where the world's progressive ideals are taking root. So naturally, we could only assemble the most prestigious members in the capital. He then said, however, I think you've conveniently left out the most important part, the purpose of this little gathering and who you all answer to. Since I'm on the same crazy boat as you, all shouldn't I be clued in? The man simply replied, you will find out soon enough. Tianfei glanced towards the grand gate and announced, the Grand Master is waiting for you inside. The gate swung open and Zhang Na stepped through. He was absolutely floored by what he witnessed inside. There waiting for Zhang Na was the Dragon Kin Avantus himself, looking every bit as imposing and majestic as the legends say. The other members immediately dropped to their knees in reverence. They chanted in unison, the only remaining descendant of the last dragon. Zhang Na was stunned hearing this, his mind racing. So this powerhouse was their commander. The Dragonkin Avantus finally spoke, his voice booming with authority. You must have a mountain of questions about who I am and why I've invited you here. He formally introduced himself. I am the Dragonkin Avantus, the very last of my kind in this land. Zhang Na was shocked, thinking, wait, weren't they all wiped out 300 years ago, a creature that can cast the most powerful spells imaginable? The guy looked exactly like he was ripped from the pages of a fantasy manhwa. This was really the sole descendant of the dragons. He smirked. You look thoroughly confused, Prince. It's true, in the Great War 300 years ago, my species was defeated and annihilated by humans. All except for me, that is. Your history books got that part right. Your ancestor Melgreen River cast a ridiculously powerful sealing spell using his own blood, trapping me here. And I have been waiting for this very moment ever since. The Dragon Kin Avantus stared intently at Zhang Na and continued. His bloodline, the mystic seal of Green River. To finally break this curse, I need the blood of his descendant. Zhang Na had to ask, wouldn't it be far easier to just kill me and use my blood to break the seal? Why go through the trouble of making this offer? Avantus chuckled deeply. Such a savage mind, Prince. I simply concluded that it would be far more advantageous for me to make you the emperor instead. He continued, his eyes gleaming with ambition. I will obliterate the old ways and usher in a new era of absolute power. This deal could be the foundation for a truly magnificent plan. The Dragonkin Avantus looked on, ready to start a new manhwa arc. He said with a cryptic flair, the foundation for a peaceful world where the Dragon Clan and humans can finally coexist. Zhang Nan shot back. So you're saying you want to use me as your puppet? He predicted. And if I refuse, I suppose you'll just kill me while my imposter is conveniently taking my place. The old man replied calmly, I have no intention of harming you. If you refuse, I'll simply wipe your memory and send you on your way. He glanced down at the seal on the floor. But the reason I chose you is because I'm absolutely certain you won't turn down this opportunity. Jiang Nan fell silent. He clenched his fist and said, Promise me. Jiang Nan's expression was dead serious. He continued, Promise that after you make me the emperor, you won't betray me. The old man chuckled, I promise. Satisfied, Jiang Nan grabbed the dagger Fei had brought and said, Very well. He then immediately sliced his arm and let his blood drip onto the floorboards. I accept your offer, Jiang Nan declared. His blood instantly spread across the intricate seal. The whole chamber lit up with a brilliant light as the seal began to dissolve. Dragonoid Avantus and Jiang Nan locked eyes. A wicked grin spread across Dragonoid Avantus's face. Hey, 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 he cackled loudly. My thanks, little prince. Shrugging on a robe, this classic Manhwa villain slowly sauntered out and mused, Should I try blending in with the humans? I wonder. He stared intently at Jiang Nan and said, Your face is just screaming with fear. The dragonoid purred, Oh, no need to be scared, Princey. I'm not going to hurt you. In fact, I have a feeling we're going to become the best of friends. He walked over and picked up a cloak. Dragonoid Avantus draped it over his shoulders and declared, Now then I can finally get a taste of the outside world after all this time. Meanwhile, cutting over to He Li, our beautiful princess, was also feeling a bit anxious and worried. The person on her mind was obviously incredibly important to her. Sigh, a less than chipper sound escaped her as she accidentally blurted out a question. Why hasn't he come to see me yet? He Li's hands clasped together as she again lamented, Could he have forgotten about me? The maid standing behind her looked a bit flustered. She hesitated for a few seconds before replying softly, Of course not, Your Highness. He's most likely just a little busy with the recent investigation into dark magic. Hearing this from her trusted attendant, He Li quickly regained her spirits. A smile worthy of any manhwa heroine returned to her face. A hint of a smile finally graced her lips. Right, he's a busy guy after all. Harry tried to convince herself, Yeah, that's totally it. But that little lie lasted all of 5 seconds before she plunged right back into a swirling vortex of anxiety. Her mind was a bigger mess than a tangled ball of yarn. The maid stood behind her, too terrified to even breathe in her direction. The silence in the room was so thick you could cut it with a ceremonial dagger, covering every inch of the space. Suddenly, a loud commotion shattered the tension as 2 other maids burst in, looking like they'd just seen a ghost. They were completely panicked. Your Highness? Seeing their frantic state, Harry just looked at them and asked, What is it? What happened now? The 2 maids clenched their fists in perfect dramatic unison. Together they announced, The time has come, he is here. The maid on the left practically shouted her line. He has finally arrived, which was immediately followed by the maid on the right. Please, princess, just wear a formal dress. Don't you dare add a cloak, they shouted again in a bizarrely perfect harmony you only see in a manhwa. Lord Yan, Fa has arrived. Whether it was true or not, the second she heard his name, Harry's face went up in flames. She slowly asked again as if her brain needed a hard reboot. He's here. She wrung her hands, looking utterly helpless, and squeaked, Somebody save me. A moment later, she was practically sprinting down the magnificent main palace hallway. Inside the castle, her delicate bow-adorned high heels clattered against the floor in a ridiculously chaotic rhythm. Harry was moving so fast you'd think she couldn't possibly wait another second. Skidding to a halt before the main doors, she whirled on her maids. How's my hair? Is it a mess? Harry let out a huge breath. Phew! Her maids immediately formed a tiny cheer squad, pumping their fists in the air. The maid in the black dress tried to reassure her. Please, don't worry, Your Highness, you look absolutely radiant today. The other 2 maids, of course, chimed in with their synchronized support. That's right, Harry turned back to look at them. Ah, okay, see you all later, she said. They all replied in unison, You can do it, princess. And then the massive doors swung open, revealing Jan looking so handsome it was practically illegal. He placed a hand over his chest in a classic, heart-stopping salute complete with the legendary greeting. It has been a long time, Your Highness. She was so flustered her hands seemed to be trying to merge into one, and Harry's face just kept getting redder. She didn't dare look directly at Jan. Her adorably awkward eyes finally found a very interesting spot on the floor to stare at. She mumbled, I thought perhaps you had forgotten. Jan just smiled gently and replied to her, Please. My sincerest apologies, Your Highness. I've been a tad busy lately. Jan rushed to say, Oh, don't worry about it. I'm just glad you came. She flashed a goofy grin and added, You look absolutely dashing in this formal getup. He replied, You are far too kind. A faint blush dusted Jan's cheeks. Ahem, first of all, I think we should probably head to a place a bit more suitable for our training session. He explained, The palace has far too many prying eyes. If anyone were to spot me meeting with the princess, it would stir up all sorts of nasty rumors. Jan was afraid it would tarnish the princess's reputation. He continued, After all, you know how tongues love to wag. Harry was genuinely touched. Of course, she said. Let's do that. Then I shall escort you to another location with your permission. He followed up. He extended his hand toward the princess, and Jan asked shyly, May I hold your hand for just a moment? Harry, completely missing the point, replied with a twinge of regret. I'm sorry. She then did a double take. Hold my hand, you say. Blushing furiously, Jan explained, It's for the teleportation magic, that's how we'll get there. The look of utter embarrassment on Harry's face was absolutely priceless. She asked him, Is that the teleportation magic I've heard so much about? The mortified expression on Harry's face was a sight to behold. Well, it turns out she was the one with her mind in the gutter all along. Harry asked him, So that's the legendary teleportation magic I've read about. She then slowly placed her hand in Jan's. He gently warned her, You might feel a little dizzy, princess. Jan took her delicate little hand, saying tenderly, Please just try to focus. A brilliant light flashed, and suddenly they were standing in a scene straight out of a beautiful manhwa. Majestic, towering mountains stood shoulder to shoulder. Harry gasped in shock. This place? Jan replied, These are the hills just outside the capital. It's a spot where people rarely ever come. He added, Since the range of a level 6 teleportation spell isn't all that vast, I decided to bring us here. It's wide open and absolutely perfect for practicing magic. Noticing her dumbfounded expression, Jan finished his thought. Your Highness, Harry, still trying to get her bearings, began to marvel, I've never set foot outside the palace before. As she spoke, Harry's eyes began to sparkle like never before. This felt like something that could only happen in a dream. Watching a flock of birds soaring freely across the vast open sky, she murmured. It was a sentiment born of pure gratitude. But after taking his hand, that dream felt like it had leaped right out of a romance manhwa and into reality. A brilliant grin bloomed on Harry's face. A smile so genuine, it was practically blinding. She exclaimed, Magic is the absolute coolest thing ever. With that, Harry spun around to look at Jan's dashing face. As she spoke, an image flashed through his mind, a woman of stunning beauty. Yet she sat silently in a chair before a massive window looking utterly melancholic. Just as quickly, the image vanished. Jan replied to Harry, You're right, Your Highness. A gentle smile played on his lips. Magic is truly incredible. Harry's eyes sparkled as she gave Jan a shy glance and asked, So, I guess that means you saw me practicing in the royal sanctuary then. His gaze remained fixed on Harry's face. Yes, I was exploring the palace and, well, I wandered in. I hid in a corner when you and the royal mage entered. That's when I saw everything. She suddenly whirled to face him directly, her eyes wide with bubbly curiosity. But how did you even get in there? There are supposed to be guards posted all around that area. He stammered, looking for an excuse that didn't sound completely lame. I was just young and curious, that's all. She couldn't help but let out a hearty laugh, as if a flood of fond childhood memories just came rushing back, a smile so wide it made her eyes crinkle. I totally get it. When I was little, I used to go exploring in the restricted areas of the palace with my brother. We got scolded more than a few times. Harry shot a playful yet warm glance at the flustered Jan. She then proposed a deal. So how about this? I'll turn a blind eye to you trespassing in the royal sanctuary since you're turning a blind eye to my little magic lesson. Harry continued to tease him relentlessly. That makes us partners in crime now, doesn't it? Jan's face was a perfect picture of helpless surrender in the face of her mischief. He sighed softly, "Yes, Your Highness." Suddenly her tone turned serious. "Speaking of which, my brother is having a birthday party. You'll be there, right?" Jan slowly closed his eyes, as if steeling himself for something before answering decisively. "I received an invitation, but I have no intention of attending." Harry's voice was filled with genuine surprise and curiosity. "But why my brother will be so disappointed?" Jan had his own deep-seated issues about his background and had no desire to hear the inevitable whispers and gossip, which is why he decided to refuse. Jan's expression grew solemn, his voice tinged with a heavy tone. "The Crown Prince's birthday party is only for plenty of high and mighty nobles will be there, and even though I've leveled up to Tower Master, my background is just a humble commoner. The aristocrats would absolutely lose their minds if I showed up." Jan was reminding himself to stay laser-focused on his mission. Taking a deep breath, he continued, "The powerhouse that the previous Tower Master spent decades building won't just crumble overnight, and you can bet they'll all be watching my every move." He paused, a grim look on his face. Everything he worked so hard to build could be threatened, so, Jan said cautiously, until the Crown Prince has a firm grip on his political power and can safely claim the throne on his own terms. I think it's best if I just buckle down and be the best darn Tower Master I can be." Hearing this, Harry's gaze fell to the floor, no longer meeting Jan's. The air between them suddenly grew heavy. In a low, thoughtful voice, she murmured, "I understand." But then snap, Harry's eyes flashed with a sudden, fierce determination that caught him completely off guard. Every word she spoke next was forged in pure steel. "In that case, I'll just have to get serious about my role as a princess too. I'll whip those snobby aristocrats who oppose my brother into shape so fast they won't even know what hit them." Harry turned, her eyes shining like a character in a romance manhwa. As she looked at Jan, her voice filled with a newfound resolve. "I'm going to work hard on my magic too," she declared, a determined yet shy smile playing on her lips. "But I'll need your help, Master. Is it okay if I call you that just between us?" Jan's lips curved into a gentle smile, his gaze softening as he looked at her. "Of course," he said warmly. "Call me whatever you like." Meanwhile, in a much less wholesome scene, twilight descended upon the fifth prince's palace, where Jiang Na's voice echoed, "And that is my grand plan." Avantis lounged in his chair, the picture of calm villainy. "So to put it simply," he drawled, "before we deal with that pesky mage named Yan Fa, we need to get the Crown Prince out of the picture first." Jiang Na's eyes glinted like cold steel. "Exactly. Right now, a few nobles and even some commoners are watching what the new Tower Master, Yan Fa, is up to with great interest." The vast room fell into a chilling silence. Sure, Yan Fa has some seriously impressive magical talent, but at the end of the day, he's just a fresh-faced mage who's barely an adult. He's got zero experience, and being born a commoner, he has about as much political clout as a rock. Plenty of nobles and their lackeys are already furious that someone like Yan became the master. The tower will fall. Jiang Na's eyes glinted with a steely, self-satisfied resolve as he laid out his master plan. If the Crown Prince he's backing goes down, he'll be at a severe disadvantage and we can just, poof, get rid of him. Dian Fei, looking as serious as a heart attack, chimed in, his voice firm. "We're going to need a puppet for this scheme to work." Jiang Na nodded in agreement, his gaze a little distant, lost in thought. He mused aloud, "You're right, but I haven't quite decided on the perfect candidate yet." Dian Fei's eyes sparkled with confidence. He looked at Jiang, Na placing a hand over his chest in a gesture of utmost sincerity, Would you be willing to entrust that little task to me? I know just the person for the job. Jiang Na looked at Dian Fei, his decision made in an instant. I should absolutely trust you with this. The job is yours, Sir Dian Fei. You handle it. With all the details of their dramatic Manhwa-style plot ironed out, Dian Fei and his crew made a swift exit, leaving Jiang Na and Avantis alone in the vast, suddenly quiet room. The silence was thick, all the scheming done for the moment. Avantis finally spoke up. Well, I guess I'll be on my way too. But just as he turned, Jiang Na suddenly called out, Avantis! Jiang Na took a quick step forward, stopping him in his tracks. I have a question for you. Avantis raised a curious eyebrow, and Jiang Na, never one for beating around the bush, got straight to the point. With your power, you could probably take over the entire empire without my help. If your goal is just to spread your doctrines and build a new order, there are a dozen other ways you could achieve it. Jiang Na didn't pause, letting all his pent-up questions tumble out. He needed to know the real reason. So why did you specifically ask to partner with me? Avantis calmly, almost slowly replied, I'm looking for someone. At this, Jiang Na's expression turned into a giant flashing question mark. He couldn't help but blurt out who. Avantis's face remained an unreadable mask as he revealed the last ancestor remaining on this land. The time-controlling dragon Jin Long. All dragon kin seek and yearn to be like him. Jiang Na broke into a cold sweat. Wait, what? He stammered, completely bewildered. Isn't that just some mythical creature from a fairy tale? A plot device from a fantasy manhwa? The shock was plastered all over Jiang Na's face, but Avantis remained as calm as a frozen lake. His eyes didn't even flicker as he spoke. His tone utterly casual. That's what most humans in this era believe, but dragons did and still do exist. We can't find him because he lives in places we can't reach. However, if a great disaster befalls, this land, the Jin Long, is guaranteed to show up. At this point, Jiang Na started to connect the dots, realizing what the man was implying. He stammered, by chaos you mean? Avantis didn't beat around the bush, he just dropped a two-word bomb, war. Jiang Na was stunned to hear it, but managed to keep his cool. He quickly shot back at Avantis. Don't tell me that. War the dragon tribe started 3 years ago was all a scheme to lure out the Jin Long, was it? His answer was short and sharp as attack. Precisely. Avantis's usually calm and collected expression finally cracked a little as he spoke. His voice was laced with pure bitterness. He claimed we're not true descendants of dragons, so he helped the humans instead. You have to agree that the idea of Melgreen River wiping out dragonkin who are way stronger than humans is completely absurd, isn't it? Jiang Na was still trying to process all this. Every word out of his mouth dripped with skepticism, but there are no historical records of dragons anywhere in the world. The official story is that Missile Green River defeated the dragonkin thanks to some special magic he developed all by himself in an ivory tower. Avantis took a deep breath, looking utterly helpless. That man always erases his connection to the world and vanishes without a trace. It's as if he doesn't even exist in this world. Suddenly, Avantis's eyes lit up, his voice, a mix of certainty and deep emotion. But as a dragonkin with the blood of dragons, I can feel him. I can sense his presence. Jiang Na leaned in his back, slightly turned to him, and asked boldly, So your big plan is to make me the emperor and then start a war? Avantis's face completely changed, a smug grin spreading across it as he chuckled. Yes, that's my intention, but this isn't exactly a bad deal for you, you know. He then seriously emphasized the goal to unify the continent. Avantis was stressing the importance of the hidden threat, urging Jiang Na to grasp the responsibility and the danger. He said gravely, Isn't that what your ancestors wanted? If a war breaks out, that person will appear to sort out the chaos. On this land, I have to find him. Facing him, Jiang Na's eyes were filled with questions and suspicion, his guard up. Jiang Na asked, So what's the game plan once you find Jin Long, Avantis? Ever the Drama King didn't answer directly. Instead, he put on a tired expression and replied, I feel like we've been talking for way too long. Then as he stood up, he added, Don't worry, I plan to go along with your brilliant scheme. Meanwhile, the peaceful morning at the Royal Knight's Tower was about to get a rude awakening. The tranquil atmosphere was shattered when Bao's panicked voice echoed, "What is that for real?" At that moment, the knight with a surprisingly serene and calm face delivered the news. "Vice Captain, you've been ordered to the Captain of the Royal Knight's office immediately." A very flustered Bao stared at the floor as if trying to process what was happening and then let out a question to himself. "Why would that scary old dude summon me? I haven't gotten into any trouble lately, right?" Quickly, snapping out of his confusion, he managed a smile, patted the messenger on the shoulder, and said, "I'll go right away. Thanks for the news." Bao quickly departed, only to stop dead in his tracks before Captain Deng Fei's door. He paused, taking a deep breath to compose himself. Suddenly, a commanding voice boomed from inside, "Come in." Bao appeared before him, looking all serious, and asked, "You summoned me, Captain." Deng Fei also rose, his expression stern as he said, "Bao Lance over here." The guy didn't waste a single second, making the atmosphere instantly tense. Deng Fei cut right to the chase, his voice low and firm. "I heard that the reason the high-level mage Helen attacked the Crown Prince was because she was hit with dark magic." Deng Fei, still maintaining that grave expression, continued his inquiry. "I've received reports that security has been tightened, but is everything truly stable at this point?" Bao answered without hesitation. "Yes, sir, there are currently no problems at all. The Knights Division is on high alert and security for the Crown Prince is tighter than ever." "Good. The Crown Prince is our future king. His safety is our top priority. This isn't just some dramatic manhwa plot." The captain continued, "I've had many opportunities to speak directly with Captain Oliver, but I believe this is the first time we've had a chance to talk like this." Deng Fei asked with a serious yet sincere tone, "You've been appointed vice captain for some time now. Have I done anything to make you uncomfortable?" Bao's voice was a bit rushed but earnest. "I'm greatly honored that you summoned me, sir." Deng Fei smiled, showing his satisfaction, and said, "That's good to hear." He then began to slowly step. Approaching Bao, his voice low but dripping with authority, he grilled him about the rumors that his sword skills were so insane that he was second only to Captain Oliver, the certified swordmaster himself. Ren admitted the kid was genuinely talented, possessing a gift that had been acknowledged by His Majesty, the Crown Prince, and Captain Oliver. Bao, our sweet boy, got a little flustered, his cheeks flushing red at the high praise. He humbly replied, "I'm still lacking in many ways." The old man looked at Bao, instantly seeing through his shy and humble act. He shot back, "No need for false modesty. That recognized talent is exactly why you're the vice captain." Ren then closed the distance and thoughtfully recalled the time Captain Oliver suggested that an orphan, a commoner from the northern border of all places, be made vice captain of the Royal Knights. Ren stopped and said bluntly, "I thought he was absolutely nuts." He looked Bao dead in the eye, openly revealing the massive doubt he'd once held against him. In a low grumble, he confessed, "I seriously questioned his reasons for choosing someone with zero background to become a member of the Knights, the Royal Knights who protect the Emperor." Ren's face was a mask of irritation as he said bluntly, "I just couldn't believe that he'd let some random dude into the prestigious Royal Knights. To be honest, I couldn't even stand the sight of you." What a classic manhwa noble trope. As he continued, Avantis suddenly materialized right behind him. Bao jumped his hand immediately, darting towards his hip, ready to draw his weapon. His voice was tight with tension. "Who are you? How long have you been standing there?" But Bao was already paralyzed by Avantis's magic. He realized he couldn't move a muscle. The newcomer then issued a chilling command to Bao, "You must become the foundation for a great empire." And with that cliffhanger, we get a scene change. We're in a green forest, the air is fresh, and birds are chirping along with the clashing of swords between Hai Dian and Oliver during their training session. Oliver coached, "That's right, very good. Please hold your balance in that stance." But when Oliver saw Hai Dian was about to wobble over, he quickly called out, "Your Highness, wait a moment." And just as he said it, Hai Dian's sword fell from his hands. It clattered to the ground, and Oliver just smiled at him, saying, "Your Highness, let's call it a day." "Thanks, Captain." Hai Dian plopped right down, onto the grass completely wiped out. He panted, I don't think I'm cut out for swordsmanship. Oliver just gave a slight warm smile. His gaze was full of encouragement as he looked at Hai Dian, his voice brimming with conviction. That's not true. You're definitely better with a sword than most. Than anyone else. Oliver added, You're progressing even faster than Tower Master Yan. Hearing this, Heian's eyes practically popped open. What you're telling me I'm improving faster than Yan? Oliver just gave a cool nod, admitting, Indeed, I've been teaching Master Yan for a solid 5 years, sparring with him the whole time. Suddenly, Heian threw a hilarious tantrum like a spoiled kid, his face turning beet red as he pointed his sword at Oliver. Even if nobody can keep up with my magic, let's just call it a day. Oliver, ever the calm professional, tried to soothe him with a patient smile, adding, But to be perfectly honest, he has absolutely zero talent with a sword. Oliver's eyes twinkled with mischief, looking like a character from a comedy manhwa, who just dropped a juicy secret on Heian. He grinned and said, Please let's keep it between us that he learned swordsmanship from me. Shall we? Heian burst out laughing, a mix of pure shock and delight on his face. No way, you mean the oh-so-perfect Yan actually sucks at something. As his laughter died down, a cute little blush crept onto Heian's cheeks, absolutely giddy with the thought that he finally had one up on Yan. He muttered to himself, I get it. There's finally something I'm better at than Yan. Overjoyed and fired up, Heian declared loudly to Oliver, All right, from this day forward I'll train even harder until I can finally surpass you. The sword master's sudden determination was straight out of a battle manhwa. But then Heian's gaze drifted into the distance. He squinted, asking with a frown, Hey Captain, is something wrong with the vice captain? Oliver immediately recognized it was Bao. His expression turned somber as he explained the situation to Heian. He's been talking a lot less lately, and he just seems down. I've noticed and tried asking him, but he just insists that everything's fine. Heian let out a sigh, telling Oliver to keep a close watch on him. He then ordered, but with a concerned tone, and don't be too hard on him, a commander's duty is also to listen to his subordinates' worries and look after their state of mind. Oliver cheerfully agreed, I will keep that in mind, Your Highness. Meanwhile, at the royal palace, preparations for Prince Heian's birthday party were in full swing. The grand hall was a flurry of activity with servants hustling and bustling to get everything perfect for the royal banquet. As the hour approached, Oliver rushed in to give a final heads up, Your Highness, the party is about to begin. Heian, now fully dressed, replied, All right, I'm on my way, Captain. However, just like always, a gloomy cloud settled over Heian's face. He sighed, I always get so anxious at these parties. He couldn't help but remember all the times Yan had snapped at him, telling him he had to secure his own position. Heian let out another heavy sigh and muttered, And I bet Yan isn't. That heartless woman. Seeing the prince looking gloomier than a villain in a tragedy manhwa, Oliver decided a pep talk was in order. You are the main character of today's party, Your Highness. You need to stand tall, chest out, radiating pure, unadulterated confidence. Let those pompous nobles be the ones feeling antsy for a change. And just like that, the captain's words snapped Heian right out of his funk. A faint smirk ghosted across his lips as he replied, You're right. Instantly, Heidan's entire mood shifted. He clapped Oliver heartily on the back, a genuine laugh escaping him. Besides, I've got the ever-reliable swordmaster Oliver by my side. What could possibly go wrong? But just as the bromance was hitting its peak, Holly appeared out of nowhere, calling out, Brother. Seeing his sister, Heidan's face lit up. Holly! And boy did she make an entrance. She was rocking a stunning blue gown so perfectly crafted, it practically screamed royalty from every single thread. Stunned by her elegance, Heidan couldn't help but compliment her. Wow, you look absolutely beautiful today. Holly beamed. Thanks, big brother. I went all out since it's your birthday party after all. Heidan, ever the teaser, then quipped, It's a real shame Yan isn't here. He's missing out on seeing you look this gorgeous. At the mention of Yan's name, Holly got all flustered, stammering, What are you even talking about? Brother, she then playfully interrogated him. How could you go and tell Lord Yan what I asked you in confidence? I could just die of embarrassment. But she cut herself short, remembering the special occasion. Taking a deep breath, her expression softened into one of pure affection as she said gently, Happy birthday, brother. I am always so incredibly proud of my hardworking big brother. But she wasn't done. She stomped her foot for emphasis, her demeanor turning fierce and resolute. She declared, and I will personally stomp on any of those high society snobs who dare to badmouth you, so don't you worry about a thing. This adorable, fiery display from his little sister made Hey Dan burst into a warm laugh. Thank you, Ha Li. At last it was time. The two of them prepared to enter the ballroom. Shall we? Hey Dan offered. Yes, Ha Li replied immediately, linking her arm through her brother's. A moment later, as the party officially commenced, a herald announced their grand entrance, presenting Crown Prince Hey Dan Green River and Princess Ha Li. Green River. Instantly, every noble in the hall bowed in a wave of formal respect. Following the announcement, the siblings began their descent. Hey Dan and Ha Li walked in their expressions perfectly composed and regal. At that exact moment, the orchestra conductor, with a flick of his wrist, on cue, the waiting musicians struck up a soothing melody that serenaded the entire room. The nobles, never ones to miss a chance to suck up, immediately swarmed around, Hao Ran and Hai Rui, erupting in a perfectly synchronized chorus. Happy birthday, Your Highness, a most joyous birthday to you. Hao Ran, ever the gentleman, replied smoothly. Thank you, I hope you all enjoy the party. Ao Liwei stood off to the side, watching the prince confidently navigate the sea of nobles, his eyes practically glowing with pride. Pride for Hao Ran, that is. Just then, Emperor Tai Rui himself made a grand entrance. It was a dramatic moment straight out of a manhwa. The servant at the door was so stunned. By this surprise appearance, he just froze until Tai Rui's voice cut in. Well, what are you doing? Announce me quickly. The poor guy snapped out of his daze, stammering, Yes, Your Majesty, as Tai Rui began to stride into the hall. The moment he entered, a powerful voice announced his arrival. His Imperial Majesty the Emperor. The nobles collectively lost their minds. Everyone was floored by the Emperor's presence, even Hao Ran. Imperial Father, he exclaimed, rushing over to his dad. I didn't think you would come, he said. The Emperor replied, It's your birthday. As a father, I must be here to celebrate the day. You were born and grew another year older. Tai Rui looked Hao Ran straight in the eye, his voice filled with praise. I am proud of you, my son. Hearing those words from his father made Hao Ran feel on top of the world. After that, Emperor Tai Rui proceeded forward with Hao Ran following closely. He walked to the head of the banquet table. It was only then that Tai Rui spoke again. It seems a great many people have come to celebrate the prince's birthday. His voice carried across the room, calm and steady. After hardship comes the beginning of good things. I am very happy to see all of you present here today. Then he turned back to Hao Ran and said, For parents, every moment of their child's growth is like a miracle full of surprises. I am both proud and amazed to see that such a small child has now become a man. Tai Rui got a bit nostalgic, recalling the old days. I remember when the boy was about 5 years old. One day we were out for a walk and he was following right behind me. I asked him, Why are you following me? Hao Ran just beamed at me with a huge smile and said, I'm following you because you're leading the way for me. That memory made Tai Rui smile as he remembered patting his 5-year-old son Hao Ran's head. He continued, It was just a meadow, but that gave the child the strength to walk. So I continued to lead the way, and that little guy trusted me and followed me. At this point, Terry couldn't help but get a little misty-eyed. So much time has flown by, hasn't it? He looked over at his son and continued his grand speech. From that day forward, you've been my shadow, following in my footsteps right up to this very moment. You followed my path, so, well, as your father, I always knew you had it in you. Heian looked a bit bashful, clearly not used to his old man's sappy compliments. As soon as the words left his mouth, Terry raised his wine glass high. Everyone a toast! He boomed, his voice echoing through the hall. to the glorious future of our empire, and to our prince may he be showered with blessings." The nobles dutifully raised their glasses, parroting the emperor, "To many blessings." Finally taking a sip, he didn't forget the main event. "Happy birthday, son." His son Hei-an replied softly, "Thank you, father." But then plot twist. The moment the first drop of wine passed Terry's lips, he started coughing violently. We're talking a full-blown blood-spewing hackathon right there. Crimson liquid gushed from his mouth, painting the pristine floor red. Hei-an froze his brain, buffering, trying to process what just happened. The entire crowd of nobles also went into statue mode. You could hear a pin drop. Harry's face was a perfect mask of what in the actual heck, while only Oliver with his super agile knightly reflexes looked ready to spring into action. And just like that, the scene exploded into chaos. The whole hall erupted into pandemonium with screams bouncing off the walls. "Your Majesty, Your Majesty." But our boy Hei-an was still stuck in spectator mode, completely shell-shocked. He just watched his father decorate the floor with his insides, so stunned that the wine glass he was holding slipped right through his fingers. As Hei-an's glass hit the floor, its contents spreading in a cold, dark puddle, it was like a light bulb of pure horror went off in his head. This isn't just some bad wine. This is a full-blown Manhwa plot. He finally found his voice screaming in utter desperation, "Father?" Outside, as if on cue, the sky turned a depressing shade of gray and the heavens opened up. The rain just kept pouring. By the window, a lonely Hei-an sat staring into space. He was just a hollow shell lost in thought, or maybe not thinking at all. His lips moved, trying to form words that just wouldn't come out. Just as Hei-an was drowning in his silent anxiety, a voice cut through the gloom from outside his door. "Your Highness Captain of the Royal Knights, Oliver Ju, requests an audience." The name jolted Hei-an back to reality. "The captain," he exclaimed, scrambling to his feet. "Let him in quickly." In fact, he didn't even wait, rushing to fling the door open himself and calling out urgently, "Captain." Oliver simply replied, "Your Highness?" Hei-an's voice was tight with anxiety. "My father, how is he?" The captain got straight to the point. "He's out of immediate danger thanks to some quick medical attention, but he's still in critical condition. All the doctors and alchemists are running around like headless chickens trying to treat him. His Majesty will be fine soon." Before he could finish, Chen completely lost his cool, cutting Oliver off with a roar. "What happened to the scumbag who tried to assassinate him?" A flash of sadness crossed Oliver's face. Getting yelled at by a prince really puts a damper on your day. Nevertheless, he understood the prince's anxiety and replied calmly, "We immediately arrested the culprit who poisoned His Majesty's cup. The criminal has already confessed to his crime." Chen sucked in a sharp breath, grinding his teeth with a rage that was impossible to hide. Chen grabbed Oliver, shaking him as he yelled, "Who is the culprit?" All the light had vanished from his eyes. Oliver hesitated, clearly not thrilled about delivering this particular piece of news. "The culprit is..." His voice dropped to a whisper just loud enough for the two of them to hear the traitor's name. The world suddenly went silent. Chen's hand, which was resting on Oliver's shoulder, began to tremble uncontrollably the moment he heard the name. Chen stood there stunned, as if refusing to believe the truth the captain had just spoken. "What?" At the same time, in another room, an emergency meeting of noble officials was underway to discuss the Emperor's little incident. The furious voice of a man in red echoed through the chamber. "Why would the vice captain of the Royal Knights High want to assassinate His Majesty?" he bellowed, slamming the table for dramatic effect. "Isn't he the knight who's been closest to the Crown Prince in recent years, keeping a traitor like him right by his side? What in the world have His Highness and Captain Oliver been doing all this time?" A young man in black chimed in, "The culprit didn't carry this out alone. We must expose the mastermind behind this at all costs." A gentleman in a blue suit also spoke up gravely. "I heard he bit his tongue when Paul Lance was interrogating him. It seems he had no intention of talking." At that moment, the hand of a white-haired nobleman pointed to a detail in a document. "I hear he's an orphan from the northern border," he said coolly. That's right next to the Gu Wu Empire, isn't it? He added, think about it, everyone. A few years ago, we had that series of chain explosions inside the royal palace. He then brought up the old incident with Yan. That whole affair was a real shocker, a political conspiracy straight out of a manhwa. A mage from the Ivory Tower, a maid, and a palace secretary were all exposed as spies for the Gu Wu Empire. And so, he said, he added with a hint of suspicion, sure, the kid's a prodigy for his age, but his background is sketchy at best. Think about it carefully. You'll see just how suspicious he is. He's probably a highly trained spy sent by the youngest uncle. The man sitting across from him immediately shot back, but Bao Lan has no trace of a mana seal. Hearing this, the first man just roared. Does that even matter? Now he tried to poison his majesty and he's staying completely silent about his evil master and his reasons. The man insisted on this point. Just as the room descended into a chaotic shouting match, a man in gray robes calmly spoke up. This kind of problem only arises because we decided to use him without properly considering his status and background. We must strip him of his title as vice captain of the Second Royal Knights, and Bao must be executed for the attempted assassination of His Majesty. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room started nodding in agreement. That's right. I concur, amidst the relentless buzz of the meeting. Yan remained stone-faced and silent. A while later, when the meeting from hell was finally over, the sky outside was just as gloomy. As Yan was walking alone to the rendezvous point, a voice called out from behind, Yan. Although the figure was completely cloaked, Yan immediately recognized his captain. He walked over, pulled down his hood, and asked urgently, what happened? Bao Yan replied, everyone thinks he's a spy for the youngest uncle. At this answer, Oliver couldn't contain himself and yelled out, that's ridiculous. He's not a spy. Yan agreed, saying, I know. The vice captain would willingly sacrifice his life for the crown prince. Remembering everything Bao had done, it was clear that no matter where he came from, he was an honorable knight, a classic loyal character straight out of a manhwa. He had sworn absolute loyalty to his master. I know that's the kind of man Bao is, Yan affirmed with conviction, but after this incident, his execution date has been set and there's no way to justify his actions. Oliver completely froze when he heard this devastating news. Yan added, he's keeping his lips sealed about who gave the order and why he wanted to assassinate His Majesty. Then, trying to keep his own voice from cracking, he said to him, we have to find out why he did this first. At this, Yan paused for a few seconds before finally asking, how is the crown prince? He then relayed the dire situation. He's refusing all food and drink and has barred anyone from entering his chambers. I think he's blaming himself for poisoned His Majesty. Hearing this, Yan just replied, got it. Oliver pressed on, you know my entire squad is on lockdown. We're all about to get the third degree. His fists were clenched so tight they were practically vibrating with frustration. As the captain, my hands are tied. I can't afford to make any rash moves. The sheer helplessness was written all over his face, a look that screamed desperation. He was just tearing himself apart over it. I know this is a huge ask, but you're literally the only one I can turn to for help. With every ounce of sincerity, he had Oliver bowed deeply before Yan and pleaded, please, you have to uncover the truth. Yan, however, dropped a bomb with the calmest voice imaginable. I didn't detect a single lie in the vice captain's confession. And the tower's interrogation magic, not even a flicker. Oliver froze on the spot, looking like he'd just seen a ghost. He probably never imagined the situation was this royally screwed up. Yan then added, the vice captain is being thrown in prison tonight. I'm going to pay him a personal visit. He then locked eyes with the captain and said gravely, after that, I'm coming to your house. Oliver knew Yan was going all in to help him and Pao, so he managed to pull himself together and nod. Understood, right on cue, as if this were some kind of dramatic manhwa. Dark clouds began to gather in the sky. It was like even the weather felt the guy's anxiety. Outside the solitary confinement facility, the sky looked like it was about to crack open as rain poured down in sheets. The prison guard relying on the storm. And the fortress-like prison had conked out ages ago. Yan's footsteps were light but deliberate as he slipped inside, the sound completely swallowed by the roaring rain. His mind raced with suspicion. He headed straight for the solitary confinement block, the VIP section, for the Empire's most dangerous criminals right to Pao's cell. Yan just stood there watching him, his stomach twisting into a knot. Pao was completely bound in heavy chains. The once formidable body of the vice captain was now just a mess of bloody wounds. "Vice Captain," Yan called out, his voice choked with emotion. Pao slowly opened his eyes, but they were cloudy and soulless, like looking into a dried-up well. Yan pressed on, "Do you recognize me?" Pao gave no response. He just hung his head, his gaze totally vacant. That silence was a dagger to Yan's heart. "I don't believe you're the one who wanted to assassinate the Emperor," Yan stated firmly. "You're not a spy from an enemy nation or anyone plotting against him." "I know that better than anyone," Yan insisted. "You've practically been the Crown Prince's personal bodyguard, risking your neck for him more times than I can count. So I'm finding it a tad difficult to believe you'd suddenly turn traitor." With that, he decided to skip the pleasantries and use a bit of magic to read Bao's mind. He announced, "Okay, I'm taking a trip through your memories now. Please try not to have any weird thoughts." Yan then drew a glowing magic circle on Bao's forehead. The world around them went blurry, and Yan was unceremoniously sucked into the chaotic highlight reel of the vice captain's memories. The mental movie started rolling first with a cameo by Oliver. The next scene featured Bao chatting with the old man Demphin. But surprise, lurking in the shadows behind Demphin was someone else entirely, the last descendant of the Dragonkin, a fellow named Avantis. Now Yan had no earthly idea who this guy was, but it was painfully obvious this Avantis character was using some seriously nasty dark magic for his own evil schemes. It finally clicked: the Dragonkin Avantis was the one using dark magic to turn Bao into his personal puppet. He was horrified to see a thick, sinister aura of black magic enveloping his friend's mind. Meanwhile, Demphin just stood by, observing as Bao suffered under the influence of this twisted spell. Bit by bit, he was losing his sense of self. Yan's thoughts raced. He's not in control of his actions. The shocking realization hit him like a truck. He's being controlled by dark magic, just like in a classic possession manhwa. He dove deeper into the mental abyss, plunging into the subconscious. There he found Bao's true self curled up and hiding from the chaos. This was the real him, the man beneath the curse. "I was so stupid," the real Bao whispered. "I knew this royal palace was crawling with snakes." "Vice Captain," Yan called out. Bao managed a weak, tired smile and said, "I was waiting for you. I knew you'd come." Yan's heart sank. His voice laced with urgency, he said, "Just hold on, I'll break you free from this dark magic first." But Bao suddenly grabbed his hand, stopping him. "The Crown Prince, how is he?" Bao asked weakly. Yan practically shouted in frustration, trying to reason with him. "Based on your own memories, the truth is out. If we can find the sorcerer who put this curse on you, we can clear your name completely." But Bao just shook his head, a look of defeat on his face. His voice was heavy with despair and self-loathing. "It's no use, is it? This is all my fault. Even if you find the real culprit, it doesn't change what I did," he said. "My hands were the ones that put the poison in His Majesty's wine." Yan pleaded, "You can't give up. If you surrender now, you'll forever be branded as the traitor who assassinated the Emperor." But Bao's expression turned strangely resolute. He shook his head and said, "I don't care what crimes are pinned on me. I'll carry this shame myself. Is nothing compared to the pain I've caused the person I swore my life to." He then added, "Master Yan, no matter who the enemy is, as long as they're targeting His Majesty, you can bet they're also coming for the Crown Prince. I might just be the opening act. So please let me be the one to end this. I don't want to get in the Crown Prince's way anymore." Yan was completely bewildered. "What are you talking about, Bao?" The vice captain pleaded with Yan, "Please relay this message to the Crown Prince and Captain Oliver for me. Will you?" He continued his dramatic last words tour. "Tell them I'm sorry and that I'm grateful. This is probably the last thing I can do. As the sword that protects His Highness." Yan frantically called out his name, but the vice captain just drifted closer, entrusting him with this final task. "Master Yan, I'm counting on you to take care of His Highness." And with a spiritual shove, he booted Yan right out of his consciousness. Yan was left utterly surprised and heartbroken. Bao smiled his form. slowly fading into the mist of memory. With a face full of hope, Bao closed his eyes and whispered, "May he shine brightly at the very pinnacle of the empire." Bao pictured the dark-haired crown prince, smiled one last time, and a strange sense of peace washed over him. It was a bizarrely serene end. Outside, Yan was violently ejected from Bao's mind, crashing back to the cold reality of the prison cell. He was panting. His forehead drenched in sweat, a look of pure panic on his face. He stared at Bao's body, gasping, and quickly tried to use his magic. To blast away the dark magic. "Greater dispel!" he roared. However, it was completely useless. Yan's brain blue-screened. "Greater dispel didn't work." He yelled, "Vice Captain, hang on, I'm going to neutralize this dark magic right now." Yan swore, "I won't let you die." A pointless death like some tragic Manhwa side character. Then his expression froze in shock. Bao was no longer breathing. He had chosen to leave permanently. Yan was stunned into silence. Benz, the vice captain of the Second Royal Knight Order, had breathed his last. He had passed away. The rain outside began to roar as if screaming for his anguished soul. Back at the Crown Prince's residence, the atmosphere was thick with gloom. Oliver was huddled in a dark corner, sporting some serious dark circles under his eyes as he stared into the void. Suddenly, he heard a strange noise from outside. A warrior's instincts kicked in, and he shot to his feet, instantly drawing the sword at his side. "Captain Oliver." The familiar voice cut through the tension. He realized it was Yan. Oliver lowered his sword and rushed to fling the door open, calling out, "Master Yan." He was standing there, silently, completely soaked by the downpour. Rain streamed down his face. On his face, a messy mix of what could have been rain or tears. He shot the question, "Have you seen Paul? What's his status? Did you find anything out?" Yan just stood there silent for a long moment, a bitter lump forming in his throat before he managed to croak out an answer. "Sir Paul." He looked up, his own eyes red-rimmed, to meet the captain's worried, trembling gaze. Each word felt like it weighed a ton. "He passed away today, in his cell." Oliver froze solid, a tremor running through his entire body. He stammered, "What did you just—" He slammed his hands hard on the table, trying to steady himself, but it was a losing battle. He finally broke, burying his head in his arms and letting out raw, gut-wrenching sobs. The pained cries of a grown man filled the dead-silent room. In between his choked sobs, Oliver started to tell a story. The memories came flooding back like a slow-motion reel. "The first time I met Paul, it was at an orphanage on the northern border. My house sponsored it. He was this kid who was always smiling, always looking after everyone else way more than he looked after himself." Oliver lifted his tear-streaked face. "My father was the one who spotted his talent with a sword and decided to sponsor him. We trained together after that, sparring like we were blood brothers." He was losing the fight against his emotions again. Oliver pushed on, his voice cracking with grief and fury. "He worked harder than anyone and always fought for what was right. I can't believe he died such a pointless death." Yan waited quietly, letting Oliver's emotional storm subside just a little before he spoke. "Sir," he said, before he took his last breath, "I was able to read his memories." Oliver's head snapped up, his body rigid with shock. He stared at Yan, demanding, "And what did you find?" Yan's expression grew dark as he recounted the broken, terrifying images. A few days ago, the vice captain went to meet the captain of the 1st Night Division, Sir Deng Fei, and the person with Sir Deng Fei used black magic to brainwash him. Oliver's mind reeled. "You're saying Paul went to see Deng Fei?" He was stunned, but then a far more serious piece of the puzzle clicked into place. "Hang on, more importantly, black magic. That stuff still exists. Who was this other person?" Yan replied, "I've never seen him. He had a pale face and long silver hair." A guy with long silver hair. Sounds like the final boss from some cliché fantasy manhwa. Inwardly, Yan scoured all the memories from his past life but drew a complete blank. "This is someone I've never encountered even in my previous life," he thought. Aloud, Yan stated with grim certainty, "I am positive this incident is connected." This whole mess involves Sir Deng Fei, the captain of the first night squad, and some anonymous high-level mage who's been playing his sinister sidekick. Oliver looked worried. He pressed, "You said a high-level mage. Just how powerful are we talking?" Jan replied, "I tried hitting him with a greater dispel the moment I realized the vice captain was under some nasty dark magic, but it had zero effect. You really think he's capable of using magic of a higher tier than me?" Jan analyzed the situation, his mind racing. "I think I might know who he is, but I don't have any solid proof. I'm not sure if he's acting alone or is part of some sinister dark mage cabal. I'll have to investigate this further." Oliver looked at Jan, his eyes wide with fear. He asked frantically, "But if he's strong enough to cast spells that you can't even counter, won't that be incredibly dangerous for you? If they manage to hit you with their dark magic, the entire empire will be plunged into a sea of blood." Jan didn't answer right away. He just reached into his coat pocket. Jan then pulled out an item, handing Oliver a stone necklace. After looking at it for a moment, Oliver realized, "Hey, this is the necklace I gave you during our sparring match 6 years ago." Jan explained, "The very one Her Majesty the Queen gifted you. You said it had magic to help calm the mind, but that's a bit of an understatement. It's not just some simple charm. This pendant holds an incredibly precious stone made from a dragon's tear, and the necklace itself is imbued with a magic resistance spell that can literally absorb dark magic." Jan added that its power had to be at least tier 8 or higher. "This is some next-level Manhwa artifact." Oliver replied, "I see. Well, that's a huge relief. If you have that necklace, you won't be affected by their dark magic at all." But contrary to his expectations, Jan just shook his head, leaving Oliver completely puzzled. Jan explained, "The details about this anti-magic spell aren't exactly public knowledge. As of now, only you and I know the truth. Everyone else just thinks this necklace is one of the many ordinary royal treasures." Jan's voice slowed, his eyes growing sharp and determined. "Captain," he said with a tense expression, "can you promise me that you won't tell a single soul what I'm about to tell you?" Sensing the sheer gravity of the situation, Oliver nodded decisively. "All right, I promise." With that, Jan began to lay out his detailed plan for him, and Oliver listened in silence. As Jan revealed his master plan, Oliver's eyes grew wider and wider in utter shock with every word. Outside the window, the rain began to pour down more intensely. Lightning streaked across the sky, heralding the arrival of a massive storm. Meanwhile, at a luxurious mansion, over at the Zhang-Yi family mansion, the vibe was as dark and broody as the storm clouds gathering outside. Dem Fin scurried in to deliver his report. "My Lord Benz has kicked the bucket in his cell." Ramna, lounging in his armchair, gave him a silent stare for a hot second before coolly turning away and muttering, "Old news." Dem Fin explained that some rat had managed to sneak into the prison, and apparently this mystery guest figured out that Paulins was cursed with some nasty black magic. He replied with a shrug, "Of course he did, but it's not like he can do anything about it." Ramna then took a ridiculously calm sip of his tea. His tone was completely devoid of worry, assuming Yan Fa was still clueless about the existence of the dragonoids. He smugly added that as long as things remained fuzzy, his opponent would probably just try to avoid getting zapped by black magic. I mean, H-Beck's level 5 Hocus Pocus can't even touch a level 6 powerhouse like Yan Fa. But plot twist, the dragonoid Avantis is a mage in a whole other league. By human standards, the dude is a level 8 grandmaster. Ramna's eyes lit up with a devilish glint. And even though he claims he hasn't fully recovered his strength, thanks to that pesky seal, he's still way stronger than Yan Fa. Realizing there's a bigger fish in this Manhwa pond, that must be what Yan Fa just realized. Dem Fin, bless his simple heart, then asked, "So won't he just pack his bags and run for the hills?" Ramna let out a villainous cackle. "Ha, he would never do that. If he were that brainless, I wouldn't be in this mess." Ramna chuckled, adding, "Truth is, I have no idea what Yan Fa is thinking. 6 years ago, when he first waltzed into the palace, he was one of the crown prince's top aides, yet he once claimed he wasn't truly loyal to the prince." Staring at his own dramatic reflection in the shimmering tea, Ramna mused, "I always thought I had my secrets well kept. But there are times when I feel like he sees right through me, as if he's known me for a very long time." He set his teacup down with a clink. After a moment of dramatic pondering, Ramna declared, "For now I think our best move is to simply observe his behavior." Meanwhile, bright and early at Jan's house, the air was so thick with tension you could cut it with a knife. He held a meticulously sealed letter in his hand. He instructed Hoga, his loyal old butler, his voice low but dripping with authority. "Get this letter to Lord Pierrick in the east as soon as possible. And what's the status on the letter I sent to the Muglian estate up north?" The butler placed a hand over his heart, bowing respectfully. "The report says it will arrive shortly, sir." Jan gave a slight nod. "Understood." He then immediately handed another important-looking letter to Hoga, who looked visibly surprised. Jan simply said, "Take this." The letter, all sealed up with a proper thumbprint. He laid out the plan. "This is a letter of authorization from the Merchants Guild. You'll need to go undercover as merchants and get the heck out of the capital. I trust you catch my drift," Jan said with a knowing look. Hoga grabbed the letter his hand, clinching into a fist as he nodded all business. As the first rays of dawn painted the room, Jan pressed on his voice, leaving absolutely no room for debate. "As soon as your bags are packed and the sun starts to dip round up every single servant in this mansion and escort them along with my mother to Moglian. Just head north. Lord Moglian will get my letter and will know what to do." "Crystal clear, Master Jan," he replied with the confidence of a seasoned pro. But right on cue, the dramatic sound of frantic footsteps approached. It was Vanessa rushing in, like a storm. She called out his name, sounding frazzled. "Mother," he responded, caught off guard. Vanessa looked like she'd just seen a ghost, panting with her eyes flashing pure panic. Not one to wait for the dramatic reveal, Vanessa cut straight to the chase. "What in the world is going on? Why am I suddenly being told to leave?" Jan stepped forward, trying his best to project an aura of "I've got this" to calm her down. "I can't get into the nitty-gritty details, Mom, but the capital has become a very dangerous place. I've already sent a letter ahead to Lord Moglian. He'll make sure everyone is safe." But Vanessa was having none of it, her voice trembling as she asked, "How on earth can I just leave you here by yourself? If you stay, I stay." "End of discussion," she declared. He gently took both of Vanessa's trembling hands in his. His gaze was a perfect mix of gentle and determined as he whispered, "Mom, you don't have to worry about me. I'm a big boy now," he said with a confident, dazzling smile. "And let's not forget, I am a prestigious 6th-class mage, the master of the Ivory Tower. I've got more than enough power to protect myself, so you really don't need to worry." But that did little to calm her. She just shook her head frantically, tears welling up. "You're only 18 years old." "My only son," Vanessa protested. "Why do you always insist on being the main character in some dangerous action? Manhwa, I can't just stand by and watch you run headfirst into trouble by yourself. We're leaving together." Yan looked down for a moment, before lifting his head, his voice suddenly becoming unnervingly serious. "Mother." The word hung in the air, instantly silencing her. She just stared at her son, who had suddenly transformed into someone older, more serious, almost a stranger. An awkward silence stretched between them. Finally, Jan's voice softened. "I'm begging you, Mom. Please, just this one time, do as I say." He gripped her shoulders firmly, his own voice now trembling slightly as he confessed, "If things go wrong, I might end up hurting you." Vanessa's expression overwhelmed. Jan slowly lowered his hand. He turned to Ridio, his voice heavy with a crucial request. "Ridio, I'm entrusting my mother's care to you." Jan continued with the heavy burden. "And listen, even if I come looking for her, you must never ever tell me where she is. When the time is right, I'll send a letter to Lord Mowgli." Ridio's face was a mask of tension. He stammered out his reply, I understand, young Master Jan." Just then Douglas piped up, "Chief, I'm staying here. You said I don't know what's going on, but I can still be useful, right? I'm your #1 guy after all." Jan just shook his head, his tone gentle but firm as he advised his loyal subordinate. "Thanks, Douglas, but this situation is far more dangerous than you can imagine. You need to go with the others." Jan's mind flashed with an image. of the adult Douglas from his past life thinking grimly, and you're the last person I want falling into that monster's clutches. Taking a few steps forward, Jan made a grave announcement to the assembled group. Once you have all left this mansion, I will erase a portion of my own memories. That way even I won't know where you've gone. Jan instructed them meticulously, please remember all the scenarios we discussed, and follow the plan to the letter. I am counting on every single one of you. Hoga, along with all the household staff and guards, roared in unison, their voices echoing through the grand hall like the climax of an epic manhwa. Yes, young master. Ridio gently guided Vanessa outside, but she couldn't stop looking back at her son, her face etched with worry. Soon everyone was outside, ready to depart. As the last person's shadow vanished beyond the doorway, the mansion suddenly felt terrifyingly vast and empty, with only Jan left standing alone. He let out a long, heavy sigh, as if shedding a massive weight only to shoulder an even heavier, lonelier one. Jan's gaze fell upon the box on the table. All that's left now is this necklace, he thought. Then Jan pulled something else from his pocket, a small vial. Inside a strange, dark purple liquid swirled the antidote for dark magic. He whispered, and this? The scene shifts dramatically to Rang Na's residence, where a dragonoid lackey bursts in frantically reporting to his boss. The crown prince refuses to leave his room. According to the palace maids, he's grown incredibly weak. The subordinate continued to spill the tea on the palace situation, and the emperor. Although he's been treated and is past the critical stage, he's still comatose. And even if he does wake up, his internal organs are shot, and he's looking at some nasty permanent side effects. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, Rang Na mused, he's holding on longer than we anticipated. He was starting to look a little green around the gills. Jiang Na chimed in, pointing out the obvious, if the old man actually gets better, we're royally screwed. Diane Fen immediately piped up, don't worry, I'm already on it. I'll be greasing the palms of one of the royal alchemists first thing. He said it's best that we move fast to avoid any unforeseen complications. The nobles couldn't care less about the dark-haired prince anyway. They are already whispering about his incompetence, questioning how he can rule when he can't even handle the kingdom's issues during a crisis like this. Jiang Nayavantis and their collection of lackeys were all ears. Dian Fen continued his report, announcing that the Second Royal Knight Order had been confined to their barracks and was currently under a full-blown investigation. The council is even debating whether to strip Captain Oliver Dewood of his command. A smug grin spread across Avantis's face. Everything was falling into place perfectly. Excellent, he purred. Now all we have to do is sit back and watch you waltz right onto the throne. Jiang Na, however, wasn't ready to pop the champagne just yet. He looked worried. The only thing that bothers me is Yan Fa. It's strangely quiet on his end, just sitting on the sidelines and waiting for the dust to settle. That's not his style. I'm sure he's cooking up something nasty. Right as the conspirators were stewing in their own paranoia, another goon burst into the room looking like he'd just seen a ghost. Your Highness, he stammered. Diane Fen snapped, his patience worn thin. What is the meaning of this? I gave strict orders not to be disturbed. The poor henchman dropped to his knees, trembling. My deepest apologies, sir, he squeaked, utterly terrified. But Yan Fa is on his way to the royal palace. That bombshell left both Jiang Na and Dian Fen completely stunned. Jiang Na lowered his head, eyes shut in deep thought. Right, he finally said. Let's wrap this meeting up for today. He then turned to Avantis. Lord Avantis, if you would be so kind as to make yourself scarce and remain hidden in this room. Avantis just gave a calm, consider it done. Meanwhile, outside, a set of steady, confident footsteps echoed down the hall, growing louder. Yan Fa was approaching. He stopped right in front of Jiang Na's chambers. The heavy, ornate door of the fifth prince loomed before him, but he didn't hesitate for a second. This whole scene was straight out of a political thriller manhwa. His voice, cold as ice, cut straight through the thick wood. Your Highness, Master of the Ivory Tower. Yan Fa requests an audience. Inside, Jiang Na coolly told his attendant to let the man in. Yan Fa strode into the room, his razor-sharp gaze sweeping over the opulent yet suffocating space. There stood Jiang Na, looking unnervingly calm. He lifted his head and plastered on a flawless, polite smile that didn't even come close to reaching his eyes. Well, well, long time no see, Tower Master Yan Fa. Yan Fa simply stood his ground, staring back at him with an unreadable expression. Didn't even bother with a bow. Pure hatred was bubbling up in his chest, but his face remained an icy mask. Ragna let out a theatrical sigh, his voice low and full of fake emotion. This is our first meeting since the execution. He prattled on, I've heard. So many unfortunate things have happened in that time. Ragna's shoulders trembled as if he were holding back a flood of tears, putting on a real show of grief. I still can't believe something like that happened to father, and I couldn't even see him when he was in that state. It pains me so deeply. He then turned back, his sorrowful expression vanishing in a flash, replaced by a stern look as he asked gravely, So at a time like this, why have you come to see me? Yan Fa remained silent, his eyes looking like they could pierce right through the dark, scheming heart of the actor before him. He took a deep breath, his voice low, but ringing with authority as he began his interrogation. What exactly are you plotting? Ragna raised an eyebrow, feigning complete ignorance, and asked, Whatever are you talking about? Tower Master. Yan wasn't about to let him squirm away. He took a step forward, pressing the issue. Knight. Paul was influenced by dark magic. The reason being his little meeting with Knight Delmate, the captain of the First Royal Knights. He continued, he mentioned the Dragonkin realm. Your Highness, I am certain the Order of the Dragon is mixed up in this, just like the people, connected to teaching dark magic who have always been by the Crown Prince's side. Ragna remained silent, listening with a disturbingly calm expression, making this scene feel like a top-tier Manhwa standoff. It was almost convincing, but his hand was trembling ever so slightly. Yan declared with an ironclad voice, Fifth Prince, this was all your plan. The prince let out a soft chuckle, shaking his head dismissively. What absolute nonsense are you spouting? That's pure slander. He then tried to reason, if Paul was affected by dark magic and tried to kill father, wouldn't you be the one held responsible since you're the one in charge of investigating dark magic? He spread his hands wide in a gesture of pure innocence. And what is this Order of the Dragon? I've never heard of such a thing in my life. How could I possibly conspire with a group I didn't even know existed? Furthermore, every single move I make is being monitored by the Ivory Tower. I'm under house arrest. I'm not even allowed to step foot outside this palace. He finished with a smirk. The Ivory Tower calls itself the palace's watchdog, so you should know that better than anyone. Yan Fa fell silent, then issued a chilling warning. Your Highness, I can use a lie detection spell, you know. Yan Fa stepped closer and declared, I know everything you just said was a lie. Deception. You're connected to the Order of the Dragon, and you've made a pact with a dark magic wielder. Yan stood face to face with Jiang Na and declared him the absolute mastermind of this whole shady operation. Jiang Na just shrugged nonchalantly. Is that your big conclusion? Yan stared at Jiang Na, his expression one of pure loathing. The villain lowered his head not to cry, but to hide a twisted grin. You're even more naive than I thought, he said. With an air of utter contempt, he leaned in, invading Yan's personal space, and whispered with a voice like venom, So what? What are you going to do? You think I'm going to admit I fabricated the story just because you're scared of your little threats? Jiang Na taunted. Yan fired back. If what you say is true, where's your proof? Jiang Na pivoted, bringing up the suspicious death of the vice-captain of the Second Royal Knights. The supposed culprit, Ben, conveniently died after allegedly poisoning the emperor. Not even the grand interrogation spell straight out of a dark manhwa could find a single lie in his confession. Jiang Na sneered, his malicious expression like a blade twisting in one's gut as he spoke with dripping sarcasm. Ben bit his own tongue and went silent forever. Hearing this, Yan's heart filled with a burning hatred. Jiang Na continued, But despite all that, you still came all this way by yourself. How utterly foolish. He radiated supreme confidence and declared, It's over, Yan. You lose, and I have been chosen. Jiang Na then called out for a man named Avantis. He instantly appeared behind Yan, a chilling jet-black aura of pure evil erupting from him. He began to cast an eighth circle dark magic spell. Startled, Yan whipped around to look as an immense pressure crushed down on him. On his shoulders, Yan stared at Avantis, his mind reeling in shock. That's the guy I saw in Bong's memories. The man simply offered a sinister smile and asked our hero, "Well, now you're an interesting young man, Yan, isn't it?" Avantis remarked, "You've deduced the entire truth." He then effortlessly subdued Yan with a wave of dark magic. Avantis looked him over and said, "That cloak of yours, it looks very familiar." He stepped forward, taking the hem of Yan's cloak. "It's as if I can't forget it. I never expected to see it here again." Yan desperately tried to size up his enemy, a thought flashing through his mind. His appearance, a descendant of the dragon, a dragon kin. Avantis turned to Jiang Na and asked, "Prince, you requested that I turn this one into your pawn, is that correct?" "Correct?" Jiang Na replied, "I still need him." Avantis immediately unleashed his eighth circle dark magic, saying, "As you wish." Yan began to convulse, screaming in agony. Gah! Ah! His eyes glowed a menacing crimson. Yan's arms fell limply to his sides as he accepted his fate. He stood with his head bowed, his body unnervingly still. "Is it done?" Jiang Na asked, his voice laced with suspicion. "Indeed," Avantis replied coolly. Jiang Na squinted. "Really, he looks exactly the same." Avantis scoffed, clearly annoyed. "Your lack of faith is insulting." To prove his point, he turned to Yi An Alpha and commanded, "Now harm yourself." Jiang Na's jaw dropped. "Wait, what did you just say?" he stammered, looking at Avantis in horror. But Yi An, without a moment's hesitation, began to obey. He summoned a wickedly sharp ice dagger and prepared to plunge it into his own body. Whoa, hold on!" Jiang Na yelled, his voice cracking with panic as Yi An's hand tightened on the hilt. "Stop, I said stop!" Jiang Na roared. Instantly, Yi An froze. An awkward silence fell over the three of them as Yi An remained perfectly still. The razor-sharp blade had already drawn blood dripping from his clenched fist. Still reeling, Jiang Na managed to choke out, "Okay, that's enough." Avantis just smirked. "From now on, proceed as you've planned," he said, turning to leave. "I'm off to take a nap." And just like that, Avantis vanished, leaving Jiang Na alone with his brand new terrifyingly obedient puppet in the vast room. He couldn't stop staring. Jiang Na's expression was still a mess of anxiety. After that little stunt, he needed one last definitive confirmation. Jiang Na continued to stare at the boy, his own tension mounting with every second. He finally broke the silence. "Yi An Alpha." He called out, his voice dead serious. "Tell me truly, which monarch do you serve?" Without a shred of hesitation, the boy dropped to one knee in a display of perfect reverence. Yi An bowed his head, a portrait of absolute, unwavering loyalty. He answered, his voice filled with pure adoration. "You who will rise to the apex of this empire, His Highness the Fifth Prince, Jiang Na Green River." A slow smile spread across Jiang Na's face, the last vestiges of tension and doubt finally melting away. Meanwhile, a sharp knock echoed on Haydn's door. It was his butler. The old man bowed here to deliver a message. "Crown Prince, it is time to prepare for this afternoon's conference." Haydn replied nonchalantly, "Ah yes, that's today, isn't it? I heard this little get-together was convened by Yi An himself using his authority as the new master of the tower." Back with Jiang Na, he clutched his face dramatically. "It's been ages since I last saw Yi An, I simply can't let him see me looking like this, butler." He pleaded, "Could you perhaps help me look a little more presentable today? I'm counting on you." The butler bowed deeply. "Of course, Your Highness." Elsewhere, the great hall was buzzing. The conference was about to begin, and all the nobles, the movers and shakers, every person with an ounce of power and status, had gathered to hear the big announcement. One guy whispered, "This is the first conference that the new Ivory Tower master has ever called, right?" A lady next to him nodded. "Indeed, it feels like a scene straight out of a political drama, Manhwa, doesn't it?" Summoning both the Crown Prince and the Fifth Prince to attend. One man commented that they've been keeping a low profile, but he bets they're finally ready to talk about it. Another guy clearly out of the loop asked about it. The first man's explained, "You don't know the little matter of which one of them is going to inherit the throne, of course." The crowd erupted in whispers. Wait, isn't Lord Yan supposed to be Team Crown Prince? Hasn't he always had his back? A well-informed fellow shook his head. Not so fast. The rumor is that Lord Yan recently had a private meeting with the fifth prince at his palace. A different voice gasped. Lord Yan met with the fifth prince. The guy continued his analysis. A lot of shady stuff has been happening lately, hasn't it? And since the crown prince has been making some, let's say, disappointing moves, it's possible Lord Yan is having a change of heart. Just then, Hei-an walked in looking surprised, but his surprise turned to joy when he spotted Yan calling out his name. He eagerly rushed over to Yan and said, "It's been too long, Yan. How have you been?" Yan replied coolly, "Just seeing. You makes my day better. I've missed you." Yan remained silent. Hei-an reached out to place a hand on Yan's shoulder, saying, "Hey, if you don't mind, maybe we could catch up a bit after the conference." Instantly, without a word, Yan slapped his hand away. Hei-an froze, utterly bewildered. He stared at Yan, who looked back at him with the cold indifference of a stranger. Hei-an choked out his name. "Yan?" Our boy simply bowed his head. "My apologies, but I have other matters to attend to." Hei-an, scratching his head awkwardly, replied, "Oh, I see. All right then, maybe we can meet after you're done." Just then attendants arrived, calling for the master of the tower. They informed Yan that he was needed in the conference hall. He walked away without another glance. Hei-an watched him go his mind, racing his expression, a perfect cocktail of confusion and deep thought. The conference officially began. Yan addressed the entire council and all the nobles in attendance. "To all the esteemed members of the Council of Elders and my fellow nobles, thank you for attending this conference." He continued, "Our empire has just endured a horrific tragedy. Due to the assassination attempt by Paulins, the emperor has not regained consciousness even after 15 days have passed." Hei-an listened, his face clouded with sadness. Yan went on, "Even if he does manage to awaken, there is no guarantee he can still carry the weight of the crown like he used to. The time for a decision is now, and I'm certain you all know it too. The nobles are watching with bated breath. Yi Ya stresses, our entire foundation is crumbling, the empire is on red alert, and our enemies at the border are practically laughing at our sorry state. The fear that once gripped our nation has mutated into a chaotic mess, plaguing every corner of the land. When the future of the empire is this shaky, it's more crucial than ever to face reality with a cool head, not like some drama-filled manhwa." Rangnei listens in, looking as smug as a cat that got the cream. Yan brings up the throne, talking about choosing the rightful ruler. He argues that simply putting on a pretty face won't be enough to save our empire. Yi Ya doubles down, insisting, "What we need right now is a leader who can pull us out of this nosedive, stabilize the empire, and sort out the political mess between the three kingdoms." He believes the one who can make the Green River Empire the greatest nation in history, that's the one who deserves the crown. Yan's face turns deadly serious as he adds, "And that is precisely why, as Yan Fa, master of the Ivory Tower," he declares, planting his hands firmly on the table for dramatic effect. "At this conference, I Yan Fa have made my decision. I hereby declare my full support for the blood of the great emperor, the fifth prince Rang Na Green River." The entire hall erupts in shocked gasps. Everyone starts exchanging bewildered looks, their faces a canvas of confusion. Hei Dian is completely thunderstruck. Rang Na, on the other hand, already saw this coming and flashes a smug little smirk. Hei Dian storms forward, yelling Yan's name and reaching out for him. Hei Dian grabs Yan by the collar, his face a mask of pure rage. The guards immediately try to intervene, pleading, "Crown Prince, Your Highness." He furiously questions, "Yan, how could you do this?" But Yan remains infuriatingly calm, losing it completely. Hei Dian lands a solid punch right on Yan's face. The guards scramble to pull him back, shouting, "Please, stop, Your Highness." But the Crown Prince just screams, "Let go of me, get lost." Yan, cool as a cucumber, rubs his cheek while looking at He Dian and then gives an order. Someone escort His Highness out of the hall. As he's being dragged away, a heartbroken He Dian looks back at Yan, crying and screaming. His name, Yan. The scene cuts to He Dian's room later that night. He's tossing and turning in bed, completely unable to get any sleep. Suddenly, a shadowy figure appears at his window. It's none other than Captain Oliver. A voice rang out, "Your Highness, it is I, Oliver." He-an, completely stunned, stammered out three little words, Mr. Captain?" He opened the door to see it was in fact Oliver and immediately demanded, "It's this late, what on earth are you doing here? Shouldn't you be at home?" "Your Highness, the situation is critical. There's no time to explain. Please dress warmly, we must leave immediately." He-an asked suspiciously, "What is going on that's got you in such a state, and where are we going?" Just then the wardrobe doors opened. Oliver's hand glided over a row of cloaks, pausing for a moment before he said, "There's a shortcut behind the rear palace. If we go that way, no one will spot us." Holding the cloak, Oliver stepped closer to He-an, his mind clearly racing. Yet his voice remained perfectly calm. "It's a secret path used only in emergencies." Oliver advanced, but his gaze was fixed outside as he said, "All of the second prince's soldiers are guarding your door, Your Highness." He-an froze, his eyes wide with disbelief at what he'd just heard. He had to ask, just to confirm he wasn't dreaming, all of the second prince's soldiers. Suddenly, Oliver dropped to one knee, offering a hand to steady him, knowing He-an must be extremely worried. "Your Highness, we have to go now." He-an's body trembled slightly. He was hesitant, but ultimately decided to trust Oliver, placing his hand in his captain's. Sometime later, they arrived at a clearing in a forest. Suddenly, there was a chorus of voices shouting, "Your Highness He-an?" A young man gripping the reins of a horse looked towards He-an. A small smile played on his lips as his voice rang out, "You've arrived, we've been waiting for you." He-an stammered, "Everyone is here." The sight of He-an made them all break out in joyous relief. "We've missed you so much, Your Highness. You look much thinner than the last time we saw you." Meanwhile, He-an could only stare with wide, baffled eyes, completely unable to hide his confusion because he had absolutely no idea what was going on. He spun to look at Oliver and demanded, "Can someone please do me the favor of explaining what is happening? Why is everyone gathered here like this? Is some dramatic Manhwa reunion?" At that moment, Oliver finally addressed the prince directly. "The imperial palace and the capital are no longer safe." Oliver continued, "That is why, from this moment on, the second prince's royal guard will protect you. We will escort you to the Pierrick estate." After hearing Oliver's explanation, He-an was so taken aback he had to double-check. "The Pierrick estate? Hold on, isn't that deep within Yan territory? Why, there of all places?" Oliver, eager to get them on the road, quickly interjected, "We'll explain everything in detail on the way, Your Highness. Just please give us permission to escort you." Heian was slowly piecing things together, but he still felt obligated to give them a reality check. "Whoa, hold your horses. Never mind that this little adventure could get you all stripped of your titles. You could literally be beheaded for treason." Heian's face was a canvas of pure worry. "And another thing, my own title could be revoked, or even worse, I could be executed for betraying the kingdom." Oliver, unfazed, boldly shot back, "And who exactly would give that order?" A stunned Heian could only ask, "What was that?" Oliver replied with absolute conviction, "We are your sword and your shield. The only one who can command us is you. You are the one and only Prince Heian to us. Who could possibly replace you? We have never received an order that involves standing by idly while our monarch is in peril. It doesn't matter how overpowered the enemy is. Protecting you from them is our sole mission." In a flash, everyone dropped to one knee in unison, declaring, "We will continue to fight and we will continue to protect you." Their eyes were blazing with hope, practically begging for the chance to go down fighting alongside Heian. This scene feels like it's straight out of a loyalty-themed manhwa, They boldly pleaded, "Therefore we beg you, your highness, allow us to continue to fulfill the oath we swore." Heian was completely choked up by their unwavering loyalty, emotionally muttering, "You absolute mad lads." With one hand, he covered his face as if in defeat and conceded, "All right, I get it." Heian then barked an order at Oliver. "Captain, you'd better explain exactly what's going on while we're on the move." And I mean every single detail. The scene cuts to Jiang where a frantic Dempsey rushes over to deliver some breaking news. "Your Highness, we have a bit of a problem." Jiang immediately demanded, "What is it?" He began his report. Prince Heian vanished right at the crack of dawn. On top of that, the second prince's royal guard, who have been keeping a suspiciously low profile lately, have also grabbed their weapons and taken off. Jiang Na's expression soured instantly, his worry palpable. "Have you found out where they went?" Dempsey, having done his due diligence, answered quickly. "According to an eyewitness, they were heading east, your highness." Upon hearing the news, he immediately took action. "Then first thing in the morning, after informing the fifth prince, we dispatched our troops. We should give chase and send more troops, but Jiang Na, cool as a cucumber, simply replied, 'No need, they're already on their way to the Pierrick estate.' He was so nonchalant because he knew the path to the Pierrick estate was a treacherous winding maze, absolutely crawling with monsters, but since they had Oliver Russ leading a whole squad of elite knights, they'd obviously have zero problems. So any reckless move on our part would just be a waste of our own forces." A confused Dem Fin, unsure of what to do, hesitated to ask. Sensing his subordinate's confusion, Rangna gave his orders. "Let them go. Tracking down Vanessa is far more important than playing tag with that Hyde fellow." That cunning mage, he even prepared for the possibility of dark magic interference when he hid his mother. He refuses to spill a single bean about her. He then thought to himself, there's no way Avantis hasn't brainwashed him yet. In fact, it looks like he might have even wiped his own memories clean. Hearing this, Dem Fin asked Jiang Na, completely baffled, "With all due respect, my lord, may I ask why we're still so intent on finding the Ivory Tower master's mother? She's also an incredibly powerful individual after all." Rangna didn't hesitate for a second and answered bluntly, "Jan's greatest weakness is his mother. Isn't it just a little bit suspicious that a schemer like him would suddenly show up and agree to be my puppet? Even with dark magic involved, he's definitely plotting something big. We have to find Vanessa to have some leverage just in case things go south." Dem Fin placed a hand on his chest and bowed his head, showing his understanding. "Yes, my lord, I understand." Once he was out the door, Jiang Na let out a sigh. "Everything is going way too smoothly," Rangna worried. "This feels like a plot twist in a tense manhwa. What in the world are you really planning, Yan?" Meanwhile, at a magnificent castle bathed in brilliant sunlight, Haydn and Oliver were standing in a hallway discussing something important. In the middle of their chat, a voice suddenly rang out from behind. "So there you are." The two of them turned in unison. It was Pierrick, who was walking and talking with his eyes fixed on Haydn. "Are you feeling unwell at all?" Haydn just smiled and replied, "Not at all. Thank you for your hospitality, especially considering my unexpected arrival. I will remember this." Pierrick's face lit up with pure joy as he continued, "It's nothing, my lord. This is the honor of a lifetime for me." But suddenly his eyes drooped with a hint of regret as he spoke. "Loi. Khonko gi thuangengai. Jai lavin han kwaka joy tan. Bong hien joy mat enta trung suang tiek noima." He said, "To be honest, I was a bit floored when I got Jan's letter. My deepest condolences, and I hope the king is, hanging in there." Pierrick and Sien bowed hands over their hearts. Their voices were calm but packed with the kind of grim determination that said, "We will absolutely complete our mission to protect the crown prince." As per Jan's request, the entire Pierrick clan from the east will be joining forces with the crown prince. "Please, your highness, get some rest. We'll handle your security." After the two of them took their leave, Haydn's tense facial muscles finally relaxed into a small smile. Marveling at Pierrick's loyalty, he mused, "The patriarch of House Pierrick is a genuinely good man, strong and refreshingly straightforward. Come to think of it, Sir Sian and the other commanders are here as well." Oliver's eyes suddenly sparkled, completely agreeing with Haydn, his voice brimming with pride and approval. "You're right, he's my cousin. He was the one who taught me swordsmanship when I was a kid." Haydn's expression darkened. "I see, so Yan has I calculated everything. He then asked softly, was Captain Yan really corrupted by dark magic? Oliver was stunned, speechless. What? He stammered. Haydn looked away and said, it's nothing. I suppose Yan has chosen the fifth prince. Ragna has been better than me at everything since we were kids. It's annoying, but it's the truth. Yan probably thinks the same way, just like all the nobles who think he'll become an outstanding king. Oliver, sensing Haydn's despair, immediately tried to reassure him. That is absolutely impossible, Your Highness. Oliver's gaze was fixed intently on Haydn. He began to repeat a line Yan had spoken years ago, both as a reminder and a comfort. It was a moment straight out of a dramatic manhwa. 6 years ago, Yan promised he would fight. I will never support the fifth prince. That's what, he said. By now, Oliver's eyes were shining a brilliant smile on his face, his voice bursting with energy. Please, you have to believe in him, sire. He definitely has a plan. Now let's rewind to a few days earlier. Outside, the rain was coming down in sheets, lashing against the windows. The wind howled through the cracks, and the steady beat of the rain was like a heart monitor, making the tense silence inside feel even more suffocating. Oliver looked as if he couldn't believe what he was hearing, needing Yan to spell it out for him one more time. Yan, could you please run that by me again? Yan's gaze was calm, his voice deep and clear, with every single word articulated perfectly without a hint of hesitation. I will go to Zhang Na and allow him to perform his dark magic on me. If the crown prince finds out he'll definitely try to stop me. You cannot under any circumstances tell him about this. Just as Oliver finally pieced together the puzzle of Yan's absolutely bonkers plan, he wasn't about to let Yan walk into the lion's den alone, so he completely lost his cool. Oliver yelled, that's insane, it's way too dangerous. You can't do it. But Yan remained as cool as a cucumber, looking like he'd been mulling over this life or death scenario for ages and was totally prepared for whatever chaos was coming his way. In that same low, steady voice, he said, Ragna won't just kill me on the spot. He'd much rather have me alive than dead. Let's face it, I'm far too valuable to him. Yan's gaze turned ice-cold sharp with a terrifying determination that could cut glass. He placed a hand over his heart, a powerful gesture as if etching a vow directly onto his soul. His voice resonated with authority. I am a 6th-level mage, the master of the Ivory Tower. My position carries immense weight in the kingdom's politics and foreign affairs. Ragna will absolutely exploit that to make a play for the throne. Yan practically spat out each word, driving the point home. And I refuse to be his pawn, again. The last word hung in the air, and Oliver scrambled to understand the profound hidden meaning in Yan's cutting statement. He was a cocktail of confusion and shock, thinking, again. It was clear Yan had this whole insane scheme mapped out like a grandmaster in a grim Manhwa chess game and was determined to see it through himself. He mused aloud, if I go through with this, I'll be able to uncover Zhang Na's entire plan and expose everyone he's been colluding with. Yan's profound eyes locked onto Oliver, his brow furrowing slightly as if he was accepting a dangerous path that only he could walk. The words that came next were not a request. They were a command. When I publicly declare my support for him to ensure my safety, you are to head east, find the Pierrick family and His Highness the Crown Prince. I'll send a letter ahead to the lord of that territory. Even with the whole crazy plan laid out, Oliver couldn't shake the gnawing anxiety. Beads of sweat trickled down his worried face. But Sir Yan, he pleaded, we need someone to break that dark magic on you. With the royal family compromised, there's nowhere and no one left for us to trust. At this, Yan's previously stern expression suddenly flickered with a strange light. A subtle, knowing smirk played on his lips, the kind of smile that screamed he was holding an ace up his sleeve. Oh no, he said, the smirk widening. There's still one person, someone Zhang Na would never see coming. A friend we can absolutely trust. The scene then cuts to a vast, silent chamber where Harry sits on the edge of his bed, his gaze lost in a sea of sorrow. Over at the Emperor's bed, the old man was lying in a coma, completely still. Her heart ached as she called out in a heavy voice, Father. Even though she knew the Emperor couldn't possibly reply. Still, she whispered partly as an update, and partly to vent her own weary soul, hoping he could hear. Lord Yan has announced his support for the fifth prince, and brother has already left. Ragna is preparing to seize the throne. And with things having spiraled this far, Harry couldn't pretend to be strong anymore. She broke into racking sobs, utterly lost on how to handle this disaster. Every word was clawed from a heart that was aching so much she could barely breathe. Her voice hitched as she said, "What am I supposed to do? Who am I supposed to trust?" And of course, that's when a highlight reel of all the good memories decided to pop into her head. I still can't believe that all those gentle gestures were a lie. A blurry fog of memories washed over Harry's mind, making it impossible to believe this whole nightmare was real. In the heavy silence, Harry let out a trembling, gut-wrenching whisper. "Even right now, my heart desperately wants to believe him." She whispered it like a plea, a prayer, like the sound of a soul being suffocated by fear. "Father, please wake up." Suddenly, a voice sliced through the heavy air, shattering the mood of this almost cliché tragic manhwa scene. "Your Highness, it's Kelvin." Harry hastily wiped her tears away and said, "Come in, Kelvin." She walked over to him, her voice surprisingly calm and curious. "Is something wrong?" Kelvin's face was dead serious, his tone laced with caution as if he were testing her reaction. "Princess, may we speak?" A look of utter confusion washed over her face. Kelvin held a box out to her, his expression still grave, his voice steady. "Princess, please, take this." Harry's eyes were fixed on the box, her curiosity finally won out. "What is this?" Kelvin looked directly at Harry, still clutching the box carefully as if it were a priceless treasure. His voice was slow, carrying the heavy weight of his duty. "A few days ago, the master of the Ivory Tower asked me to protect this. He told me to give it to you." Harry's eyes went wide, a cocktail of shock and confusion brewing within them. A name escaped her lips, echoing loudly in the quiet room. "Yan!" "Whoops!" Startled, Kelvin quickly brought a finger to his lips, signaling for her to keep her voice down. "His Highness instructed me to deliver this to you in secret." Kelvin bowed, a hand placed dramatically over his heart as he bid a formal farewell to Harry. "It is time for me to depart, Your Highness." She clutched the box for dear life, her eyes tracking Kelvin's every move, practically screaming with curiosity. Wasting no time, she plopped down at a table and popped the box open. The dazzling sparkle that exploded from the necklace inside made it clear this wasn't some cheap trinket. Tucked beneath the bling was a small vial, and peeking out from under that was a letter from the box's mysterious owner. Harry snatched up the letter and began to read. "Dearest Princess, I'm sure you're quite surprised. By the time this letter reaches you, I may have already been turned into a completely different person by dark magic. The reason I'm writing is because I need your help. The Emperor's poisoning incident wasn't the work of the second vice commander of the Imperial Knights, but rather the result of dark magic orchestrated by an unknown high-level mage that the fifth prince is in cahoots with. They are plotting to poison the Emperor and snatch the throne. To uncover the truth and the real culprit behind all this, I am about to become the fifth prince's puppet." The necklace in the box was a gift from the late Empress. It carries a counter-curse spell. From a mage level 8 or higher, it possesses the power to destroy dark magic. If you are reading this, please place it on me. The spell on the necklace will destroy the dark magic that has been cast upon me. Every line in the letter grew heavier, making a knot of dread tighten in Harry's stomach. That vial contains a poison made from the landier flower, a very special herb. It has the ability to neutralize all the mana in a person's body, which also makes it a fatal poison capable of killing a mage. Therefore, if this necklace fails to destroy the dark magic afflicting me, her hands holding the beautifully colored but deadly vial began to tremble so violently she almost dropped it. This was a plot twist worthy of a dramatic manhwa. The final line was a gut punch. "Please use it to kill me." Just then, the clatter of approaching footsteps echoed from nearby. It turned out to be Zhang Na and Yan. Harry coolly composed herself and spoke a greeting. "Long time no see, Zhang Na?" She then casually asked, "Have you seen father yet?" Zhang Na let out a ridiculously arrogant scoff. "He's my father too, you know," she sneered. and since I'm no longer imprisoned, I must fulfill my duties. I see, Harry replied calmly, turning her gaze to Jan, who maintained his usual stoic expression. It's been a while. Tower Master, you doing okay? But Jan gave Harry the silent treatment, which pretty much confirmed that the wild speculations in letter E were bang on the money. Ragna, mind if I have a word with Mr. Yanel? He asked nonchalantly. Sure, knock yourself out. The fifth prince, ever the bossy one, didn't forget to give Jan his marching orders. Jan, as soon as you're done chatting, you come straight to me. After the prince swaggered off, she finally spoke up. Mr. Yan, this way, please. Once they were at Harry's place, she paused for dramatic effect before saying, I've missed you, Mr. Yan. Though I'm sure you're not exactly thrilled to see me. Remember that little favor you asked for? I'm here to return the item you gave me. Could you lower your head? The moment he leaned down, Harry snapped a necklace from a box around his neck. A few seconds later, the enchanted bling kicked in, sending waves of agony through Jan. He collapsed, coughing up blood, and she immediately started freaking out. Mr. Yan, are you okay? Turns out the power of an 8th level mage's counter curse is absolutely no joke. In mere moments, the dark magic clinging to Jan was completely annihilated in a classic Manhwa power-up scene. As his senses returned, he slowly realized the worried face staring down at him was none other than Her Highness the Princess. Knowing the dark magic was gone, Harry was so overjoyed she just threw her arms around Yan. Mr. Yan! He was completely stunned by the sudden hug, calling her name in confusion. Princess! Tears streamed down her face, her voice choked with fear. How could you do that? How was I supposed to just kill you? Jan remembered that vial of beautifully colored liquid. Oh, that, he answered honestly. I figured I had to risk my life to make you believe what I was saying. But I'm glad to see the dark magic was destroyed so cleanly. I was actually pretty worried that curse in the necklace wouldn't do a thing. Hearing this, her expression went from relieved to absolutely furious. How dare he be so reckless? What, you weren't even sure if that curse would work, but you still pulled a life-threatening stunt like that. Thinking back on the countless insane dangers he'd already survived, Jan could only feel incredibly lucky to still be breathing. Sometimes taking a huge risk is what creates a miracle. It's the only reason I'm still standing here. Seeing Harry's worried face, he felt a pang of guilt and tried to soothe her. Thank you for trusting me, Princess. At his words, she practically beamed with happiness. After all, she had just saved Jan from the clutches of dark magic. No, I'm just so happy you're back. Harry offered a hand to help Jan stand up, saying, There are so many things I want to ask you. First on the list, did you find anything out? Jan knew exactly what she meant. This was the perfect moment to drop some seriously heavy news on the princess. Your Highness, the power of the Long. Jiao is far greater than we ever imagined. The man pulling the strings is the master of the Ivory Tower, Herbert Leon. The senior members are all nobles with immense power and influence. Even Deepin Morris, the man who served His Majesty for decades as the captain of the Royal Knights, is one of his cronies. She could hardly believe what she was hearing. To think that the very person the entire royal family put their faith in was plotting behind the king's back. What Sir Deepin, Jan continued. The leader of the Long Jiao is a man nicknamed the Dragonoid. Everyone thought this guy was a relic from 300 years ago. Turns out he can take on a human form and casually sling 8th tier magic like a top-tier mage. His voice seethed with anger as he explained the 5th prince freed the last Dragonoid, the one sealed away by Missile Green River, and has now teamed up with him. She found it all so unbelievable and terrifying, her entire body trembling. Oh my heavens! How could Zhang Na be so foolish? He quietly shared his own theory. It seems this is a scheme he's been cooking up for a very long time. The Long Jiao's goal isn't the throne, it's to start a war of conquest. Honestly, this plot is straight out of a manhwa. The royal castle has already fallen into the 5th prince's hands, which means that a little poison is the least of your worries now. Princess, I beg you, trust absolutely no one and stay by His Majesty's side at all times. Harry was incredibly worried about his safety. But, what about you, Sir Jan? To ease her fears, Jan decided to reveal the plan he'd already cooked up to deal with the 5th prince. I'll continue to pretend that I'm being manipulated by his dark magic and stay close to him. Although she knew how strong Yan was, she was still terribly worried for him. Why you? He explained that he had no choice but to handle it himself. I need to find out how Melgreen River managed to destroy the Dragonoid in the past. There are no records of it anywhere in the Ivory Tower's library, but if I search the royal castle, who knows? Harry suddenly remembered a diary her father had given her. Sir Yan, there's something I want to show you. Please come with me for a moment. Yan was incredibly curious. Yan was extremely curious when he saw this diary she gave him. Harry explained and hoped that the diary could help him. This is the family heirloom my father gave me, a first-class relic of royal magician Missile Green River. Perhaps this is the diary that his many ancestors recorded. Yan asked suspiciously. Perhaps Harry said sadly. I'm just guessing because no one has been able to open this seal yet. According to the documents left behind, Mr. Michael Green River is a 5th-level magician, but the seal on the diary is much more advanced magic. Harry gave the diary to Yan. Can you break this seal? He nervously answered Harry. I will try. Yan thought of the best thing he could do if he transferred mana into the diary. Try reading it and it will not disappoint your expectations. He already knew what was in the diary. This is long ungone. Harry was extremely happy. The seal has been opened, Mr. Yan. Please try reading it. He began to open the diary, read the contents of the notes, and explain to her. This is truly the record left by our ancestors. Started after the Long Nan War, the main content is to commemorate the magicians. The knight who sacrificed his life for the kingdom also proposed a plan to leave the destroyed lands to rebuild the Tomb Tower. There are also studies on how to use magic. A word in the content caught his attention and he knew the word. Ven. Yan wondered why his father's name was in there. Continue reading the content therein. That night fans came to find me. My premonition tells me that I will never be able to see him again. I will definitely keep that promise until death. I have written down his last words in this diary in the language of the dragon. Suddenly, everything around him became quiet. Everything lost its original colorful color. Now everything, including Her Highness the Princess and the objects around him, were left in a gray, black, and white. Yan called out worriedly, Princess, do you think time has stopped? He discovered that behind the door there was a bright light. Yan walked over, opened the door, and in front was a vast grassland, a land he has never been to. This was when he discovered that a person was sitting on a rock far in front of him. He couldn't help but be curious. Who is it? As he walked closer, he asked, Let me ask after that call. A man wearing a black cloak turned his head to look back. Snapping back to reality, Yan Fa cautiously approached and cut right to the chase. Okay, let me ask one thing. Where is this place and who are you? A deep, steady voice rang out from the mysterious cloaked figure. This place is the time record, a realm that exists outside all dimensions. Yan repeated skeptically, an eyebrow raised in pure disbelief. The time record, you say? The figure added, It's a bit hard to explain it by human definitions. So to put it simply, Yan, this place preserves all of time from your entire dimension. Yan's eyes shot wide open, his expression a perfect picture of shock. He looked like a reader who just stumbled upon a major plot twist in his favorite manhwa. A few seconds later, Yan snapped out of it his gaze, becoming sharp and analytical as he sized up his host. You know who I am, so who are you, and how do you know my name? Maintaining that infuriatingly cryptic vibe, the man said, My identity? Well, humanity calls me the First Mage, or Huang Long. The moment he finished speaking, Yan practically froze on the spot. His eyes widened in utter astonishment because a name like that instantly triggered a massive alarm bell in his head. He immediately thought of Huang Long, the legendary dragon who controls time, a being straight out of myths, and the First Mage, the one recorded in all of history as the developer of magic itself. Wait, are they the same person? Yan thought, his mind reeling. Before he could spiral for more than a few seconds, the voice cut through his confusion. You managed to find this place, which means you must know of Misel. He made a grave error. The man continued, seeming to recall a distant memory. I never imagined he would let that dragonoid live. He went on, I simply don't understand why he allowed that thing to survive in this dimension. Back then, he had wondered if it was out of sympathy. Or was it some twisted form of revenge? Human emotions are incredibly complex, yet so detailed. Looking completely lost, Jan cut in, "Wait a minute. What on earth are you talking about? And what in the world is your relationship with Misal Green River?" The mysterious figure replied softly, "Oh, we're very close. After all, I'm the one who granted him the power to annihilate the dragonoids." Jan's usually rock-steady legs almost buckled, but he managed to keep his cool and said, "If what you're saying is true, then let me ask you one question." Jan's hands balled into fists, his knuckles turning white. He demanded, "Why didn't you do it yourself? Why did you have to give that power to Misal Green River?" The man in the black cloak remained perfectly still. He answered slowly, "A very long time ago, humanity suffered terribly at the hands of dark magic." He continued to explain that a power to conquer all. Driven by a burning desire for the dragon's might, a twisted new power was born: dark magic. According to the hooded figure, this dark magic was cooked up by the dragon kin, and it was every bit as greedy as its creators. It proceeded to warp human souls and completely shatter the world's balance. The result was an absolute catastrophe, palooza, one disaster after another. As he spoke, the man's tone grew heavy with helplessness. "Because even after countless people suffered unimaginable pain, I was forbidden to lift a finger. Dragons do not meddle in the world of humans. That's been the prime directive since this world was basically in beta." The mysterious figure continued, "But that didn't mean we could just sit back and watch the show. The very source of all that suffering stemmed from the power of dragons." He suddenly glanced away, a flicker of guilt in his posture. "So I broke the rules. I meddled in human history." At this, Jan looked like a light bulb just went off in his head. He slowly pieced it together. The first mage. So to fight the dark magic, you passed on magic to humans. The man cut in sharply, "Bingo. But even that wasn't enough. When a great calamity struck humanity, was on the ropes. They needed a hero to help them get back on their feet. So I shared my power with a human." Jan's voice, laced with disbelief and awe, blurted out the legendary name. "You mean the hero, Misal Green River." "He was a brilliant and compassionate kid," the man added. "Even though he was royalty, he always put his people far above power." A shadow of regret crossed his face as he reminisced. Misal dedicated his entire life to trying to obliterate dark magic. However, one single mistake rendered all of his incredible efforts completely worthless. It was a tragic plot twist worthy of a Manhwa. He continued analyzing the past. "Humans are flawed creatures, and as for me, I had lost my memories. That was the price for meddling in the human world. I couldn't solve the problem myself. All I could do was hope that I would one day remember my mission again." The man seemed lost in the tattered remains of his own memory. "I sealed all of my remaining time within a human body with no memory of anything. I simply wandered the world, going wherever my feet carried me. Compared to the eons that have passed, it was merely a fleeting moment. However, every second of it was glorious and bursting with life." As he finished his tale, he unconsciously reached up and pulled back his hood, and continued, "And it was the same when I met that girl." Jan's face was a picture of pure shock as he heard the man utter the name Vanessa. The old ghost suddenly seemed to come alive again, lost in some fond, dusty old memories. "She was such a sincere and lovely person. The time I spent with her," he sighed, "was genuinely the best part of my entire ridiculously long life. And then, I was blessed with another gift." Every single word landed like a gut punch echoing in Jan's ears. "I've missed you so much." His gaze softened, looking straight at Jan as he dropped the four-word bombshell. "My dear son." Well, holy cow, it turns out this guy is Feng Pa Yan's father. But Jan was frozen solid, trembling as he stammered out, "Please don't spout such meaningless nonsense. My father died a long, long time ago." Hearing this, Feng Pa just conceded, "That's right, Feng Pa is dead. The only thing left here is a soul that lost its body and doesn't really exist anymore. I've been waiting to meet you." Jan's fists clenched, and he shot back with pure venom. What you did wasn't just waiting. At that moment, the dam of pent-up frustration burst and he screamed, right in Feng Pa's ghostly face. Why did you leave because of you, Mom? The ghost patiently told Yan that some goals just have to be pursued for a lifetime. Feng Pa explained further, as time passed, the seal began to weaken and my memories started to come back. I finally realized what I needed to do. My mission was to completely eradicate dark magic, this world's nasty plague, and to protect the world like some hero from an epic manhwa. The world where you and Vanessa lived, but the time I had was just too damn short. He said that abandoning his family was completely unavoidable. Then Feng Pa stared Yan down and said, "It seems like you're going through a pretty tough time in this life. I truly hope you can find the life and the happiness you're looking for." A flicker of hesitation crossed Jan's face, but he decided to cut to the chase. "I didn't come here to talk about that. But before Jan could even get his purpose out, his dad was already inside his head. "You're looking for the power that will eliminate the dragonoids, aren't you?" Feng Pa continued, dropping another classic manhwa trope. "The power you're seeking is already inside of you. That's because I left my power with you when I had to leave Vanessa." Jan paused, still reeling, but managed to ask. "Power," Feng Pa shot back. "That's right." He said it with an infuriatingly confident look on his face. "The dragon tongue you've been using and... Let's get this straight, son. You seriously think all this is happening just because you're a high-level mage? Is that it?" Jan fell silent, his mind racing. He thought to himself, "Wait, since when? When on earth did I learn how to use the dragon tongue?" Just then, Fen suddenly appeared beside Yan. "Now, I will awaken the power that's been snoozing inside you." But before that, his father added, "We'd better take a little peek at it first." At this point, Jan's face was a perfect mask of confusion, his brain practically short-circuiting from the massive info dump he'd just received. With that, Fen's hands slowly emerged from his cloak, inching ever closer to Jan. Then he announced, "I am going to awaken the power hidden deep within you." But hold on. Fen paused for dramatic effect. "We should check this out first." Jan's eyes widened, a flicker of shock registering as he heard those words. His father then continued, trying to cut through the tension in the air. "It's the life that you truly desire, but haven't even realized it yet." Then a sudden jolt hit him. In a flash, Fen had yeeted his consciousness into some unknown point in the future. Jan struggled to open his eyes, a cool, fresh breeze washing over his entire body. In this very moment, Jan realized he was sitting under the shade of a gigantic tree. After a few seconds of rebooting his system as if by reflex, he blurted out, "Where in the world am I?" Jan staggered to his feet, his steps unsteady, his mind still thinking. "I swear I was just with Fen." At that exact moment, a girl with familiar golden hair appeared before him. Jan squinted, trying to get a better look. Next to the girl was an incredibly adorable little girl. Before he could even figure out who they were, the woman turned around and looked at Jan with pure affection. It turns out she was none other than Princess Haley. Every frantic thought in his head vanished when she spoke. "Oh, you're finally awake." Seeing Jan just standing there frozen, Haley gently reached up to fix his hair while playfully chiding him. "Honestly, we rarely get any time to go out together as a family, and you decide to take a nap on me." Seeing him just standing there with a face full of pure innocence, she continued, "You mentioned you've been really busy lately. Have you been overworking yourself? I'm going to have a word with my brother and tell him to lighten your workload." Hearing this, Jan's brain finally seemed to catch up. A bead of sweat rolled down his face as a single word escaped his lips. "Princess." Hearing this, Haley giggled and replied, "Why are you calling me that? Are you still half asleep?" She continued to laugh before her voice hitched slightly, repeating, "Princess." It's been ages since I've heard that name." Jan's face was a priceless picture of shock as the thought crossed his mind. Ages? Before he could even get an answer. Harry had already whirled around, shouting, "Johanna, your daddy is awake." Her voice got louder and louder. "Come here and give your dad a hug." Like she'd received a psychic memo from her mom, Johanna shot to her feet and turned around. The little girl's crystal clear voice rang out, practically overflowing with pure happiness. "Daddy!" Johanna took off like a shot toward the two of them. She was shouting with glee as she ran. The little speedster dashed over, latched onto Jan's leg with a death grip, and started nuzzling her head against him affectionately. Jan, completely bewildered, looked down and gently asked, "What's the matter?" Harry suddenly shot Jan a look that screamed, "What is wrong with you?" She asked, utterly confused, "Why are you just standing there like a statue?" As she spoke, her eyes flicked down toward their daughter as if she was trying to send him a telepathic message, "Hug Johanna, you dummy." At this point, his hand was resting lightly on Johanna's shoulder. The little girl slowly tilted her head up to look at Jan before immediately burying her face into his chest as if seeking out all the love in the world. She squeezed him tight and whispered a single word. "Daddy." Jan felt his eyes sting, tears instantly welling up like he was the protagonist in a dramatic manhwa. He raised a hand and began patting her small back as if to reassure her. All the while, Harry stood beside her little family, beaming with a smile of pure satisfaction. A family overflowing with love, simple yet blissful. Then in the span of a single heartbeat, in a fleeting instant, the warm hug dissolved into an endless empty void. A look of profound loss was etched all over Jan's face. He slowly, dazedly looked down at his own two hands. Just as he was getting lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, his father's voice sliced through the silence. "What did you see?" Still looking completely stunned, Jan's eyes remained glued to his hands. He replied, "A child. There was a child with eyes, hair the same color as mine." Jan was trembling slightly, finally managing to choke out a name. "Johanna." He continued, "When I held her, her scent, her voice, and her weight, it all felt so incredibly warm. That hug, it's like it's still lingering in my mind," Jan said. He asked, full of doubt, "What in the world was that really?" Before Jan could even hazard a guess, his father swiftly replied, "That my son was love." He looked directly into his son's eyes, patiently explaining it to his clueless child. "It is a powerful magic that nurtures people, but it is also a very ordinary word." Jan felt as if he was beginning to understand some profound new emotion. A fire ignited in his very soul. He hung on every heartfelt word from Fen. They would do anything for those they love, and fight to protect them all while finding the courage to live on. The thing you truly want is the greatest of all. It's the simple bond of a normal life. A look of pure bafflement returned to Jan's face. He asked again, "A normal life, you say?" But just then, an image straight out of a beautiful dream materialized in his head. A tight hug for a precious little girl. The peaceful, blissful smile of his wife. A happy family of 3. All huddled together, Jan let out a sigh. Way too peaceful and beautiful to be my dream. At that moment, his hands clenched into fists. Skeptically, Jan asked Fen, "Did I just get a sneak peek of my own future?" Fen was quick with a comeback. "Maybe, maybe not," he said. "It all hinges on the choices you make." Gazing up at the vast expanse of the sky, Fen fell into a contemplative silence for a few seconds, finally saying, "It seems your time here is up." Taking a few more steps toward Jan, Fen declared with rock-solid conviction, "I will awaken the dragon's might within you." After that dramatic proclamation, his hand reached for the boy's head. Fen paused for a beat, then said, "With this final remnant of my power, I hope you'll finish the things I never could." With that, his hand finally made contact with Jan's head, and a jolt of energy shot through his body. Jan's eyes flew open as if in sudden realization. Fen's memories. "They're being downloaded into my brain," he thought. Jan gasped as a truly magnificent scene unfolded before him. The ancient mythical beast appeared again, wrapping itself around his father's form, but this time it wasn't. Amidst a galaxy of twinkling stars, but in a blaze of ultimate light. This whole epic vision looked like a top-tier manhwa panel, so brilliant it could instantly blind anyone. Fen looked at Yan with eyes full of affection and said, "I will always walk beside you." Having said his piece, he seemed as relieved as a child who'd just shared a heavy secret. "I love you." At this, Yan was completely overwhelmed by his emotions, staring at his father as two final words echoed in the void forever. A flash of blinding light wiped out Yan's vision. An image of his mother gently stroking his father's hair appeared before his eyes. But before he could see it clearly, Yan was ripped from the vision by a loud shout. Harry's familiar voice cut through the haze. "Sir Yan, are you okay?" he asked himself, silently. "What is this feeling?" He immediately rubbed his eyes, trying to figure out if he was dreaming, before finally replying, "It's nothing, just got something in my eye." Suddenly, Yan's eyes widened to the size of dinner plates, a look of sheer panic washing over him as he stared at the blank page of the book sitting on the table. The long Yan has vanished, he thought. He whipped his head toward Harry and asked with a suspicious tone, "Princess, do you happen to remember what was written in here?" Harry replied, "What I don't remember." By now, even she was starting to feel that something was seriously off. The page had always been blank. After a moment of intense thought, it seemed Yan had figured it all out. He said, "I understand now." Seeing his strange expression, Harry asked, "What is it? Have you found a way to defeat the Long Ren?" Yan replied instantly, "I think I have." "There is a way." Harry's hands suddenly grasped his. Her sparkling eyes locked on him as she exclaimed in amazement, "Really, that's wonderful!" Yan's face instantly changed colors, shifting from his usual pale white to a vibrant shade of pink from sheer embarrassment. He quickly tried to shove the awkwardness down, turning back to the princess and saying, "It seems I need to speak with Jiang Yi. Please stay by her side." The princess's longing expression said it all, her voice filled with regret. "Is there nothing I can do to help?" With a fond smile, Yan gently replied, "Please just take care of yourself. I'll be fine. I'll come back after everything is over." Harry clutched his hand tightly, her head bowed as she urged him, "You absolutely must come back." Jan's gentleness seemed to fill the entire room. He replied caringly, "I promise." Scene change and the sound of someone's footsteps echoed down the corridor. A man's rushed voice suddenly called out from behind Jan. "Jan, hey, you need to reconsider this." The voice getting closer and louder belonged to none other than Ronald. His brow was furrowed as he began to persuade him. Even though the war is over and the continent is united, minor conflicts are still constantly breaking out. Our empire needs an 8th level hero mage. Ronald reached out towards Jan's retreating figure, continuing his plea. "There's still so much for you to do in the Ivory Tower. Are you really going to throw all of that away?" It was like a final warning. With a stern warning, Luo An blurted out, "There's no way in hell His Majesty will ever let you leave." At that moment, Jan's hands clenched into determined fists. Gritting his teeth, he turned to face the man and retorted, "Whether he allows it or not, I'm getting out of this capital. I've already prepared all the necessary paperwork for Sir Luo An to become the next master of the Ivory Tower." A look of utter helplessness washed over Luo An's face as he cried out, "Yen." But our protagonist just turned away coldly and spoke the blunt truth. "The person standing before you isn't some level 8 Grand Mage hero you'd read about in a manhwa. I'm just a monster." Jan stated it as a cold hard fact before turning and walking away. A short while later, Jan arrived at a chamber, slowly pushing the door open to enter. The moment he stepped inside, Zhang Na's gruff voice called out, "Get in here." Jan bowed his head, his hands clasped respectfully, and then heard Zhang Na let out a long sigh. "I've read the letter you sent." With a puzzled expression, he asked Yan why the sudden desire to leave. Yan kept his head bowed low, listening to Zhang Na's next questions. "Do you need a break? Is that it? If so, you can take a few months or even a few years, I don't care." He sighed again and continued, "I know perfectly well how much you suffered to unify the empire we have today. I know it better than anyone. I will agree to Any request you have, just give you the time off you need. A whole list of benefits was then reeled off in an attempt to keep him there. The emperor squeezed his eyes shut, continuing his negotiation. I'll even entrust your title as Master of the Ivory Tower to someone else while you're away. How about that? Since you recommended Luo'an, I will make him the acting master of the Ivory Tower. Yan finally replied in a soft voice. Then I thank you for your generosity, Your Majesty. I accept. And with that, Jiang Na ripped the letter in two right in front of Yan. I'll also recruit new people and adjust our strategies so that when you return, you won't feel out of the loop. So after you've had a sufficient rest, you must return to this empire. Your Majesty, Yan cried out as he suddenly dropped to his knees. He tried to suppress the suffocating feeling in his chest and pleaded, I will not be coming back. A single bead of sweat rolled down his face. Yan spoke slowly but decisively. My existence is no longer helpful. My existence no longer helps the future of this continent anymore. Instead, it will only be the source of disagreements that will trigger the separation of this empire, he said loudly. That's why I asked to give up all the positions I hold and return to my homeland. I will no longer use magic and will instead spend my life atone for my mistakes. So please. Before he could finish speaking, Rang Na shouted loudly, I won't allow you. Having said that, he suddenly stood up. Jiang Na's face was full of anger and said, a mistake, I won't let you lower yourself. Jiang Na's eyebrows slightly furrowed. He said loudly, in this entire empire, your contribution is the greatest. You should be proud of yourself. As he spoke, Jiang Na walked towards Yan and said, how can anyone dare to doubt your merits to this empire? No one in this empire dares to have even a single thought about that. Coming in front of him, his voice gradually slowed down. His previously angry face suddenly turned a little confused. So forget about meaningless little things like that. At this time, he was still kneeling on the ground, slowly responding to Jiang Na. Even if you force me to forget, but God's hands are already stained with blood, so how can he forget? At first sight of Yan's helpless face, Rang Na changed her tone to a softer tone and said, Yan, that was just an unavoidable sacrifice. Yan bowed his head and tacitly admitted the painful truth. That's right, those unavoidable sacrifices were all sacrificed at the hands of God. Yan's hands clasped his thighs tightly. Remembering everything that had passed, he choked up with his own hands. God killed them. I really can't stand it anymore. After hearing Rang Na, he remained silent and did not respond, seeing that Yan Thua Ko added, as your friend I beg you, please let me atone for my mistakes. Rang Na replied, just because of something like that, does it make you think of leaving me behind after crowning me emperor? Having said that, he took a step forward to slide behind him. We've been together for so long, and yet we're such close friends. So why do you ask me like that? Anhui lowered his head and did not dare to answer. Rang Na continued to speak, Yan. I never imagined that we would have to be separated in this way. As he spoke, he walked in an increasingly distant direction. His back turned to the ridiculously opulent grand hall. Yan still held a deep, respectful bow for the young man on the throne. He slowly boomed, I apologize, Your Majesty. Truly, I am sorry. Before the echo could even die down, someone on the other side just had to pop off with a loud remark. A man with a face full of murderous intent didn't waste a second. Your Majesty, are you seriously just going to let Yan Fa walk away like that? He griped, launching into a tirade. The remnants of our enemies and those rebel scum from the Alliance are still practically breathing down our necks at the border. If news of his departure gets out while things are this shaky, our entire position could crumble. Another bootlicker chimed in, adding his 2 cents. And we also have to consider the very real possibility that he'll just shack up with the rebels. If he changes his mind, him snatching the throne is just a matter of time. The rumor mill is already churning. There's a group of commoners who worship him, treating him like a war hero straight out of a manhwa and saying he should be crowned. His mere existence is a powder keg. If Yan Fa isn't our ally, then we absolutely must eliminate him. And scene cut to Jiang Na's chambers where he was trying to sleep when he suddenly jolted awake. He clutched his chest, gasping for air like a fish out of water, then brought a hand up to his throbbing head. "Is anyone out there?" Ragna yelled. A servant quickly peeked through the door. "Yes, your majesty," the servant replied. Ragna immediately commanded, "Get the royal alchemist Douglas Hammond in here now." Moments later, Douglas was at Jiang Na's bedside. "So how effective was the last dose of medicine I gave you?" he asked. "Still can't get any shut-eye." Ragna, holding the medicine bowl, replied listlessly, "Nope, nothing has changed. In fact, I feel like it's getting even worse. I hope you can whip me up something a little more potent." Douglas shot Jiang Na a look of mild exasperation. "Your Majesty, that medicine is packed with some rather addictive herbs. If we increase the dosage even a little bit more, your health is going to take a serious hit," he explained. "Besides, this is just a band-aid, not a cure. The important thing is for you to tackle the root of the problem." Hearing this, Ragna froze, repeating the words, "the root of the problem," while his brain was still buffering Douglas. He quickly shot back, revealing the real reason the Emperor couldn't get a wink of sleep. Jiang Na suddenly let out a sharp laugh. "Oh, that is not a problem I can solve on my own." Holding the medicine bowl, he confessed, "You see, I'm terrified. Because my oldest friend has left my side, I'm scared he might betray me and snatch this empire for himself." So it turns out, the thing that Jiang Na feared most was none other than Yan. That shadowy vision was the deepest darkness in his heart, a classic setup in any good manhwa. He was afraid of him. Then Jiang Na continued, "When he was by my side, I could trust him. But after he left, I finally realized what an absolute monster he could truly be." As he spoke, he pictured Yan wielding the legendary elemental staff, the very image of his deepest fears. Da's expression suddenly hardened. "If that's the case, your majesty, then you have no choice but to kill that monster." Jiang Na shot the alchemist a steely glare. "Are you seriously suggesting I murder my own friend?" Douglas's tone was laced with polite skepticism. "Your Majesty, I sincerely doubt he's much of a friend if he's causing you this much sleepless anxiety." Jiang Na retorted, clearly vexed. "He's an 8th Circle Archmage, for crying out loud. There's no way to kill him. Even if every mage in the Ivory Tower joined forces to attack him, they wouldn't even scratch him." After a moment of grim thought, he asked, "So what am I supposed to do?" As if waiting for his cue, Douglas perked up, sensing an opportunity. "There is still one way to kill him." Hearing this, a flicker of shock crossed Jiang Na's face, but Douglas was practically glowing with confidence. "I can create a poison that will put him down for good." The scene then shifts to a simple wooden house, completely blanketed in white snow. In stark contrast to its bleak exterior, the inside was incredibly warm and cozy. At this moment, Yan was leaning back in a chair, lost in a book, when a sudden knock echoed from the door. He took off his glasses and wondered aloud, "Who in the world could that be? It's awfully late." With that, he headed for the door, muttering, "Excuse me, who is it?" Yan's eyes practically popped out of his skull. A single bead of sweat trickled down his cheek as he stammered. Because standing on his doorstep was a chillingly familiar face. It was him. Jiang Na broke the tense silence. "It's been a while, hasn't it? Yan, may I come in?" Yan's face was a mask of pure anxiety, his question a desperate search for answers. Why are you here?" Jiang Na simply smirked casually, replying, "Just because you've retired to a life of seclusion doesn't mean we can't pop in for a visit now and then, right?" Clutching a bottle of wine like his life depended on it, he declared, "Not as master and servant, but as buddies." At this, Yan seemed to finally lower his guard, gesturing dramatically toward his humble home, as if inviting Jiang Na inside. He said cheerfully, "You are always welcome, my lord." And with that, the two slowly made their way indoors. Yan immediately grabbed a glass and sauntered over to Jiang Na. Half joking, half testing the waters, Yan asked, "I thought you hated drinking." "So why bring a bottle?" Jiang Na replied nonchalantly. "A little bit now and then isn't so bad. I suddenly got curious about my dear friend, wondering what he's been up to." With that, he offered Yan the freshly poured glass of wine. Yan hesitated for a moment. The tension was classic manhwa drama, but eventually took the glass politely saying, "Thank you, my lord." Jiang Na raised his own glass and immediately launched into the interrogation. "So how have you been lately, Yan? You look much healthier than when you were back in the capital." Yan stared at the floor as if it held all life's secrets and slowly replied, "I've traveled across the unified lands of the Empire." Jiang Na brought the cup to his lips but paused right there, hanging on Yan's every word. "I met people from all walks of life and observed how they live. It was a truly meaningful time for me." Throughout this little speech, Jiang Na remained perfectly still. He just listened in silence as Yan continued, "I also learned so many things after returning to my homeland. When I think about it, magic was the only thing I really knew my entire life. When the winter snow melts and spring arrives, I am thinking of starting a small garden." As he said this, Yan's face lit up with pure joy and happiness. He finally took a sip of his wine, listening as Jiang Na responded, "You're certainly living a much simpler life, especially for a man who was the hero who fought for the unification of the land." A flicker of sadness crossed Jiang Na's face, but Yan just kept quiet and listened. Well, I'm glad you're satisfied with what you're doing." Jiang Na placed a hand on his thigh and continued to ramble on. "A lot has happened since you left. After we successfully stopped those forces of the good up in the north, this unified empire has finally stabilized." Just then, Yan suddenly clutched his chest, a very strange sensation washing over him. Yan thought to himself, "What in the world is wrong with my body?" But of course, Jiang Na didn't seem to notice his friend's odd behavior at all. Was absurdly calm, as if he'd already read the spoilers and knew exactly how Yan was going to react. He simply closed his eyes, ignoring the whole spectacle. Oblivious to Yan's little crisis, Jiang Na's voice just got stronger. "The daughter of Duke Banat, the ruler of the Duchy of Ran, is about to announce her marriage to the crown prince. With this wedding, we can finally broker a peace deal with the people of that mighty duchy." A sly, cryptic smile played on Jiang Na's lips. "It's just wonderful. It feels like only yesterday the crown prince was just a kid, and now look at him all grown up and getting married." He sighed dramatically. "I think I finally understand how my father must have felt." Meanwhile, Yan had slumped over his limbs, feeling like wet noodles. He had to prop himself up with one hand on the chair, just to stay upright. But Jiang Na, ever the drama queen, kept on with his challenging monologue, completely ignoring him. "When the Ivory Tower isn't strong, it's because it lacks people. The territories are finally stabilizing, balancing their influence with the royal family." In a flash, Yan crumpled to the ground, pain shooting through his entire body. But Jiang Na just sat there completely still. Because you guessed it, this was all part of his grand evil plan. He continued his spiel. "The restoration that was destroyed happened because the world is changing too quickly." Yan weakly gasped, "Kang Hai." Jiang Na flashed a wicked grin and practically shouted, "Everything is being sorted out and the empire is about to enter its greatest era." He slammed his wine glass down on the table. "If you would just disappear." Right on cue, blood suddenly gushed uncontrollably from Yan's mouth. He tried to cover it with his hand. But that was a spectacular failure. Jiang Na stated coolly, "This poison will neutralize the mana flowing through your veins." His face was a mask of pure ice, showing not a flicker of emotion. "It only lasts for a short while, though. For you, I mean." He then shot to his feet, declaring loudly, "That's why I had to mix in another poison, a classic Manhwa villain move." Yan, with his last ounce of strength, managed to force out two words. "Why?" Jiang Na glanced down at him. He was so calm it was chilling, even throwing the question back at him. "You don't understand." His wine glass tipped over, spilling onto the floor as he slowly answered, "It's because your power threatens the growing unified empire." Yan looked up at that familiar, yet terrifyingly strange face, hanging on to every single word he was about to say. "In times of war, a source of power. That's all well and good, but it's a little late for apologies now. That's why you came crawling back to your hometown, right? To atone for what you did. For the rest of your life." Yan went completely still for a few seconds as Jiang Na continued, "Those were your words, not mine." Jiang Na stared into Yan and finally confessed. But you know what, Yan? For a split second, a look of pure terror flashed across his face. He said slowly, I'm afraid of you. He dramatically turned his back as if he couldn't bear the sight of Yan anymore. He said much louder this time, it's driving me insane being this terrified of my oldest friend. Jiang Na's inner monologue was in full-blown panic mode. He's an 8th class mage. If he wanted to, he could just snatch the empire from my cold, dead hands. All the while, Yan just listened, holding on to a tiny, pathetic sliver of hope. Maybe, just maybe, Yan was waiting for an explanation to come from Jiang Na's own lips, but no, he just had to crush the last shred of hope our hero had. Why? Can I let a monster like that just roam free? In that instant, an icy chill shot through Yan's heart, and then the brutal reality of the situation slapped him right across his face. Jiang Na growled, my old friend. And that did it. The waterworks began. Yan wasn't crying because of any physical pain, but because his faith had been completely and utterly shattered. This was the ultimate betrayal, the kind of drama you only see in a gut-wrenching manhwa. Jiang Na looked at him and said, please don't. Forgive me. With that melodramatic line, he spun on his heel and walked out, leaving Yan to drown in a sea of emotions right there in that very house. The moment he stepped outside, Jiang Na turned to awaiting Duan Ke and said, burn it all. The next second, flames erupted and eagerly consumed the entire house, a bonfire in the middle of a foggy, snowy night. Jiang Na walked away without a backward glance, letting Yan's house be reduced to a pile of smoldering ash. But after taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped and looked back, and in Jiang's eyes there was a flicker of sadness, as if he'd just lost something irreplaceable. Then Duan Ke spoke up, my lord, we will handle the rest. Please return to your carriage. But Duan Ke froze for a moment, stunned by what he saw, because a single tear was tracing a path down Jiang Na's cheek. The man thought to himself, so this is how we part ways. He tried to fool himself with a line he probably thought was sincere. I truly despise this outcome. Sure you do, buddy. Back to the present. On a peaceful morning at the Imperial Palace, Yan was walking with purpose. It turns out he was heading to Jiang Na's desk. He greeted him softly. Yan, so you've arrived. He immediately cut to the chase. What did the princess say? Yan replied. The princess asked me why I betrayed you. A smug look plastered itself all over Jiang Na's face. And what was your answer? Yan stated coolly. I told her I wasn't obligated to answer her. Suddenly, Jiang Na burst out laughing. That's my boy, that poor thing seems to have quite the crush on you. He said this while crossing his arms, looking ridiculously pleased with himself. Any suitor my dear father proposes, she immediately shoots down. It's all very mysterious. A flicker of confusion crossed his face. Honestly, it's bizarre. I don't get why my father despises guys like us so much. Marriage is just a business transaction, a simple trade for family benefits. And power, that's all. Yan listened in silence, realizing the old king hid her away simply because he didn't want her to be a pawn in that game. Jiang Na let out a sarcastic chuckle. How ridiculous. He's exactly the type of person who would exploit those kinds of deals. Getting up from his chair, he declared, when the time is right, I'll help you get engaged to a lady from a worthy family. He strode closer to Yan. It won't be long now. Jiang Na spread his arms wide as if to embrace the very words he was about to speak. I'm about to inherit the throne and become a king far more powerful than my father. I will be the first to unite these 3 kingdoms and lead the Green River Empire to its golden age. At this point, the bottomless greed was written all over his face. Jiang Na stood right next to him and said, that is my grand design. Then he clapped Yan on the shoulder. Please stay by my side during this momentous occasion. His arrogant voice echoed throughout the room. You belong to me now. You won't regret swearing your loyalty to me. To this, Yan finally replied, Your Highness the 5th Prince. Placing a hand on the prince's arm, he stated clearly, I have already witnessed it. A vision flashed before Yan's eyes. In the scene, he imagined he was standing beside Jiang Na, surrounded by thunderous cheers. He emphasized every word he was about to say. The grand moment of seeing the Green River Empire become a unified powerhouse, a scene straight out of an epic manhwa. Then with unshakable belief, Yan proclaimed his loyalty next to the great king, at which point Jiang Na scrunched up his face, looking utterly baffled. He asked Yan again, "What on earth are you talking about?" Yan slowly replied, "I have given up everything I had for the king and for the empire. My lord, because those two things were my entire life." A hopeful glint appeared in Yan's eyes as he spoke to him. "But now I've finally found it. The life I truly desire." Hearing those words, Jiang Na froze on the spot, completely dumbfounded. He immediately fired off a question, needing to confirm his wildest guess. "Don't you dare tell me you broke the black magic curse. How is that even possible?" Yan, with a face as cool as a cucumber, casually replied, "I'm so sorry to be the one to tell you this." Yan then dropped another bombshell. Staring as if Jiang Na were the only person in the past, present, and future, Yan continued, while Jiang Na clenched his jaw, bracing for the rest. Just then, Yan suddenly dropped to one knee. It was a final gesture of respect to a friend, a master, and the one person who had always put their faith in him. It was a sign of absolute deference. The image of his past self kneeling before the prince flashed in Yan's mind as he continued to speak, a gesture that had also once driven him to despair. Yan's voice boomed, "Jiang Na, come and find me." He placed a hand over his chest in a formal salute. "I'll be waiting for you at the tower." And just like that, poof, Yan vanished right before Jiang Na's eyes, leaving the prince with a head full of questions. Jiang Na's hands balled into fists, his teeth grinding in pure rage. It looked like his legendary self-control had finally snapped. A moment later, he slammed open the doors to another chamber, startling the man inside. "Fifth Prince, what's the matter?" Jiang Na roared like a man possessed. "Get me the commander of the 1st Royal Knight Division now. Assemble the knights. And saddle my fastest horse, and find Avantis." Meanwhile, over at the Ivory Tower, the wind and snow were howling outside. Yan sat alone and lost in thought on the steps. He mused internally, "My arrival here in my past life. It wasn't a coincidence, was it? Not at all." He whispered to himself, "You were watching me. All this time you've been keeping an eye on this lonely wanderer. My life was just a miserable tale of regret and hatred." An image flashed in his mind, someone who looked uncannily like him, scepter in hand, wandering aimlessly before finally stopping at this very Ivory Tower. "You were the one who brought me here, to give me a second chance." And then it all clicked for Yan, a classic manhwa protagonist moment of realization. "I finally understand everything Father told me, the final keepsake he left behind. I was the dragon's word of regression. I finally get why I'm the only one who can understand the dragon's tongue." His gaze turned slightly mournful. "And I finally understand how to use the authority you passed on to me." Suddenly, a sound snapped him out of his reverie. As it turned out, the 5th Prince's entourage had arrived. Jiang Na shot him a look that could kill. In response, however, Yan simply stood up and offered a polite greeting. "Welcome, Jiang Na." Jiang Na glared at Avantis and ordered, "Sir Avantis, you have to kill him this time." "Can you even do it?" Avantis's scowl was just plain ugly. He closed his eyes and said with a voice dripping in condescension, "We should have just killed him from the very beginning instead of getting ourselves into this whole mess. He's just a measly 6th-level mage. I'll deal with him in a heartbeat." At that moment, Avantis's ice-cold gaze shot straight ahead as he added, "But it seems we have another problem." Hearing that, an annoyed Jiang Na snapped his head around. "What problem? What is it?" The apprehension in Avantis's eyes was unmistakable. "I can feel the draconic pressure of the golden dragon. That entity is nearby. Right here." Spotting Avantis and Jiang, Yan calmly strolled down to greet them. "So glad you could make it, Jiang Na." "But," Jiang Na furiously snapped back, "are we on a first-name basis now?" Pure unadulterated rage and jealousy had completely seized control of his mind by that point. Yanfa, you've got it all wrong. His voice was a twisted, venomous hiss. Do you really think the crown prince can rule this empire? What this empire needs is a rational and powerful emperor. That moron has no right to bear such a heavy burden. The envy and hatred burning in Jiang Na's eyes were more intense than ever. If he had any self-awareness, he would have given up long ago. What gives him the right to coast on the emperor's affection and then strut around so arrogantly? Witnessing this unhinged outburst from his supposed best friend, Yan couldn't do anything but try to remain calm and listen as Jiang Na continued his rant. He's just enjoying everything that should have rightfully been mine as if it's his birthright. His mind, completely corrupted by dark magic in a classic manhwa trope, was left with only twisted thoughts which now spilled out in his every crazed word. He screamed, "I will never acknowledge him. I am the one who is worthy. I am the one who will become the emperor." After listening to the entire tirade, Yan calmly explained, "Dark magic is always lurking, waiting to take hold. The human soul, and you, my friend, are no exception. You've completely lost that sharp judgment you were once famous for, and those words, they completely expose what you've become." Yan knew deep down that his best friend was a lost cause. At that moment, Yan told him, "Ragna, you can't go back to who you were." Ragna found it absolutely hilarious that Yan could so calmly spew such nonsense. He shot back with a sarcastic sneer, "Keep telling yourself that. This is the last chance you'll ever get to spout such empty drivel." He then turned and signaled for Avantis to execute the plan. It was clear that words were now useless. Between them, Ragna called out, "Sir Avantis." After receiving the order from Ragna, the man knew it was showtime. He began unleashing a barrage of attacks aimed at ending Yan's life, feeling the immense power from the assault. Yan knew the situation was beyond saving. He had no choice but to counterattack with full force. Avantis was still brimming with confidence, taunting as he struck. "I heard he was one of humanity's brightest minds. But I guess rumors aren't always true, are they? So eager to rush to his own demise?" Suddenly, Avantis's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. How can this be? He felt Yan's power surge to an unbelievable level, never expecting that he could completely neutralize his attacks. He wondered, even Yi Lanfa's skills were a complete joke compared to mine. No matter how special this guy is, he's still just a human. There's no way he can best a dragonkin. What who has lived for more than 5 centuries? Avantis's mind reeled as he scrambled through every possible explanation. How were all of his attacks being rendered useless? Not only that he couldn't help but remember the energy he felt when he first entered the Ivory Tower. The very same energy Avantis sensed upon his arrival. The overwhelming presence of the Golden Dragon. Avantis couldn't believe his eyes as he watched Yan deliver a strike that looked deceptively gentle but packed a punch worthy of any top-tier manhwa. I can feel that same energy emanating from him. A seed of fear began to sprout in Avantis's mind as his own deduction horrified him. He hastily asked Yan, "Who are you?" Yan simply looked at him and replied, "You despicable dragonkin, you craved the power and authority of dragons so much that you brought harm to your own ancestors, but now your people are no more. You are the last dragonkin left remaining." Meshal Green River had given him the most agonizing punishment imaginable, and Yan softly voiced that very curse. Worthless, seething with hatred, rage, and suffering, and so utterly powerless that you can't do a single thing about it. Living with that humiliation until now, you've done a great job. These were the words the man had spent his entire life dreading. "Shut your mouth," he roared. All that was left of Avantis's sanity was a single primal urge: destroy the one who knew his secret. The one who knew the filthy past he had tried so hard to bury. He bared a set of sharp fangs and grotesque claws, hissing, "I will slaughter you." In stark contrast to this beastly rage, Yan spoke softly to Avantis. "Finally, I will send you to meet your kin using the very power you've spent a lifetime searching for." Avantis could feel it, a power so immense it completely overwhelmed him, a development worthy of an epic manhwa. Yan used the authority of the Dragon Clan and gave a simple command: Eventus lasti is descendant of the dragonoid race Dai. The man's eyes bulged. What did you say? Eventus was in disbelief standings. Before this incredible power, he literally could not control his own body. His hands no longer listened to his commands, instead turning on their master. His own longsword plunged straight through his chest. With his last gasp of air, he forced out the question, How do you have that power? As he faded, the pages of Jan's memories began to turn. His previous life unfolded like a dramatic novel. He remembered the first time he met Jiang Na as the next page turned. That meeting might have been a carefully calculated move, but the fact that he was approached at all meant the world to Jan. Finally, the book of his past flipped back to the very first page, to that fleeting moment. This was the instant that kicked off all the tragedies he had suffered. He remembered Herbeck telling him, "You should feel honored, Jan." The man had spoken with a disgusting air of superiority. This is the first time the master has ever taken the initiative to approach someone. He has even promised to provide any and all resources to develop your potential because he values the talent you possess so highly. A timid Jan followed the tower master, listening silently to his instructions. Be careful with your actions and your words. Behave yourself. The person you are about to meet is the one who will one day inherit everything. The throne. Jan felt the pressure of that single word settle on his shoulders. A moment later, Hebei was leading him to the royal chambers. A guard's voice boomed, announcing them to Zhang Yi. Your Highness, the Master of the Ivory Tower, Hebei, requests an audience. Let them in, was the simple command. The massive doors swung open, and Hebei and Yan stepped inside to face the prince. Zhang Yi was initially the picture of politeness. Welcome, Master of the Ivory Tower, and you must be its prized mage, Yan Fa. Yan was so starstruck he couldn't even manage a hello. Zhang Yi continued, I've heard a great deal about you from the Tower Master. He says you possess a talent the Academy has never seen, one that has left everyone utterly astonished. Facing all this flattery, Yan went into full humble protagonist mode. I am not worthy of such high praise, Your Highness. Zhang Yi let out a dramatic sigh, then decided to pivot straight to an emotional gut punch. I heard that a few days ago, your mother passed away from an illness. Seeing the fresh grief on Yan's face, he played his next card. You see, I too have lost my own mother, so I think I can understand a small fraction of your pain. Zhang Yi's voice softened, a classic move straight out of a romance manhwa. No words I offer can truly soothe your sorrow, but I still wish to express my deepest condolences. With that, he slowly walked forward, stopping directly in front of Yan. Lift your head, Yan Fa. Yan did as he was told, and Zhang Yi continued, For this moment I am not the prince of this empire. I want to meet you as a fellow man. His tone was so sincere it was almost suspicious. Zhang Yi paused dramatically. I want to be your friend. His eyes brimming with manufactured hope were locked onto Yan's. Now let's flash forward back to this life. In the biting cold of a snowstorm at the Ivory Tower, Yan marched forward, slicing through the blizzard like a man on a mission. His feet came to a halt right in front of Zhang Yi. A flicker of something crossed the former prince's eyes. Was it shock, or maybe was it fear? Only he knew for sure. Then his eyes squeezed shut as if preparing to meet his maker. He took a deep breath, steeling himself for the end, and spoke first. I'm not going to beg you not to kill me. Just do it. I'd rather you kill me right here, right now, than be dragged to the execution grounds. Yan simply bowed his head in silence, without gracing him with a response. Perhaps you're hesitating, Zhang Na sneered, trying to sound all high and mighty. What's the matter? Don't. You despise me with every fiber of your being, he badgered Yan. So why are you giving me that look? Are you pitying me? And just like that, Zhang Na completely lost his cool, descending into a wild, screaming fit. A monster like you, I should have killed you. Right from the very beginning. He glared daggers at Yan, spitting out the venomous words, You freak. But faced with this temper tantrum, Yan remained as cool as a cucumber. Is that how you really feel? Or are you just that terrified of me? Oh, how the mighty have fallen, a member of the royal family. The fifth prince of the entire nation, a man overflowing with arrogance, was now kneeling helplessly before Yan. Yan continued, In your final moments, I want you to see something. He gently touched his hand to Jiang Na's forehead, and a stream of magical light shot straight into the prince's head. Let's see who I truly am, Yan declared, and as he spoke, the light flared even brighter. From this moment on, the whole unvarnished truth was about to play out inside his mind. A flood of Yan's memories began to roll like some tragic Manhwa film, starting from their very first meeting in their past life. It replayed the moment Yan slapped some sense into him along with the very words that Jiang Na himself had uttered back then. Even that fateful encounter with the dark aura was there, with Jiang Na's icy, hate-filled gaze on full display. Yet despite all of this, Yan had remained fiercely loyal, following him without question. But everything started to go downhill. One fateful day, Yan had blindly followed him, doing anything and everything asked, even when it was morally bankrupt. He poured every ounce of his strength into helping Jiang Na, and in the end he successfully helped the man become emperor, which of course was when the endless arguments and conflicts began. It seems Jiang Na conveniently forgot that time he'd sincerely asked to be friends with Yan. Now his gaze was nothing but distant and cruel. He then callously walked past Yan, who was still kneeling on the floor, completely dismissing every single contribution the boy had ever made. Each of Jiang Na's cold, heartless steps felt like a vice tightening around Yan's heart. But the catalogue of Jiang Na's sins wasn't finished just yet. The absolute lowest point was when Yan cast aside all his pride to kneel and beg him for help. And how did Jiang Na respond? He looked at Yan with pure disgust, cruelly backing him into a corner with no escape. Back then it was Jiang Na himself, who had said, "Please don't ever forgive me." After seeing the unedited director's cut of his own villainy, Jiang Na finally snapped back to reality, utterly stunned, as if his brain had just blue-screened from the sheer info dump. Jiang Na's lips flapped uselessly, trying to form words until he finally managed to whisper, "Yan Fa, you are..." As Jiang Na's hesitant voice trailed off, Yan was already mid-spell, conjuring an ice spear in his hand. A split second later, Jiang Na was face down on the ground. His 2 entire lifetimes of villainy came to a surprisingly quiet end. Yan stood silent for a moment, his face a perfect blank slate, giving no clue as to whether he was happy or sad. Then with decisive finality, he turned and walked away, leaving all the things that had once caused him so much pain in the dust. In the days after the Dragonoid and the 5th Prince bit the dust, a massive political cleanup was launched, targeting the dragon cult and anyone associated with it. The order was carried out starting with the captain of the Royal Knights, who hand-delivered the bad news to every single noble who had backed the 5th Prince's little coup. Thanks to the dedicated care of the Princess for Emperor Terry Green River, he made a swift recovery and regained his senses. Terry, looking haggard, sat on his sickbed talking to Princess Harry. After learning the truth, a steady stream of tears rolled down the Emperor's cheeks. He had heard about the 5th Prince's death and was deeply saddened by it. The 3 men who had attempted to assassinate the Emperor while under a dark magic curse were confirmed to be back to normal and were found not guilty. Their graves were honored and they could finally rest in peace with the other royal knights. The rebellion of the 5th Prince, which involved using forbidden dark magic, was recorded in the history books as a truly bizarre case of horrific crimes, the kind of plot you'd expect from a dark fantasy manhwa. And all records of the Dragonoid Avantis were sealed under royal decree. His existence was to be kept a secret from the world forever. As time passed, the death of the 5th Prince Jiang Na was gradually and quietly forgotten. And with that, Yan's quest for revenge and the journeys of the rebellion, which felt like it would last forever, finally came to an end. One morning at the Ivory Tower, it was the day of the princess's trial for the use of illegal magic. As Harry sat alone on a bench, a nervous wreck, a voice suddenly cut in. Feeling anxious, she immediately called out, "Sir Yan." Yan, dressed in the full regalia of a judge, strode forward. Harry finally cracked, admitting to him, "Okay, full disclosure, I'm absolutely terrified." Yan, with his trademark stoicism, asked, "You're not having second thoughts about your decision, are you?" Harry's small fist clenched, a surge of pure grit running through her. "Nope, Zero regrets. The fire in her eyes pretty much settled the debate. I'm done hiding. I want to use my power to actually help people. Hearing that rock-solid answer, a faint, almost imperceptible smile touched Jan's lips. He then leaned in, bowing slightly. Don't you worry. Your Highness, we've got this. Just then, the massive courtroom doors swung open. A junior mage announced, Master of the Ivory Tower, Your Highness, the court will see you now. After a few heart-pounding moments, the main event began. Harry, playing the role of the defendant of the century, stepped out to face the music. Once she was in the dock, the official announcement echoed through the chamber. The trial to determine the fate of Princess Harry Green River for the crime of illegally casting and using magic will now commence. Jan, sitting on the highest seat like the final boss in a political manhwa, watched her in silence. He spoke, his voice cutting through the tension. Before this trial begins, I have an announcement to make. Then plot twist. He suddenly stood up and strode right over to stand beside Harry. Jan declared bluntly, I am personally connected to Her Highness's alleged crimes, and therefore I cannot preside as judge. I will be recusing myself and letting Lords Ronald and Decker take over. After Jan dropped that bombshell, the courtroom instantly exploded into a frenzy of shocked whispers. Decker shot to his feet, yelling, What in the blazes are you talking about? In response to the chaos, Jan placed a hand over his heart and announced loudly, I am one of the individuals who taught Her Highness magic. Ronald, cool as a cucumber, simply said, Pray tell in detail. At that, Jan began to calmly lay out the entire history. I have been aware that she is a mage for the past 6 years. The whole sordid tale began to unfold as he spoke. Even when I personally witnessed her using magic with my own 2 eyes. He recounted a memory where Harry had asked Kelvin, Ugh, why is my magic so pathetic? To which Kelvin replied, Well, you did just start learning, you know? Jan continued his testimony. I looked the other way because I was certain she had a very good reason. Jan then revealed, years later I was forced to secretly investigate the Long Ling. At that time, this organization, which dabbles heavily in dark magic, had infiltrated deep within the royal family, thanks to a healthy number of nobles in the capital being their secret agents. The existence of the Long Ren posed a ridiculously huge threat. Jan's voice droned on, cool as a cucumber, because this guy was a high-tier sorcerer, the kind who could snap his fingers and turn the entire empire into a sea of blood if he felt like it. Naturally, I had to be extremely careful to ensure everyone's safety, but a man can only do so much. There's a limit to what I can handle on my own. And then, what Jan said next had the whole courtroom shook. I needed help from someone in the royal palace. That I could trust someone who also had political power and influence. He then turned his gaze back to Hallie. That is what I proposed to her. In exchange for teaching her magic and developing her abilities, in secret she would have to help me whenever I needed it. A flicker of surprise crossed Hallie's eyes. Jan continued, and so thanks to her assistance, I was able to escape the influence of dark magic and later figure out how to defeat the Dragonoids. Jan finally wrapped it up by saying that more juicy details could be found in the report on the 5th Prince's little uprising and the investigation into the Dragon Seal. That is all I have to say. After listening, Ronald immediately piped up to question the princess. Your Highness, I'd like to ask you one thing. Is what the Master of Magic is saying true? She hesitated for a moment before replying, Yes, it is true. After that, Ronald added, We will now give you a chance to speak. Please feel free to say whatever's on your mind. Hallie looked a bit worried, glancing over her shoulder at the people, who had hidden and helped her now, standing there frozen in fear. Then Hallie looked back at Jan, who met her gaze with a gentle smile. A blush crept onto Hallie's cheeks, her lips trembling as if she was finally making up her mind to confess everything. Then Hallie bravely addressed, Anne the judge. I am the sinner who broke the laws of our empire. I am ready to accept any punishment that I'm given. With every ounce of her courage in a scene worthy of a top-tier manhwa, Hallie declared, I do not expect any special treatment. Simply because I am a member of the royal family. I wish to receive my punishment according to the laws of the Empire and the Ivory Tower. However, Lord Kelvin, and the maids who are here, the ones who knew I was a mage and concealed that fact, are completely innocent. Even with everything on the line, she still wanted to protect those who had been loyal to her. They were simply following my orders. I had no other choice, for I am a member of the royal family. Kelvin and the maids were completely gobsmacked by her declaration. The princess wasn't done yet. Please consider the unique circumstances and lay all the blame squarely on my shoulders. I implore all of you from the Ivory Tower. Just as the tension in the room was getting thick enough to cut with a knife, a deep voice sliced through the silence. It was a voice that carried absolute authority. No, the princess has done nothing wrong. This made Yan and Harry whip their heads around in unison. Completely startled, even Ronald and Decker stared in utter shock toward the source of that commanding voice. A shockwave rippled through the entire hall because the figure who had just appeared was none other than His Majesty, the Emperor himself. This is the kind of dramatic entrance you see in a top-tier manhwa. Yan rushed to his side, asking with concern, "Are you all right?" Terry just smirked. "I'm fine. Looks like it's not my time to kick the bucket just yet." Then Terry strode forward like he owned the place and addressed the judge. "I have something to say to the mages of the Ivory Tower. The princess is not at fault. She was merely following my direct command." And then he spilled all the tea. When the mage Kelvin informed me that the princess was a magic user, I was the one who ordered it to be kept secret because I wanted her to live her life as royalty, not as some common mage. Terry then admitted that he realized even though his daughter later became wary of the Ivory Tower, his own actions had undoubtedly played a major part in influencing her decision. He confessed, "Everything that has happened is because of my flawed decisions born from the love I have for my daughter." Talk about a classic manhwa dad trope. The next moment, Terry made another bombshell request. "I implore all of you, place the blame entirely on me and give the princess a chance to become a mage." Decker shot a silent look over at Ronald, and the two of them had a whole conversation with just their eyes. Ronald gave a slight nod, a clear sign they were on the same page. Then he began to speak. "Normally we would only announce our decision after a private deliberation with the master of the Ivory Tower. However, since the master himself is tangled up in this affair, it'll be the one to announce our verdict directly." Yan and Harry leaned in, hanging on Ronald's every word. This trial was convened to judge the grave crime of illegally teaching magic and training an unregistered mage. We acknowledge that this is a most unusual situation. According to Ronald, the first person responsible for making Princess Harry Green River so wary, turns out the esteemed head of the Ivory Tower, Herbeck Leon, was once a slave and the right-hand man to the notorious traitor Ragna Green River. So you can imagine things were a tad awkward. Therefore, your cautious decision was absolutely correct. He added, "And we have confirmed that Her Highness has not yet received any personal benefits from using magic. Consequently, we cannot conclude she was hiding the truth for her own selfish ambitions." Next, Ronald delivered the final verdict stating, "Considering she managed to reach level 4 in a severely restricted environment, it's clear her magical talent is incredibly rare, the kind of overpowered protagonist you'd find in a hit manhwa. You could scour the entire continent and be hard-pressed to find another." His voice slowed for dramatic effect, emphasizing every single word. "Therefore, instead of punishment, the Ivory Tower wishes to offer Harry Green River one final chance." Ronald made his decision clear. "We will postpone her punishment for 5 years. And during this 5-year period, we want you to serve as a mage of the Ivory Tower. You will be the first to be dispatched on a new transfer mission taking place within the Empire, and you will also be taught everything you couldn't learn at the Academy through private lectures from the Ivory Tower itself." Harry was completely stunned for a moment. Hearing her verdict, she realized the importance of this probation period. What happened over the next 5 years was everything, and the results would decide her ultimate punishment 5 years from now. Finally, Ronald announced in a booming voice, "And so at this time we declare that Harry Green River is no longer a princess of the Empire, but is now a mage of the Ivory Tower." The judgment concluded, leaving her absolutely ecstatic. On a bright morning at the Ivory Tower, sparkling sunlight streamed through the window where Jan was standing lost in thought. Suddenly he heard a voice. Sir Jan. Jan turned to see it was Her Highness. Hearing the formal address, Harry became flustered and quickly explained, "Oh, I'm not a princess anymore, you can just call me by my name." Jan smiled back at her warmly. "All right, so Miss Harry, are you enjoying life here at the Ivory Tower?" She replied shyly, "I love it. At first everyone was a little distant, but they're gradually starting to welcome me now." Understanding that she owed it all to Jan, Harry offered her sincere gratitude. "It's all thanks to you. Without you, I never could have become a part of this tower. I truly thank you from the bottom of my heart." He simply replied, "As long as you're all right, I'm happy. Don't mention it." Flute. Eiley hesitated for a moment. Seeing this, Jan chimed in, "You look like you've got something on your mind, princess. Spit it out." Gathering her courage, she finally asked, I heard a rumor that you're planning on ditching your post as Tower Master. Is it because of me, because I asked you to teach me magic?" Jan immediately shot that theory down. "Nope, not at all. This has absolutely nothing to do with you," he explained gently. "It's just, I have a personal quest I need to complete, but as long as I'm an official employee of the Ivory Tower, my hands are tied. That's why I wanted to meet with you. I have something to return." With a flair for the dramatic, he reached over and popped open a chest beside him. Inside was none other than the legendary cloak the Emperor himself had once lent him. Eiley's eyes widened in complete surprise. "This," Jan announced, "is the cloak of Messire Green River, the one the king graciously let me borrow." He continued, "By all rights, this legendary grade artifact should be passed down to the royal family's official magician. I was just keeping it warm for you. My only duty now is to return it to its rightful owner." Then, like a true hero from a manhwa, he pulled out another item. "And this is the staff I've been using." The item Jan held was the Grand Elemental Staff, a ridiculously powerful artifact made from a material so rare it's basically mythical. Its main perk, a massive boost to mana efficiency. It's incredibly light, Jan added, so it's perfect for a woman to wield. Eiley took it immediately, feeling the hum of immense power. She knew a top-tier item when she held one. Pure excitement sparkled in her eyes. Seeing her practically drooling over the staff, Jan chuckled. "So you like it?" Eiley nodded enthusiastically. "I absolutely love it." Her infectious joy brought a genuine smile to Jan's face. After a moment's pause, he grew serious again. "And finally, I have one favor to ask of you." "What is it?" Eiley replied. "I'll be leaving the capital very soon," Jan said, "and this journey, it's going to be a long one. We're talking several years, maybe more. While I'm away, I need you to watch over my family for me to ensure they can live peacefully and safely here in the capital." At his words, the joy completely drained from Eiley's face, replaced by utter shock. "What?" she stammered, completely taken aback. "You're leaving? Where in the world are you going?" Jan simply shook his head. "Right now, I can't tell you, mostly because I'm not entirely sure myself." He could only offer a vague, mysterious explanation worthy of any manhwa protagonist. "The world out there is still filled with lurking dangers. I intend to seek out those threats, the kind of threats that only I can handle. I'm the only one who can find and solve them." Harry's eyes couldn't hide the wave of sadness that washed over her upon hearing this. Her hands tightened around her staff, her knuckles turning white. "Sir Jan, I've finally started living the life I've always wanted," Harry pleaded, trying to convince Jan. "With the power I now hold, I can truly dedicate myself to helping those in need. I'm going to establish charitable funds with my brother to support the less fortunate. When my father heard about my plans, he was ecstatic. He was always so ready to support me." As she spoke, her voice hitched, the words getting stuck in her throat. Harry paused for a moment to compose herself before laying all her cards on the table. "I desperately want you to stay by my side. Please, don't go." The utter desperation in her voice was palpable, a dramatic scene straight out of a manhwa. And Jan, of course, was well aware of it. He closed his eyes, contemplating for a moment, but ultimately uttered the one word guaranteed to crush her hopes. "I'm sorry." The next day, over at the royal palace, a stunned Crown Prince Hayden practically screamed, "What do you mean you're leaving the capital?" Jan, calm as ever, replied, "That is correct, Your Highness." A flustered Hayden shot back, "Do you have any idea how much the Tower Master's officials freaked out when they heard about your resignation? Seriously? And now you're just going to leave? We haven't even finished cleaning up all this mess yet." His thoughts then drifted to his poor sister. On top of that, Harry won't stop crying. An annoyed Hayden immediately put Jan on the spot. "Did you dump her or something?" Jan sputtered, "What? No, it's not like that at all." Hayden let out a low growl before getting serious. "Look, it's a bit embarrassing to say this, but Harry is a truly one-of-a-kind woman." He then began listing her merits like a proud big brother. "She's got our mother's kind heart, and she's an incredibly powerful high-ranking mage to boot. You're not going to find another woman like her anywhere, you hear me?" And yet the point soared miles over Jan's head. He just nonchalantly replied, "She is indeed a lovely and spirited young woman. That's why I sincerely hope she can meet someone much better than me and live a truly happy life." Hearing that painfully honest and dense response just made Hayden see red. "Why are you so unbelievably thick when it comes to romance, giving up on that front?" He switched topics. "Fine, whatever. What was it you wanted to tell me?" Jan's expression turned serious. "Before Sir Bao Lan passed away, he entrusted me with a task. He wanted me to deliver a message to you, Your Highness, and to Captain Oliver saying he asks for your forgiveness. My apologies and thank you all." He Dian stood there completely dumbfounded by the news. After speaking, Jan bowed respectfully. "I can only do this much." He begged the Crown Prince's forgiveness. Looking at the man before him, He Dian replied, "Jan, you've helped me so incredibly much." He spoke straight from the heart, admitting, "Without you, I'd still just be a pathetic puppet crown prince. Useless, always looking down on myself." He Dian added, with newfound determination, "From now on, I will strive to be better. I will definitely become a worthy successor, one who won't let down the people who've placed their trust in me." He Dian's gaze, filled with absolute faith, was locked onto Jan. "So after you've finished doing what you must, you have to come back and help me. Got it." Jan, seeing He Dian's unwavering support, Jan replied with a warm smile, "Of course, Your Highness." Just then, He Dian's tone shifted. "All right, now for the main event." Jan's curiosity was piqued. "The main event?" The prince then called out for Oliver. The captain immediately brought something over. What in the world? It was a sword. He Dian took it and began to slowly unsheathe the blade. He then showed it off to Jan with a grin. "Check out my sword swing. Pretty cool, right? You have no idea how much I practiced for this." However, Jan, completely missing the vibe, just asked, "Your Highness, what is the meaning of this?" A second later, He Dian finally spelled out his grand intention. "I hereby bestow upon you this eternal contract as a gift to a friend, a mentor, and a true benefactor." The tip of the sword gently touched the floor, a dramatic pose straight out of a historical manhwa, symbolizing a solemn vow. A vow that the royal family would forever keep its doors open for the great Archmage Yan Fa should he ever require the aid of the crown. Our royal family is prepared to support you with all its might. Yan was genuinely surprised to hear this. He never dreamed the prince would make such a grand gesture, but He Dian wasn't finished. He declared loud and clear, "This contract shall remain in effect for all future generations of our two families." Then both He Dian and Oliver placed their hands over their hearts and spoke with grave sincerity, "Before the sacred Emerald River, I swear to uphold this contract." As soon as the serious words left his mouth, He Dian sheepishly admitted, "When I was little, I used to see the lords do stuff like this, and it always looked so ridiculously cool, so I wanted to try it at least once. Now go do what you have to do. We'll be here waiting for your return." Those heartfelt words once again struck a chord deep within Jan. A few tears began to stream down his face. Jan gently rested his head on the prince's shoulder and whispered, "Thank you, Your Highness." Later that evening, as the sun set over Jan's mansion, our boy Jan was having a thrilling time organizing paperwork in his study when a knock interrupted his riveting administrative duties. It was Vanessa, his mother, lurking outside. Jan darling, may I enter? She called out. Recognizing the maternal summons, Jan answered, The door's open, Mom. He strolled over to greet her, and immediately went into full-on sun mode. What are you doing here? You should be resting after your trip, not wandering the halls. But the second their hands touched, Jan knew something was seriously off. Whoa, Mom, are you all right? He asked, a bit alarmed. Her hand was ice cold, and she looked paler than a ghost in a B-list horror movie. But Vanessa offered no reply. She was trembling slightly, but still managed to squeak out a classic, I'm fine. Oh, the most notorious lie in the book. Then suddenly, a second later, her I'm fine act spectacularly failed and she collapsed right into Jan's arms. Cue the panic. Mom, he yelled, his composure flying right out the window. He immediately went into crisis mode. Hang on, Mom, I'm calling radio and a doctor stat. But her trembling hands reached out to stop him. Don't, Vanessa whispered, using every last ounce of her strength. I just wanted to see that you were back safe. When I saw you, I was speechless. Seeing his mom in this state was twisting Jan's heart into a pretzel. He just kept repeating, Mom. That's when Vanessa finally dropped the real question, does Yin really have to leave? She explained, after I got back to the capital, I heard rumors about what happened to you. When I heard them, I felt like I couldn't breathe. The waterworks started and she couldn't hold back her sobs. Vanessa launched into a guilt trip of epic proportions. Why did this terrible thing have to happen to my son? Why did you have to face that insane trial all alone? It's all my fault, she cried, her voice cracking. My heart feels like it's being ripped to shreds. Seeing his mom spiraling, Jan jumped in to reassure her. Mom, listen, back in Mogan's territory, I was terrified. I seriously thought I wouldn't make it back to see you again. Her eyes widened in horror. Jan, if you had made even one mistake, just one, I don't think I could have survived it. You have to understand, she pleaded, after your father disappeared, all I have left is you, Jan, you're it. Vanessa's voice was heavy. I can't bear to lose my family all over again. Jan fell silent, letting the weight of her words hang in the air. After a moment, he gently took her hands in his and dropped an absolute bombshell. Mom, you're probably not going to believe this, but I met Dad. He said it so calmly, you'd think he was commenting on the weather. Her reaction, pure, unadulterated shock. You... what? But before she could short-circuit, Jan pressed on. It's a long story, and honestly, it sounds like something out of a fantasy manhwa. But he told me that even though we can't see him, he's always in my heart. That's what dear old Dad had told him. Jan continued, his voice softening. You have no idea how much I used to hate him. But the truth is, he realized that everything he possessed was simply the love his father had left behind, with a sincerity that came from the very core of his being. Yi-an told his mother, that's why I'm going to follow the path he walked. He explained that he wanted to understand more about a person's heart and what it truly means to protect her and himself. Finally, Yi-an pleaded, please, Mother, allow me to fulfill the first and final request my father ever made of me. In that dramatic moment, it was as if Vanessa saw the very ghost of her husband in their son. She froze for a second, tears immediately welling up. They streamed from her gentle eyes, but her voice was incredibly calm as she said, you've really grown up so much. I suppose I still thought of you as my little boy. Yi-an quickly reassured her, please don't worry and don't think for a second that you're alone. You have so many people who love you now, he said, pointing out the obvious shift. He brought up Rio, noting, Sir Rio is a genuinely good man. His kindness is like a father's love, something I've never really felt before. Such a classic heart-tugging manhwa line. He continued, and then there's Douglas. Just having that kid around brightens up the atmosphere. He's a smart and gentle kid who knows how to care about people's feelings. Yi-an looked straight into Vanessa's eyes and declared, I want you to be happy. Then he pulled her into a fierce hug, promising, I will definitely come back. The two had their heartfelt moment, completely oblivious to the fact that the door was still ajar. Who knows how long Rio and Douglas had been standing there, but Little Douglas couldn't hold back his sniffles and burst into tears. Time zipped by, and by the next morning, Yi An was loading up his horse. Rio walked over and asked, "Leaving so soon?" Yi An nodded. "Yeah, I suppose it's time. I have to go." The scene gave Rio a serious case of déjà vu. "You're only taking one horse? You're really reminding me of when I left my village and first met you," he said with a laugh. "Your riding skills were atrocious back then." Yi An retorted, "I'm great at it now. It's just that I was too short back then." After the light-hearted teasing, Yi An got down to business. "Sir Rio, please look after my mother for me." Rio replied solemnly, "Don't you worry, I will protect the lady with my life." Just then, Douglas's cheerful voice cut through the air. "Brother Yi An." An address that Yi An still wasn't quite used to hearing from the kid. "Dude, if you're gonna be that formal." Douglas trailed off, handing Yan a small pouch. "It's a little something for the road, some mana. Elixirs and healing potions I whipped up myself," Elessor finished. "I guarantee this stuff is way better than anything you can buy at the store. Not that a protagonist like you would ever get seriously hurt, of course, but just in case if you need a refill, just send a letter to my mansion. Anytime, I'll cook up an even better batch for you." Right on cue, Vanessa came rushing over looking frazzled. Yan, completely in his own world, hadn't noticed. "Awesome, thanks, man," he replied absently. Just as she arrived, Vanessa called out, "Yan." Seeing her, he immediately lit up, "Mom." Vanessa, in classic supermom fashion, produced a bundle of pastries. "Here, eat these on your journey. I made plenty," she instructed, her voice full of concern. Then came the checklist: "Don't skip meals, stay healthy, and you better write to me often." Yan nodded dutifully. "I will, Mom. You take care too." After the goodbyes, he walked over to his horse and announced to the group, "Well, I'm off then." Each hoofbeat of the horse was a slow, deliberate step forward under Yan's guidance. The lone rider and his steed, a classic image straight out of a manhwa, ventured forth. But after only a few paces, he stopped. Yan turned his head, looking back at everything he had gained over these past years. His gaze settled on the mansion he had called home for so long, and he thought to himself, "This is my home, a place I can always return to." A smile of boundless happiness graced Yan's lips, because he knew that within that house a family was always waiting for him. After one final look, Yan gently turned back around, his eyes fixed on the path ahead, ready for his next adventure. Time passed in a flash. A letter from Douglas arrived for Yan. "Hey Chief, you doing okay out there?" the letter began. "It's been 8 years since you left and so much has happened. For one, I graduated with top honors from the Imperial Alchemy Academy." Back at his place, Douglas's desk was practically groaning under the weight of his trophies, a detail he made sure to include. "I also managed to find a cure for that incurable disease. You know, my childhood dream. I got recognized for it and they made me a royal alchemist." He also added, "Dad, who helped me with the research, also got an offer to be a royal alchemist, but he actually turned it down. He said it was too much pressure, but I'm pretty sure he just didn't want to be away from Mom." According to him, the two were a little awkward at first, but now they're disgustingly happy. Then he switched gears to palace intrigue, informing Yan, "On another note, His Majesty is completely unable to fully recovered from that nasty poisoning incident 8 years ago. Right now, the Crown Prince is running the show as regent." Even Douglas was amazed, adding, "The Crown Prince is so competent these days, it's almost unrecognizable. He recently sealed a peace treaty with the youngest son in Prince role. Thanks to him, trade is booming and the Empire's economy and tech sector are shooting for the stars." Douglas then brought up the princess. Her 5-year stint in the penalty box is finally over. And get this, she's now a certified, high-ranking mage of the Ivory Tower. She even started her own non-profit to help the less fortunate and has become a total celebrity with the public. She's basically the front-runner to become the next head of the Ivory Tower. What a comeback story straight out of a manhwa sitting by his office window. Douglas nostalgically penned a letter. "We're all giving it our all down here, and man, do we miss you. Please hurry back, we're waiting for you. P.S. Next time we meet, can I finally call you bro?" After finishing the letter, Douglas stretched his back and mumbled to himself, "Gosh, I miss him. I wonder where he is right now." Just then, Rio's voice boomed into the room. "We're ready, get down here now." He quickly shot back, "Yes, father," before scrambling downstairs. Suddenly, Douglas's jaw hit the floor. He saw Vanessa standing in the main hall. "Whoa, Mom, you look absolutely stunning today," she beamed, replying with a smile, "Why, thank you, sweetie." But then a hint of worry crossed her face. "Are you sure it's all right for me to go with you too?" Rio declared. With absolute confidence, "Of course it is. The new king himself sent us a personal invitation and a royal carriage." Douglas chimed in. "That's right, he even arranged for VIP seats for us. There's no way we're all missing this." Faced with the combined persuasion from the father-son duo, Vanessa finally caved. All right. Rio then announced, "Shall we be off?" Meanwhile, at the royal cemetery, Oliver was quietly placing flowers on Feng's grave. After a moment, one of his knights approached to remind him. "Captain, it's time." "I know," Oliver replied. He turned to leave but couldn't resist one last lingering look back. What's? Gaze lingered on the headstone. He thought to himself, "Wish you were here to see this, buddy. I'll be back soon. Rest easy." That same morning, over at the Ivory Tower, Maris pushed open the door to Harry's room, asking, "Miss Harry, are you all set?" Dressed to the nines, Harry emerged. "Coming." Her eyes then drifted towards the magnificent staff that Yan had once given her. Touch lightly, then Harry decided to take it with him. "Then let's go." After getting ready, she was talking about my brother's coronation, right now at the royal palace. "This place is extremely decorated, everything is carefully prepared for today. Everyone dressed neatly and beautifully to attend the ceremony." The surrounding atmosphere at this time was extremely bustling and cheerful. Finally, that important moment has arrived. The current emperor, Terry Green River, slowly walked down. He began to announce it to my beloved subjects. Vanessa, Rito and Douglas were also there and focused on listening to the emperor speak. "I want to take this opportunity to pass on this noble position to my son, Crown Prince High Black Green River." Harry stood aside with Ronald and the short wizards happily accepting this. Terry continued, "Normally this position would be passed down upon my death, but after thinking it over, I realized that this is best for the Empire." His stern tone rang out so that the Empire would continue to grow and everyone would be even more prosperous with the new king. Terry spoke with all seriousness and the door was gradually opened. "People of Green River, please greet the new king." Hen immediately appeared from behind the door. Different from the usual carefree look. Now Black Day is extremely mature, completely resembling a king. He slowly walked forward, each step exuding a superior aura. The Black Hen stood in front of her father and gently knelt down, bowed respectfully before him. Terry said happily, "I'm proud of you." Han's son replied seriously, "I will try my best to make you proud." Hearing that, he nodded slightly in satisfaction. The emperor continued the ceremony. The servant brought him the emperor's hat, and Terry gently placed it on Haydn's head. The next moment, he solemnly announced, "At this moment, I declare Crown Prince High Green River the King of Green River." The people immediately responded. Everyone happily congratulated the king on his longevity. On the other side, everyone kept cheering but watching the crowd. It seemed like there was a familiar figure there clapping enthusiastically, in everyone's chanting "Long live." "Congratulations, cheers, may God bless you." Suddenly flower petals fell like a miracle had happened. But now An seemed to have spotted that person. No matter how hidden they were in the crowd, he could still pick him out. At this point, everyone was asking the same thing. "What's going on? Why are there flower petals?" Only Harry could sense the magic infused within these petals. A light bulb went off in her head. Could it be just then a familiar voice rang out, "Congratulations on your ascension, your majesty." Yan looked directly at An and offered his sincere congratulations. Upon An's stern face, which had been locked in a serious expression since the start of the ceremony, a radiant smile finally appeared. He immediately spoke. In reply, welcome Yan. Later in the ceremony hall, after the coronation had concluded, An was so overjoyed by Yan's surprise appearance that he was practically in tears. "You came," he exclaimed, shaking Yan relentlessly, completely forgetting to maintain the serious image of an emperor. I missed you so much, Jan. I missed you so much. Looking at the man before him, Jan simply said, "You haven't changed a bit." Then he bowed his head slightly. "Congratulations on your coronation." At that very moment, Vanessa saw her son and gasped his name, Jan. Immediately, Vanessa and her two children radio rushed forward to pull Jan into a group hug. She couldn't hold back her emotions as she said, "Oh my goodness, why didn't you contact us? Are you well? Have you been eating properly? Do you have any idea how much we've missed you?" And there was Glass who said through her tears, "Jan, I missed you so much." Jan replied to them, "I missed everyone too, Mom, Glass, and Dad." He addressed each of them in turn. Vanessa then asked her son, "Have you finished what you needed to do?" Jan smiled back at his mother. "Yes, this time, everything is truly resolved." Just then, Hei-an let out a pointed cough as if to passive-aggressively remind Jan not to forget someone. Jan didn't quite catch the hint, so Hei-an had to resort to blatantly pointing to the side. Jan followed Hei-an's finger and saw Harry standing there waiting for him. Only then did it click that this girl was here. She was smiling at him as Jan called out, "Harry!" and quickly walked over to her. "It's been a while. Have you been well?" Harry's cheeks turned a faint shade of pink as she stammered, "I'm fine, and what about you, sir?" Jan replied to Harry with a constant charming smile, "Me, I've just been living the life of a wanderer. It's a classic Manhwa story, so you've become famous everywhere from the capital to the most remote villages, and even hiding out at the far-flung borders. Everyone tells the tale of a righteous hero who cared for the common folk and the orphans in the tower. You really did an amazing job." Hearing such high praise made Harry all flustered. "Oh no, it wasn't that great, really." Suddenly, the atmosphere between them became incredibly awkward. Feeling herself about to lose her composure, Harry hastily said, "Well, I'll be going now. I hope you enjoy the party, Lord Yan." The moment she turned to leave, Yan just stood there completely frozen. He looked like he wanted to say something, but then decided against it. Hyan noticed this and sidled up to him, saying suspiciously, "You look a little disappointed." Yan stammered in reply, "What? No, I'm not." And so, Heian just spelled it out for him. Yan Harry isn't married yet. According to her, despite receiving countless marriage proposals, she's rejected every single one because she says she's waiting for someone. I wonder who she could have been waiting for the past 8 years. Hearing this, Yan's face turned a delightful shade of red. Before he could even reply, Hyan added, "And what's more, she's not the only one who's been waiting for you. From now on, there's a ton of work to be done." He continued, "You're going to tackle it all with me, right?" Yan replied, "I await your command." "Your Highness, it's another peaceful day at the Ivory Tower." Harry was sitting in the courtyard admiring the flowers. She kept thinking about that day. "I should have talked to him a little longer last time." Remembering what Yan had once said to her, she thought bitterly, he's probably forgotten everything that happened that day. Back then, Yan had heartlessly uttered a simple apology before disappearing on her for 8 long years. The thought left Harry feeling a bit disappointed, but then she immediately shut down her own thoughts. "Don't you dare get your hopes up again. He just got back. He must be incredibly busy. I'm sure he has no time for people like me." Unbeknownst to her in perfect Manhwa trope fashion, Yan was already standing right behind her. "Harry, so there you are." Suddenly hearing Yan's voice made Harry jump with a shriek. "Lord Yan!" Seeing how startled she was, he quickly explained, "I didn't mean to scare you, I'm sorry." Harry got to her feet and asked, "It's all right, what are you doing here?" Yan replied, "I came here after greeting the mages of the Ivory Tower. Everyone said I'd probably find you here around this time." She found it a bit hard. He got it thinking to himself, "Everyone, huh?" Yan then glanced around, a look of admiration on his face. The Ivory Tower's garden has certainly had a major glow-up, a serious one at that. "When I was last here, this place was nothing but a weed-infested disaster zone," Hailey explained shyly. "Well, after I became a full-fledged mage, I started planting things here. I just thought it would be wonderful if this could become a peaceful little sanctuary for all the mages to relax in. Hearing her sweet sentiment, Jan flashed her a warm smile. A fantastic idea. Then he made a request. If it's not too much trouble, would you show me around your garden? Hai Li's face immediately lit up. Oh, of course. And so the two of them together began a leisurely stroll through the garden grounds, their conversation flowing non-stop. Jan shared casually with Hai Li, even though Landier flowers are incredibly rare back in Green River, I was shocked to see them treated like common weeds here. Some people have suffered terribly because they couldn't get their hands on a single one of those blooms. He then began to recount tales from his grand adventures, just like a protagonist in some epic travel manhwa. I heard rumors of a lake that shimmered like liquid gold west of the Z continent, so naturally I had to check it out. But when I got there, it looked no different from any ordinary lake. But then right as the sun began to rise, bam! It actually started reflecting pure golden light. Jan had witnessed that breathtaking sight all alone, and just recalling the shimmering golden water made his heart stir even now. The scenery was absolutely magnificent, a moment I'll carry with me for the rest of my days. Listening to all the amazing things Jan was describing, Hai Li replied, "You've had such an incredible journey. A lake that shines with golden light, it sounds so breathtaking. I hope I can see it for myself one day," she added cheerfully. Jan looked at her, his expression turning thoughtful. After a moment, he suddenly told her, "I can take you there, or anywhere else you want to go." These words took Hai Li completely by surprise. Jan held his hand out to her and said, "All you have to do is take my hand." He began to list the golden lake, a shimmering forest, a scorching desert, the vast wide sea. Every heartfelt word he spoke at that moment was dedicated entirely to one person. I've traveled to every corner of this world, but the very first thing I thought of when I set foot there was you, Hai Li. Jan confessed slowly, his heart on his sleeve, like the lead in a romance manhwa. I would always wonder what kind of face you'd make if you were standing there with me. Then one day thinking about you became a constant torment. He added, his gaze intense. And I finally realized what this feeling is. The moment after wrapping up all his world-saving business, the very first thing on his mind was still her. Harry, meanwhile, was just standing there utterly bewildered. She couldn't believe that her feelings were actually being returned in such a ridiculously romantic way, like a scene straight out of a popular manhwa. And just then, Jan dropped to one knee and began pouring out the cheesiest, most heartfelt confession from the depths of his soul. "Harry, will you be the person who walks with me for the rest of my life?" With every ounce of love in his being, Jan pleaded, "Please allow me to stay by your side for all my remaining days." Staring at the man she had been secretly pining for, who was now laying his heart bare, Harry's brain temporarily short-circuited. She had no clue how to react. Her beautiful face was flushing a deeper shade of crimson by the second, but a flicker of hesitation still clouded her eyes. That's when Harry finally managed to stammer out a question. You're not going to leave again, are you?" Without a moment's pause, Jan declared, "That's right, I will always be right here with you." After hearing that promise, Harry completely broke down, sobbing uncontrollably. Seeing her trembling and crying, a flustered Jan asked what was wrong, but her next words were a direct hit to his heart. "I missed you so much," she cried. "I've waited for such a terribly long time." And then Harry gave him her definitive answer. "I do." She gently placed her own hand over Jan's and said, "I would be delighted to let you do that." At long last, all the trials and tribulations Jan had endured across 2 lifetimes were finally rewarded with a well-deserved happy ending. Heck yeah.